Hello, today we're talking about Moltres. If one wishes to consider Galarian Moltres the 146th Pokemon, that version is the first Dark Flying type Pokemon. Its previous PYC dates are July 21st, 1996, May 12th, 1999, March 2nd, 2002, December 21st, 2004, October 12th, 2007, August 2nd, 2010, May 23rd, 2013, March 13th, 2016, January 2nd, 2019, and October 23rd, 2021. This is my second favorite of the Kanto legendary birds, design-wise, and the same goes for its Galarian counterpart. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article. Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we talk about Moltres. As Kantonian Moltres, it's the Flame Pokemon, but as Galarian Moltres, it's the Malevolent Pokemon. Its number is 146. This is Moltres, this is what it looks like. This is Galarian Moltres, this is what it looks like. Kantonian Moltres is Fire Flying, and Galarian Moltres is Dark Flying. Abilities: Pressure as Kantonian Moltres, and Berserk as Galarian Moltres. Kantonian Moltres' hidden ability is Flame Body. Gender ratio is gender unknown, catch rate 3 or 1.6%. Breeding is egg group. No eggs discovered, and hatch time 80 cycles, but egg not obtainable. Regardless, the height is 6'7" or 2 meters. The weight of Kantonian Moltres is 132.3 pounds or 60 kilograms. The weight of Galarian Moltres is 145.5 pounds or 66 kilograms. Base experience yield is 217 in the first 4 gens, and 261 in 5+. Leveling rate is slow. EV yield is 3. For Kantonian Moltres, it's in special attack, but for Galarian Moltres, it's in special defense. Shape is that, footprint is that, Pokedex color is yellow, other forms may have other colors, and base friendship is 35. Moltres is a dual-type fire-flying legendary Pokemon introduced in Gen 1, and Galar Moltres has a dual-type dark-flying regional form that was introduced in the Crown Tundra expansion. Neither Kantonian Moltres nor Galarian Moltres are known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon. Along with Articuno and Zapdos, it is one of the 3 legendary birds of Kanto. Biology: Moltres is a large avian Pokemon with a light yellow plumage. It has a long, flowing head, crest, and a billowing tail, both made of reddish flames. Additionally, its wings are also shrouded in fiery plumage. It has a long, thin neck, a pointed brown beak, and small triangular eyes. Its thin brown legs have anisodactyl feet with 3 forward-facing digits and 1 facing backward. So you can see a Moltres feather here. Got some fire and stuff. Moltres sheds embers with every flap of its wings, creating a brilliant flash of flames. By dipping itself into the magma of an active volcano, this Pokemon can heal itself. It migrates from the south with the coming of spring, and is said to bring an early springtime to cold lands. There have been stories of Moltres using its wings to assist those lost in the mountains. Moltres is rarely seen. Moltres loves Moltres treats made by Snacksworth, who once encountered it in the past. Shadow Moltres is the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Shadow Fire. Shadow Moltres is the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Shadow Fire. Also, in Gen 2, Sky Attack was its signature move, but other Pokemon could still inherit it via breeding. Yes, I'm well aware that this is a repeat. I imagine what happened was someone put it in, and then they accidentally copied it, or like maybe they copied and pasted it from somewhere, and they just accidentally put it in twice. It happens sometimes. Forms: Moltres has a regional form, Galarian Moltres, and Galar Moltres has a similar build, but a drastically different color scheme. Its body is primarily black with scarlet highlights and bright blue eyes. Its scarlet beak is hooked at the tip and leads to markings that run down its front and behind its head. Its feet are also scarlet with black talons. Its wings, crest, and tail are mostly black, with the crest having an extra curl at the front and the tail being split in 2. And all 3 of these features exude a magenta flame-like energy that earns it the name of its Kantonian counterpart. Its body apparently feels lukewarm to the touch. The sinister energy that blazes from within its body is so oppressive that most Pokemon can't even approach it. Galarian Moltres attacks by spreading its wings wide to unleash its energy in a powerful aura that attacks the minds of its foes, inflicting deep fatigue as it burns away their energy from within. The aura has the power to consume the spirit of its victims, reducing them to burned-out shadows of themselves. As seen in Charge Galar Mine, the only way to overcome the effects of its aura is to have a strong spirit. It is said to have a haughty personality and a calm demeanor. So you can see the Galarian Moltres' aura here. It is constantly migrating around the world, but can be found in the Crown Tundra once every few decades, congregating with the other birds at the Dyna tree to eat its fruits. Galarian Moltres is the only Pokemon capable of learning the move Fiery Wrath. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Red Rescue Team, and Blue Rescue Team. Moltres resides at the top of Mount Blaze and challenges the player and partner when they trespass. After Moltres is defeated, it is convinced by the player's partner to allow them to pass through. Pokedex entries. In Gen 1, in Red and Blue, known as the legendary bird of fire, every flap of its wings creates a dazzling flash of flames. Yellow, a legendary bird Pokemon. As it flaps its flaming wings, even the night sky will turn red. Stadium, a legendary bird Pokemon known as the Firebird. Every time it flaps, its wings flare and burn brightly. In Gen 2, in Gold, this legendary Pokemon scatters embers with every flap of its wings. It is a thrilling sight to behold. Silver, this legendary bird Pokemon is said to bring early spring to the wintry lands it visits. Crystal, legendary bird Pokemon. It is said to migrate from the south along with the spring. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, or Crystal inserted, you get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the Silver entry. In Gen 3, in Ruby and Sapphire, Moltres is a legendary bird Pokemon that has the ability to control fire. If this Pokemon is injured, it is said to dip its body in the molten magma of a volcano to burn and heal itself. Emerald, Moltres is a legendary bird Pokemon that can control fire. If injured, it is said to dip its body in the molten magma of a volcano to burn and heal itself. Fire Red, one of the legendary bird Pokemon. Those seeing it are overwhelmed by its orange wings that seem to be on fire. Leaf Green is very similar to Red and Blues, but slightly different, so I'll read it. It is said to be the legendary bird Pokemon of fire. Every flap of its wings creates a dazzling flare of flames. In Gen 4, in Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, one of the legendary bird Pokemon. It is said that its appearance indicates the coming of spring. Heart Gold and Soul Silver are basically Gold and Silvers, but Pokemon is now the correct casing. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums. In Gen 6, X is Leaf Green's entry. Y is Diamond, Pearl, Platinums, and the Gen 5 entries. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically their Ruby and Sapphire counterpart, but Pokemon and Moltres are now the correct casing. The Gen 7 Pokedex entry is basically Yellows, but Pokemon is now the correct casing. In Gen 8, for Cantonian Moltres and Sword, it's one of the legendary bird Pokemon. When Moltres flaps its flaming wings, they glitter with a dazzling red glow. Shield, there are stories of this Pokemon using its radiant, flame-coated wings to light up paths for those lost in the mountains. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are very similar to the Diamond and Pearl counterpart, but slightly different, so I'll read it. It is one of the legendary bird Pokemon. Its appearance is said to indicate the coming of spring. For Galarian Moltres and Sword, this Pokemon's sinister flame-like aura will consume the spirit of any creature it hits. Victims become burned out shadows of themselves. Shield, the sinister aura that blazes like molten fire around this Pokemon is what inspired the name Moltres. Game locations, side game locations, events, held items. Pokemon caught in Gen 1 must be traded to a Gen 2 game in order for a held item to appear. That's what these say. So you get bright powder from red, blue, and yellow 100% of the time. Stats, base stats, we'll compare Moltres and Galarian Moltres. So Cantonian Moltres is HP 90 for both, attack 100, 85 for this one, 90, that stays the same, special attack 125, this one has 100, 85 in special defense, that one has 125, speed 90, that stays the same for both for a total of 580. Before we go on here, this is the first opportunity, I think, to show off the dark and flying box here, so you got the dark inside, flying outside. In the Moltres box here, this Pokemon's special base stat in Gen 1 was 125. Pokeathon stats, type effectiveness, we will compare Cantonian Moltres and Galarian Moltres. Cantonian Moltres is damaged normally by normal, flying, poison, ghost, psychic, ice, dragon, and dark, while Galarian Moltres is damaged normally by normal, fighting, flying, poison, bug, steel, fire, water, and dragon. Moltres is weak to rock, water, and electric, rock for 4, water and electric for 2. Galarian Moltres is weak to rock, electric, ice, and fairy, all for double. Moltres is immune to ground. Galarian Moltres is also immune to ground, but it's also immune to psychic. Moltres is resistant to Fighting, Bug, Steel, Fire, Grass, and Fairy, all for half, except for Bug and Grass, which are for fourth, while Galarian Moltres is resistant to Ghost, Grass, and Dark for half. Notes: if Gravity is in effect, this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball in Gen 4 or a Ring target, or is affected by Smackdown or Ingrain. The effectiveness of Ground-type moves is 2, so we go from 0 to 2. In Gen 5, if this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball, the effectiveness of Ground-type moves is 1, so we go from 0 to 1. In Gen 1, the effectiveness of Ice-type moves is 2, so it went from 2 to 1. In the Galarian Moltres box here, notes: if Miracle Eye is used by an opponent or this Pokemon is given a Ring target, the effectiveness of Psychic-type moves is 1. It would go from 0 to 1. If Gravity is in effect, this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball or a Ring target, or it is affected by Smackdown or Ingrain, the effectiveness of Ground-type moves is 1. So we go from 0 to 1. Learn Step by leveling up. Moltres. 1, you get Gusted Leer, 5 Ember, 10 Safeguard, 15 Wing Attack, 20 Agility, 25 Ancient Power, 30 Incinerate, 35 Air Slash, 40 Roost, 45 Heat Wave, 50 Sunny Day, 55 Hurricane, 60 Endure, 65 Overheat, and 70 Sky Attack. For Galarian Moltres, 1, you get Gust and Leer, 5 Payback, 10 Safeguard, 15 Wing Attack, 20 Agility, 25 Ancient Power, 30 Sucker Punch, 35 Air Slash, 40 After You, 45 Fiery Wrath, 50 Nasty Plot, 55 Hurricane, 60 Endure, 65 Memento, and 70 Sky Attack. By TM for Cantonian Moltres. 1 Takedown, 4 Agility, 7 Protect, 14 Acrobatics, 24 Fire Spin, 25 Facade, 27 Aerial Ace, 32 Swift, 38 Flame Charge, 40 Air Cutter, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 50 Rain Dance, 51 Sandstorm, 60 U-Turn, 65 Air Slash, 70 Sleep Talk, 85 Rest, 97 Fly, 103 Substitute, 107 Will-O-Wisp, 113 Tailwind, 118 Heat Wave, 125 Flamethrower, 130 Helping Hand, 141 Fire Blast, 152 Giga Impact, 157 Overheat, 160 Hurricane, 163 Hyper Beam, 164 Brave Bird, 165 Flare Blitz, 168 Solar Beam, 171 Terra Blast, 172 Roar, 193 Weather Ball, 195 Burning Jealousy, 197 Dual Wing Beat, 204 Double Edge, 207 Temper Flare, and 215 Scorching Sands. For Galarian Moltres, 1 Takedown, 4 Agility, 6 Scary Face, 7 Protect, 14 Acrobatics, 18 Thief, 25 Facade, 27 Aerial Ace, 29 Hex, 30 Snarl, 32 Swift, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 50 Rain Dance, 51 Sandstorm, 60 U-Turn, 62 Foul Play, 65 Air Slash, 70 Sleep Talk, 85 Rest, 87 Taunt, 92 Imprison, 94 Dark Pulse, 97 Fly, 103 Substitute, 113 Tailwind, 114 Shadow Ball, 117 Hyper Voice, 130 Helping Hand, 140 Nasty Plot, 152 Giga Impact, 160 Hurricane, 163 Hyper Beam, 164 Brave Bird, 171 Terra Blast, 177 Spite, 197 Dual Wing Beat, 199 Lash Out, and 202 Pain Split. By breeding, there's nothing for either version. Side game data, Moltres, got all this, yep. Pokemon Ranger, Guardian Signs in the browser entry. It produces flames and creates pillars of fire to attack. Got all this, yep. For Galarian Moltres. Evolution data, there's nothing for either of them. Sprites, I'm not entirely sure why the box is off the page, it usually isn't. But yeah, I forgot how different Moltres looks for these first two. It actually looks like a, I don't know, like a crane or something. Like it, instead of, I don't know, this other version. It's interesting, how different it looks. Yeah. Because this is much more closer to what we would have, although, I don't know, this one's actually, Gen 2 is interesting because its wings are completely flames, which, this kind of made it ambiguous, these two, but this one made it clear that there's fire with wings, so that's interesting. Yeah, these back sprites don't really work for this one. Yeah, you can see how different, like, just so much of it's different. The body, the neck, the head, you know, the hair, I guess. The Gen 2 shiny is sort of a pink and red. Galarian is probably a callback to this a little bit. That'll be interesting, yeah. Then we've got Gen 3, kind of all the colors, the yellow, the red, and you know, the beak's now that color, and then we've got sort of, so now it's a pink with all the fire effects, and like red, legs and beak. Yeah, these are a little different, a little bit smoother, you know. Its body is quite large and rounded in this one. It's a little bit not as bulbous. Gen 4, you got this. It definitely looks different. It looks like sort of a darker yellow and I think a slightly different pink. More of a gold, I guess, I'd say, for the normal one. Yep, and black and white. Not really much changes, except you get a full back sprite now. That's pretty cool to see the fire and the wings and stuff. Yep. Models, okay. Pretty good. Oh, it's darker pink now. That's interesting. And that's a little bit darker. It looks almost like the color of the sort of darker parts, the shadowed parts, I guess, of this one. That's pretty cool. It's a little bit different as well. It's not as bulbous in the body. That's interesting. The hair, I mean, that's probably just an effect rather than like the long hair is what makes it iconic. But yeah, it's probably just the angle in which this photo was taken. But yeah, pretty good. Otherwise, you know, you got that. And, you know, all the things that are needed are here. Yeah. Then you got these. These are gonna be a little bit different, maybe a little bit better. And oh, eyes. Yeah, the eyes are much smaller, which I think definitely helps. Cause yeah, right. Like they had fairly big eyes, but like, I don't know. In the models, it looks kind of silly, but like the smaller eyes definitely makes it look more normal. Yeah, I kind of got sort of medium-sized eyes, I guess, here, but yeah, pretty good model. They're definitely better models in these games. Homes, Galarian Moltres is, of course, like this one, like the other two birds have been in this one. You know, it kind of has the vague. That's kind of interesting that it keeps like the red parts, I guess, but otherwise, I mean, it looks obviously a lot different with the black, but that's pretty fun. Yep. In the anime, you got Moltres in the anime, Galarian Moltres in the anime. Yep, we got all this. Pokedex entries. For this first one, I've recorded it for an alternate version of the anime. We won't see it in the video later, but I will let Dexter read this.
Moltres, a legendary Pokemon. Its virtues symbolize the Pokemon League competitions.
In whatever HS is, episode 18, in Richie's Pokedex, Moltres, a one-of-a-kind legendary flame Pokemon. So powerful, its fire dust can bring early spring to wintry lands. In what I assume is Journeys, episode 68, in Gary's Rotom Phone, Moltres, the flame Pokemon, a fire and flying type. When injured, Moltres enters the lava of a volcano, and its fiery temperature helps heal its wounds. They say when Moltres appears, it brings spring with it. In Horizons, episode 22, in Roy's Pokedex, no data. I don't know why, but since I guess it's not a Rotom thing, it's probably, maybe this is like a flashback or something from like the past or something. There's all wacky kinds of time travel in these shows, so, and this, I know in the anime, so who knows what's going on with that. Pokemon Origins, Moltres in Pokemon Origins, got these in the manga, Moltres in Pokemon Adventures, Galarian Moltres in Pokemon Adventures, got all this, yep. Moltres in Pokemon Pocket Monsters, that's interesting. Okay, in the TCG. Other appearances, Super Smash Bros. / Ultimate. Moltres makes a cameo appearance in the Saffron City stage. Very rarely, it will fly by in the background. So you got Moltres in Super Smash Bros. Here. Kind of pixelated image here. You can see how small it actually is. Super Smash Bros. Melee / Brawl / 3DS / Wii U. When released from a Pokeball, Moltres will remain where it is released, flapping its wings. It will then use Sky Attack in Melee or Fly in Brawl to leave the arena. Any opponent that touches it will receive a sizable amount of damage. Moltres is the only legendary bird to return in Brawl. Here you've got Moltres in Super Smash Bros. Brawl. Trophy information in Melee. As tradition has it, the onset of spring heralds the return of this legendary Pokemon from its southern home. Its bright orange color and fiery aspect lends to its overwhelming appearance. Sky Attack, the strongest of flying moves, is perfect for this burning phenom, but it obviously also excels at powerful fire-type moves. In Brawl, a flame Pokemon. It's one of the legendary bird Pokemon. When Moltres appears in a town, it is said that spring will come earlier there than in other towns. If Moltres is injured, it apparently returns to a volcano to heal its wings in magma. Moltres spreads its wide flame-covered wings and attacks opponents with the exciting and highly damaging Sky Attack. 3DS/Wii U. You can see Moltres in Super Smash Bros. For 3DS here. She used the trophy in the same game. In North America, this Fire/Flying type Pokemon is one of 3 legendary birds in the Kanto region. It will use Fly when called into a Smash Bros. Battle, flapping its orange wings and sending fire out around it. Getting hit hurts and could launch you so far you'd make Moltres jealous. That isn't a good thing. Pal? Moltres is one of the 3 legendary bird Pokemon of the Kanto region. Along with Articuno and Zapdos, when spreading its huge wings and taking flight, it can make the flame all over its body burn even brighter. If you get hit by those flames during its Fly attack, you might go flying even further than Moltres. In Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Moltres returns as a Pokemon summoned from the Pokeball, retaining its behavior from past games. It also appears as a spirit alongside Articuno and Zapdos. Music: this is a list of music associated with Moltres in the Pokemon games. In Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, when battling Moltres, Articuno, or Zapdos. Battle Wild Pokemon from Red, Green, Blue, and Yellow. It was composed and arranged by Junichi Masuda in Sword and Shield. When battling Galarian Moltres, Galarian Articuno, or Galarian Zapdos. Battle Legendary Bird Pokemon was composed and arranged by Go Ichinose in Pokemon Masters EX. When battling Moltres in the Legendary Arena Battle, Kanto Legendary Pokemon, Pokemon Masters EX version. It was composed by Junichi Masuda, arrangement by Haruki Yamada from Attic Inc. In Scarlet and Violet, when battling Moltres, Articuno, or Zapdos. Battle Wild Pokemon in the Let's Go games. It was composed by Junichi Masuda and arranged by Shota Kageyama. Trivia and artwork for Pokemon Blue in Japan. Moltres had red-colored nails. So you can see that here. Pokemon Blue, Japanese. Artwork by Ken Sugimori. Yeah, it does. That's really weird. I did the second point in the Charmeleon video. In Generations 1, 3, and 7, a trainer at the Cinnabar Gym mentions that Blaine became a Fire-type expert after seeing a Moltres. Moltres' English name was suggested by Bill Geis, who assisted in the naming of many Gen 1 Pokemon. I read this last point in the Articuno video. Origin: Moltres seems to be based on the legends of firebirds such as the Phoenix, the Slavic Firebird, or the Bennu. It may also be based on the vermilion bird of the Chinese 4 symbols, which represents the element of fire and the direction of south. In addition, it may be based on a heron because of their similarities in body shape. As suggested by the Pokédex entries, the 3 legendary birds appear to be embodiments of seasons. Moltres represents spring, while Articuno and Zapdos represent winter and summer, respectively. Autumn is, however, unrepresented. Galarian Moltres appears to resemble a cormorant. Its ability to make opponents fatigued with its aura may allude to burnout, a psychological condition of which one of the many symptoms is exhaustion. Its shiny coloration is similar to Cantonian Moltres' regular coloration. Name origin: Moltres is a combination of molten and trace, Spanish for 3, indicating that it is the 3rd in the trio of Kanto legendary birds. It may also derive from molt. Fire is literally fire. In other languages, see also notes, references, external links to the Galarian forms and the legendary Pokemon, and the Super Smash Bros. Series. Let's move on. Let's watch the first scene of Moltres in the anime. Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 13, Mystery at the Lighthouse. In this episode, Ash Ketchum here and his traveling companions Brock and Misty, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, have come to this lighthouse that they're walking towards right now because they need shelter for the night, and he needs to call because he just captured a Krabby and wants to check up on it because he had 6 Pokemon in his party. Yes. So you can see a little bit of the Moltres here. It's kind of hard to tell, but it's there. Yep, you can see it better down there. Yep.
Guess we better ring
It's
the bell.
probably on this side.
I got it.
Okay, here's where we started the Zapdos video, so let's move on. Now let's see why people love Moltres. Now let's look at fan art. Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on this single image, and that's because this is the only image we'll be doing today. So this is Galarian Legendary Birds by Nova Eden. We did it yesterday for the Zapdos video, but we could do it again. So it has Galarian Moltres, Galarian Articuno, and Galarian Zapdos here. Yesterday I mentioned how I thought that it was like they're shinies. I don't think that's actually true, because it still keeps the black legs here. I think they're maybe meant to look more like their Cantonian counterparts. This one being a little bit more yellow, this one having a lot more blue, and this one having a lot more red, and of course the elemental things that I didn't even mention yesterday, how this one has a bunch of fire, ice, and lightning, even though that's not their actual typing. Yeah. And it's a pretty cool image, though. Yep. That's it, let's move on. Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. Join me tonight at 5 p.m. CMT Central Mountain Time as I try to catch Moltres and the other Pokemon I wasn't able to get this past weekend. As for Galarian Moltres, I'll have to wait until I've talked about the Gen 8 Pokemon to get back to that one. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Dratini. As always, this is my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today I'll be talking about Dratini, the first pure Dragon-type Pokemon. If one doesn't consider Alolan Executor as the 103rd Pokemon, Dratini is also the first Pokemon to have the Dragon type. Its previous PYC dates are July 22nd, 1996, May 13th, 1999, March 3rd, 2002, December 22nd, 2004, October 13th, 2007, August 3rd, 2010, May 24th, 2013, March 14th, 2016, January 3rd, 2019, and October 24th, 2021. I love this entire line of Pokemon and think they're a bit silly. Anyway, let's get in the Bulbapedia article. Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Dratini, the dragon Pokemon whose number is 0147. This is what it looks like. Its type is dragon. This is our very first dragon type Pokemon. You know, single dragon type, I guess. So, you know, and definitely the first in the info box. But anyway, so we got the these are the dragon colors. They're sort of this dark blue, you know, sort of variant of that dark blue, kind of a maybe purplish, kind of an indigo, I guess. Abilities, Shed Skin, and Marvel Scale is its ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 45, or 11.9%. Breeding is egg groups Water 1 and Dragon, hatch time 40 cycles. Height is 5'11", or 1.8 meters. Weight is 7.3 pounds, or 3.3 kilograms. Base experience yield is 67 the first 4 gens, and 60 in 5+. Leveling rate is slow. EV yield is 1, and attack shape is that. It has no feet, so it has no footprint. Pokedex color is blue, and base friendship is 35. Dratini is a Dragon-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 1. It evolves into Dragonair starting at level 30, which evolves into Dragonite starting at level 55. Biology, Dratini is a reptilian Pokemon with a blue serpentine body and a white underside. It has white 3-pronged fins on the sides of its head and a white bump on its forehead, which is its horn growing. Above its round, white snout are oval purple eyes. Dratini's life energy is constantly building, so it is always growing and can reach lengths of over 6 feet, 2 meters. As it grows, it sheds its skin regularly. It hides behind a rapid waterfall during the process to protect itself, since the new skin is soft in texture. The shed skin can be tanned and used to create luxury boots. Dratini has been referred to as the Mirage Pokemon because its existence was originally thought to be nothing more than a myth. Dratini was first discovered by a fisherman who spent 10 hours attempting to capture it. A small colony has also been found underwater, further confirming its existence. Dratini live near or in bodies of water with a rapid flow, such as the pools at the bottom of waterfalls. It lives a quiet life underwater, eating any food that sinks down to the bottom. So you can see here a Dratini shedding its skin. Looks to be with a Dragonite. That's pretty cool. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Dratini's sleeping habits used to be a mystery due to how rare it was. However, in recent years, Dratini's sleep styles have been discovered and well documented. This is due to trainers who have obtained Dratini and observed its sleeping habits. The 4 different sleep styles discovered are called Coiled Sleep, Wriggly Sleep, Uncoiled Sleep, and a Top Belly Sleep. In Gen 2, Dratini and its evolved forms were the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Outrage, but other Pokemon could still inherit it via breeding. Evolution, Dratini evolves into Dragonair, which evolves into Dragonite. So you can see that here, Dratini, Dragonair, Dragonite. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Magikarp Jump, A Dratini may appear as part of the You're No Magikarp event, being accidentally hooked up while fishing instead of a Magikarp. Pokedex entries? In Gen 1 in Red and Blue, long considered a mythical Pokemon, until recently, when a small colony was found living underwater. Yellow, the existence of this mythical Pokemon was only recently confirmed by a fisherman who caught one. Stadium, even the young are known to exceed 6'6", or 2 meters. It is rare and was long considered to exist only in myth. In Gen 2 in Gold, it is born large to start with. It repeatedly sheds its skin as it steadily grows longer. Silver, this Pokemon is full of life energy. It continually sheds its skin and grows steadily larger. Crystal, it sheds many layers of skin as it grows larger. During this process, it is protected by a rapid waterfall. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, Crystal inserted, you get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the Silver entry. In Gen 3, Ruby and Sapphire, Dratini continually molts and sloughs off its old skin. It does so because the life energy within its body steadily builds to reach uncontrollable levels. An Emerald, a Dratini continually molts and sloughs off its old skin. It does so because the life energy within its body steadily builds to reach uncontrollable levels. Fire Red, even the young can exceed 6.5 feet in length. It grows larger by repeatedly shedding skin. Leaf Green is Red and Blue's entry. In Gen 4 in Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, it is called the Mirage Pokemon, because so few have seen it. Its shed skin has been found. Heart Gold is its gold counterpart. Soul Silver is basically Silver's, but Pokemon is now the correct casing. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums. In Gen 6, X is the same entry. Y is Soul Silver's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Dratini is now the correct casing. In Gen 7 in Sun, it grows by molting repeatedly. Boots made from the tanned, cast-off skin are a super luxury item. Moon, after a 10-hour struggle, a fisherman was able to pull one up and confirm its existence. Ultra Sun, it's still weak, so it lurks on the floor of bodies of water, eating whatever food sinks down, and living a quiet life. Ultra Moon, it sheds its skin almost on a daily basis, and grows larger. Its skin is soft just after it's been shed. The Let's Go games? Long thought to be a myth, this Pokemon's existence was only recently confirmed by a fisherman who caught one. In Gen 8, in Sword, Dratini dwells near bodies of rapidly flowing water, such as the plunge pools of waterfalls. As it grows, Dratini will shed its skin many times. Shield, this Pokemon was long considered to be no more than a myth. That small lump on a Dratini's forehead is actually a horn that's still coming in. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are very similar to the Diamond and Pearl counterpart, but slightly different, so I'll read it. It is called the Mirage Pokemon because so few have seen it, but its shed skin has been found. In Gen 9, Scarlet is the Crystal entry, Violet is the Gold entries. Dratini in the Alola Pokedex, Dratini in the Paldea Pokedex. It's kinda interesting that it's on this little... Looks to be maybe on an island. That would make somewhat amount of sense. Yeah, I don't know, like, why it's not, like, in the water or whatever. I mean, I guess it doesn't have to be. It's... I don't know, but it is very much associated with water. You'd think it'd be like near a waterfall or something. Maybe it is, I don't know. I guess I don't know what this body of water is. Game locations. Side game locations. And events. Held items. Pokemon caught in Gen 1 must be traded to a Gen 2 game in order for a held item to appear. From Red, Blue, and Yellow, you get Bitterberry 100% of the time. In Gold, Silver, and Crystal, you get a Dragon Scale 2% of the time. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Black, White 2, White 2, X, Y, Sun, Moon, Ultra Sun, and Ultra Moon, you get a Dragon Scale 5% of the time. In Sword and Shield, you get a Dragon Scale 5% of the time, but the expansion pass is required. In Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, you get the Dragon Scale 5% of the time. Stats, base stats, HP 41, Attack 64, Defense 45, Special Attack 50, Special Defense 50, Speed 50 for a total of 300. This Pokemon's special base stat in Gen 1 was 50. Pokéthon stats. Type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, fighting, flying, poison, ground, rock, bug, ghost, steel, psychic, and dark. Weak to ice, dragon, and fairy for double, immune to nothing, resistance to fire, water, grass, and electric for half. Learn step by leveling up. 1, you get Wrap and Leer, 5, Twister, 10, Thunder Wave, 15, Dragon Tail, 20, Agility, 25, Slam, 31, Aqua Tail, 35, Dragon Rush, 40, Safeguard, 45, Rain Dance, 50, Dragon Dance, 55, Outrage, and 60, Hyper Beam. By TM, 1, Takedown, 4, Agility, 7, Protect, 11, Water Pulse, 22, Chilling Water, 24, Fire Spin, 25, Facade, 32, Swift, 34, Icy Wind, 44 Dragon Tail, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 50 Rain Dance, 66 Body Slam, 70 Sleep Talk, 75 Light Screen, 77 Waterfall, 82 Thunder Wave, 85 Rest, 99 Iron Head, 100 Dragon Dance, 103 Substitute, 115 Dragon Pulse, 123 Surf, 125 Flamethrower, 126 Thunderbolt, 130 Helping Hand, 135 Ice Beam, 141 Fire Blast, 142 Hydro Pump, 143 Blizzard, 152 Giga Impact, 156 Outrage, 163 Hyper Beam, 166 Thunder, 169 Draco Meteor, 171 Terra Blast, 174 Haze, 200 Scale Shot, 222 Breaking Swipe, and 226 Dragon Cheer. By breeding, this group gives you Aqua Jet, this group gives you Dragon Breath, Dragonite gives you Extreme Speed, this group gives you Mist, this group gives you Supersonic, and this group gives you Water Pulse. TCG only moves. You get Fury Attack from this card and Pound from these cards. Side game data here, you got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Volmia, in the browser entry. It attacks by breathing blue flames that are unique to Dragon Group Pokemon. You got all this. Yep. Got Pokemon Sleep here. A Pokemon so rare it was long thought to be a myth. Its sleeping habits used to be shrouded in mystery, but since more and more Dratini have come to live with trainers, people have now observed this Pokemon in a variety of sleep styles. I'm assuming that's supposed to say now observed. I don't know if that's a mistake in-game or a mistake just on this wiki. They forgot the W, I don't know. So we got Coiled Sleep, Wriggly Sleep, Uncoiled Sleep, and a Top Belly Sleep. Yeah, look cute. In Pokemon Go, Dratini could be obtained by completing 1/6 of the time-limited special research, Jumpstart Research. Evolution data here. So you got Dratini, level 30, Dragonair, level 55, Dragonite. So, yeah. Let's see. The dragon flying, so the dragon inside, flying outside. Sprites. Got this. So, yeah, you got pretty much the basics. This is Belly for the first two games. Has these stripes, which it loses later. The fin things on its head are a little different as well. The horn stub is different sizes throughout this. This is green for some reason. This coloring is also still very off, so the back right doesn't really work for this one. But yeah, the coloring is a bit off, not quite the coloring we have yet. Gen 2, this introduces the blue elements, brings in a kind of an element of yellow. The shiny is purple. It's fun. Gen 3, it's now purple for the main one, and pink for the shiny. That's interesting, and sort of introduces the, I don't know, cream-colored belly, I guess, and other details. Yep. The back sprite is pretty cool. So you can see the tail in the back sprite in the original ones, but loses it in these later ones. So, yeah, and then the eye color, you can see it's kind of a red now. Yeah, Gen 4 brings back the blue. And this now retains the pink. Now everything's white instead of cream colored. Yep. And the eyes, kind of hard to tell. They kind of almost seem like they're brown by the time we get to Heart Gold, Soul Silver. They kind of lose their red. That's interesting. Gen 5, well, they're different models, I think, but very similar. And you get the full back sprite now, that's pretty cool. Now we got the models, a lighter blue and a lighter pink. That's pretty cool. And we bring back kind of the colored eyes, that's fun. Yeah. Pretty good, adaptation. A little longer than I think it is, but this could also be, like, representative of like how it is in like the anime or other like media like that, where it's a little bit longer than maybe the sprites are. Yep. Yeah, Sun and Moons might be slightly different, but pretty much the same. Let's Go games, of course, better models, and you can see now the eyes are like purple. That's fun. Then the homes, they lose their eye color in home. That's interesting. You can see how nice these models are. In the anime, I guess Claire's Dratini. I don't know who Claire is, but I'm sure that that's the important one. I guess it's in the video we'll be watching later. Dratini in the anime here, with I think a Dragonite. I think it's the same scene we saw earlier. So, yeah, so there's a Dratini egg left in the anime. That's pretty fun. Got all these. For Pokedex entries here, I've already recorded it for the anime section, so we'll let Dexter read it.
Dratini, the dragon Pokemon. Dratini sheds its skin as it grows, often doing so while hidden behind large, powerful waterfalls.
In the manga, Pokemon Adventures, Dratini and Pokemon Pocket Monsters. Got that, yep. And the TCG and the TFG. Trivia, in early English language promotional material for Pokemon Red and Blue, Dratini was referred to as Dragoon, although this word can mean a European military unit that is transported on horseback but fights on foot. The name was probably selected as a combination of dragon and lagoon. In Gen 1 and Gen 2, Dratini and Dragonair can learn Hyper Beam via leveling up, but not via TM. This was fixed in Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire. We did this third point in the Horsey video. Dratini was the inspiration for the naming of Hedrurus Dratini, a species of parasitic nematode. Origin, Dratini appears to be based on sea serpents or Ryu, traditional Japanese dragons or Chinese dragons who bring good luck. Its constant growth is similar to that of snakes, who grow as long as they live. Additionally, its reclusive nature, aquatic habitat, and the fact that for a long time it was considered a myth are reminiscent of the Loch Ness Monster. Name origin, Dratini may be a combination of dragon and teeny, tiny, or mini. Mini Ryu may be a combination of miniature and Ryu, dragon. In other languages, related articles, references, external links. That's it. Yeah, let's move on. Now let's watch Dratini's first scene in the anime. Oh, wait. I can't. As it first appears in the infamous episode with a gun. So instead, I'm gonna have to watch its first appearance in the English dub of the anime. Before I get into that, though, I feel I should acknowledge the recent news regarding the English dub. For those of you who may not be aware, on August 10th, 2024, voice actress Rachel Lillis passed away at the age of 55 of breast cancer. Many will remember her from her remarkable contributions to her various projects, but most notably for this project, she was the original voice of Jessie, Misty, and various other Pokemon in the English dub. Although her passing is a great loss, I'm still committed to showcasing the first scene of every Pokemon, and I believe we can use these clips as a way to honor her memory. Now let's watch the Dratini clip. Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 251, Beauty is Skin Deep. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main characters, traveling companions, Brock and Misty, as well as Pikachu and Togepi, are running, I guess, to the Johto League. I don't know, we're at the beginning of the episode, so they haven't really done much. And Pikachu has spotted a Dratini. There it is. That seems to be Dratini's scene in the anime. Let's move on. Now let's talk about the TCG. I have one Dratini card. It's the third Dratini card design. Before I continue, I should mention that this card is the colorless type, since the dragon type was not a type in the TCG yet. It was illustrated by Kikamaru Humino. I like that this image shows Dratini looking at a sprout like it's curious about it. It's cute. It has 40 HP. It's 5'11" and 7 pounds, which is 0.3 pounds lighter than its weight in the official Pokedex. Next to the weight, there's the Team Rocket expansion symbol. It has one move, Wrap. Since I've already explained how it works in the video games, I'll explain how it works on this card. It costs 2 of any energies. It hits for 10 damage. The player flips a coin. If it's heads, the opponent Pokemon is now paralyzed. Dratini has no weakness. It has resistance to Psychic for minus 30 damage. This is odd since Dratini is not resistant to Psychic in the video games. Instead, it's resistant to Fire, Water, Grass, and Electric, Lightning in the TCG. It costs 1 of any energy for Dratini to retreat. Its description reads, "The capture of the first Dratini inspired the search for other legendary Pokemon." This is an original description. It reveals that Dratini was one of the first, if not the first, legendary Pokemon that scientists confirmed was real. Dratini is level 12. In the video games, it would be 18 levels from evolving into Dragonair. Speaking of Dragonair, I don't have a card for it, so the next Pokemon with a card I'll be talking about will be Chikorita, Cyndaquil, or Totodile, as I have a trainer card that features all 3. I haven't yet decided how I'm going to cover multi-Pokemon trainer cards. Although I do have a Cyndaquil card, so if I don't talk about this card in the Chikorita video, that'll be the next Pokemon with the card I'll be talking about. Now let's see why people love Dratini. Now let's look at fan art. Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you not familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Dratini. So this is To the Beach by Happy Crumble, this cute image of a Dragonite with 6 Dratini here. That's very cute. I presume that they're probably its children and taking them to the beach, I would assume. Very, very cute. Then we've got Dratini 2 by Joshua Dunlop. So we got this sort of more realistic Dratini here. You know, pretty good. Probably not what we would have gotten for Detective Pikachu, because we saw a Dragonair in sort of an artwork, so if that's sort of the basis that they would have done, this probably would have been much more like what we have in the anime style. You can see there's one in the background there, that's pretty cool. But overall pretty good. You know, very kind of snake-like, I guess. So it kind of makes sense. It's also kind of dragon-like. Yeah, very good. This doesn't contain a Dratini, so we'll move on. Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight, not because I don't have a ton still left to do, but because I just don't have time tonight. I'll have to wait until Friday to try to catch a Dratini. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Dragonair. As always, this is my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Dragonair, the evolution of Dratini who evolves at level 30. Its previous PYC dates are July 23rd, 1996, May 14th, 1999, March 4th, 2002, December 23rd, 2004, October 14th, 2007, August 4th, 2010, May 25th, 2013, March 15th, 2016, January 4th, 2019, and October 25th, 2021. As I mentioned yesterday, I love this Pokemon's entire line because I think they're a bit silly. I particularly love how different this Pokemon is to its evolution, Dragonite. Anyway, let's read the Bulbapedia article. Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Dragonair, the dragon Pokemon, whose number is 0148. This is what it looks like. Its type is Dragon. Abilities, Shed Skin, and Marvel Scale is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding is A groups Water 1 and Dragon. Hatch time 40 cycles. Height 13 feet and 1 inch or 4 meters. Weight is 36.4 pounds or 16.5 kilograms. Base experience yield is 144 in the first 4 gens and 147 in 5+. Leveling rate is slow. EV yield is 2 and attack shape is that. It has no feet, so it has no footprint. Pokedex color is blue and base friendship is 35. Dragonair is a dragon-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 1. It evolves from Dratini, starting at level 30, and evolves into Dragonite, starting at level 55. Biology, Dragonair is a long, serpentine reptilian Pokemon with sky blue scales and a white underside. It has a rounded snout, oval purple eyes, and a small white horn on its forehead. On each side of its head is a small stylized wing, which is white and curves into a swirl at the base. 3 blue crystal orbs adorn its body, 1 on its neck and 2 on its tail. Dragonair emits a gentle aura that gives it a mystical appearance. As seen in Pikachu's rescue adventure, it can make its wings grow larger in order to fly, but otherwise moves through the air unaided. Dragonair hosts a large amount of energy within its body which can discharge through the crystals on its neck and tail. This causes its body to brighten and give off a different aura that changes the weather in its vicinity. As a result, Dragonair has been referred to as a divine Pokemon since ancient times by agricultural peoples. Dragonair is a rare Pokemon that inhabits pristine seas and lakes. As you can see Dragonair flying here with a Poplio and presumably their trainer. The lakes Dragonair lives in are usually filled with offerings from people in gratitude. It is said that a person who sees a Dragonair at the start of a year will be healthy for the whole year. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Dragonair is known to channel power and change the weather even while it sleeps. In Gen 2, Dragonair and its evolutionary relatives were the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Outrage, but other Pokemon could still inherit it via breeding. Evolution, Dragonair evolves from Dratini and evolves into Dragonite. So Dratini, Dragonair, Dragonite. Game data, Pokedex entries, Gen 1, Red and Blue. A mystical Pokemon that exudes a gentle aura. Has the ability to change climate conditions. Yellow, according to a witness, its body was surrounded by a strange aura that gave it a mystical look. Stadium, lives in large bodies of water like the sea and lakes. It is said to have the power to change the weather and fly. In Gen 2 and Gold, they say that if it emits an aura from its whole body, the weather will begin to change instantly. Silver, its crystalline orbs appear to give this Pokemon the power to freely control the weather. Crystal, it is called the Divine Pokemon. When its entire body brightens slightly, the weather changes. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, Crystal inserted, you get the Gold entry. But if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the Silver entry. In Gen 3 and Ruby and Sapphire, Dragonair stores an enormous amount of energy inside its body. It is said to alter weather conditions in its vicinity by discharging energy from the crystals on its neck and tail. Emerald, a Dragonair, stores an enormous amount of energy inside its body. It is said to alter the weather around it by loosing energy from the crystals around its neck and tail. Fire Red, it is said to live in seas and lakes. Even though it has no wings, it has been seen flying occasionally. Leaf Green is very similar to Red and Blues, but slightly different, so I'll read it. A mystical Pokemon that exudes a gentle aura. It is said to have the ability to change the weather. In Gen 4, Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, if its body takes on an aura, the weather changes instantly. It is said to live in seas and lakes. Heart Gold is its gold counterpart. Soul Silver is basically silvers, but Pokemon is now the correct casing. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums. In Gen 6, X is Soul Silver's entry. Y is basically Leaf Greens, but Pokemon is now the correct casing. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Dragonair is now the correct casing. In Gen 7 and Sun, it has long been thought that its crystalline orbs are imbued with the power to control the weather. Moon, from time immemorial, it has been venerated by agricultural peoples as an entity able to control the weather. Ultra Sun, lakes where Dragonair live are filled with offerings from people because they believe this Pokemon is able to control the weather. Ultra Moon, some say that if you see it at the start of the year, flying through the sky and twisting its body, you'll be healthy all year long. The Let's Go games are Yellow's entry. In Gen 8, Sword, this Pokemon lives in pristine oceans and lakes. It can control the weather and uses its power to fly into the sky, riding on the wind. Shield, this Pokemon gathers power in the orbs on its tail and controls the weather. When enshrouded by an aura, Dragonair has a mystical appearance. Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl are the Diamond and Pearl counterpart. In Gen 9, Scarlet is the gold entries. Violet is basically crystals, but Pokemon is now the correct casing. So we got Dragonair in the Alola Pokedex, and Dragonair in the Paldea Pokedex. That's kind of fun. You can see it in the water here. Makes sense. It's at night for some reason. I don't know what that's about. Game locations. Okay. Side game locations. Held items. Pokemon caught in Gen 1 must be traded to a Gen 2 game in order for a held item to appear. In Pokemon Emerald, Dragonair can only be found in the Battle Frontier. In Red and Blue, Bitterberry 100% of the time. Yellow, Protein 100% of the time. Gold, Silver, and Crystal, you get Dragon Scale 2% of the time. Fire, Red, and Leaf Green, you get Dragon Fang 5% of the time. In Emerald, Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, XY, Sun, Moon, Ultra Moon, you get Dragon Scale 5% of the time. In Sword and Shield, you get the Dragon Scale 5% of the time, but expansion pass is required. In Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, you get the Dragon Scale 5% of the time. Stats, base stats, HP 61, attack 84, defense 65, special attack 70, special defense 70, speed 70, for a total of 420. This Pokemon's special base stat in Gen 1 was 70. Pokemon stats, type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, fighting, flying, poison, ground, rock, bug, ghost, steel, psychic, and dark. Weak to Ice, Dragon, and Fairy for double, immune to nothing, resistant to Fire, Water, Grass, and Electric for half. Learn set by leveling up will go down to Aqua Tail, 33 Aqua Tail, 39 Dragon Rush, 46 Safeguard, 53 Rain Dance, 60 Dragon Dance, 67 Outrage, and 74 Hyper Beam. By TM we're skipping. By breeding, we're skipping. Nothing by prior evolution. Special moves. In the event Wild Terra Pokemon, you can get Dragon Pulse, Surf, and Thunder. TCG only moves. Horn Attack in this card. Anime only moves. Flash. It's a normal type move from the episode Fangs for Nothing. Side game data. And all this, yeah. Okay. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Volmia in the browser entry. It attacks by breathing blue flames. It also has a mysterious barrier for protection. Got all this. Yep. Pokemon Sleep. Dragonair is said to gather power in the orbs on its tail and control the weather, sometimes even in its sleep. Be careful, the weather around this Pokemon can change instantly. You got Coiled Sleep, Wriggly Sleep, Uncoiled Sleep, and a Top Belly Sleep. Evolution data, Dratini, level 30, Dragonair, level 55, Dragonite. Sprites here, so you got pretty good. Yeah, it's got like the basic. The eyes are a bit weird in these first two, and the horn's a little bit bigger. I think a lot of the stuff is a little bit bigger. It's definitely more snake-like, I'd say. Then it's kind of gotten more like eel-like, I guess. I don't know. More traditional, like that Chinese dragon, or that kind of thing. Yeah, it's a nice evolution of the other ones. That's kind of cool. So you can see the wings are a little bit different. So it doesn't really work for these. Well, maybe it works with this one technically, although the colors are off. Yeah, the belly is all. This one's like all one color. I think this is kind of vague of whether or not it's supposed to be one or two colors. This makes it sort of clear, and then this gets smaller. The horn gets smaller as time goes on. The eyes get cuter. Gen 2, you got the blue. They all always had the blue, I guess the blue and the white, but yeah, now you got that more solid and stuff. It's all kind of the same blue. The horn is it looks to be more naturally in the thing, which is, it would change back to being unnaturally, or, being a different color, I guess. Purple is shiny, so you got that. That's nice. This is less clear in silvers. That's interesting. This is a different blue. Gen 3 does a different blue. This is now kind of a pink, dark pink, I'd say. This is gold, so these now are different colors. That introduces sort of, it looks more red. It would become purple later, but yeah. Back to a different blue here. This one actually keeps its eyes, or is it the next generation that loses it? I can't remember. For Dratini that lost it. So it's a different pink. These are a different shape. The wings. Yeah, these kind of kept that kind of solid, more or less, or more refined. But this is definitely different. Probably just more simplified. Easier to animate and stuff. So this is cool. And that's. Yep, it's now on like its chest, like it looks like it's almost dangling, but I mean, it's not, but like, I don't know, it's more closer to the neck to be more clear that that's where it's supposed to be, and it's not this, like it kind of looks like it's maybe dangling from the back part of the body, but obviously it's not true. And we got the Gen 5, that's way different, it's front sprite, but a full back sprite now. You can see all the things, yep. Okay, yep. Models, so lighter blue and lighter pink, but keeps the same general idea. Is it lighter pink? May not be, actually. Yeah, pretty good. Very long. Again, a lot longer than I think the sprites make it seem like it is. Yep. Better models in the Let's Go games, of course. Maybe even slightly darker blue. These pearls are way different. We got the homes. It's definitely a darker blue, and these are also darker blue. Darker pink, I think. These are now orange? Yeah, they go from gold to orange. That's interesting. In the anime, Dragonair in the anime. I guess Ash had a Dragonair, and then there's Claire's Dragonair. Yeah, it seems to be from the Dratini that we talked about yesterday. Got shiny Dragonair here in the anime. With a Sylveon and a Braixen. Got all these other appearances. Pokedex entries in episode 35 in Ash's Pokedex. Dragonair, the dragon Pokemon. A legendary Pokemon that can freely make it rain or snow. It's said to be able to fly even though it doesn't have wings. This is translated from the Japanese version since this was a banned episode. Episode 251 in Ash's Pokedex. Dragonair, the dragon Pokemon. Dragonair has the ability to manipulate the elements as it wishes. What I assume is Journeys, episode 10 in Go's Rotom Phone about the move Dragon Dance. Dragon Dance, a move that combines concentration and rhythmic movement to increase the physical skills of a Pokemon. In the manga, Dragonair and Pokemon Adventures, that's pretty cool. Got all these, yep, in the TCG. Trivia, in the Red and Blue Beta, Dragonair was originally known as Dragon. According to the radio drama, The Birth of Mewtwo, Dragonair was scientifically registered by a Pokemon Discovery Ship 1001 about 200 nautical miles away from the open sea of Seafoam Islands. In Blackthorn City, a woman is willing to trade her Rhydon in Gold and Silver, or Dodrio in Crystal, Heart Gold, and Soul Silver, for a female Dragonair. This makes Dragonair the only Pokemon able to be male or female that must be a specific gender for an in-game trade. In Pokemon Yellow, Dragonair's catch rate was changed from 45 to 27, making it the hardest Pokemon to catch in the Kanto Safari Zone. In the later games, the catch rate was changed back to 45. Dragonair is also the former name of an airline based in Hong Kong in the real world. I already read this point in the Dratini video, and I've read this final point in the Horsey video. Origin: Dragonair appears to be based on sea serpents or Ryu, traditional Japanese dragons or Chinese dragons who bring good luck. It also resembles a snake, its tail even resembling that of a rattlesnake. The wings on its head resemble those of the sandals and hat of the Greek god Hermes, and its long snake-like body may be a reference to the snakes on his scepter. Dragonair may also be based on the Imugi, a proto-dragon that resembles a snake and lives in water or caves, much like Dragonair. After an Imugi lives 1,000 years, a jewel called a Yoiju will fall from the sky. If the Imugi catches it, it will become a true dragon. The jewels on Dragonair's neck and tail might also be a reference to Chinese dragons' association with pearls, specifically the flaming pearl often placed under dragon's chin, which symbolizes prosperity, power, immortality, thunder, and grants wishes. Name origin: Dragonair may be a combination of dragon and air. Debonair, or lair, traditional home of a dragon. Hakuryu may be derived from Hakuryu, white dragon. In other languages, related articles, references, and external links. Let's move on. Now let's watch Dragonair's first scene in the anime. Oh wait, we can't. Its first appearance is in the infamous episode with a gun. Instead, I'm going to watch its first appearance in the English dub. Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching Pikachu's rescue adventure. In this short, Pikachu and Ash and his friends' other Pokemon have fallen through a hole in the ground, and after following Togepi, who rolled down into the hole, and they have landed in this sort of world with this tree that has a bunch of different Pokemon in and around it, and they just weathered a storm, and so this is after the storm, and we'll see a Dragonair coming in. There it is. And that is Dragonair's first scene in the English dub of the anime. Let's move on. Now let's watch Dragonair scenes in Detective Pikachu. Hello and welcome to the Detective Pikachu portion of the video, or as I like to call it, Detective Dragonair, as it's only the frames with Dragonair to the best of my ability. In this film, Tim Goodman, the main character, has come to Rhyme City after finding out that his father has died in a car crash. He has met Detective Pikachu, who was his father, Harry Goodman's detective partner. They have been summoned by Howard Clifford, the founder of Rhyme City, a city where humans and Pokemon coexist. This is Miss Norman, Howard's assistant, and the Dragonair is in this piece of artwork here. It's not too easy to spot in this shot, but we'll be able to see it later. So that's Howard. That's Howard talking. Yep. So he's evolved. What's happening now is that Howard is evolving his Eevee into a Flareon. You can see the Dragonair a little bit better here in the background. There's the Flareon.
That greatness inside you.
Okay, so now we've cut to a little bit later. Howard has told Tim and Detective Pikachu that Harry's actually not dead, and that his soul was taken by Mewtwo, so they found Mewtwo, but he was captured by who they believe to be Roger Clifford. So now Tim is telling Howard about this.
Howard, Mr. Clifford, your son.
And so, okay, now we've cut to much later. So it was revealed that it was actually Howard that captured Mewtwo. He's using a device called the Neuralink to put his mind inside of Mewtwo to do his evil plot. I don't think that's actually really relevant for this video. We'll see, though. And this is a Ditto that was also Miss Norman earlier. It's turned itself into a Loudred to blow him across the room, as it's sort of, I guess, Howard's minion in this case, so it's dealing with Tim. Yes. And so now it has disguised itself as Lucy Stevens, a reporter that Tim is allied with, and also has a crush on. Okay. So now, okay, well, oops. So that ending. So this is the Ditto transformed as a Charizard, and it's attacking Tim. You can see that. The Dragonairs in the background. But these are tanks of Argas, which makes Pokemon go crazy, and this was the tank that Mewtwo was in earlier when that was like revealed that Howard was the one that captured Mewtwo. Anyway, that's it. Hope you enjoyed. Let's move on. Now let's see why people love Dragonair. Now let's look at fan art. Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who are not familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Dragonair. So we've got Dragonair by MCG Mark. This cool looking Dragonair here. You got all the... It's very long, as you can see. I think it coils up like that. It's very nice. It's around these little flowers here. That's fun. And then we've got Dragonair Dratini by Bayleef. So this kind of cute image of a Dragonair holding a Dratini. That's very nice. They're under the water. Yeah, nice use of colors and lighting. And we've got Dragonair by All0412. So this cool looking Dragonair image. It's like in the murky depths. It's using its jewel on the neck for some reason. Then we've got Dragonair by Virise. So, it's, I guess, from 2015 and Fallen Zephyr art. I don't know if that was their original name or... I don't know. This cool looking Dragonair here. I don't know what this pattern is supposed to be, but it's very, it works well. Yeah, these are very shiny. Then we've got Dratini and Dragonair by Meganium. So this another sort of Dragonair and Dratini image, but this one they're a little bit more realistic maybe. Very well done with the lighting, especially again they're underwater. Then we've got Dragonite, Dragonair, and Dratini by Francis Johns. That's the whole line here. Dratini, Dragonair, Dragonite. That's kind of fun. They're a little bit different. This one might be a little bit more harking back to its original sprites. That's fun. With the bigger wings and the more thin body. Yes, that's a very good piece of art. Then we got Dragonair by Kazuha Yarok. It's more, I don't know, this nice art of Dragonair. Yeah, it's nice looking painting, very well done, I'd say. The jewels are very cool. Then we've got Kind Embrace by Volmis. So this another Dragonair and Dratini, sort of, I guess, embracing in this case, wrapping around, and it's a very nice piece of art. And they're under the water, you can see like coral and stuff. Then you've got Dragonair number 148 plus Speed Paint by Zuko Storm. So this cool looking art here, it's very simplified, still very good, kind of stylized. Then we've got Dragonair by Yamio. So this nice looking art here. It's it's floating down here. This is very reminiscent of the Little Mermaid. Her like cavern of stuff and her going up in the part of your world. It's very, very good. Then we've got number 148/365 by Sean NL. So number 488. This nice piece of art. I don't know what 365 is. Maybe they did like 365, like every day they did another art. Maybe. It's very, very good. Or maybe they did the first 365 Pokemon, I don't know. But yeah. So very, very good. It looks to be causing like a storm or something. That's pretty cool. And we've got Dragonair by Cyndaquil. So this nice, maybe a little bit more stylized, maybe a little bit more realistic Dragonair here. It seems to be on crystals for some reason, and I don't know what's going on with the sky. I don't know if it's in like a cave or something, but it's pretty cool. Very nice lighting and stuff. And we've got Dragonair Moonlit Moment by Mika Poofs. So you got these two Dragonair. I don't know why they're missing their horn, but they are. Or maybe it's meant to blend in with the moon or something. I don't know. But yeah, it's very, very nice, very romantic, very cute. And I've got Dragonair by Sherwood Whisper. This very cool looking art. Looks to be made of colored pencil, sketchy kind of art style. That's pretty cool. And very, kind of stylized as well. around the halo and of the sky around the clouds. Yeah, it's very nice. Then Dragonair NR 148 by Usiso. So another sort of cutesy Dragonair here, number 148. Yeah, these are very nice. Yep. Then we've got number 148 Dragonair by the adorable Oshawott. So this CGI model of Dragonair, that's pretty cool. Seems to be using a texture. I don't know if this is a real model or one they made. I think it might be one they made. I don't know. I doubt it's one that's official, because these are very much, yeah, they're not like crystals like they probably would be in an actual game. They're just sort of balls. Yeah, but very well done. This doesn't contain a Dragonair, so we'll move on. Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight. Not because I don't still have a lot to do, but because I just don't have time tonight. I'll have to wait until tomorrow to try to evolve Dratini into Dragonair. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Dragonite. As always, this is my proper outfit. You'll see me, well, later today, actually. Since I have an announcement video I'll be releasing today. But you'll also be hearing me in a few seconds, since in the Articuno video, I wasn't able to do the anime section, so I promised I'd do it in this video. So let's do that now! Welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we're watching Pokémon the Movie 2000, The Power of One. In this film, we're at the beginning. There's this mysterious figure who is in this, I don't know, ancient temple or something, and a computer is telling him about each of the legendary birds. We are looking at Zapdos right now, and now we're just going to talk about Articuno here in a second.
Zapdos, and Articuno is the Titan of Ice.
There it is.
Historical documents confirm that the 3 legendary Pokémon are unique species found only in the vicinity of Shamuti Island.
Okay. And that is, I guess, Articuno's first scene in the anime. Hello. My name is Dylan Kelly. Today I've got a very special announcement. On September 12th, 2024, it'll be the 10th anniversary of this channel. To celebrate, I will be streaming here on Green Tie Productions, where I'll be doing a live version of the PYC video, which is the Togetic video. This includes the intro, the Bulbapedia article, the anime section, and the fan art section. Togetic doesn't appear in Detective Pikachu, and I don't have a card for it. You'll get to see all of the stuff I flub up on, and there's a lot. After that, if there's any catching up I need to do in the Pokemon games, I'll do that. I won't be able to get Togetic in that stream, as I'll need to wait until I talked about Dunsparce at least before I can evolve Togepi into Togetic. This live stream will be at 9 AM CMT, Central Mountain Time. In case you can't make it, I will be putting the VOD on my channel as the official Togetic video. Again, that's going to be on September 12th, 2024 at 9 AM CMT. I hope to see you there. Hello, today we'll be talking about Dragonite, the first dragon-flying Pokemon. It's also the final evolution of Dratini, who evolves into Dragonair, who evolves at level 55. Its previous PYC dates are July 24th, 1996, May 15th, 1999, March 5th, 2002, December 24th, 2004, October 15th, 2007, August 5th, 2010, May 26th, 2013, March 16th, 2016, January 5th, 2019, and October 26th, 2021. As I mentioned yesterday and the day before, I love this Pokemon's entire evolutionary line, and I think they're a bit silly. I particularly love how different this Pokemon is with its pre-evolution, Dragonair. I most remember Dragonite as the mysterious Pokemon in Mystery at the Lighthouse, which is coincidentally the episode we'll be watching today, because it was hidden, and I never got Dragonite in my first playthrough of Pokemon Blue. I always assumed this was a Pokemon created by the anime that was added in Gen 2, but when I started this project, I learned that it was always the Gen 1 Pokemon. Anyway, let's read the Bulbapedia article. Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Dragonite, the dragon Pokemon whose number is 0149. This is what it looks like. Its type is Dragon Flying. Because this is our first Dragon Flying, you can see the dragon inside and the flying outside. Abilities, Inner Focus, and Multi-Scale is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding is egg groups Water 1 and Dragon. Hatch time 40 cycles. Height 7'3" or 2.2 meters. Weight is 463 pounds or 210 kilograms. Base experience yield is 218 in the first 4 gens and 270 in 5+. Leveling rate is slow. EV yield is 3 and attack. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is brown and base friendship is 30 55. Dragonite is a dual-type dragon-flying pseudo-legendary Pokemon introduced in Gen 1. It evolves from Dragonair, starting at level 55. It is the final form of Dratini. Biology: Dragonite is a draconic bipedal reptilian Pokemon with light orange skin. It has large grayish-green eyes and a round snout with small nostrils. A pair of long, thin antennae sprout from the top of its head, with a small horn set between them. Its striated underbelly is cream-colored and extends from its neck to the tip of its long, tapering tail. It has thick arms and legs ending in 3 claws each. The leg joints are well-defined, while its arms have a smooth, rounded appearance. Dragonite's wings are small relative to its body, with teal wing membranes. You can see the skeleton of Dragonite in Pokemon Adventures. Despite its bulky build, Dragonite is capable of flying faster than the speed of sound, being able to circle the globe in 16 hours. A kind-hearted Pokemon with human-like intelligence, Dragonite shows signs of altruism. It is said to save humans from drowning and lead lost or foundering ships to safety. As demonstrated in Great Bowls of Fire, however, it will go on an uncontrollable destructive rampage if its environment is threatened. Dragonite will usually calm down and be satisfied after smashing down anything that has angered it to smithereens. It is known to engage in fierce battles with Kingdra whenever they meet. Dragonite has been referred to as the Sea Guardian and the Sea Incarnate. As such, there are many ships with figureheads decorated with Dragonite's look. Drayton stated in Thrash of the Titans that Dragonite's power is capable of affecting the weather. In Fiore, Dragonite used by Pokemon Rangers to travel to different areas in the region. This flying service is called the Dragonite Bus. I think it's supposed to say Dragonite are used by. Dragonite is very rare in the wild, typically living near the sea. Some claim that there is an island somewhere in the ocean that only Dragonite inhabit. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Dragonite is known to sleep soundly while displaying its belly. This rare sight is said to be an exhausted Dragonite resting after flying over the vast seas. In Generation 2, Dragonite in its pre-evolved forms were the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Outrage, but other Pokemon could still inherit it via breeding. Evolution: Dragonite evolves from Dragonair and is the final form of Dratini. So you got Dratini, Dragonair, Dragonite. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Ranger. After the 6th mission, it is possible to use the Dragonite Bus. The Dragonite must be captured once, but afterwards it will fly the player to any of the Ranger bases. Pokedex entries? In Gen 1 in Pokemon Red and Blue, an extremely rarely seen marine Pokemon. Its intelligence is said to match that of humans. Yellow, it is said that this Pokemon lives somewhere in the sea, and that it flies. However, it is only a rumor. Stadium has intelligence on par with people. This Sea Guardian is said to be capable of flying around the globe in about 16 hours. In Gen 2 in Gold, it is said that this Pokemon constantly flies over the immense seas and rescues drowning people. Silver, this marine Pokemon has an impressive build that lets it freely fly over raging seas without trouble. Crystal, it is said that somewhere in the ocean lies an island where these gather. Only they live there. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, or Crystal inserted, you get the Gold entry. But if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the Silver entry. In Gen 3 in Ruby and Sapphire, Dragonite is capable of circling the globe in just 16 hours. It is a kind-hearted Pokemon that leads lost and foundering ships in a storm to the safety of land. Emerald, it can circle the globe in just 16 hours. It is a kind-hearted Pokemon that leads lost and foundering ships in a storm to the safety of land. Fire Red, it can fly in spite of its big and bulky physique. It circles the globe in just 16 hours. Leaf Green, only a very few people ever see this Pokemon. Its intelligence is said to match that of humans. In Gen 4 in Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, it is said to make its home somewhere in the sea. It guides crews of shipwrecks to shore. Heart Gold and Soul Silver are basically their Gold and Silver counterpart, but Pokemon is now the correct casing. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums. In Gen 6, X is Fire Red's entry. Y is Diamond, Pearl, Platinums, and Gen 5 entries. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically their Ruby and Sapphire counterpart, but Dragonite and Pokemon are the correct casing, and 16 is now the number 16 instead of the word 16. In Gen 7 in Sun, this Pokemon saved a shipwrecked man, taking him to a remote island, a paradise occupied solely by Dragonite. Moon, incur the wrath of this normally calm Pokemon at your peril, because it will smash everything to smithereens before it's satisfied. Ultra Sun, it flies over raging seas as if they were nothing. Observing this, a ship's captain dubbed this Pokemon the Sea Incarnate. Ultra Moon, You'll often hear tales of this kind-hearted Pokemon rescuing people, or Pokemon that are drowning. The Let's Go games are very similar to Yellow's, but slightly different, so I'll read it. It is said that this Pokemon lives somewhere in the sea, and that it flies. However, these are only rumors. In Gen 8 in Sword, it's a kind-hearted Pokemon. If it spots a drowning person or Pokemon, Dragonite simply must help them. Shield, this Pokemon is known as the Sea Incarnate. Figureheads that resemble Dragonite decorate the bows of many ships. Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl are very similar to the Diamond Pearl counterpart, but slightly different, so I'll read it. It is said to make its home somewhere in the sea. It guides wrecked ships to shore. In Gen 9, Scarlet is the crystal entry, Violet's is fire, red, and X's. We've got Dragonite in the Alola Pokedex, and Dragonite in the Paldea Pokedex. This cool image here. So it's at night, which is kind of funny because, you know, Dragonite, but also, it also reflects how its pre-evolution was also at night. You can also see a lot of the sea. That's a fun element. And of course, the lighthouse, I believe, is a reference to its first appearance in the anime history at the lighthouse, so that's kind of fun. Game locations, side game locations, and events. Held items Pokemon caught in Gen 1 must be traded to a Gen 2 game in order for a held item to appear. In Red and Blue, you get a Bitter Berry 100% of the time. From Yellow, you get an Antidote 100% of the time. In Black, White, Black 2, White 2, Sun, Moon, Ultra Sun, and Ultra Moon, you get the Dragon Scale 5% of the time. In Sword and Shield, you get the Dragon Scale 5% of the time, but the expansion pass is required. Stats, base stats, HP 91, attack 134, defense 95, special attack 100, special defense 100, speed 80 for a total of 600. This Pokemon's special base stat in Gen 1 was 100. Pokethon stats, type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, flying, poison, ghost, steel, electric, psychic, and dark. Weak to rock, ice, dragon, and fairy, all for double, except for ice, which is for 4. Immune to ground, resistant to fighting, bug, fire, water, and grass, all for half, except for grass, which is a 4th. Notes: if gravity is in effect, this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball or a Ring target, or it is affected by Smackdown or Ingrain. The effectiveness of Ground-type moves is 1, so it go from 0 to 1. Learn set by leveling up. We'll start with this Evo here, but then we'll go down to 55. Upon evolution, you get Hurricane, 62 Dragon Dance, 80 Hyper Beam. By TM, since this is a different typing than Dratini, we'll read them. 1. Takedown, 4 Agility, 6 Scary Face, 7 Protect, 11 Water Pulse, 12 Low Kick, 22 Chilling Water, 24 Fire Spin, 25 Facade, 27 Aerial Ace, 28 Bulldoze, 32 Swift, 34 Icy Wind, 36 Rock Tomb, 40 Air Cutter, 43 Fling, 44 Dragon Tail, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 50 Rain Dance, 51 Sandstorm, 52 Snowscape, 58 Brick Break, 65 Air Slash, 66 Body Slam, 67 Fire Punch, 68 Thunder Punch, 69 Ice Punch, 70 Sleep Talk, 75 Light Screen, 77 Waterfall, 78 Dragon Claw, 80 Metronome, 82 Thunder Wave, 84 Stomping Tantrum, 85 Rest, 86 Rock Slide, 89 Body Press, 97 Fly, 99 Iron Head, 100 Dragon Dance, 103 Substitute, 113 Tailwind, 115 Dragon Pulse, 118 Heat Wave, 122 Encore, 123 Surf, 124 Ice Spin, 125 Flamethrower, 126 Thunderbolt, 130 Helping Hand, 135 Ice Beam, 141 Fire Blast, 142 Hydro Pump, 143 Blizzard, 149 Earthquake, 150 Stone Edge, 152 Giga Impact, 156 Outrage, 158 Focus Blast, 160 Hurricane, 163 Hyper Beam, 166 Thunder, 169 Draco Meteor, 171 Terra Blast, 172 Roar, 174 Haze, 192 Focus Punch, 193 Weather Ball, 200 Scale Shot, 222 Breaking Swipe, and 226 Dragon Shear. By breeding, we're skipping nothing by prior evolution. Special moves from Wild Terra Pokemon. You get Aerial Ace, Earthquake, and Iron Head. Anime only moves, Whirlwind, which is a normal type move from Talking About Evolution and Great Bowls of Fire. Side game data, you got all this. Yeah. Pokemon Ranger in the browser entry. Dragonite transports rangers from town to town if they are deemed to be worthy. In Pokepark Wii Pikachu's Adventure, in the Pokepark Pad entry, Dragonite guards the Flower Zone. He's a warm-hearted yet mighty Pokemon, and he's truly an expert at Salamence's Air Ace. You got all this. Yep. Pokemon Sleep. Dragonite is known as the Sea Incarnate. On very rare occasions, perhaps after it exhausts itself flying over the vast seas, it has been seen sleeping soundly with its belly on full display. So you got curled up sleep, seated sleep, tummy up sleep, and a top belly sleep. Costumes in Pokemon Go, you got a fashionable costume, which is sunglasses and a tie, that's kind of fun. Evolution data, Dratini, level 30, Dragonair, level 55, Dragonite. Sprites here, so you've got, okay, a little different But we'll get there. You know, oh, this one looks so angry in Red and Blues. I don't like that one. The wings are a lot different. There's a lot, yeah, proportions are a lot different. The striped belly, which makes sense with the, you know, the idea that the original one, like, Dratini also had stripes, so that's a fun thing there. It doesn't look like it has, with the horn, it's kind of hard to see in this one. It's even harder to see on this one, and, like, it's cutting off on this one. I can't really, see the horn yet. That's interesting. The wings are different between all three of them. Eventually become this, but that's not quite what we have either yet. Yep, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 is-ish lines. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 7-ish lines. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you got sort of the more chunky modern one. Different orange. Gen 2, it's kind of more of a brownish gold. And sort of a green and pink. That's interesting. We can add the blue now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I forgot to count these. Yeah, it's gotta be the same, right? Oh, why did I do that? Yeah. This is back to kind of more of an orange color. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, maybe 8. So, yeah, the horn's a lot more prominent in these. Looks to be a separate piece. That's interesting. I didn't even talk about the feelers or whatever these things are. So they're a little different. They're white in these generations. Gen 3, so that's more of a green color now, much more like Charizard's. Sort of a gray, I guess. The claws, yeah. This belly is now the cream colored. This is a green, a different shade of green with a different shade of pink. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, I think 11 maybe. Emerald, that's moving. I'm not going to even try to do that one. But yeah, okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 it looks like. Okay. Gen 4 brings back the orange kind of colors. These are a little bit darker. It's a different shade of green. It's also moving. I'm not even going to try to do those. In Gen 5, it's a different model. It's a different shade of orange again. Probably a different shade of green as well. Got the back sprites now, the full back sprites. These are back to being kind of smaller wings, I guess. Maybe it's just a more zoomed out image. I don't know. Too bouncing too much. Okay. Then we've got the models here, so pretty good. A little bit more thin like the originals were. Obviously a lot lighter orange and green. Sort of a darker purple, that's interesting, although that might just be lighting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Okay. Yep. Then you got sun and moons, not much different. Well, the eyes, I think, are different. Yeah, these are much bigger eyes for some reason. Yeah, the head is a lot smaller. That's interesting. Let's Go games. So we're back to sort of the chunkier one. Better models, of course. The feelers. They seem to be different colors in the models. Were they different? Oh, I guess they kind of were. A little bit. Seem to be the same color now. Well, now they're all, again, different. A little bit different color. So the darker orange is back. Yep. The anime. Got all these. Dragonite in the anime. Ash's Dragonite, I guess. The giant Dragonite shown in Mystery at the Lighthouse. Yep. Got all that. Pokedex entries in episode 111 in Ash's Pokedex. Dragonite, the dragon Pokemon. This extremely rare and highly intelligent type is able to fly faster than any known Pokemon. In Black and White, episode 89 in Dawn's Pokedex. Dragonite, the dragon Pokemon. Dragonite is said to live in the sea. With its small wings and large body, it can fly faster than the speed of sound. Pokemon Origins, Dragonite and Pokemon Origins. I guess Lance is Dragonite. Got all this. Pokemon Generations. Lance is Dragonite again. Yeah, Pokemon Generations. Dragonite in Pokemon Masters animated trailer. That's pretty cool. Dragonite in Pokemon Evolutions. In the manga. Dragonite in Pokemon Adventures. That is seen. I think that's Lance again. Okay. We got Dragonite in the Electric Tail of Pikachu. It appears to be missing its horn. Maybe it didn't have a horn in the first generation? That's interesting. Its claws are its arms are a lot longer. It's definitely a lot thinner, too, yeah. You know, this, and the TCG. Other appearances, Super Smash Bros. For Wii U. Dragonite appears in the background of the Kalos Pokemon League stage of the Wii U version when the stage is in the Dragon Mark Chamber. Trophy information for North America. Dragonite are known for their helpfulness towards people at sea. Searching for drowning sailors or leading lost ships back to shore. This is probably why so many are quick to praise Dragonite for their kindness. In battle, though, Dragonite uses its strong body combined with quick moves. Don't worry, win or lose, it'll be friendly when the battle is over. Aww. In the PAL region, a benevolent Pokemon said to search the ocean for drowning swimmers and guide damaged ships to shore. Because of this, many people venerate Dragonite as a guardian of the sea. In battle, on the other hand, it's a fearsome foe, soaring rapidly through the air to deliver incredible attacks. Let's be thankful it's usually friendly. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Dragonite appears as a spirit, also had an unused model for a Pokeball summon. You can see that here. The unused model for Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. In Pokemon Unite, Dragonite is playable through obtaining a Unite license. It is a ranged all-arounder that starts as Dratini and evolves into Dragonair at level 5, which evolves into Dragonite at level 8. So you can see Dragonite in Pokemon Unite. Trivia. I read this first point in the Horsey video. In yellow, Dragonite's catch rate was changed from 45 to 9, even though Dragonite couldn't be found in the wild. In all later games, its catch rate was changed back to 45. Kingdra's Pokedex entry in Pokemon Sword mentions Dragonite, which was unavailable prior to the release of the second expansion of the game, the Crown Tundra. Dragonite is the only species owned by one of Ash's friends that Ash himself would later catch. Due to Dragonite's learn set not being in numerical order in Pokemon Sword and Shield, Dragonite cannot learn Outrage at level 41 and must be taught via the move reminder instead. Dragonite and Salamence have the highest base stat total of all flying-type Pokemon, excluding Mega Evolutions and Legendary Pokemon. Origin, Dragonite resembles Japanese dragons, European dragons, or fairy dragons. Its description as the Guardian of the Sea may also suggest it has elements similar to the Chinese dragon. Name origin, Dragonite may be a combination of dragon and knight, or Draconite, a mythical stone said to be found in the heads of dragons and are pyramidal in shape, similar to Dragonite's horn. Kairyu may be from Kairyu, sea dragon. It may also involve Kaiju, monster, Kai, cheerful, and Hakai, destruction. In other languages, related articles, references, external links to the pseudo-legendary Pokemon, and let's move on. Now let's watch Dragonite's first scene in the anime. Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we're watching episode 13, Mystery at the Lighthouse. In this episode, Ash Ketchum here and his traveling companions, Brock and Misty, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, have met Bill here at this lighthouse. Bill is a Pokemon researcher who has been looking to find a Dragonite who is about to appear. There's the Dragonite, or the shadow of it anyway. Kind of its silhouette. I don't think it actually appears in full. Yeah. I'm gonna say that that's Dragonite's first scene in the anime. Let's move on. Now let's watch Dragonite's scenes in Detective Pikachu. Hello and welcome to the Detective Pikachu portion of the video, or as I like to call it, Detective Dragonite, as it's only the frames with Dragonite to the best of my ability. In the film, Tim Goodman, the main character, has come to Rhyme City, a city where humans and Pokemon coexist, as he has just found out his father, who lives in Rhyme City, has died in a car crash. Here, so the Dragonite appears in a poster. This is in Harry Goodman, Tim's father's apartment. It's a room that he had set up for his son after he moved to the city, after his wife died. But Tim had decided to stay with his grandmother instead. So Now Tim is gonna enter the scene here now as a grown-up. So there's Tim. So now,
Oh, man.
he's looking at a poster remembering the day he found out that his mom died. Yeah. Now here's something. Okay, so now we've cut to a little bit later. The thing he heard was Detective Pikachu, a talking Pikachu who has amnesia. He's rooting through the drawers and stuff of this room, trying to find out stuff about his past. Tim and Detective Pikachu just went on a little adventure, so Tim is getting cleaned up. I'll enter the room here.
Open that up. There's a connection, isn't there?
No.
So what they're talking about is how all these posters and Pokemon cards and stuff, he believes that Tim liked Pokemon, but he's explaining that he did before his father came to Rhyme City and spent more time with Pokemon than him.
Before my father moved to this city and spent more time with Pokemon than his own son.
She could be elite. I'm sorry.
So, yeah, he found this image of his mom, not knowing that she had died, and so he just explained that, you know, she died. Yeah, and so, that's it. Let's move on. Now let's see why people love Dragonite. Now let's look at fan art. Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on this single image, and that's because it's the only image we'll be doing today. This is Dragonite by Splatter Parrot. So this fun looking image here of Dragonite. Looks like it's flying down. That's kind of fun. Yeah, this is a lot of orange, which makes sense. It is very orange. Yeah, it's just a very simple piece of art. It's very nice. Let's move on. Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. Join me tonight at 6 p.m. CMT Central Mountain Time as I try to evolve Dragonair into Dragonite. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Mewtwo. As always, this is my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello. Today we'll be talking about Mewtwo. If one wishes to consider Mega Mewtwo X as the 150th Pokemon, that version is the first Psychic Fighting type Pokemon. Its previous PYC dates are July 25th, 1996, May 16th, 1999, March 6th, 2002, December 25th, 2004, October 16th, 2007, August 6th, 2010, May 27th, 2013, March 17th, 2016, January 6th, 2019, and October 27th, 2021. I have mixed feelings about Mewtwo, since they have a tragic backstory. But Mewtwo was very clearly the villain in the first movie. As for its design, it's unique, and its Mega Evolutions certainly add to this uniqueness. Anyway, let's read the Bulbapedia article. Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Mewtwo, the genetic Pokemon, whose number is 0150. This is Mewtwo, this is what it looks like. This is Mega Mewtwo X, this is what it looks like. This is Mega Mewtwo Y, this is what it looks like. Types: Psychic for Mewtwo and Mega Mewtwo Y, and Mega Mewtwo X is Psychic Fighting. Abilities: Pressure as Mewtwo. Unnerve is its hidden ability. Steadfast is Mega Mewtwo X's ability, while Insomnia is Mega Mewtwo Y's ability. Gender ratio, gender unknown. Catch rate 3 or 1.6%. Breeding, egg group no eggs discovered. Hatch time 120 cycles, or egg not obtainable. As regular Mewtwo, it's 6'7", or 2 meters, and 269 pounds, or 122 kilograms. As Mega Mewtwo X, it's 7'7", or 2.3 meters, and 280 pounds, or 127 kilograms. As Mega Mewtwo Y, it's shorter for some reason, at 4'11", or 1.5 meters, and 72.8 pounds, or 33 kilograms. Megastone, Mewtwo X, and Mewtwo Y. Base experience yields 120 in the first 4 gens, and 306 in 5+. Leveling rate is slow, EV yield is 3 in special attack. Shape is that, footprint is that. Pokedex color purple, base friendship is 0, which makes sense, since Mewtwo does not like people. Mewtwo is a Psychic-type legendary Pokemon introduced in Gen 1. While it is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon, Mewtwo can Mega Evolve into 2 different forms: Mega Mewtwo X using Mega Mewtwo X, Mega Mewtwo Y using Mega Mewtwo Dragonite Y. It is a member of the Mew duo along with Mew. Biology, Mewtwo is an artificial Pokemon. It is a bipedal humanoid Pokemon with some feline features. Its body is primarily gray with a long purple tail and a purple underbelly. On top of its head are two short, blunt horns, and it has purple eyes. A tube extends from the back of its skull to the top of its spine, bypassing its neck. It has a defined chest and shoulders, which resemble a breastplate. The 3 digits on each hand and foot have spherical tips. Its tail is thick at the base, but thins before ending in a small bulb. According to journals found in Kanto's Pokemon Mansion, after discovering the mythical Pokemon Mew and gathering some of its DNA, Mr. Fuji used it in his mansion to create Mewtwo, a modified clone of Mew with the goal to make it the most powerful Pokemon of all. It was held and studied in the mansion where horrific gene-splicing experiments were made, making the Pokemon vicious and extremely powerful. It eventually broke free and fled the mansion, destroying it in the process. It is widely known as one of the most powerful Pokemon in existence and is said to have the most savage heart among all Pokemon, lacking compassion and striking fear into its enemy with cold, glowing eyes. Mewtwo conserves energy by remaining motionless in order to unleash its full power in battle. Because it was engineered to be the ultimate opponent in battle, it can only think of defeating its foes. Though rarely seen in the wild, it is said to be resting in a dark cave somewhere. In Mewtwo Strikes Back, a Mewtwo exemplified its vicious characteristics. It was shown to be capable of levitation, telepathy, mind control, memory erasure, teleporting others to another location, and the creation of powerful storms. However, it was later shown to be caring, protective, and even altruistic. Another Mewtwo in Genesect and The Legend Awakened also shared its aversion to contact with others, but was much less belligerent. As shown in Pokemon Detective Pikachu, Mewtwo can also transfer a human soul into a Pokemon's body, causing this person to gain control of the Pokemon's body and abilities. It possesses a rivalry with Mew. As seen in Genesect and The Legend Awakened, Mewtwo can breathe in outer space. In the Pokemon Adventures manga, it's revealed Mewtwo's creation wasn't possible with the amount of Mew's cells gathered, so to complete it, human cells were used instead, specifically from the Team Rocket scientist Blaine. Due to Blaine possessing some of Mewtwo's cells as well, the two became linked, which granted Blaine the ability to track its whereabouts at the cost of slowly taking his life. Aww. Also should say Blaine the ability. Mewtwo is the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Psy-Strike. Shadow Mewtwo, a unique variant of Mewtwo called Shadow Mewtwo, is very similar to standard Mewtwo, but with dark gray skin, a black tail with a yellowish-orange tip, and a shard of Shadow Synergy Stone coming out of its shoulders. In the past, Anne was almost possessed by a Shadow Synergy Stone, but was saved by Mewtwo, whom the Shadow Synergy Stone took control of and merged with instead. Under the stone's influence, Shadow Mewtwo traveled around Farum, draining Gaia power from other normal Synergy Stones, which continuously increases its power. So you can see Shadow Mewtwo here. I don't know what's with the colors. Forms. Mewtwo has 2 forms. Mewtwo can Mega Evolve into either Mega Mewtwo X or Mega Mewtwo Y. Additionally, Shadow Mewtwo can Mega Evolve into Shadow Mega Mewtwo X by using Synergy Burst. Mega Mewtwo X is larger and bulkier than its normal state. The horns on its head are longer and extend from V-shaped ridges on its forehead. Additionally, the horns are now pointed and curve upward. It now has 2 tubes behind its neck. Its eyes are light blue, and it has purple growths over its shoulders. Its torso is smooth and small compared to its long, bulky limbs, and a Y-shaped line connects the collar and underbelly. Its forearms and thighs have 2 raised ridges, and its digits are now longer and thinner. Its tail is slightly shorter and stiffer than before, and has a curled tip. Its muscles are augmented with psychic power, giving it a grip strength of 1 ton and the ability to sprint 100 meters in 2 seconds. When using moves in battle, it is shown to be able to stretch its arms and legs. So you can see that here, Mega Mewtwo X stretching its arm against, I guess, a Blaziken. Shadow Mega Mewtwo X greatly resembles its normal counterpart, though it maintains its dark gray coloring due to the influence of the Shadow Synergy Stone. The stone's infection spreads not only to its tail, but both of its shoulder growths, its arm ridges, and the tips of its ears. Additionally, the Y-shaped line running across its body, now including its legs, glows the same yellowish-orange color. Mega Mewtwo Y is smaller and lighter, losing its long tail and the tube behind its neck. However, It grows a long purple appendage with a curled tip from the back of its head that is similar to its previous form's tail and also slightly resembles Jesse's hairstyle. On its head, it has two pointed backward curving spikes and a half-ring structure connecting to the base of each and crossing over the top of its head. Its eyes are now red and slightly larger. The digits on its hands and feet are now purple and more bulbous, and the middle toe is longer than the others. A bumpy ridge similar to a sternum replaces the breastplate structure on its chest, but this form is still largely smoother than the other two. Despite its decreased size, it has phenomenal mental power and is capable of smashing buildings with a mere thought. So you got Mega Mewtwo X and Mega Mewtwo Y. Game data and PC appearances. Spoiler warning, this article may contain major plot or ending details. Pokemon Sword and Shield, powerful, uncatchable Mewtwo were part of a Wild Area news event from February 27th to March 1st, 2020, as part of a tie-in with Pokemon Day. If players could defeat these level 100 Dynamax Mewtwo in max raid battles, they received rare and valuable rewards. Pokemon Stadium, Mewtwo is the player's final opponent. Pokemon Pinball, Mewtwo appears in its own bonus stage, where the player must attempt to hit it 25 times within the 2-minute time limit to win. Playing the stage repeatedly is the fastest way to build a high score due to the extremely high point output of 50 million points per hit earned by hitting Mewtwo. Pokemon Ranger Guardian Signs, Mewtwo is the final boss of the game, battled once under the control of the evil Edward, the Thinker, and again under Purple Eyes. Before this, it is seen charging up in Kasa's laboratory in the Sky Fortress. Pokemon Puzzle League, Mewtwo reveals that it organized the Puzzle League to find a worthy foe and clones Ash's Pokemon. In the very hard and super hard modes, Mewtwo is the final opponent. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Red Rescue Team, and Blue Rescue Team, Mewtwo sleeps in the depths of the Western Cave. His slumber is interrupted by the arrival of Blastoise Charizard, whom he defeats without an issue. Once the player confronts him at the deepest parts of the cave, it is possible to recruit Mewtwo. Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon, Mewtwo appears, having Mega Evolved into Mega Mewtwo Y in order to telepathically link up the Pokemon of the world together to try and stop the Tree of Life's ascent into space. Like all the other legendary Pokemon gathered for this effort, Mewtwo is turned into stone when dark matter is able to regenerate itself. After dark matter's defeat, Mewtwo stays at the Island of Isolation as its lone inhabitant and can be recruited if it is defeated. Pokemon Quest, Telepathic Mewtwo appears as the final boss of Pokemon Quest. It is trapped in a vague, undefined matter in the Chamber of Legends. It discreetly takes control of Moby to talk to the player in order to lure the player across Tumblecube Island and collect the statues that open the chamber. Once encountered, it battles the player's Pokemon to test itself. It did not recover fully from the time it was sealed away, and the player defeats it in battle. After being defeated, Mewtwo departs from the island after the credits. It telepathically informs the player about Happenstance Island. Spoilers end here. Pokédex entries. In Gen 1 in Red and Blue, it was created by a scientist after years of horrific gene splicing and DNA engineering experiments. In Yellow, its DNA is almost the same as Mew's. However, its size and disposition are vastly different. Stadium, a vicious psychic Pokemon created by genetic engineering. Its cold, glowing eyes strike fear into its enemy. In Gen 2, in Gold, because its battle abilities were raised to the ultimate level, it thinks only of defeating its foes. Silver, it usually remains motionless to conserve energy, so that it may unleash its full power in battle. Crystal, said to rest quietly in an undiscovered cave. This Pokemon was created solely for battling. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, Crystal inserted, you get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the Silver entry. In Gen 3, in Ruby and Sapphire, Mewtwo is a Pokemon that was created by genetic manipulation. However, even though the scientific power of humans created this Pokemon's body, they failed to endow Mewtwo with a compassionate heart. Emerald, a Pokemon that was created by genetic manipulation. However, even though the scientific power of humans made its body, they failed to give it a warm heart. Fire Red, a Pokemon whose genetic code was repeatedly recombined for research. It turned vicious as a result. Leaf Green is basically Red and Blues, but gene splicing is now one word with a hyphen, and DNA engineering is the same thing. In Gen 4, in Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, a Pokemon created by recombining Mew's genes. It's said to have the most savage heart among Pokemon. Heart Gold and Soul Silver are their Gold-Silver counterparts. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are basically Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums, but Mew is now the correct casing. In Gen 6, X is Leaf Green's entry, and Y is the Gen 5 entries. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Mewtwo and Pokemon are now their correct casing. The Gen 7 Pokedex entry for normal Mewtwo is basically yellows, but Mew is now the correct casing. For Mega Mewtwo X, in the Let's Go games, Psychic Power has augmented its muscles. It has a grip strength of 1 ton and can sprint 100 meters in 2 seconds flat. For Mega Mewtwo Y in the Let's Go games, despite its diminished size, its mental power has grown phenomenally. With a mere thought, it can smash a skyscraper to smithereens. Gen 8 in Sword, created from the DNA of Mew. This Pokemon is a dangerous combination of overwhelming power and a savage heart. In Shield, the research efforts of a certain scientist ultimately resulted in this Pokemon. Its powers are dedicated to battling. So these are asterisks saying that they're only in home. I'm not really sure how they're in Sword and Shield, if they're just in homes. Maybe that's like from this era, I don't know, or maybe it's... yeah, I don't know. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are very similar to their Diamond and Pearl counterpart, but slightly different, so I'll read it. Mewtwo was created by recombining Mew's genes. It's said to have the most savage heart among Pokemon. Game locations... side game locations... Mewtwo is only obtainable in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Time after downloading a special Wonder Mail from the Nintendo WFC. Unlike other Wonder Mails, the one to unlock Mewtwo does not come with a password. In events... this... held items. So this is the note about how you have to trade it to Gen 2 to get these items. So from Red, Blue, and Yellow, you get the Bright Powder 100% of the time. In events, you get King's Rock 100% of the time, Custap Berry 100% of the time, and Mewtwo Night Y 100% of the time. Stats, base stats. We'll compare Mewtwo with Mega Mewtwo X and Mega Mewtwo Y. HP 106 across the board, Attack 110, Attack 190 for X, 150 for Y, Defense 90, 100 for X, 70 for Y, 154, that stays the same for X, but it goes up to 194 for Y. Special Defense 90, that goes up to 100 for X, and up to 120 for Y. Speed is 130, that stays the same for X, and goes up to 140 for Y, so this one's 680, these two are 780. In the Mewtwo box here, this Pokemon's special base stat in Gen 1 was 154. Pokeathon stats, type effectiveness, Mega Mewtwo and Mega Mewtwo Y will compare with Mega Mewtwo X. So, these two are damaged normally by normal, flying, poison, ground, rock, steel, fire, water, grass, electric, ice, dragon, and fairy. While X is damaged normally by normal, poison, ground, bug, steel, fire, water, grass, electric, psychic, ice, dragon, and dark. The top two are weak to bug, ghost, and dark, while X is weak to flying, ghost, and fairy. All of it's for double. Neither are immune to anything. Mewtwo and Mega Mewtwo Y are resistant to fighting and psychic for half, while Mega Mewtwo X is resistant to fighting and rock for half. In the Mewtwo and Mega Mewtwo Y box, specifically referring to Mewtwo in the notes here, in Gen 1, the effectiveness of Ghost-type moves is 0, so it went from 0 to 2. Learn set by leveling up. 1. Life Dew, Disable, Confusion, and Swift, 8 Ancient Power, 16 Psycho Cut, 24 Safeguard, 32 Amnesia, 40 Aura Sphere, 48 Psychic, 56 Power Swap and Guard Swap, 64 Mist, 72 Psy Strike, 80 Recover, and 88 Future Sight. By TM, 1 Takedown, 4 Agility, 6 Scary Face, 7 Protect, 12 Low Kick, 16 Psy Beam, 17 Confuse Ray, 20 Trailblaze, 22 Chilling Water, 25 Facade, 28 Bulldoze, 29 Hex, 32 Swift, 34 Icy Wind, 36 Rock Tomb, 39 Low Sweep, 41 Sword Power, 42 Nightshade, 43 Fling, 46 Avalanche, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 50 Rain Dance, 51 Sandstorm, 54 Psy Shock, 58 Brick Break, 59 Zen Headbutt, 62 Foul Play, 64 Bulk Up, 66 Body Slam, 67 Fire Punch, 68 Thunder Punch, 69 Ice Punch, 70 Sleep Talk, 72 Electro Ball, 73 Drain Punch, 74 Reflect, 75 Light Screen, 80 Metronome, 81 Grass Knot, 82 Thunder Wave, 83 Poison Jab, 84 Stomping Tantrum, 85 Rest, 86 Rock Slide, 87 Taunt, 92 Imprison, 94 Dark Pulse, 98 Skill Swap, 101 Power Gem, 103 Substitute, 107 Will-O-Wisp, 109 Trick, 112 Aura Sphere, 114 Shadow Ball, 119 Energy Ball, 120 Psychic, 125 Flamethrower, 126 Thunderbolt, 128 Amnesia, 129 Calm Mind, 130 Helping Hand, 133 Earth Power, 134 Reversal, 135 Ice Beam, 138 Psychic Terrain, 140 Nasty Plot, 141 Fire Blast, 143 Blizzard, 149 Earthquake, 150 Stone Edge, 152 Giga Impact, 158 Focus Blast, 160 Hurricane, 161 Trick Room, 163 Hyper Beam, 166 Thunder, 168 Solar Beam, 171 Terra Blast, 177 Spite, 178 Gravity, 181 Knockoff, 192 Focus Punch, 193 Weather Ball, 199 Lash Out, 203 Psych Up, 204 Double Edge, 217 Future Sight, 218 Expanding Force, 224 Curse, and 228 Psychic Noise. Nothing by breeding, TCG only moves, Hypnosis in this card, side game data for Mewtwo, so you got all this. Yeah. Pokemon Ranger Guardian Signs, in the browser entry, it attacks by letting loose Psychic Orbs and launching powerful beams. You got all this. Yeah. In Pokemon Go, Mewtwo can be obtained by completing the Special Research Level 50 Challenge. Mega Mewtwo X, you got this. Mega Mewtwo Y, you got all this. Armored Mewtwo, that's pretty cool. That's like a reference to the movie, the first movie, or I guess the one that Giovanni had, I think, unless this is like a different version with the armor, I don't know. Form data, Mega Evolution. So you start with Mewtwo, with Mewtwonite X gives you Mega Mewtwo X, and Mewtwonite Y gives you Mega Mewtwo Y. Evolution data is just Mewtwo. Sprites here, so a little bit, you know, less proportionate to what it is now, a little bit, I don't know, yeah, a little bit shorter than the one we have now, and a lot more squat, I guess. But generally has all the pieces, the 3 fingers and stuff. The tail, yeah, you got all that kind of stuff. This is much closer, but still pretty squat. Probably due to the technical limitations, I suppose, and maybe just the space limitations. Gold's got now kind of the pink. This was always kind of pink, except for this one was kind of red and yellow, but it's kind of a darker pink, purple. Shiny somehow is gray and green. Gen 3 a bit closer to the modern one, the long one. Don't quite have the technology, I guess, to do the full length of it yet, but yep, it's pretty good. Has the purple tail now and the sort of lighter purple skin, so this is still kind of, yeah, the basic idea with the green and the gray, but better, you know. Then now we got the longer model here. Yeah, do we have the purple eyes? Or that was, I guess that was kind of introduced in red and blue? Yeah. But yeah, it's a different green and gray, I think, as well. So then the fallback sprites in black and white, or Gen 5 here, I guess. Yep. Then we get the models. These are much more the full length that it is like in the anime. You can see how long the tail is. That's interesting. And we get, of course, yeah, the megas. So you can see there. Back sprites and stuff, and then we get the shiny megas, so of course basically the same, but with green and gray instead of purples. Yeah, these aren't probably gonna be much different. Let's Go games, better models, of course. Yep. This Sword and Shield. You got that. So yeah, the homes. Yep. Better models. Yep. In the anime, Mewtwo in the anime, and then we got Mega Mewtwo X in the anime, Mega Mewtwo Y in the anime, so we got all these. Yep. Pokedex entries. I've already recorded this for the anime section, so we'll let Gary's Pokedex read it.
Pokemon unknown. No available data.
Pokemon Origins, Mewtwo and Pokemon Origins, Gotcha, Mewtwo and Gotcha, whatever that is. Mewtwo in Pokemon Evolution, Celestial, Mewtwo in the music video for Celestial. Oh, it's different than the normal, I don't know, the other Pokemon are usually just like dot eyes and a smile. This is like an actual complex thing, like it's a completely different animation style. That's interesting. In the manga, Mewtwo in Pokemon Adventures, Mega Mewtwo Y in Pokemon Adventures, Mega Mewtwo X in Pokemon Adventures. You got all these. Yep. And the TCG and the TFG. Other appearances: Super Smash Bros. Main article. Mewtwo Super Smash Bros. I guess he gets his own article. Pokken Tournament. You get main article of Mewtwo Pokken and Shadow Mewtwo. Mewtwo is a battle Pokemon in Pokken Tournament. Its moves include Cut, Hyper Beam, Teleport, Barrier, Confusion, and Telekinesis. Upon entering Synergy Burst, it Mega Evolves into Mega Mewtwo X and can use the burst attack Psy Disaster. Additionally, Shadow Mewtwo is introduced as the story boss and is a separate battle Pokemon. Its moves include Psy-Wave, Teleport, Zen Headbutt, Miracle Eye, Recover, and Reflect. Upon entering Synergy Burst, it Mega Evolves into Shadow Mega Mewtwo X and can use the burst attack Dark Nova. So you got Mewtwo and Pokken Tournament. Got Mewtwo and Pokemon Unite, which should be down here more. Yes, we got the Mewtwo and Pokemon Detective Pikachu. We'll see that later. Actually, we won't see that later. It's a big character in the movie, so we can't do that. Pokemon Unite. Mewtwo is playable through obtaining one of 2 different Unite licenses from Mewtwo. The Unite License X allows the use of a melee all-arounder Mewtwo that Mega Evolves into Mega Mewtwo X. The Unite License Y allows the use of a ranged attacker Mewtwo that Mega Evolves into Mega Mewtwo Y. Music. This is a list of music associated with Mewtwo in the Pokemon games. In Pokemon Pinball, during Mewtwo's bonus stage. Don't have a name for it for some reason. It was composed and arranged by Go Ichinose. In Stadium, during Pokemon preparation after entering versus Mewtwo, and when battling Mewtwo, unknown name, song name, and unknown composer and arranger. Pokemon Puzzle League during Mewtwo's stage, and critical variant of Mewtwo's stage theme when blocks on Ash's side get too close to the top. Again, unknown song name and unknown composer and arrangement. Fire Red and Leaf Green when battling Mewtwo. Battle Mewtwo. Composed by Junichi Masuda and arranged by Go Ichinose. Pokemon Rumble and Pokemon Rumble U. When Mewtwo appears in Rank S Battle Royale in Pokemon Rumble and the final Battle Royale in Pokemon Rumble U. Don't know the name of the song, but it was composed and arranged by Miki Obata, X and Y in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon when battling Mewtwo. Battle Mewtwo, composed by Junichi Masuda and arranged by Shota Kakayama. In Pokken Tournament, during battles in Dark Coliseum, a realm created by Shadow Mewtwo. When Shadow Mewtwo activates Synergy Burst during its initial battles, during battles in Dark Coliseum Final, a variant of Dark Coliseum. When Shadow Mewtwo activates Synergy Burst during the final battle, when the player activates Synergy Burst during the final battle. Again, unknown song names and unknown composers and arrangers. Trivia, one of the Pokemon Mansion journals states Mewtwo's birthday is February 6th. The same journal implies Mew was impregnated with the modified clone, just like with real-life cloning. All other depictions show Mewtwo being grown using laboratory equipment. Mewtwo comes before Mew in the Pokédex despite being created from its modified DNA. Even though Mewtwo is a clone of Mew, a mythical Pokemon, Mewtwo is a legendary Pokemon. Mewtwo was the first Pokemon seen in the English dub as it appears at the very beginning of the first dub opening. Mewtwo has the most anime opening appearances of any legendary Pokemon with 7 in Japan. We read this 6th point in the Charizard video. Mewtwo is depicted on the door of Bill's lighthouse in Mystery at the Lighthouse, despite having only been seen by its creators and Team Rocket at that point in the anime. Similarly, Mewtwo's sprite was depicted as a portrait in Viridian Gym, despite being a public area. The island country of Niue released a $1 coin featuring Mewtwo as part of a commemorative promotion for the Pokemon franchise, with Mewtwo on the reverse side and the nation's crest on the obverse. Mewtwo was originally depicted as the only member of its species being a clone of Mew. In the anime and manga, however, it is implied that multiple Mewtwo have been created. Mega Mewtwo Y was the first Mega Evolution revealed to the public. It was also the first to appear in the anime even before Mega Evolution was announced. Prior to the announcement of Mega Evolution, Mega Mewtwo Y was referred to as its awakened form. This term was also used in the manga adaptation of the movie. Mega Mewtwo Y was designed by Tomohiro Kitakazi. Mewtwo's Mega Evolutions are tied with Mega Rayquaza for the highest base stat total of all Pokemon, with 780, excluding the unobtainable Eternamax Eternatus. Mega Mewtwo X has the highest base stat attack of all Pokemon, as well as the highest single base stat and base special attack of all fighting Pokemon. Mega Mewtwo X's attack increase is the largest single stat increase of all Mega Evolutions at 80 points. Mega Mewtwo Y has the highest base special attack of all Pokemon and the highest single base stat of all Psychic-type Pokemon, with a mild nature, perfect IVs, and optimized EVs, a level 100 Mega Mewtwo Y stats sum to 2,038, the highest sum of any Pokemon. In Pokemon Go, Shadow Mewtwo is the only Shadow Pokemon that has a different aura from the other Shadow Pokemon that isn't an Apex Shadow. Instead of purple fire, it is surrounded by an aura resembling its psychic power. It does not have a unique appearance when purified, however. So you can see that here, Shadow Mewtwo's unique aura. I don't know why it's not down further, but it isn't. In Pokemon Gold, Silver, and Crystal, Wild Mewtwo are programmed to always be holding a Berserk gene, but Mewtwo cannot be obtained in those games without trading. Even if Mewtwo could be found in the wild, the Berserk gene would be consumed immediately, so the item wouldn't be obtainable. Lugia and Ho's base stats are based on Mewtwo's, with some values swapped. Origin, like Mewtwo, has some embryo characteristics, but its body structure is much larger as a result of gene splicing. It also has some characteristics of a gray alien and a salamander. Mega Mewtwo Y, much like Mew, has characteristics of a vertebrate embryo. Name origin, Mewtwo may be a combination of Mew, or mutant, and two. In other languages, related articles, notes, references, external links to legendary Pokemon, and the Mega Evolutions, and the Super Smash Bros. Series. That's it. Let's move on. Since we already watched Mewtwo's first two scenes in the anime, in the Zapdos and Moltres videos, let's watch his third scene in the anime. Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we're watching episode 68, The Battle of the Badge. In this episode, Gary, Ash's rival, Gary Oak, and the grandson of Professor Oak, is battling Giovanni of Team Rocket, who's also the leader of the Viridian City Gym. He has his Arcanine out. He's already beaten 2 Pokemon, but now Giovanni is sending out his most powerful Pokemon, Mewtwo. You can see the legs here. Yeah. There it is, all sugared up and stuff. Yeah. That's Mewtwo's first scene in the anime. Let's move on. Let's watch Mewtwo's scenes Detective Pikachu. I'm kidding. Mewtwo is too big of a character for us to risk that. Instead, I'll just talk about its design. I think that it's a decent translation. I'm sure that it helped that they had plenty of other CGI interpretations to base it on. Now let's see why people love Mewtwo. Now let's look at fan art. Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Now we set in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Mewtwo. First, we've got Mewtwo Pokemon by Genzo Man. So this cool looking Mewtwo here. It's, you know, powering up to do an attack. It seems to be on this meteor or something. That's pretty cool. Or cracked ground maybe, and maybe with an aura around it. Then we got Mewtwo by Kick Tyan. So another Mewtwo charging of an attack, seems to be in space this time. That's pretty cool. Then we've got Mewtwo Psychic Attack by J Raya. So another Mewtwo charging of an attack, but this time with a bit of a chubby Mew here. That's very cute. Then we've got Mewtwo Ultimate by Hybrid Mink. So this Mewtwo again looks like it's maybe charging up an attack or something, using psychic powers, maybe using its mind or something, so that's pretty cool. Then we got Mewtwo by Elyon Cat. So this Mewtwo looks to be maybe in an aura or something, this sort of profile image here, with a bunch of, maybe in space or something. It's pretty cool. Then we've got Sleepy Time by TC96. So, I guess this was an ask or something. Stout Duke asked, where do Mew and Mewtwo sleep? This is for their art, I guess. And then it shows a bunch of different spaces where they sleep. So like a picnic blanket. Then on the ground, there's the grass, and Mew's sleeping on Mewtwo. Then a floor. Mew is also kind of sleeping on Mewtwo. Then on this sort of counter here, I guess, Mew is sleeping on Mewtwo's head. And Mew says, you're pushing your luck. He raises, yeah, that's cute. Then we've got Mewtwo by Aocom. Mewtwo, really cool Mewtwo, somewhat stylized. Doing like an ice attack or something, that's pretty cool. Then we got Mew and Mewtwo by Dekunobu Kizakura. Again, Mew and Mewtwo, yeah. Very cute Mew, of course. And then, you know, very serious looking Mewtwo, and it's very nice, very well done. I don't know if it's in CGI or painting or somewhere in between, but it's very nice. Then we got Mewtwo and Mew by Nils302. So we've got Mega Mewtwo Y with Mew here. That's pretty cool. They seem to be in this, I don't know, dark void or something. I don't know. But I don't know if the light's coming from one of them or if that's just a light source in this area. That's pretty cool, though. And then we got Mega Mewtwo Y by MCG Mark, a sort of more realistic version, I guess. So it seems to be in this mountain, maybe charging up an attack. That's pretty cool. The end of the thing, it doesn't end with a bulb like it usually does. Then we got Mewtwo by Magnastorm. So this cool Mewtwo looks like it's getting ready to attack someone, like charging up some sort of beam around it or something. Then we've got the world's most powerful Pokemon, Mewtwo by Chobifo. So got Mewtwo in the center here, and Mega Mewtwo X and Mega Mewtwo Y here. Mewtwo is, of course, charging up an attack, ready to probably hurt someone, and that's pretty cool. You know, you can see it's so angry, and you're charging the blue aura as well. You get that, yeah. Then we've got Handful of Commishes by TC96, so we got a lot here. So we've got a Mariana sleeping with Lucario. We've got Scolipede, presumably with their trainer, maybe the person that commissioned this art. Then we've got a I got a Raichu hanging off the arm of one of the Mega Charizards, I forget which one, with a Bulbasaur here. Then we got Railu with Eevee here. I think maybe it's from one of the Ranger games. That seems like what it's probably based on. Then we got Mewtwo with, oh gosh, one of the default trainers from one of the games. I want to say Gen 3 games? Sorry, I don't remember all the things. Then we got a Kadabra hugging an Abra. That's cute. Then we got Mew playing off of something on Mewtwo's tail. That's kind of fun. Then we've got Mewtwo and Arceus in the sky. And we've got Snivy, Scorbunny, and Froakie. They seem to be eating a bunch of fruit together. That's fun. Then we've got Shiny Mewtwo pulling the tail of, it looks like Shadow Mewtwo, maybe, or some dark version of Mewtwo for some reason. And then we got two Mewtwo hugging, I guess. They have different tails for some reason. I don't know if this is supposed to be like the two that appear in the anime, or two of the ones that appear in the anime, or whatever. That's kind of fun. Then we've got Swoosh by SP. So, we got Mew here. I don't know if this is I presume that this is part of its, like, cloak or something, not that it's being grabbed by something. It's kind of hard to tell, but by the name, my guess is that this is swooshing in, like, the wind or whatever. Cat Tunnels by TCG69, so another art based on an ask on Tumblr. Glameow T asked, so how would Mewtwo and Mew react to those cat tunnels? So, you know, Mew goes through quite fine, but Mewtwo does not, and he asks, is this fun yet? And Mew is all confused. Then we've got Mewtwo with a latte by Terrible Ping. So you got, or I guess Alpine Ping, I presume that was their name at the time. So it's this, yeah, Mewtwo with a latte that has Pikachu's logo instead of presumably the Starbucks logo. Yep. It's just, yeah, very simple, but a very weirdly detailed piece of art here. Then we've got Mewtwo by Heart the Glaceon. So, it with the hood. I don't know if that's, I presume that that's probably supposed to be the same hood that was shown in the other image, the swoosh image. But yeah, it's very angry. It's very well done. Then we got Mewtwo Pose Practice by TC96. So, a bunch of poses, you know. Yeah, just, yeah, doing all that, and green eyes to shoot a laser, I guess. Then we got Mewtwo by Deru Yuyo. So this cool piece of art of it, I guess, in like a cave or something. So that's pretty cool. It seems to be like maybe charging an attack, or maybe seeing something with its psychic powers or something. Then we got Mewtwo by Bandit of 40 Art Thieves. So I guess it's from 2008. And this cool piece of art showing off Mewtwo here from the back angle, not one we usually get to see. Yeah. Then we've got Stand Your Ground by SB, so yeah, it does seem to be that cloak. So you can see that cloak in full here, with Mewtwo is, you know, being Mewtwo. Then we got Mewtwo 2 by Joshua Dunlop, the sort of more realistic Mewtwo, definitely far different than the one we got in Detective Pikachu. Yes. Very, very unique. Then we've got Megas, again, by TC96. So, it's Mega, Mewtwo, X, and Y here, doing cool poses and stuff, and I guess it's from 2021. We've got Me, W2, by Alan Scampos. So it says Mewtwo, 150, so there's, again, more kind of realistic, sort of stylized, I guess, Mewtwo, and it's from 2012. And that appears to be the end of the page, so we'll move on. Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. Join me tonight at 5 p.m. CMT, Central Mountain Time, as I try to catch Mewtwo and the rest of the Pokedex that I haven't gotten to yet. As for the Mega Mewtwo, I'll have to wait until I've talked about the Gen 6 Pokemon to get back to them. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Mew. As always, this is my proper outfit, you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Mew, the first mythical Pokemon, and the final Pokemon of Gen 1. Its previous PYC dates are July 26th, 1996, May 17th, 1999, March 7th, 2002, December 26th, 2004, October 17th, 2007, August 7th, 2010, May 28th, 2013, March 18th, 2016, January 7th, 2019, and October 28th, 2021. I know Mew mostly from its appearance in the anime, mainly the first movie, as well as its appearances in the original Pokemon Snap and Pokepark Wii Pikachu's Adventure. Up until recently falling in love with Raichu, I think Mew was my favorite Pokemon. Mew is incredibly cute, and I love how innocent yet mischievous Mew is, and how different it is from Mewtwo. Two things I don't like about Mew are 1, its original sprite, and 2, how Mew is Pokemon 151. I never understood why Mew was after Mewtwo. Mew was obviously first for Mewtwo to exist. It makes no sense, except for the fact that Mew was tacked on at the end of the original game's development. It likely took the final slot in the Pokedex. Anyway, let's read the Bulbapedia article. Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Mew, the new species Pokemon. It was a new species before Gen 3. Its number is 0151. This is what it looks like. Type Psychic. Ability Synchronize. Gender ratio, gender unknown. Catch rate 45 or 11.9%. Breeding, egg group no eggs discovered. Hatch time 120 cycles. Egg not obtainable. Height is 1'4" or 0.4 meters. Weight 8.8 pounds or 4 kilograms. Base experience yield for the final time in the first 4 gens. 64, 270, and 5+. So from now on, we will not be saying the first 4 gens. I'll have to change that, I guess. Leveling rate, medium slow. EV yield 3 and HP. Shape is that, footprint is that. Pokedex color is pink, and base friendship is 100. Mew is a psychic-type mythical Pokemon introduced in Gen 1. It is not known to evolve into or from any other Pokemon. Mew is notable for its unique ability to learn every technical machine, technical record, hidden machine, and move tutor move, except those exclusive to a particular Pokemon or group of Pokemon such as Volt Tackle and Secret Sword. That means I am not reading any of those. Yeah, if there's like a heck of a long list of all of the ones in Gen 9, I'm not reading it. It is a member of the Mew duo along with Mewtwo. Mew was officially revealed in the May 1996 issue of Koro less than 2 months after Pokemon Red and Green were released in Japan. Biology, Mew is a pink bipedal Pokemon with mammalian features. It has a rounded, wide snout, triangular ears, and large blue eyes. It has short arms with 3-fingered paws and large hind paws with oval markings on the soles. Its tail is long and thin with an ovoid tip. Its fur is so fine and thin, it can only be seen under a microscope. Mew has shown a playful, childish personality showing signs of high intelligence, curiosity, shyness, playfulness, and even selflessness. It is said to have the DNA of every single Pokemon contained within its body. This causes many scientists to theorize that Mew is the ancestor of all Pokemon. It is an incredibly adaptive species capable of levitation and teleportation. It can use almost all known moves regardless of their types. It has shown the rare power to transform into all known Pokemon. It is capable of making itself invisible at will, so it entirely avoids notice even if it approaches people. As seen on several occasions, it has the ability to create an orb of energy around itself for protection, which can come in many colors such as green, yellow, and pink. According to journals found in Kanto's Pokemon Mansion mention, Mr. Fuji was the one who discovered Mew deep in the jungle and coined its name. With other scientists, he managed to gather some of Mew's DNA, and used it in his mansion to create a modified clone of it, aiming it to be the most powerful Pokemon of all, which resulted in the birth of the legendary Pokemon Mewtwo. Since Mew can make itself invisible, very few people have seen it, leading some scientists to declare it extinct, and most to assume it to be nothing but a mirage. However, sightings of it are still being reported to this day, confirming its existence. Even though it's rarely seen, it will willingly show itself to a person who is pure of heart and has a strong desire to see it. Aww. According to the anime's radio drama, The Birth of Mewtwo, Mew was discovered by Jessie's mother, Miyamoto, who registered its cry in a forest 20 years before the events of the series. It was worshipped for its protection by ancient people who created a song in its honor and believed it appeared once a year with the rising sun. It wasn't rediscovered until 18 years after Miyamoto met Mew by sunrise on the peak of a high mountain. As depicted in the episode, in the palms of our hands, it is capable of splitting itself up and transforming into more than one Pokemon at the same time. It was also shown to possess a strong rivalry with its clone, Mewtwo, in Mewtwo Strikes Back. Mew is the only known Pokemon capable of using the Z move, Genesis Supernova. Game data and PC appearances. Spoiler warning, this article may contain major plot or ending details. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Time, Explorers of Darkness. Mew is the guardian of the Grass Cornet. Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon. The partner Pokemon was Mew in their former life, working to fight against dark matter and creating the Harmony Scarves. In the post-game, the hero goes to the Mystery Jungle and meets a different Mew, who is later revealed to have the partner spirit seal inside them. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure, Mew takes Pikachu and their friends, Chikorita, Piplup, and Charmander, to the Pokepark. He then appears to Pikachu in a dream once they've arrived in the Pokepark, and tells Pikachu to collect pieces of the Sky Prism so that peace can be restored to the Pokepark. Once all pieces have been obtained, Mew awaits Pikachu at the Sky Pavilion where he plays. In this game, Mew is referred to as male despite having unknown gender in the core series. Spoilers end here. Pokedex entries. The Pokedex entry from Japanese Pokemon Blue and Leaf Green has some localization changes. It is still called a mythical Pokemon. Its shape was seen by almost no one in the entire country. That's from Blue and Leaf Green, from the Japanese version. The entry uses the Japanese term for mythical Pokemon, literally illusory Pokemon, but it predates the definite split between legendary and mythical in English media. The localization calls Mew a mirage instead. In the localization, Mew is said to be a mirage by many experts. However, the Japanese text does not mention any experts. In Japanese, it is said that almost no one has seen Mew in the entire country. In English, this was changed to worldwide. That makes sense. In the German version of Pokemon Stadium, Mew's entry does not mention South America. Instead, it says that Mew has been seen in that no man's land. Now, for the final time, barring the Machamp video, if you're watching this when I release it, not in the playlist after I've added the Machamp redo, if and when I ever do that. Since it is that last time, let's read this. Gen 1, Red and Green. This entry was originally untranslated in English until it was reused in Pokemon Fire Red. Red and Blue. So rare that it is said to be a mirage by many experts. Only a few people have seen it worldwide. Yellow. When viewed through a microscope, this Pokemon's short, fine, delicate hair can be seen. Stadium. A mythical Pokemon of South America, which had been thought extinct. A growing number of people have seen it recently. In Gen 2 and Gold, apparently it appears only to those people who are pure of heart and have a strong desire to see it. Silver, its DNA is said to contain the genetic codes of all Pokemon, so it can use all kinds of techniques. Crystal, because it can learn any move, some people began research to see if it is the ancestor of all Pokemon. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, Crystal inserted, you get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the Silver entry. In Gen 3, Ruby and Sapphire, Mew is said to possess the genetic composition of all Pokemon. It is capable of making itself invisible at will, so it entirely avoids notice even if it approaches people. Emerald, a Mew is said to possess the genes of all Pokemon. It is capable of making itself invisible at will, so it entirely avoids notice even if it approaches people. Fire Red, a Pokemon of South America that was thought to have been extinct. It is very intelligent and learns any move. Leaf Green is Red and Blues again. And that's the last time I'm gonna say that. Oh, that's so weird. In Gen 4, in Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, because it can use all kinds of moves, many scientists believe Mew to be the ancestor of Pokemon. Heart Gold is its gold counterpart. Soul Silver is basically Silvers, but Pokemon is now the correct casing. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are basically Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums, but Mew is now the correct casing. In Gen 6, X is the same entry. Y is Soul Silver's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Pokemon and Mew are now the correct casing. The Gen 7 Pokedex entry is basically Yellows, but Pokemon is the correct casing. In Gen 8, Sword, it's very intelligent and can use an incredible variety of moves. Many believe that all other Pokemon are descendants of this one. Shield, this mythical Pokemon is said to be extinct, but sightings of it are still being reported to this day. And both of these are only found in Pokemon Home. I don't know how they're attributed to Sword and Shield. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are the Gen 5 entries and X's entry. Game locations. Side game locations. Also, in Pokemon Stadium and Pokemon Stadium 2, Mew is available as a rental Pokemon after the player beats round 1 of the Prime Cup. In events, for some reason this has been hidden. I don't know why. I guess there's a lot. Held items. For the final time, barring the Machamp video, Pokemon caught in Gen 1 must be traded to a Gen 2 game in order for a held item to appear. From Red, Blue, and Yellow, you get a Bitterberry 100% of the time. And in Emerald, you get a Lumberry 100% of the time. Stats, base stats, HP 100, Attack 100, Defense 100, Special Attack 100, Special Defense 100, Speed 100, for a total of 600. And again, for the final time, barring the Machamp video, this Pokemon's special base stat in Gen 1 was 100. Pokeathon stats, Type Effectiveness, damage normally by Normal, Flying, Poison, Ground, Rock, Steel, Fire, Water, Grass, Electric, Ice, Dragon, and Fairy. Weak to Bug, Ghost, and Dark for double, immune to nothing, resistant to Fighting, and Psychic for half. Notes for the final time, barring the Machamp video possibly, in Generation 1, the effectiveness of Ghost-type moves is 0. So it went from 0 to 2. While Mew is transformed into other Pokemon, type effectiveness depends on the types of the Pokemon transformed into. Learn set by leveling up. 1. Pound and Reflect type, 10 Amnesia, 20 Baton Pass, 30 Ancient Power, 40 Life 2, 50 Nasty Plot, 60 Metronome, 70 Imprison, 80 Transform, 90 Aura Sphere, and 100 Psychic. By TM, you can learn every TM move in Gen 9. I'm assuming that shows all of them. I'm not reading all of them. Nothing by breeding, side game data, you got all this. Yeah. Pokemon Ranger in the browser entry. Mew is a rare Pokemon, considered to be a mirage. It does flips and can go invisible. In Guardian Signs, it lets loose psychic orbs at Pokemon. You got all this. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure, the Pokepark pad entry. Mew oversees the Pokepark from the Sky Pavilion. It was Mew's invitation that brought you and your friends to restore friendship to the Pokepark. Now this. A new Pokemon Snap in the Photodex entry. Mew is an incredibly intelligent Pokemon that lives hidden in the ruins. People say it only appears before those who are pure of heart. In Pokemon Go, Mew can be obtained by completing the special research, A Mythical Discovery. Evolution data is nothing, it's just Mew. Sprites. Gotta talk about the first one. It's kinda disgusting. Although comparatively, like, it's not that bad. Like, we've seen some really bad sprites over this series. And it's arguably not as bad. Like, it's nothing like the one we have now. It's vastly superior in blue and red, but like, yeah, this is not great. I get what they were going for, and it has technically all of the things, but the face, the head, and the body are way too, oh, it's so weird. But yeah, this is much better. And of course we get a little bit closer to yellow for some reason and red. But yeah, we got this sort of pink color already. Gen 2 introduces the pink. This is a little bit weird too. The head is a little bit too big, and the body is maybe a little bit too small for the head. Shiny is blue, still don't know how shinies work for legendaries and mythicals and stuff. But yes, got these. Gen 3, we got the pink and a lot more proportional body here. Yes, and this is still a blue. Oh, the feet were purple and gold. That's interesting. I think they go back to red. Yeah, that's actually one of the only accurate things in this one, I think. Yeah, it's a little bit thinner in fire red and leaf green. And this is pink and sort of purple dots. That's interesting. This is think a slightly different shade of blue. It has dark blue spots. It just has kind of normal blue spots, I guess, for the shiny there. It's yellows and platinums. That's interesting. Yep. Got full sprites here in Gen 5. They seem to keep the yellow. I don't know if that's going to keep that moving forward. Although it goes back to the blue for the shiny. No, it seems to go back to kind of an orange color, I guess. This is a different shade of pink, different shade of blue, very slightly though. Yes. But yeah, that keeps kind of the dark blue spots for the pad there. The blue eyes, when was that introduced? I guess that was introduced in Gen 2. Okay. Got that. Yep. Yeah, we got the models. Yeah, we did talk about the models. Okay. Yeah, these are basically the same. I'm sure there might be slight differences, but the Let's Go games, of course, much better models. Sword and Shield's, of course, much better models. Homes, you got these, yeah. In the anime, Mew and Mewtwo Strikes Back, very cute. Got Mew in the main series, also very cute. Maybe a little bit chubbier than this one, but still very cute. Yep, you got all this. Mew in Pokemon Origins, a little bit thinner at the top there, that's interesting. In the manga, got Mew in Pokemon Adventures. Got all this in the TCG. Other appearances, Super Smash Bros. Series. In Super Smash Bros., Mew will sometimes appear out of a Pokeball. When summoned, it will use Fly to leave the arena. In single player, the summoner is awarded the Mew Catcher bonus worth 15,000 points. After unlocking every character in Super Smash Bros. Melee, there is a 1 in 251 chance of Mew appearing from a Pokeball. The thrower of the Pokeball receives the same Mew Catcher bonus. Mew returns again as a rare Pokemon in Super Smash Bros. Brawl. The chance of it appearing is 1 in 493 this time. Like the other secret Pokemon, it drops rare items instead of just flying away. In Mew's case, the items are CDs. However, once all the pickup CDs are obtained, it will drop stickers instead. So you can see Mew in Super Smash Bros. Brawl. Mew returns in Super Smash Bros. For Nintendo 3DS/Wii U, and comes out of a Pokeball, rarely, and/or Master Ball, rare but less rare than a Pokeball. Mew returns yet again in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, once again as a rare Pokeball summon, but also as a spirit. Throughout the series, Mew, much like Mewtwo, is roughly akin to its portrayal in the first movie, especially having Koichi Yamadera reprise his role. Aww, that's cute. Melee trophy information. Mew is an extremely rare Pokemon that has been seen by only a few people. Information on every Pokemon in the world is contained in Mew's cell structure, so it has the ability to use any and all TMs and HMs. Some Pokemon scholars believe Mew to be the ancestor of all existing Pokemon, but the idea is debatable. Brawl trophy information. A new species Pokemon. An extremely rare Pokemon that contains the DNA of all other Pokemon. It is thought by many scholars to be a Pokemon ancestor, considering the wide range of moves it can use. On top of being able to make itself invisible, Mew can also transform into any opponent Pokemon, and use characteristics and moves in exactly the same way. 3DS/Wii U trophy information. Mew appears as a trophy in both versions of the game. You can see that trophy up here. For the North American version, Mew is a Pokemon previously thought to be extinct but rediscovered by Dr. Fuji. This legendary Pokemon doesn't often show itself to humans, so it is considered quite lucky to see one. In Smash Bros, Mew will appear and then use Fly to sail away, leaving behind a gift. Thanks, Mew. In the PAL region, Mew was thought to be extinct until it was rediscovered by Dr. Fuji in Guyana. This mythical Pokemon doesn't often show itself to humans, so it's considered very lucky to see one. In this game, will float upwards and leave a present behind. If only Mew would turn up more often, eh? Pokemon Snap. Mew appears in the 7th course, Rainbow Cloud. Although the game is not combat-oriented, the difficulty of photographing Mew effectively makes it the game's boss. Mew floats in a bubble that turns opaque when the zoom is activated, so players must throw a series of pester balls balls or food at it to break the bubble, so Mew will come out for a clear shot. Photographing Mew gets an automatic bonus of 2,500 points, making it the highest ranking Pokemon in the game with the highest possible score of 10,000 points with the perfect positioning, size, and pose. So you can see Mew in Pokemon Snap here. Pokemon Unite. Mew is playable through obtaining a Unite license. It is a ranged attacker, so you can see Mew in Pokemon Unite here. Celestial. Mew appeared in the music video for Celestial by Ed Sheeran. Music. This is a list of music associated with Mew in the Pokemon games. Pokemon Snap. During the Rainbow Cloud course, where Mew is encountered. Rainbow Cloud. Composition and arrangement by Ekiko Momori. In Emerald, when battling Mew. Battle Mew was composed by Junichi Masuda and arranged by Go Ichinose. Pokepark Wii Pikachu's Adventure. During Mew's Chase skill game. Unknown name and unknown composition and arrangement. Trivia. Mew was designed by Shigeki Morimoto, which he states at the Hiya City Game Freak office. This includes its pixel art, cry, and Pokedex entry, the one reused in Pokemon Fire Red. He also says it was right at the very end of game development. Despite being a clone of Mew, Mewtwo appears before Mew in the Pokedex. Mew is the only Pokemon out of the first 151 to be left out of the original version of the Pokerap. In Generations 1 and 2, due to technical limitations, Mew's category name, New Species, is labeled in the game as New Species, and in early versions labeled as New Species. Mew was a little-known secret when Pokemon Red and Green were first released in Japan. Even Nintendo was not initially aware that Shigeki Morimoto had programmed it into the game. According to Shigeki Morimoto, the cartridges for Pokemon Red and Green had about 300 bytes of free space left after the debugging process was complete, and he thought of slotting Mew in as a last-minute addition, even after he was told not to tamper with the games post-debugging. However, Pokemon Red and Green were 373 kilobytes in size and are housed in 512 kilobyte cartridges. In an interview with Game Freak and Creatures Inc. in Nintendo Power, issue 134, Shigeki Morimoto revealed that he created Mew 2 weeks before the game development was finished. In the core series, Mew can only be fought as a wild Pokemon on Faraway Island in Pokemon Emerald. However, this requires the old sea map, an event item only distributed in Japan and Taiwan. Mew has the most anime opening appearances of any mythical Pokemon, with 7 in Japan. Mew's discovery date? Diary, July 5th, Guyana. There's no point about this, I don't think, so that's why I'm talking about it now. Because Mew can learn any TM, it is the only gender-unknown Pokemon species that is legitimately able to learn Captivate, and one of the few that can learn Attract. Both moves fail when used by any Pokemon with gender unknown, including Mew. It is the only Pokemon that can learn Frenzy Plant, Blast Burn, Hydro Cannon, Draco Meteor, Grass Pledge, Fire Pledge, Water Pledge, and Steel Beam that doesn't share a type with the move. In Super Smash Bros., Mew has a chance of 1 out of 151 to appear in Super Smash Bros. Melee. Its chance to appear is 1 out of 251, and in Super Smash Bros. Brawl, its chance to appear is 1 out of 493. There's a reference to how many Pokemon were out during the release of each game: 151 in Gen 1, 251 in Gen 2, and 493 in Gen 4. The US release of Mew as an event for Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver happened on the 10-year anniversary of the original release of Gold and Silver. In 2012, Mew was voted the most popular legendary/mythical Pokemon in the Pokemon Power bracket, which consisted of all legendary and mythical Pokemon from the first 4 generations. Mew started the trend of every generation until Gen 6, introducing a mythical Pokemon with a base stat total of 600 and a stat distribution of 100 all around. Others that follow this trend include Celebi, Jirachi, Manaphy, Landform Shaman, and Victini. At 981 episodes and over 2 decades, Mew is the Pokemon species that has taken the longest to physically debut in the main anime series from the start of their generation out of any Pokemon thus far. The only ways to legitimately obtain a shiny Mew are via the Gen 2 Gotta Catch 'Em All event in Thanksgiving 2002, the old sea map on a Japanese copy of Pokemon Emerald, or through the Pokemon Go Mew Masterwork Research Quest, which was available for a limited time in Pokemon Go during the Pokemon Go Tour Kanto event, and then became available again for players who missed purchasing it the first time for a few days in early July 2023. Only the latter two can exist in modern games, as Gen 2's Gotta Catch 'Em All shiny Mew cannot legitimately be transferred to Gen 3 or later. Mew is the only Pokemon that can be shiny while having the Mightiest Mark. A wild Mew found using the Mew glitch. That's not relevant to any of these, I don't think. I've read this main point in the Muck video, but not the sub point. Mew has the shortest Korean name of all Pokemon, only consisting of one Hangul character. Mew is the only Pokemon obtainable in Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee that cannot have the Pokemon Go origin mark that in said games. Mew is the only mythical Pokemon introduced in Gen 1. As of Gen 9, Mew is the only Gen 1 Pokemon that does not appear in any regional Pokedex other than Kanto and Johto. The symbol for the Fusion Strike expansion resembles Mew's tail surrounded by Dynamax clouds. Origin: designer Shigeki Morimoto stated that Mew's design was based on Mewtwo. Its design was made simpler than Mewtwo in order to take up less space on the cartridge. Mew's overall physical appearance appears to be based on domestic cats. Several of Mew's features, such as a short muzzle and large hind feet, are commonly found in cats. Its morphology is also vaguely similar to a Jerboa, having large hind legs and a long skinny tail. Mew's earliest design in Pokemon Red and Green resembled a vertebrate embryo featuring a large head and small body. Mew was soon revised and became mostly mammalian with cat-like traits, while still retaining several embryonic features such as having short fine hair and small forearms. Mew is believed by scientists to be the last universal common ancestor of all other Pokemon, which, along with its resemblance to an embryo, may be a reference to the recapitulation theory. Name origin: Mew may be a combination of mutant or mutation and new. It may also involve Mew, wonderful, exquisite. According to Julian Bardakoff, the French localizer for Pokemon Red and Blue, he asked if Mew's name was based on the English onomatopoeia for cat meow, and was explicitly told it was not. In other languages, related articles, notes, references, external links to the mythical Pokemon, and the Super Smash Bros. Series. Yeah, let's move on. Now let's watch Mew's first scene in the anime. Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching Pokemon the movie Mewtwo Strikes Back. In this film, or at the very beginning of the movie, the narrator has explained that humans and Pokemon alike have wondered the questions of life, like why are we here and stuff.
Searched for its meaning.
There's Mewtwo, or that's Mew.
Many strange and wondrous legends evolved from the pursuit of life's mysteries.
Yeah.
But none is stranger than this tale of the most powerful Pokemon.
Yeah. I'd say that's Mew's first appearance. So let's move on. Now let's watch Mew's scenes in Detective Pikachu. Hello and welcome to the Detective Pikachu portion of the video, or as I like to call it, Detective Mew, as it's only the frames with Mew to the best of my ability. So, you can see Mew in this newspaper clipping. I should probably explain what's going on. So, Tim Goodman, the main character, has come to Rhyme City, a city where humans and Pokemon coexist. As he found out his father, Harry Goodman, has died, he is at his dad's apartment right now, sort of clean up everything, and he's going through his dad's old documents for his final case, and there's this newspaper clipping. Yes. He's gonna reveal a vial of the Argas.
And the Pokemon.
So it makes people go crazy. So this is a lot later. Tim has met Detective Pikachu, a talking Pikachu, who is also the cop partner of his father. They've come to this film studio as they plan on showing the vial to Lucy Stevens, a journalist for the news that Tim met earlier in the film, who's been investigating the Harry disappearance. So what is happening in this scene is that Howard Clifford, the founder of Rhyme City, and his son, Roger Clifford, who also owns the news, are doing this promo for the 10th anniversary of Rhyme City. There's a bunch of Pokemon going on in the background. We'll see this. I think it's actually supposed to represent like a Mew parade float, which we'll actually see later in the film.
To be there.
A celebration of the harmony.
It's not news.
Yeah. Okay, so now we've cut to later after they filmed the promo, and so she talked about how she had heard rumors that Pokemon were attacking people, and he was saying that it's not news if she can't verify a source. And he's also going to then insult her outfit here in a second, which I don't know if you see that.
If it can't be verified. You want a story? Find a source. Oh, and pro tip.
Yeah, that's where he insulted her outfit. And So now she's noticed him, and she's like, this is maybe not the best time because of what happened. And you can see the Mew in the background, so that's Detective Pikachu.
Not really the good time.
Now she's noticing Detective Pikachu and petting him.
The 10th anniversary.
So now we've got to much later in the film. We are at the beginning of the parade, or like it's being set up still, as you can see. And yeah, he's announcing that everyone's pretty much going to be at this parade. There's the Mew float deflated at the moment down there.
The Rhyme City Pokemon Parade is...
So now we've got to do the beginning of the parade. That's the mayor talking. You can kind of barely see it, but yeah, there's the Mew float. Yeah, so this stands of a bunch of important people.
Thank you so much.
Mr. I need to...
So, okay, what's happened in the film thus far is that Howard had summoned Tim and Detective Pikachu and told them that Harry, in fact, was not dead, that his soul was taken by Mewtwo, and so they met Mewtwo, but he was captured by who they believe to be Roger. So they've come back to Rhyme City, or Tim and Lucy have anyway. Mewtwo showed Pikachu a vision where it seemed like he had betrayed Harry, so Pikachu ran off. She is trying to talk to the mayor about what the capture of Mewtwo and trying to like resolve it or somehow. And then you can see the float in the background, but yeah.
Speak with you, please. It's urgent.
A little later on interview next.
Yeah, he's dismissing her. And so this is now a little later. Howard has revealed that it was actually him who captured Mewtwo. And so now he's using a device called the Neuralink to put his mind inside of Mewtwo to control him. He's explaining how he plans to use the R-gas to make the Pokemon go crazy so he can use Mewtwo's powers to merge human souls with their Pokemon, because he wants the ultimate partnership between humans and Pokemon, and he thinks that's the way to do it. So now, okay, yeah. So that was Howard revealing his plan to the city, and now he's releasing the gas. And you can see the... Lucy's gonna try to warn people not to breathe the gas, yeah. So now, yeah. So now Detective Pikachu's come back after seeing something at the site of the crash that allegedly killed Harry. So that was Psyduck talking. That's Lucy's Psyduck. Lucy's soul is currently in her Psyduck. So she's explaining that Howard is Mewtwo. So now Pikachu is confronting Mewtwo / Howard, and they're now So now he's dropped onto a Pidgeot here, swirling around. You can see it a little bit in the background there, the float.
Don't breathe.
So that, okay. So this is Detective Pikachu using Volt Tackle to tackle Howard / Mewtwo into this building here. And you can see the float in the background here. Yep. Hope you enjoyed. Let's move on. Now let's talk about the TCG. If you watched my Dratini video, you were probably confused. As I mentioned in that video, I wouldn't be talking about a card until the Gen 2 starters. I still technically don't, but I recently acquired a few cards from my boss whose son is moving out to college and has donated his collection to me. 6 of these cards are from previous Pokemon we've already talked about, so I thought I'd take this opportunity to talk about them since this is the last Gen 1 video. The first is the 18th Caterpie card design. It was illustrated by Uda, an illustrator for the TCG, who began in 2019 and has continued to this day as of May 2024. They are known for their digital paint style that shows Pokemon in a unique angle. I like the image. It reminds me of the scene in Ash Catches a Pokemon where Caterpie looks up at the moon and thinks about becoming a Butterfree. It has the same HP, height, weakness, resistance, and retreat cost as the Caterpie we talked about in the Caterpie video. It's 6.4 pounds, which is 0.4 pounds heavier than the aforementioned Caterpie. It has a move and an ability. The ability is Adaptive Evolution. In this ability, you can evolve Caterpie to Metapod during the first turn you use this card. Its move is Gnaw, which is not a move in the video games. It costs 1 of any energy and hits for 10 damage. In the bottom left corner of the card, there are 2 symbols. The left symbol means the card is from the Rebel Clash expansion, which is the second main expansion of the Sword and Shield series of cards. The right symbol means that the card is no longer able to be used in competitive play in 2023. These symbols appear on all of the cards I'll feature today, so I won't go over them again. Its description reads, for protection, it releases a horrible stench from the antenna to drive away enemies. This is the same description as the other Caterpie. It has no level. None of the cards I will feature do. In fact, it seems that this was dropped from the TCG entirely at some point. It has only taken me until this video to realize that. Mind you, most of the cards we've talked about are cards from the original 4 generations, so only a few cards would have been part of the era that don't. As someone who loves to mention how these levels compare to their main game counterparts, it's kind of sad to see these disappeared. I suppose I should probably start mentioning when my cards do have levels instead of when they don't. The second card is the 24th Vulpix card. It was illustrated by Sui, a freelance illustrator for the TCG who began in 2009 and has continued to this day as of August 2024. She has a watercolor style that seems to focus on the angles that make the Pokemon cute. This card is no exception. It's certainly more unique than the one featured in the Vulpix video, which used official art. I like that Vulpix looks sleepy and the leaves fluttering is a nice effect. It has 60 HP, 10 more than the aforementioned Vulpix. It shares its height, weakness, resistance, and retreat cost with that Vulpix. This Vulpix is 21.8 pounds, 0.2 pounds lighter than the other Vulpix. It has 2 moves, Confuse Ray and Smash Kick. Confuse Ray is different than the one featured on the other Vulpix card, as it only costs 1 fire energy, doesn't do any damage, and there isn't a coin flip involved. Smash Kick is not a move in the video games. It costs 2 of any energy and hits for 20 damage. Its description reads, while young, it has 6 gorgeous tails. When it grows, several new tails are sprouted. This is the Pokedex entry in Pokemon Fire Red, Y, and Sword. The third card is the second Galarian Meowth card design. This completes my Meowth collection, as I have the other 2 regional forms of Meowth. It was illustrated by Misa Suzui, an illustrator for the TCG, who began in 2017 and has continued to this day as of March 2024. Most of his card illustrations use a style that mimics the depth of CGI without being CGI themselves. His art seems to typically show the Pokemon in action. This illustration is no exception. I love this art. It shows off Galarian Meowth's adventurous origins well. It has 60 HP, 20 more HP than the Meowth featured in the Meowth video, and 10 HP less than the Alolan Meowth featured in that video. It's 1'4" and 16.5 pounds. It has 1 move and 1 ability. The ability is Evolution Roar. For this ability, the player removes 2 cards from their hand, looks for a Berserker card, shows it to their opponent, and puts it in their hand. The player then shuffle their deck. This is interesting since it says Galarian Berserker, despite Berserker being a regional evolution. I've already explained what Scratch is in the video game, so I'll just explain how it works on this card. It costs 1 Metal Energy and 1 of any energy to use, and it hits for 20 damage. Galarian Meowth is weak to fire for double damage, and resistant to grass for minus 30 damage. Its retreat cost is 2 of any energy, 1 more than the other 2 Meowth. Its description reads, living with a savage seafaring people has toughened this Pokemon's body so much that parts of it have turned to iron. This is the Pokedex entry in Pokemon Sword. The 4th card is the first Galarian Farfetch'd card design. It was illustrated by Akira Komayama, an illustrator and animator for the franchise. He began working for the TCG in 2010 and has continued to this day as of June 2024. Being that he also worked on the anime, his illustrations generally have that style. Before we get into this illustration, I wanted to note that while we have yet to talk about one of his cards in the TCG section of the video, this isn't the first time I've shown one of his cards. I showed his Hisuian Electrode illustration in the Bulbapedia section of the Electrode video. Anyway, this illustration fittingly makes Galarian Farfetch'd look epic. It has 80 HP. It is 2'7" and 92.6 pounds. It has 2 moves, Rock Smash and Pierce. In the video games, Rock Smash is a fighting-type move introduced in Gen 2, inflicts damage, and has a 50% chance of lowering the target's defense stat. Between Gen 2 and 6, and in Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, it could also be used outside of battle to clear breakable rocks. In Gen 6, it could also break cracked walls. On this card, it costs 1 fighting energy. It does either 10 or 40 damage depending on a successful coin flip. Pierce is not a move from the video games. On this card, it costs 2 of any energy and hits for 30 damage. Galarian Farfetch'd is weak to Psychic for double damage. It has no resistance, which is odd since it could have been resistant to Fighting, Grass, or Darkness, as it's resistant to Rock, often represented as Fighting in the TCG, Bug, often represented as Grass in the TCG, and Darkness in the TCG. In the video games, it costs 1 of any energy to retreat. Its description reads, the Farfetch'd of the Galar region are brave warriors, and they wield thick, tough leeks in battle. This is the Pokedex entry in Pokemon Sword. The 5th card is the 20th Coughing card design, and the first Coughing card design to be a Darkness type. It was illustrated by Kyoko Yumemoto. a freelance illustrator that has worked on the TCG as well as other franchise art since 2002 and has continued to this day as of March 2024. I like this art. It seems to be emerging from the sewers, which makes sense. I also love that the manhole cover is designed after a Pokeball. Coughing has 70 HP, 20 and 30 HP higher than the two coughing cards I mentioned in the coughing video, respectively. It shares its height, resistance, and retreat cost with the two. It's 2.2 pounds, 0.2 pounds heavier than the weight of the other two. It has one move, Suffocating Gas, which is not a move in the video games. It costs 1 of any darkness energy and hits for 10 damage. It's weak to fighting for double damage, which is odd since it's actually resistant to fighting in the video games. Its full description reads, its body is full of poisonous gas. It floats into garbage dumps, seeking out the fumes of raw, rotting trash. This is the Pokedex entry in Pokemon Sword. The 6th and final card is the first Galarian Mr. Mime card design. It's a water type, which makes sense for its ice typing, but they could have chosen the other typing, which has an actual counterpart in the TCG, Psychic. Anyway, it was illustrated by Kiris Aka, an artist throughout the franchise, having been a TCG illustrator since 2013 and still working on it to this day, as of March 2024. I like that it shows Mr. Mime using its powers to make the floor ice. It also seems to be in a cave, which is interesting. It has 80 HP, it's 4'7", and 125.2 pounds. It has two moves, Icy Wind and Triple Spin. In the video games, Icy Wind is a special ice-type move introduced in Gen 2. It inflicts damage and lowers the opponent's speed, although the latter wasn't completely guaranteed in Gen 2. Starting in Gen 3, it can be used during contests. On this card, it costs 1 of any energy and hits for 10 damage. It also puts the opponent's active Pokemon to sleep. Triple Spin is not a move in the video games. On this card, it costs 1 water energy and 1 of any energy. It can hit for 0, 20, 40, or 60 damage depending on the result of 3 coin flips. Galarian Mr. Mime is weak to Steel for double damage. It has no resistance, which is odd since it could have been resistant to Psychic or Water, as it's resistant to Psychic and Ice, often represented as water in the TCG. In the video games, it costs 1 of any energy for Galarian Mr. Mime to retreat. Its description reads, its talent is tap dancing. It can also manipulate temperatures to create a floor of ice, which this Pokemon can kick up to use as a barrier. This is the Pokedex entry in Pokemon Sword. Now let's see why other people love Mew. Now let's look at fan art. Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. No, we set in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you not familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Mew. This first image is Mew and Mewtwo by Tamburella. So this really cool image here of Mew in the foreground and Mewtwo in the background, shadowed, like it's sucking up its life force. Kind of how, you know, like it took its DNA and stuff. That's very interesting. Then we got Mew by Aocom. So this cute Mew here, an aura bubble. Looks like it's kind of maybe at night, maybe dusk. It's kind of fun. Yeah, very cute. A little bit more realistic, maybe. Then we've got Mew by Lunar Thunderstorm. Just this very cute Mew. Pretty basic, but also, you know, very cute. You know, nice use of shading, I guess, and like different, I don't know, shades of pink. Then we've got Mew deciding to have a no float day by Kiwibon. So just it's walking around instead of floating around. That's fun. It's very cute. This doesn't contain a Mew, so we'll move on. Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 5 p.m. CMT Central Mountain Time. But I won't be catching Mew, as I need to wait until I've talked about the Gen 4 Pokemon to catch Mew in the Pal Park. Instead, I'm going to try to catch the other Gen 1 Pokemon. Tomorrow I'll be beginning Gen 2. The first Pokemon I'll be talking about is Chikorita. As always, this is my proper outfit, and you'll see me, well, actually, in a few seconds. Since this is the end of Gen 1, I want to talk about some fun stats. Hello and welcome to the fun stats. Yes, because nothing says fun quite like a Excel spreadsheet. I'm kidding, of course. This, though we are using this Excel spreadsheet here, it actually does mean something. So there's a bunch of different categories here. You can kind of see how I separated them here in different groups after I did the main group here. This is all of Gen 1 and part of Gen 2. We're only going to be talking about Gen 1 today. You can see there's a lot of NAs in these boxes here. We'll talk about that. NA is not applicable in this case. So the first column here is Pokemon. These are all of the Pokemon, all 1,025 of them. I've only done these for the first 157, I think. Then we've got footprint, whether or not they have a footprint. So the Y being yes, N being no. These are based mostly on their info box information. Color, what they are, green, red, blue, white, etc. Then alternate colors, these are based on colors of their alternate forms. This stuff is not in the info box. There's a Bulbapedia section that has all this information. Then gender ratio, the actual ratios, not the 25% whatever, or the 50-50 or whatever. The actual like 7-to-1, 1-to-1, etc. Types, the first two types are for the original form of the Pokemon, and all of these are from any alternate types that a form has, and like pretty much none of them have alternate forms that go this far, except for Tauros. That's pretty much the only one that goes this far. Then we've got egg groups, so the egg groups that they appear in. The NA for group 2 is if they have just one, but some of them do have none. There are no eggs discovered. I've got leveling rate, medium slow, medium fast, all those, and base friendship, all of that. So we will start with the footprints. So we will go to footprints. This is for Gen 1. You can see here, this is kind of what these are going to look like. Some of them will be a lot more chunks. There were two data categories, so there's only going to be 2 segments of these. And so it has both the number, so it's 37 for the no's, and 114 for the yeses. And then they have the percent rounded to the nearest hundredth of a percent. In this case, it seems like it was probably just 0.5. So this is 75.5%, and this is 24.5%. That's pretty interesting to really think about, like, how many they gave footprints to and how many they didn't, like how many have feet, basically, and how many that don't, or otherwise, Or in some cases, like in the Magnemite line, like, they're not necessarily feet, but they kind of call them, they kind of are feet, because they have the footprints in that way. So that's kind of interesting. Then we'll go to colors. So, yeah, there's a lot for the NA, because I did count it all in NA. I'll do a version, like, where we get rid of the NA, and you'll see the actual statistics. But as of right now, NA makes up a majority at 289 and 61.36%. The next biggest looks to be 37, that's brown, 7.86%. Then blue at 30, 6.37%. Then looks like 25 for purple, 5.31%. And then we've got 22 for yellow, 4.67%. 17 would be for red, 3.61%. Then 14 for 2.97%. Then sort of a tie between gray and pink. So you got 2.55% and 12. And again, yeah, 2.55 for pink as well. The next one is 8.17%. That's for white. And the very smallest is black at 5, or 1.06%. So you can see how they favored it, not only in Gen 1, but Gen 7 and Gen 8 as well, just sort of their alternate forms, I guess. And I guess Gen 6 for the Megas, right? So now let's look at what it actually is without the NAs. So you can see how wildly different it is. Sometimes this happens where it doesn't show the percentage. I don't know why it does that sometimes, but it does. So we can now see that these are not going to change. The size of them change, but like the proportion doesn't. Brown is still the top one, and black is still the lowest, but now it's 37 and 21.02%. Blue at 30 or 17.05%. Purple at 25 or 14.2%. Then 19 at, it looks like 11% is what it says in this little pop-up. I don't know why it's not on the thing, or approximately 11% anyway. Then it would be 17 at 9.66%. Pink and gray are still tied at 6.82% now. White has 8 for 4.55%. and black is 2.84%. See how cool that distribution is? You can see that they mostly, I guess, focused on brown characters. Although, I guess because it encapsulates orange characters as well, usually, so it's a bit skewed in that way. Probably also reflects the technology of the time, like how, you know, these primary colors are some of the bigger ones because that's what they had. It was available color-wise in the games. Primary and secondary colors. So here we've got the Gen 1 gender ratios. So the highest by far is 1:1 at 91, or 60.26%. The next biggest is 19, that's 7:1, 7 male, 1 female, at 19, or 12.58%. Then we've got not applicable, which in this case means gender unknown. That's 13, and 8.61%, which is surprising that there are 13 of the 151 Pokemon that are gender unknown. The next biggest is 3:1 ratio, which is 3 male to 1 female. It's 10, 6.62%. There's a tie between 1 to 3, 1, and 1, 0. So 1 to 3, that's 1 male to every 3 females, 25% male, 75% female. This is purely female, and this one's purely male. It's interesting that they're even. That's probably intentional. And then at 0%, this is the 1 to 7, so 7 females to 1 male. And that is not at all featured in Gen 1, which I think is very interesting. Despite the fact that there are 19 male to female, you know, that opposite. They've got Gen 1 types, so by a large margin, NA is going to fill up this chart, and that's going to be true for all of the generations because, you know, most of them don't have alternate types, so NA counts all of the NAs for all of them. I haven't removed any NAs from this. I will definitely have to show what it actually looks like without any of the NAs, but you can see they're all like 1% or less in this chart. So, what is the biggest? 36. Poison, so 2.98% of all of the typing is poison. Then water looks to be the next one at 2.81%. So the next one is 25, that's normal type at 2.07%. Then we've got 24, that's flying type. Then we've got 23, that's psychic type, 1.9%. So 17 is the next biggest, that is fire. We've got a 3-way tie, I think, for the next biggest at 16, or 1.32%. So for that would be grass, ground, and rock. 15, or 1.24%. For electric, 14, or 1.16%. For fighting, 13, or 1.08%. For bug, 10, with ice, which is mostly comprised of the alternate forms, because there are definitely not that many in actual Gen 1. There's like, what, 2 in the game? Like, 2 or 3 maybe. 8 is next for dark, so that makes sense, since dark wasn't a thing yet. Steel at 7, or 0.58%. Again, that makes sense. Steel wasn't a type yet, so these are just like ones that gained it, I guess, in alternate forms. 6 has fairy at 0.5%. So this is, I don't know if any of them are alternate forms at this point in the thing. It might just be reclassifications, because it wasn't a type at this point. Then we got tie for the next one at 4. So that would be dragon and ghost. That makes sense. Those weren't really huge types in this game. And that seems to be all of them. So now let's see what it looks like if I remove all of the NA. So you can see how vastly different this is. How it, you know, completely jumps from a couple percent at the highest to a few of these being in double-digit percent. The highest is still, you know, poison. Yeah, it's 12.5% now. Then water is 11.81% now. Then normal is now 8.68%. Flying is now 8.33%. Psychic is now 7.99%. Fire at 5.9%. Then the tie again between grass, ground, and rock. You know, a lot of these ground and rock were together in this, so that's probably why they're even. Then we've got electric at 5.21%, fighting at 4.86%, bug at 4.51%. Then we've got ice at 3.47%, so dark at 2.78%, steel at 2.43%, fairy at 2.08%, dragon and ghost tide at 1.39%. So now I've got Gen 1 egg groups. So for this one, NA is because it both applies to ones that only have one egg group, and it also means egg unobtainable. The next highest is then field at 36 or 11.92%, monster at 23 or 7.62%, water 1 at 22 or 7.28%, and then a tie for the next one at 14 or 4.64%, and that's human-like, and grass. Three-way tie for the next one at 3.97%, so it's water 3, bug, and dragon. Flying at 11 or 3.64%. Tie between fairy and amorphous at 7 or 2.32%. Then water 2 was for 4 at 1.32%. And finally, we got ditto as 1, just ditto, so it's 0.33%. I think this is the only one that will ever have ditto. This is the only generation, so that'll be interesting. Gen 1 leveling rates. So medium fast takes up a majority at 80 or 52.98%. The next highest is medium slow at 40 or 26.49%. Then the next one is slow at 26 or 17.22%. And only 5 of them have fast at 3.31%. And so these zeros are fluctuating and erratic, which are not at all featured in Gen 1. So that'll be interesting to see how that changes moving forward. Gen 1 base friendship, we've got a majority is 70. Yeah, 140 of them are 70 at 92.72%. That shouldn't be any surprise to anyone. Then 3 of them have 140 at 1.99%. And so for these last 2, I've moved it over here because they were overlapping for some reason, but they say 1 and 0.66%. So those are Mew and Mewtwo, respectively. You can see how, like, when I set it back to how it was, they're overlapping. But that is it for the fun stats. I hope you enjoyed this video, and I hope you enjoyed Gen 1, and I really hope you're enjoying the series so far. I am, trying my hardest to make this fun and interesting. Yeah, again, I hope you have enjoyed, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be beginning Gen 2. For those of you who didn't watch the first video or just forgotten, this continues off from yesterday as the PYC shifts as every new Pokemon is added. So despite the second generation of games coming out 2 years after the first one, it is added to that year cycle. Chikorita is the topic of today's video. Before I get into that though, I want to take this opportunity to reintroduce the series for those of you joining us for Gen 2, and update some stuff from the intro video. If you want to get straight into the Chikorita video, skip to the next chapter in that video. Anyway, for those of you who are new, welcome to the Pokemon Year Cycle, or PYC for short. A series where I talk about one Pokemon a day. I pretend like the PYC is a real thing that began on February 27th, 1996, and has gone to this day. Each day is a different Pokemon, and as each Pokemon is added to the Pokedex, each cycle gets longer. I start each video off by introducing the Pokemon, usually adding a notable descriptor of it, like if it's the first, last, lightest, heaviest, etc., in a category or in a generation. If it has an alternate form with a notably different type, that isn't one I've already talked about, I talk about that. I then talk about the Pokemon's previous 10 dates in the PYC, as we're on the 11th PYC, and there are more Pokemon than there are days of the year. I then give my opinion of a Pokemon, usually just its design, and any specific memories I have of the Pokemon, as well as any alternate forms. I then head into the article on Bulbapedia, a Pokemon wiki. I'll cover that more in depth when we get to that section of the video today. After that, I watch the first anime scene of the Pokemon to the best of my ability, although it's not always its first physical appearance. I usually count just about any representation of the Pokemon if I can. Sometimes the scene goes too long and I have to cut it to avoid a copyright claim. If that happens, I upload the full version on my Patreon, and will continue to do so until they implement some sort of copyright detection system, if ever. While I don't specifically link the video in the description, my Patreon is located at the bottom of the description box. Here you can watch the video for free. You don't even need to be a member. I want to make this series for everyone, so I don't think a copyright claim should restrict that. After that, if the Pokemon appears in Detective Pikachu, I talk about any scenes it's in, to the best of my ability. Given how the majority of the Pokemon featured in the film are from Gen 1, they should get a lot less frequent. If I have a Pokemon trading card game, TCG, card, I talk about that. Because my collection isn't terribly extensive, I then talk about who the next Pokemon with a card I'll have is. I then attempt to feature other people's opinions by using a community post in the community tab on my channel page. I don't typically get responses though. If you have opinions on a Pokemon, please feel free to share them on those posts. I add 7 of them each Saturday, as the original idea was I was going to film them all in one day. However, because I have so few responses, I can usually wait until the night before the video is due to check up on it and add it if I need to. If no one responds, I put up a slide that reads, "No one responded to this post," on my standard end card background, with remixed Pokemon music in the background. If you respond to it after I've completed the video, I plan on making YouTube shorts covering those responses. This will be true for the fan art section as well, which is the next section of the video. Regarding the fan art section, the hope is that viewers will submit fan art by tweeting at me at GreenTieTweet with the hashtag PYC, insert number of a Pokemon, including a 0 if it's before Pokemon 1000. Alternately, you can do the same thing on my Tumblr account, which is GreenTie Productions. All one word. Although you don't necessarily need to @ me. I suppose that's also true for Twitter, as I search for the hashtag every week anyway. The images don't necessarily need to relate to me or the channel. They don't even need to be by you, as long as you credit the original artist. If I don't get any fan art, I instead go to DeviantArt and talk about the fan art for the search results of that Pokemon. I also link the art in the description. After this, I do the outro, where I start by generally thanking people who submitted fan art. I do this even if no one has submitted fan art, as A, I've already filmed the video, assuming someone has submitted fan art, and B, I think it's funny. Then, I talk about streaming to get Pokemon in their original games, except for the ones I need to wait until later games to get back to, particularly the alternate forms. I then talk about the next Pokemon I'll be talking about, and then do my send-off. After the video, I try to stream in the evening or late afternoon, my time, where I get that Pokemon and any other Pokemon I need to get. I will sometimes find myself behind, as I also need to sometimes wait until I've talked about a certain Pokemon to continue, as I would like to not encounter a Pokemon in the games until I've covered them in the videos. That works well for the first few generations, but I don't know if the newer games have set spawns like the older ones do, so I'll update this later if needed. I also don't always have time to stream, particularly in the warmer months. I'll link to the stream in a community post. This will be particularly important moving forward, as Gen 2 introduces time-based Pokemon spawning, meaning I'm going to be streaming at certain times of the day that might be earlier than noon CMT Central Mountain Time. This will also affect when some of these videos come out, but I'll let you know when that happens. Now let's get into the proper video. Chikorita is the first Pokemon and Grass Pokemon in Gen 2, and the first pure Grass-type starter. Its previous PYC dates are July 27th, 1996, May 18th, 1999, March 8th, 2002, December 27th, 2004, October 18th, 2007, August 8th, 2010, May 29th, 2013, March 19th, 2016, January 8th, 2019, and October 29th, 2021. I think Chikorita's design is interesting. I also love saying its name. Anyway, let's get in the Bulbapedia article. Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Chikorita. For those of you who are new here, what we do is, well, we skip all of this box here, and then we go to the info box. There's a much longer box down here, and then we go back to this main article with this first sentence here. So, we start with Chikorita it's the Leaf Pokemon. We ignore the Japanese name. I never really have done it. Unless it's obviously the same name. It kind of seems like it's probably more or less the same name here, but yeah, I usually don't point that out anyway, so... Anyway, its number is 0152. Then we look at the image here. This is what it looks like. And if there's any alternate forms, they usually appear down here. Some don't, like in Pikachu and Mewtwo a few days ago. Those didn't have some of their forms. I think Shadow Mewtwo was missing from Mewtwo, and I think a bunch of like different costumes for Pikachu were also missing. Anyway, its type is grass, so you can see that with these lines here. I'm not gonna point this out unless it is a new one. This is just for a new generation. I'll probably do it for the first generation. You know, you can see these different colors represent grass, but otherwise I'm probably not going to bring it up again. Abilities, Overgrow, and Leaf Guard is its hidden ability. Gender ratio, it's 87.5% male and 12.5% female. Yes, I'm well aware that that's not actually a ratio. The ratios can be found, like when you click this link, there's like it'll show you like what category it's in. Like, I think in this one it's like 7 to 1. Yeah, this is just, I suppose, to make it easier for people. What this particularly means, if you're not aware, is this is what your catch rate, or like that's the percentage of, well, in this case, when you get it for the first time, or maybe when you get it in the wild, I'm not really sure. Like that's the percentage of how often it'll be male versus female. Catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. So this is like based on throwing the Pokeball, the normal Pokeball, and like it's a whole bunch of math. I think there's a note that says, yeah, when an ordinary Pokeball is thrown at full health in Gen 7. Okay. Breeding, egg groups, monster and grass, and hatch time 20 cycles. Again, this is a mechanic in the game starting in Gen 2 here. Although several Gen 1 Pokemon have featured this category because they were brought back, as, you know, for the first several generations. But so these are different egg groups. That's like a whole breeding thing, and this is like, I don't exactly know what 20 cycles are. I don't know if it's steps or what exactly it is. I guess we're going to find out when I play the game. Height is 2'11" or 0.9 meters, so I talk about both the Imperial and the metric heights. Weight is 14.1 pounds or 6.4 kilograms. So again, I talk about the Imperial and the metric. Base experience yield is 64 in Gen 2 through 4 and 64 in 5+. So 2 through 4 is new, and before I would say in the first 4 gens, but I can't do that now. And I'm not going to say like the second 3 gens, that feels weird. So yes, oh wait, it's 64. I didn't even notice that. It's 64 all around. Why is this in 2 different categories? Maybe that's like a default thing that they have here. That's interesting. Not how it normally is. That's kind of not great for if you're new here. Usually these are 2 wildly different numbers. Oftentimes it's less, sometimes it's more. I don't exactly know why. Base experience is just kind of, I think, how much experience you get on average. That's my guess. I don't exactly know what it means. Leveling rate is medium slow. This is kind of based on how much experience you need to get it to the next level. It's like, it will, or as you get through the levels, yeah. So like, it's not terribly slow to level it up, but it's also not terribly fast either. EV yield is 1 in special defense. I don't really know what EV yield means, but it's in special defense. Maybe it prioritizes special defense above all the other stats. I don't know. Shape is that, so there's going to be a few of these kind of shapes. There's a lot of different variety of shapes, some that look more like Pokemon and some that don't, but this is just a thing, an element. Footprint is that, so that is, yes, very classic. This is, yeah, so this is just, yeah, it's a little footprint, that each Pokemon, not every Pokemon has a footprint. This one does, because it has feet. Usually the ones that have feet have footprints, and those that do not, do not. Pokedex color is green. That makes sense. Usually this is very logical. For some reason there is no orange, which is weird, and sometimes they'll do what they did in Snorlax and call it black, even though there's basically no black on it. It's a weird thing. And base friendship is 70, so this is, friendship is a mechanic. I don't know if this is like the default, very basic, like you start off with 70 when you get this Pokemon. I'm not entirely sure, especially since you don't actually get to know that until like much later in the first games anyway. Or at least the first game, yeah. We skip the external links here. These will go to different websites and stuff, and I don't really want to do that, or otherwise, like, This is like the link to the gallery of images, and I don't do that. I stay on this article. Chikorita is a grass-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. It evolves into Bayleef, starting at level 16, which evolves into Meganium, starting at level 32. Along with Cyndaquil and Totodile, Chikorita is one of the 3 first partner Pokemon of Johto available at the beginning of Pokemon Gold, Silver Crystal, Heart Gold, and Soul Silver. Well, that first couple paragraphs kind of talk about like what it is, like when it was introduced, and what type it is, and like just a general overview of the Pokemon. The biology section here goes more into detail. It usually talks about its description and kind of stuff from the Pokédex that relate to its biology, I guess. Biology: Chikorita is a small, pale green quadrupedal Pokemon with dark green buds around its neck. Its head is large in proportion to the rest of its body, and it has big red eyes. Chikorita has 4 short legs with a single nailed toe on each and a stubby tail. On top of its head is a large green leaf that is usually longer than its body. A soothing aroma wafts from the leaf, which can calm battling Pokemon. The leaf is also used to sense temperature and humidity. Chikorita actively seeks out and enjoys the sun's warmth. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Chikorita uses the leaf to search for the coziest place to sleep in. Aww. On occasion, Chikorita can be seen relaxing as it sleeps due to finding a great spot. Chikorita can be found in grasslands, however, due to its status as a first partner Pokemon, a wild Chikorita is hard to come by, and it is generally found under the ownership of trainers. It has been recently seen living in the terrarium of Blueberry Academy. Chikorita has a docile nature. Evolution, the subsection here, goes into all of the forms that it will turn into. In this case, it's just a straight line, as I imagine it always is for the starter Pokemon. Evolution, Chikorita evolves into Bayleef, which evolves into Meganium. So you can see that here, Chikorita, Bayleef, Meganium. Game data, as a section, talks about NPC appearances, Pokedex entries, the main stats of, like, what moves it gets, and its sprites, and stuff like that. So everything basically related to the mainline games. And I think maybe partially the side games as well. NPC appearances, this goes into its appearances as an NPC character. Usually that's pretty consistent. Sometimes there's a little bit of a line whether or not that should really be count as a NPC appearance, because like, they kind of maybe are playable in a sort of roundabout way. Like, you could also argue that all of its major appearances should be NPC appearances because you're controlling the trainer and not the Pokemon. You're, like, commanding it to do the moves rather than... You kind of are the Pokemon, but you're also kind of the trainer. Yeah. So, NPC appearances, Pokemon Pinball, Ruby and Sapphire. When the ball hits the button in front of Chikorita on the Ruby field, it will unleash a Razor Leaf that causes the 2 Linoon to pop out. Pokepark B, Pikachu's Adventure. Chikorita is one of Pikachu's best friends. She is kidnapped by Trico and Mankey and sent to Venusaur's lair, where she is later rescued. After Pikachu rescues her, she goes to the meeting place where she builds the treehouse. She later accompanies Pikachu to the Sky Pavilion, along with Piplup and Charmander, where she meets Mew. Pokedex entries, it goes over all of the Pokedex entries that it has in the main games. So this is new. This Pokemon was unavailable prior to Gen 2, and that'll be true of all Gen 2 Pokemon. I'm sure it'll be before Gen 3, it'll change as we go on here. Before we get into Gen 2 here, we have a new voice for those of you who have come back, because in Gen 2, Ash's Pokedex got a new voice, and that's kind of how I based the original. 151 was based on Ash's original, so we'll do that. In Gen 2, Gold, a sweet aroma gently wafts from the leaf on its head. It is docile and loves to soak up the sun's rays. Silver, its pleasantly aromatic leaves have the ability to check the humidity and temperature. Crystal, it loves to bask in the sunlight. It uses the leaf on its head to seek out warm places. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, Crystal inserted, you get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the Silver entry. In Gen 3, in Ruby and Sapphire, in battle, Chikorita waves its leaf around to keep the foe at bay. However, a sweet fragrance wafts from the leaf, becoming the battling Pokemon and creating a cozy, friendly atmosphere all around. Emerald, it waves its leaf around to keep foes at bay. However, a sweet fragrance also wafts from the leaf, creating a friendly atmosphere that becomes the battlers. For Fire Red, the version 1.0 version was the Silver entry, But for version 1.1, it's pleasantly aromatic leaf, has the ability to check the humidity and temperature. Leaf green is Gold's entry. Oh, is that how we're doing it now? In Gen 4, in Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, it uses the leaf on its head to determine the temperature and humidity. It loves to sunbathe. Heart Gold is its gold counterpart, but Soul Silver is the version 1.1 version of Fire Red's entry. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums. In Gen 6, X is basically the gold entries, but Sun Rays is now 2 words. Y is Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, and the Gen 5 entries. The Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire entry is basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Chikorita and Pokemon are now the correct casing. For Gen 7, I'll read this for this first time, since it's a new one in Gen 2, but I'm not going to read it if this appears later. So this Pokemon has no Pokedex entries in Gen 7. I guess it's not in Gen 7. For Gen 8 here, there's this note. This Pokemon has no Pokedex entries in Sword, Shield, and Legends Arceus. So I'm not going to read that again if it comes up. So apparently it's only in Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. That Pokedex entry is basically Diamond and Pearls, but slightly different, so I'll read it. It uses the leaf on its head to determine the air's temperature and humidity. It loves to sunbathe. In Gen 9, Scarlet is the Crystal entry. Violet is very similar to the Fire Red version 1.1 and Soul Silver entry, but slightly different. So we'll read it. Its pleasantly aromatic leaf has the ability to check the humidity and temperature of the area around it. You can see Chikorita in the Blueberry Pokedex. That's fun. Because this, yeah, it's kind of fun to see it, yeah. In the dome there with those structures. Now they seem to form some sort of podium of some kind. Are they important to this area? I don't know. I guess I'll have to find out when I play the game. So this image is just the one from Blueberry Academy, but sometimes they're in Gen 7, so there's usually one to the left of this if it's in this one, and if it has a Mega Evolution of some kind, it's also there, but yeah, these are just fun images in the Pokedex. This is, game locations, so there's this note, this Pokemon was unavailable prior to Gen 2. I'm not going to read that. I'm usually not going to read any of these game locations. I usually just skip past it here, because it is a lot to read and not really a lot of fun to read, I wouldn't imagine. Same with the side game data. These are also game locations. Just a lot of information here. Yep. And then events. So these talk about all of the events that it's in. So we go past all this. Held items. So this is all the items it can hold. So held items was introduced in Gen 2. There were some that could be obtained if you transfer the Pokemon to Gen 2, if it was from Gen 1, but otherwise, yeah, it was a mechanic that was introduced in Gen 2. So in Gold, Silver, and Crystal, you get a berry 100% of the time. I think what it means is that it will always hold a berry, or maybe it just means that this is the only item it holds. I'm not really sure. So stats, base stats here, so this is all of the basic stats that it can have. I'm not really sure what it's based on. These ranges, these are like all the ranges it has at level 50 and at level 100. Not really sure how those kind of work out, but I don't read any of those. I will just read this left column here. HP 45, attack 49, defense 65, special attack 49, special defense 65, speed 45 for a total of 318. So for Pokéthon stats here, I skipped that because I don't really know what it means. I'm sure someone does, but I sure don't. So I usually acknowledge it, but I won't read it. Type effectiveness. So what I will do, I will read this top little note here for this video since it's a new one and a new generation, but I don't normally read it. So under normal battle conditions in Gen 9, this Pokemon is, and so it goes through all of the effectiveness. Like if you use any of these moves against it, it will be damaged normally by, weak to, immune to, or resistant to. So, in this case, it's damaged normally by normal, fighting, rock, ghost, steel, psychic, dragon, dark, and fairy moves. While it's weak to flying, poison, bug, fire, and ice moves for double damage. So, whatever the normal damage it would be, it gets doubled. Immune to nothing. Sometimes it is immune to something. This one just, in particular, wasn't immune to anything. It's resistant to ground, water, grass, and electric for half. So, again, the normal amount of damage you would do is halved. Sometimes it's weak to ×4 I've seen. I've also seen a fourth. There's also sometimes notes down here that, like, if special conditions are met, these will change. I'll probably bring that up when we do find that note for the first time in this generation. Learn set. So, again, because it's a new generation, I will read this first section here, but I will not read it for the others unless there's some special note that I need to acknowledge. So, Chikorita is available in Scarlet and Violet version 3.0.0+. Then, this whole category has a bunch of them. This is by leveling up. So, these are what moves you can potentially get at what levels in Gen 9. And you can see there are other generations. You can go to the past ones by clicking on these. I'm not going to do that. I like to stay on the article. At level 1, Tackle and Growl, 6, Razor Leaf, 9, Poison Powder, 12, Synthesis, 17, Reflect, 20, Magical Leaf, 23, Leech Seed, 28, Sweet Scent, 31, Light Screen, 34, Body Slam. So I don't read any of this stuff. I just read the level and the move. Like, I don't read the type, the category, the power, the accuracy, and the PB. Unless there's just one move, I will read it for that in any of these sections, but I won't usually. Safeguard at 39, 42 Giga Drain, and 45 Solar Beam. By TM, these are technical machines that I just learned yesterday. These are one-time use moves that you can teach Pokemon, or at least they were in Gen 1. I don't know if that's still how TMs work. Sometimes these will also have TRs. For some reason, it doesn't list the HMs. I mean, maybe it might be because I don't know if HMs are still a thing in the modern games, or at least in the same way that they were in the original games. So, TM 001 Takedown. Usually I don't say the 00, but since it's a new thing, I'll do that today. 2 Charm, 3 Fake Tears, 5 Mud Slap, 7 Protect, 20 Trailblaze, 25 Facade, 33 Magical Leaf, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 56 Bullet Seed, 66 Body Slam, 70 Sleep Talk, 71 Seed Bomb, 74 Reflect, 75 Light Screen, 81 Grass Knot, 85 Rest, 88 Swords Dance, 103 Substitute, 111 Giga Drain, 119 Energy Ball, 122 Encore, 130 Helping Hand, 137 Grassy Terrain, 146 Grass Pledge, 159 Leaf Storm, 168 Solar Beam, 171 Terra Blast, 190 Solar Blade, 194 Grassy Glide, 204 Double Edge, and 224 Curse. By breeding, so these are things you can get. These are parents, and they give you these powers either directly or through multiple generations, I think. Breeding is complicated. I don't fully understand it myself. But again, I will just read the group and the move, unless it's just one. I don't know if I've ever encountered just one move, though, yet. So I'm not going to read each of the Pokemon names. I'm just going to say this group, unless there's one Pokemon in the group, then I will say its name. So this group gives you Ancient Power, this group gives you Counter, this group gives you Flail, this group gives you Heal Pulse, this group gives you Ingrain, and this group gives you Vine Whip. TCG only moves, so these are moves that are exclusive to the TCG, or as I've kind of learned, just moves that are not in the main games. There'll also be sometimes a section that's anime-only moves, and sometimes it's on both of those lists. So, move, rollout on this card, Sleep Powder on these cards. I don't say the name, I just say the card, because sometimes I don't know how to pronounce the things, and I don't want to embarrass myself. So side game data, I will kind of vaguely go through part of these. I'm not going to talk about these in detail, except for a few of them that are like basically Pokedex entries. I will go over those if we see them here. Yes, you got all these. Yep. So like, okay. So like here, you can see Pokemon Ranger and Pokemon Ranger Guardian signs. So I'll read the browser entry here. You'll see in a second that I'm not going to highlight Pokemon Ranger or Guardian signs. For this first one, I'll do the browser entry, and I'll only do this like this part. That's just because I don't read any of this information. It's a lot easier on myself if I don't have to do that. So yeah, this will be the part that's highlighted. Pokemon Ranger, the browser entry. Chikorita looks cute when it toddles, with its leaf blowing in the wind. Pokemon Ranger, Guardian signs. Usually I'll just say Guardian signs or whatever the subtitle is, but in this case, because it's a new thing, I thought I'd do the full name. It creates vines around itself that make Pokemons load. I got all this. Okay, perfect. There's another thing I will stop at, the Pokepark Wii Pikachu's Adventure and the sequel. Pokepark Wii Pikachu's Adventure in the Pokepark pad entry. Chikorita followed you through the mysterious tunnel, landing in the Meadow Zone. She's one of your best friends. She loves leafy greens. So this is a thing in the game. You are playing as Pikachu, so the you in this case is Pikachu. But for some reason, you're not the one who writes the Pokepark pad entries. I don't really know how that works, since it's arguably yours? I don't know. It's a weird weird thing. It's not really clear who writes the thing. You may have also noticed I didn't highlight the image here. I don't do that. I don't really know why I don't, but maybe because I don't really talk about the image, and except in this particular case, when I have to acknowledge the fact that I'm not pointing out the image. Anyway, we got all this. Yeah, Pokemon Go. So, it's perfect. Another thing I do, Pokemon Sleep, if it appears in Pokemon Sleep. So I will read this again like a Pokedex entry, and then I'll talk about each of these, not terribly in detail. Usually I'll just say their name and say that they're cute. It's said that Chikorita uses the leaf on its head to determine the air's temperature and humidity and search for the coziest place to bed on. It often seems relaxed in sleep, as if it had found itself a great spot. So we've got leaf twirling sleep, droopy leaf sleep, belly up sleep, and top belly sleep. So, yeah, again, very cute. Evolution data here, so this is kind of redundant because of the information above. It already kind of covers all this, but this is a much simpler way of looking at it. I guess it's for like people who just want that quick information. You know, most people probably don't read the entire article. I'm one of the exceptions. Chikorita, level 16, Bayleef, level 32, Meganium. I do read all of it. Sometimes there's like special things here, like Pokemon doesn't appear in certain games, like if they're like special evolutions or that were introduced later or something. Yeah, and that'll be located here above this box. So, sprites here. So, again, I will read this, but I won't for future videos. Except, I guess, when we start Gen 3 and you know, each of the generations. This Pokemon was unavailable prior to Gen 2. It's a little bit weird for me, because this is the first time we're just starting straight into Gen 2. So it's very interesting to see. It was originally yellow, the sprites with green highlights, instead of this sort of green body, or lightish green body. And the shiny here has orange leaf and the orange things. So yeah, and it's very interesting. Still a very weird looking Pokemon, to be honest. And Crystal corrects the coloring by making it that green color. I can see it's animated, that's kind of fun. I'm not going to try to count these rings. Or these things, yeah, the bumps. Yep. So Gen 3, better quality, of course. This is now a yellow body, that's interesting. It's different kind of orange. Yep. Gen 4, a slightly different green, a slightly different yellow. These green and orange are probably also slightly different. It's very, you know, it's a very simple Pokemon. I don't think it really changes all that much. Then we got Gen 5, we got a full back sprite, that's pretty cool. If we had a full back sprite? I mean, kind of, almost. But yeah, not quite the full back sprite we see here, so. Then we got the models in Gen 6, which, yeah, okay. So you can see slightly different green, slightly different yellow, slightly different orange. Gen 7, I'm assuming it's by transfer. I mean, these are basically the same models anyway, so yeah, that kind of makes sense. Okay, it doesn't have the Gen 9 one yet, so this is the best we get. These are the best models we're gonna get. Cross-generation home. Usually don't say cross-generation, I'll usually just say home. Yeah, you can see sort of a slightly darker yellow, almost like a green yellow, yellow-green. So it kind of keeps the darker orange, those kind of stuff, and the darker green. In the anime, I don't read any of this because it's a lot of information, and we'd be here for a very, very long time if I did that. So I'll point out like Ash's Chikorita, Casey Chikorita, you know, some of the more notable ones here. And I'll point out the image here, Chikorita in the anime. That's usually the first thing I'll point out when I talk about in the anime. Yep, you got all this. Yep. So Pokedex entries, I will usually read them. However, I usually record the anime before I touch this section, because if the anime section has it reading the Pokedex, I'd rather the professional read it than me trying to mimic the professional. So in this case, we don't. I didn't get to that part of the episode, so I will read all three of them. In episode 118 for Chikorita. Usually I ignore that unless there is a different subject in Ash's Pokedex. Chikorita, the leaf Pokemon. Chikorita releases a sweet, relaxing fragrance from the leaf on its head in episode 126. So, in the same Pokedex is usually how I go about it if it's the same Pokedex. Chikorita, the leaf Pokemon. Chikorita emit pleasant aromas from the leaves on their heads, and they love to sunbathe. In Diamond and Pearl, episode 143. In Dawn's Pokedex. Chikorita, the leaf Pokemon. Chikorita uses the leaf on its head to scan for warmth and humidity in its surroundings and loves to sunbathe. Skip this. If there's an image for these kind of things, I will talk about it, but I usually ignore these. In the manga here, so these are its appearances in the manga adaptation of the story. So you got Chikorita and Pokemon Adventures. That's one of the big mangas that's going on. Yep. Got all this. Yep. If there is a Pokedex entry, sometimes there is, particularly in the Pokemon Adventures subsection, I will read it in the same voice as I do the other one. In the TCG, so usually it's just a link to the TCG if it's in here at all. Yeah, but sometimes there is like a couple lines, particularly if it's a notable character in the TCG, like Charizard was, and so I will read that if necessary. Other appearances, so I do actually read all of these instead of just leaving them alone, because most of the time they're A, video games like they are for the Super Smash Bros. Here, and B, it's because it's much faster. Like, it's just, this is not always in every article, so it's a special kind of thing when we get to have this. Super Smash Bros. Melee. When released from a Pokeball, Chikorita unleashes a Razor Leaf that hits any opponent in its path. Chikorita is also a Pokefloat. It is one of the smallest and floats around Psyduck. Trophy information. So, unlike the, how do I put it? Brash Pokedex voice I typically use, I have decided, for whatever reason, to go with a much smoother voice for this. It's wildly different and a little bit more feminine. Sometimes leads into my actual voice, because I'm reading these for the first time. So yeah, I'm not very good at it. You may have also seen I probably slipped into my actual voice when I read the proper Pokedexes earlier. Again, I'm reading these, for the most part, for the first time ever. So, you know, it's a cold read, as they call it. Chikorita was one of the first 3 Pokemon available in Pokemon Gold, Silver, and Crystal. A grass-type Pokemon, it emits a delightful fragrance from the leaves on its head, and loves to spend its time leisurely sunbathing. When called into battle, it uses its Razor Leaf move to strike its opponent's weak points. You may also have noticed that I added a trophy here. Probably, yeah. When I read that, that's because sometimes they have trophies, sometimes they don't. And I just want to keep it consistent. I want you to know what the trophy looks like if they don't feature it in the article. You also may have noticed earlier I had the footage for this one. Again, sometimes they'll have an image like it looks like they're probably going to have for Brawl here. I will not do footage of it if it is in that game, but otherwise I like to have you know what this looks like for reference. Super Smash Bros. Brawl, Chikorita returns to do the same thing it did in Melee, unleashing Razor Leaf when released from a Pokeball. It swings its leaf around violently until the green blades fly directly in front of it for a few seconds. So you can see Chikorita in Super Smash Bros. Brawl here. Trophy information? A leaf Pokemon. It loves sunbathing and can use the leaf on its head to check the temperature and humidity around it. Chikorita releases a sweet aroma from its leaf to becalm opponents into a slumber. It can also learn moves to help recover all Pokemon allies. Chikorita evolves into Bayleef by leveling up. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Chikorita returns as a spirit. Trivia. For this, I will usually read just about all of these. The only times in which I will not is if it is a repeat of one that we've talked about, or more or less a repeat, like if it were like this Pokemon shares its category with this earlier Pokemon, then I won't. Like, I'll acknowledge that I've read it, but I won't read it. The Chikorita family is the only evolutionary line of a first partner Pokemon to keep their Japanese voices in the English dub of the anime, due to having nearly identical names in English and Japanese. In the anime, Chikorita have had the most trainers among the Johto first partner Pokemon. One Chikorita has been trained by each of Ash, Casey, Vincent Silver, Lyra, and Horus. However, Ash is the only one who is confirmed to not have received Chikorita as a first partner Pokemon. Chikorita is the only first partner Pokemon that cannot be used in the Pokemon Jump minigame. In both early artwork and the in-game sprites of Pokemon Gold and Silver, Chikorita's body is yellow. This was changed to light green in later artwork and the Pokemon Crystal sprites. So you can see Chikorita in its original yellow body. So, most of the time, these are relevant to these trivia points, like in this case. Sometimes they're not, so I'll usually kind of acknowledge it if it's not. Before I move on to, right here we've got a pretty nice list of trivia points. A very short list. Sometimes it's multiple, full top to bottom of the screen text. Before I move on to the next screen of text, I will acknowledge it. An early demo of Pokemon Gold and Silver in 1997 shows Chikorita's name as Hapa, Japanese that, which literally means leaf. Due to a programming error, Chikorita is not required in order to receive the diploma in Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire. Origin. This section talks about the origin of it, or best guesses that the writers of this have. Chikorita appears to be based on sauropods. Its shape and appearance also allude to that of a pear, or a Belgian endive, a type of chicory. Buds around Chikorita's neck look like a necklace, adding feminine touch to the design. Sometimes this also happens where there are grammatical errors, and I usually point it out, so in this case it should be adding a feminine touch. Name origin. Chikorita and Chikorita may be a combination of chicory, a flowering plant, and ita, a feminine form of the Spanish suffix for something small or young. So you can see how sometimes it is its actual origin, but most of the time it'll be their best guess of what its name is. There isn't a source for that, even when it's so utterly obvious, like some of the names in Gen 1 were, probably will be in Gen 2. In other languages, so we look at these, we don't read them. It's a lot. I don't know how to speak these languages, and I don't want to even remotely try. See, also, it links to relevant articles to this page. References, any references they used throughout the article. So external links, in this case to first partner trios. So this box, I acknowledge it, but I don't read them. And I'm sure we'll have the Super Smash Bros. There it is. And then we got the bottom here. I talked a little bit about the top one, so this is basically the same, but without that note. I don't talk about these. This is the last Pokemon, Mew, and then the next Pokemon, Bayleef. So, yeah, it exists. I don't acknowledge it. And then there's this note that it says this Pokemon article is part of Project Pokedex, a Bulbapedia project that aims to write comprehensive articles on each Pokemon as a species. So, I don't usually read that. I read it for this one because it's a new generation. But yeah, that is it. Let us move on. Now let's watch Chikorita's first scene in the anime. Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we're watching episode 117, Don't Touch That Dial, like Totodile. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character, and his traveling companions Brock and Misty, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, have come to New Bark Town and have met Professor Elm here, as well as the local Officer Jenny and Nurse Joy. Officer Jenny is investigating a stolen Totodile, and he's explaining to Ash and friends how he allows new trainers to pick out Pokemon. He has a Cyndaquil in his hand there. Yes.
One of three. A Chikorita. A new trainer just picked this one up the other day. It's a grass type. Or they can pick a Cyndaquil.
Yeah, and that is Chikorita's first scene in the anime. Let's move on. I technically have a Chikorita TCG card, but it's a trainer card that also features Cyndaquil and Totodile, so we'll wait until the Totodile video to cover it. Now let's see why people love Chikorita. Now let's look at fan art. Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. No, we set in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who are not familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Chikorita. This first one is Chikorita by Blue Komodori. This nice painting of Chikorita. It looks to be watercolor. That's fun. Yeah, maybe a little bit of marker or something. Yeah, it's very well done. Then we've got Leaf Babies by Mewtwo. 4 different versions of Chikorita here with 3 different leaves. It's fun. Maple leaf, I don't know what the other ones are like. But yeah, very, very fun, very nice. See how some of them seem to be based on the shiny, some of them is based on the regular. That it's, you know, the different shades as well. Yeah, it's very nice. And we've got Chikorita by Riley Kitty. This cute Chikorita jumping off, or jumping up in the air, maybe off that log or something. Probably not. That's too far in the background, but yeah, it's a very nice image. Then we've got Chikorita by Star Soul Art. Seems to be from, I can't tell if that's 2017 or 2019. But still very good art, it's kind of stylized. Then we've got Pokemon of the Week 6 by Pink Jeremy. So this fun Chikorita here. Yeah. Leaf being much larger than the body. Yeah, it's in this jungle. That's kind of fun. Then we've got Chikorita Evolutions by Zamamang. So this very stylized Chikorita line here. I guess it's from 2019. So Chikorita, Bayleef, Meganium. Bayleef is taller than Meganium in this image. I don't know if that's actually true, if this is based on their actual like heights. It'd be very interesting if it got shorter. And we've got Chikorita self-portrait illustration by Jacqueline Kirk. So this nice image you can see. Chikorita had drawn a self-portrait in crayon. That's kind of fun. And we've got Hanami starter pack by Cory or Redondo, so looks like all of the starters up until, I want to say, Gen 7? Yeah, it looks like it. So we've got the original starters, Bulbasaur, Squirtle, and Charmander. All of them seem to be at a picnic. Squirtle's got a phone. Bulbasaur seems to be using Vine Whip. I don't know if it's taking some of the food or like setting it out, setting this thing out. Charmander is being sat on by Mudkip, who is Gen 3, I believe. But Gen 2, we've got, here's the Chikorita over here. Totodile is holding, looks, I hope that's not beer, but it's a bottle of something. Cyndaquil is being used as a fire for Snivy here. That's Gen 5 or 6, I can never remember. So we talked about Mudkip. Trico is the grass one, and Trico's seems to be taking a nap. Torchic here is, I don't know, just staring at this, I guess, or I don't know. And Gen 4, we got Pipluff, seems to be bubbling at Rowlet here, who presumably took its food. That one's Gen 7 for sure. So then, Turtwig. That's Turtwig. I don't know if it's waiting in line or what it's doing. I mean, it's just following Snivy. And then the final one is Chimchar. It's on top of Bulbasaur. I don't know if it's commanding Bulbasaur. It does seem like it. Maybe it's trying to stop Bulbasaur. I don't know. Then, I don't know if... Okay, Gen 5 and Gen 6. That gets a little bit trickier for me. We got Oshawott, Tepig, Snivy, Vroki, Chespin, Fennekin. Seems to be eating a cookie. I think the Gen 7 ones are Poplio, Rowlet, and Litten. It seems to be playing with Charmander's tail here. Yeah, very nice image, very well done, lots of great details. Oh, I didn't even notice that Tepig is eating like a burger or a sandwich. That's fun. Then we've got Chikorita by Winter Thistles. It's apparently from 2016. It's like weirdly detailed. I don't really like the eyes that much. Yeah, maybe they're a little too human for me. I don't know. Then we've got Chikorita Cute by Tarty. Yeah, another one that's maybe a little too real. I don't like it. Then Chikorita by Kenket. So this kind of silly looking Chikorita here. It seems, what is the style? Can't even, is this painting? Is this like the traditional like oil painting? This is incredible. Yeah, that's a lot of detail. I think it's at night? It's kind of hard. Maybe it's just in a jungle. I don't know. Then we got Chikorita by Sorcerus Horserus. So this fun painting, I guess it's from 2016, of Chikorita using Vine Whip. And this doesn't contain a Chikorita, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight, not because I don't still have a lot to do, but because I simply don't have time tonight. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Bayleef. As always, this is my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today we'll be talking about Bayleef, the first evolution and the first grass evolution of Gen 2, and the first pure grass evolution. It's also the evolution of Chikorita, who evolves at level 16. Its previous PYC dates are July 28th, 1996, May 19th, 1999, March 9th, 2002, December 28th, 2004, October 19th,
2007, August 9th, 2010, May 30th, 2013, March 20th, 2016, January 9th, 2019, and October 30th, 2021. I like Bayleef's design. I like that it's a logical continuation of Chikorita. Anyway, let's read the Bulbapedia article. Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Bayleef, the leaf Pokemon, whose number is 0153. This is what it looks like. Its type is grass. Abilities, Overgrow, and Leaf Guard is its hidden ability. Gender ratio, 87.5% male and 12.5% female. So, if you're new to this generation, I do read gender ratio, catch rate, and breeding sections in the evolutions, even though they're usually the same. Sometimes the breeding is a little bit different, but yeah, generally. I mean, catch rate is not always the same, but gender ratio and breeding are usually the same. So catch rate, 45 or 11.9%. Breeding, 8 groups monster and grass, hatch time 20 cycles. Height, 3'11" or 1.2 meters. Weight, 34.8 pounds or 15.8 kilograms. Base experience yield is 141 in Gen 2 through 4 and 142 in 5+. So yesterday I talked about how these are usually different. This is a very small difference, but it is, you can see it's different in 5+. Leveling rate is medium slow, EV yield is 2, 1 in defense and 1 in special defense. Shape is that, footprint is that, Pokedex color is green, and base friendship is 70. Bayleef is a grass-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. It evolves from Chikorita starting at level 16 and evolves into Meganium starting at level 32. Biology, Bayleef is a quadrupedal pale yellow reptilian Pokemon that resembles a sauropod dinosaur. It has a long neck, red eyes, a short rounded snout, and a stubby tail. Each foot has a single light gray nail. Spreading from its forehead is a green leaf that curves back over its head, and around its neck are a series of tightly curled leaves. Inside the leaves are small tree shoots. The aroma wafting from the leaves around its neck has a spicy scent and has various beneficial effects on those who inhale it. The fragrance has a combination of energizing, stimulating, and healing effects. Bayleef can be rarely found in grasslands. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, any Pokemon sleeping near Bayleef will feel invigorated. Evolution, Bayleef evolves from Chikorita and evolves into Meganium. So you can see that here, Chikorita, Bayleef, Meganium. Game data, Pokedex entries. If you're new here, sometimes this happens where just how I have it, I don't have the table of contents open, so it kind of awkwardly has to be up here and the Pokedex down there because it's a wider box than this space. In Gen 2 in Gold, the scent of spices comes from around its neck. Somehow sniffing it makes you want to fight. Silver, a spicy aroma emanates from around its neck. The aroma acts as a stimulant to restore health. Crystal, the scent that wafts from the leaves on its neck causes anyone who smells it to become energetic. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Gold, Silver, or Crystal inserted, you get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the Silver entry. In Gen 3, Ruby and Sapphire, Bayleef's neck is ringed by curled up leaves. Inside each tubular leaf is a small shoot of a tree. The fragrance of this shoot makes people peppy. Emerald, a Bayleef's neck is ringed by curled up leaves. Inside each leaf is a small tree shoot. The fragrance of this shoot makes people peppy. Fire Red is the Silver entry, and Leaf Green is the Gold entry. In Gen 4, Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, the buds that ring its neck give off a spicy aroma that perks people up. Heart Gold and Soul Silver are their Gold and Silver counterpart. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums. In Gen 6, X is the Silver entries. Y is Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, and Gen 5 entries. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Bayleef is now the correct casing. The Gen 8 Pokedex is its Diamond and Pearl counterpart. In Gen 9, in Scarlet, the spicy scent that wafts from around Bayleef's neck somehow makes those who smell it want to fight. Violet is the Crystal entry. Bayleef in the Blueberry Pokedex. So you can see a couple Bayleef with the Chikorita. That's kind of fun. See the dome. Game locations. So there seems to be this little note. I will read it and then we'll move on. In Pokemon Coliseum, only one Bayleef can be obtained per game without trading, regardless of location. So you got all this. Side game locations. So we have this little note here that's new. Or at least I never noticed it in Gen 1 if it was in Gen 1. This Pokemon is unavailable in Generation 2 side games. So, again, we're not going to read that moving forward. I got all these. Held items. In Coliseum, you get the Miracle Seed 100% of the time. Stats, base stats, HP 60, attack 62, defense 80, special attack 63, special defense 80, speed 60 for a total of 405. Pokéthon stats, type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, fighting, rock, ghost, steel, psychic, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to flying, poison, bug, fire, and ice for double. Immune to nothing, resistant to ground, water, grass, and electric for half. Learn set by leveling up. We will go down to levels 18 Reflect. So this is normal for anyone who is, like, this is your first generation joining us. We normally, if it's an evolution that is based on leveling up, we start with the first move after they evolve. So in this case, it would be 18 Reflect. 18 Reflect, 22 Magical Leaf, 26 Leech Seed, 32 Sweet Scent, 36 Light Screen, 40 Body Slam, 46 Safeguard, 50 Giga Drain, and 54 Solar Beam. By TM, we're skipping. Again, this is normal, because potentially these are probably all going to be the same as yesterday's, because it's the same type. So I just assume that it's the same. There might be a few new ones. I don't know. If it's not based on type, I literally have no idea how they'd base it. So anyway, by breeding we are also skipping because it's the same line, you get the same Pokemon. Nothing by prior evolution. This is pretty normal. This is, if there is anything though, it would say, you know, the move and stuff. This Pokemon has no moves exclusive to prior evolutions. Again, I'm not going to read that until probably Gen 3. TCG only moves. Sleep Powder on that card. Side game data here, seeing out all this. Yep. Okay. Pokemon Ranger in the browser entry. Bayleef shoots its leaves at full force. They can obliterate a metal fence. Pokemon Ranger Guardian Signs. It creates vines around itself that make Pokemon slowed. Got all this. Yep. Pokemon Go. We got Pokemon Sleep. The buds that ring Bayleef's neck give off a spicy aroma that perks people up. Maybe the Pokemon sleeping around Bayleef feel invigorated too. So we've got Stretching Sleep, Bud Shaking Sleep, Aroma Wafting Sleep, and a Top Belly Sleep. Evolution data, Chikorita, level 16, Bayleef, level 32, Meganium. Sprites here, so pretty good. You know, got the orange leaf to be expected. So this actually, it being yellow, actually makes a lot more sense, given that the other one was originally yellow, like the Chikorita was. Because, like, it doesn't make much sense for it to go from green to yellow to green again. I don't know why they didn't change this to a different shade of green, but they didn't. So, I mean, maybe they just liked the yellow. It's a good design, though. Yeah, the leaf has gotten bigger. These have turned into more shoots. Like, I guess it's more obvious later, but yeah, they kind of look like they're leaves at this point, but yep, and you can see the cut leaf like that, yep. Has a different yellow and crystals. Ruby and Sapphire got the different yellow and the, yep, greens. Now more obviously shoots. The shiny is pink, I guess, with sort of more of a gold leaf. Interesting. Then Gen 4, you got, you know, a little different, probably. I think it's different green slightly. This is more of an orangish pink. The shiny, but yeah, not much changes. Again, pretty basic Pokemon. I guess I can check the rings. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's moving too much, but probably 7. I imagine it's probably 7 moving forward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, maybe 8. It's probably, yeah, even around. So then full back sprite for Gen 5. Then you got the models, pretty good. Interpretation, you know, it's got all the things. The leaf is now, looks to be more vertical rather than horizontal as implied by the sprites. That's interesting. Although back sprite kind of, at least in this generation, kind of makes it seem like maybe it's vertical. But that seems like it's more behind its head or something. Huh. These models are slightly different. The leaf is a lot smaller. That's interesting. Or at least closer. Although maybe that's just when they got the picture. Seems like maybe it's a little bit smaller. Then homes. You got these models. Okay, in the anime. So you got Ash's Bayleef, Casey's Bayleef. Bayleef in the anime. Okay, got this. For Pokedex entries here, because I've already recorded for the anime, I will let Ash's Pokedex read it. I don't know if it's still Dexter or not. It might be. I mean, it looks like it's probably a different Pokedex, so it might not be named Dexter anymore. I don't know. I guess I'll have to find out eventually if they ever mention that again.
Bayleef, the leaf Pokemon. The evolved form of Chikorita. Bayleef emits a spicy aroma from the leaves around its neck, and its razor leaf is extremely powerful.
In the manga here, Bayleef in Pokemon Adventures, got all this. So, Pokedex entries. Manga is Pokemon Adventures, Chapter 141. Entry: its neck emits a spice-like fragrance that has a refreshing effect. So this is Choyong Yi's translation, so I don't know if this was exclusively in Japanese and someone, like, fan translated it or something into English. But it has that little note, so, I mean, not all of them have that little note, so it's not like that's a standard thing that they have, but I don't really know who that is. In the TCG trivia, so this first point we read yesterday, and so this is a perfect example of what I was talking about yesterday, where the exact wording isn't the same as the point I read yesterday, but the message is the same. Bayleef's necklace is consistently described as having a spicy aroma, while real bay leaves have a bitter and herbal taste, which is similar to thyme. Origin: Bayleef appears to be based on sauropods, specifically the Apatosaurus. Its vegetable part may be based on the leaves of the bay laurel, whose oil is used for healing and as a stimulant in aromatherapy. In the Pokemon Gold and Silver Space World 97 demo, Bayleef was instead a different design named Hanamagura. It is seemingly based on moles, which use the kanji meaning Earth Dragon, thus being a mole that blossoms into a dragon. The antennae from the design persists in Meganium's final design. You can see Hanamagura here. Name origin: Bayleef and Bayleef derive from Bayleef, an herb. Wonder why they changed it from Bayleef L-E-A-F to L-E-E-F. It'd be more unique. I don't know. Or maybe not to confuse people, like, maybe it was purely for, like, because the internet was the thing at this point, so, like, maybe it was the young internet. Like, if you typed in Bayleef like this, you were gonna get the Pokemon instead of this, you know, so that, where you'd probably get, like, Bayleef, you know, like, you'd get, like, other things, maybe. In other languages, references, see also, external links. Let's move on.
Now let's see Bayleef's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we're watching episode 161, The Bug Stops Here. In this episode, Ash Ketchum and his traveling companions, Brock and Misty, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu and Togepi here, have entered a bug-catching contest at a local park. Ash and Pikachu have been captured by the main members of Team Rocket, Jesse, James, and Meowth, as well as occasionally Wobbuffet. I don't know if you'll be seeing him in this video, but they have come to help Ash and this very familiar Chikorita with her very familiar owner. Her name is Casey. Chikorita here is evolving to help out because its attacks aren't quite powerful enough.
Chikorita? What's happening? Oh,
Yeah, Steam Rocket that was there before me. Okay, that's probably safe to assume that that is Bayleef's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why people love Bayleef. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who are not familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Bayleef. So, these first 4 images don't contain a Bayleef, so what we do is we go to this 5th one. Pokemon Subspecies Bayleef by Cool Pikachu 29. It's got a bunch of different versions, so the standard one in the middle. And they got Desert, so you got how it's like a spinier thorns, like a cactus, and then those kind of shoots. Then Tundra, it's a little bit more wobbly, I don't know, wiggly, I guess. I presume like those kind of plants are, bluer, of course. Yeah, a lot less sun probably comes, so it's a lot darker. Then we got Pond, so it's a lily, has the leaf, and then all these. And Tropical, so it's a palm leaf.
And coconuts as the rings. That's fun. Yeah, very good art. Very fun ideas. Then we've got Dino Friends by Pichu. So it's a Chikorita with an Amora egg, then an Amora and a Bayleef, and then Meganium with Aurorus. So yeah, these are because it's basically these two are the closest, you know, of this kind of style of dinosaur. So it's kind of cute that they're friends. Yeah, this doesn't contain a Bayleef, so we'll move on. Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight, but I won't be getting a Bayleef. Instead, I'm going to continue my quest to complete the Gen 1 Pokedex to the best of my ability. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Meganium. As always, this is my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today we'll be talking about Meganium, the first final evolution, and the first grass final evolution of Gen 2, and first pure grass final evolution. It's also the final evolution of Chikorita, who evolves into Bayleef, who evolves into Meganium at level 32. Its previous PYC dates are July 29th, 1996, May 20th, 1999, March 10th, 2002, December 29th, 2004, October 20th, 2007, August 10th, 2010, May 31st, 2013, March 21st, 2016, January 10th, 2019, and October 31st, 2021. I like Meganium's design. It's interesting what they continued and what they decided to change between it and Bayleef. I like that the bulb, shoots, turn into a flower. It's familiar, but different. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article. Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Meganium, the herb Pokemon, whose number is 0154. This is what it looks like. Its type is Grass, abilities Overgrow, and Leaf Guard is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 87.5% male and 12.5% female. Catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding is A groups Monster and Grass. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 5'11", or 1.8 meters. Weight is 221.6 pounds, 100.5 kilograms. Base experience yield is 208 in Gen 2 through 4 and 236 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium slow. EV yield is 3, 1 in defense, and 2 in special defense. I think this is the first time we've ever had a 3 where it was 2 and 1 instead of like 1 in each category. It's a 2 and a 1. That's interesting. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is green, and base friendship is 70. Meganium is a grass-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. It evolved from Bayleef, starting at level 32. It is the final form of Chikorita. Biology: Meganium is a quadrupedal, pale green reptilian Pokemon that resembles a sauropod dinosaur. It has a long neck, yellow eyes, a short, blunt snout, and 2 stamen-like antennae on top of its snout. The antennae are shorter on a female than on a male. Encircling Meganium's neck are large pink flower petals with a yellow central pattern and white edges. It has 3 claws on each foot and a stubby tail. Meganium's petals release an aroma that calms aggressive feelings, and its breath has the power to revive dead grass and plants. Its soothing, regenerative powers can even affect those who stand nearby. Meganium tends to be very docile and has been portrayed as a peacemaker in the anime. It can rarely be found living in grasslands. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, many Pokemon tend to sleep peacefully side by side with Meganium. The reason is fragrance given off by Meganium's flower soothes and calms emotions of any Pokemon fighting near it. So either the reason for it is the fragrance, or this reason is the fragrance. Illumina Pokemon, a special Meganium, is worshipped in Lentil for being one of the 7 guardian Illumina Pokemon. It resides in the Florio Island Lumina spot. Evolution: Meganium evolves from Bayleef and is the final form of Chikorita. So, Chikorita, Bayleef, Meganium. Game data and PC appearances: Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Red Rescue Team, and Blue Rescue Team. Meganium leads an unnamed rescue team that gathers at Pokemon Square just before the player and partner are able to access Magma Cavern. Pokedex entries: in Gen 2 in Gold, the aroma that rises from its petals contains a substance that calms aggressive feelings. Silver, Meganium's breath has the power to revive dead grass and plants. It can make them healthy again. Crystal, anyone who stands beside it becomes refreshed, just as if they were relaxing in a sunny forest. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, or Crystal inserted, you get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the Silver entry. In Gen 3 in Ruby and Sapphire, the fragrance of Meganium's flower soothes and calms emotions. In battle, this Pokemon gives off more of its becalming scent to blunt the foe's fighting spirit. Emerald, the fragrance of a Meganium's flower soothes and calms emotions. In battle, it gives off more of its becalming scent to blunt the foe's fighting spirit. Fire Red is the silver entry, and Leaf Green is the gold entry. In Gen 4 in Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, its breath has the fantastic ability to revive dead plants and flowers. Heart Gold and Soul Silver are their gold and silver counterparts. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums. In Gen 6, X is the gold entries and Leaf Green's entry. Y's is basically the silver entries and Fire Red's entry, but Meganium is now the correct casing. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Meganium and Pokemon are now the correct casing. The Gen 8 Pokedex entry is its Diamond and Pearl counterpart. In Gen 9, Scarlet is very similar to Crystals, but slightly different, so I'll read it. Anyone who stands beside it becomes refreshed, just as if they were soaking in the soothing atmosphere of a forest. Violet is very similar to Y's entry, but slightly different, so I'll read it. Meganium's breath holds within it the power to revive grasses and plants that have withered. Let's see, Meganium and the Blueberry Pokedex here. This is particularly interesting, since usually when there's a gender difference, they usually show it off in this art, but they didn't for some reason. I guess it's not always true. There was also Hypno, I don't think, did that either. Game locations, side game locations, and events. There does not appear to be held items. That's new. So I guess we're going straight to stats. Stats, base stats, HP 80, attack 82, defense 100, special attack 83, special defense 100, speed 80 for a total of 525. Pokéthon stats, type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, fighting rock, ghost, steel, psychic dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to flying, poison, bug, fire, and ice for double, immune to nothing, resistant to ground, water, grass, and electric for half. For learn sit, by leveling up, we would normally go down to 34 Sweet Scent here, but you can see this Evo here is here. So this is, for anyone who's new here, what we do is reread it. So it's upon evolution, so we'll read this, and then we'll go down to Sweet Scent. So, upon evolution, you get Petal Dance, level 34 Sweet Scent, 40 Light Screen, 46 Body Slam, 54 Safeguard, 60 Giga Drain, and 65 Solar Beam. Skipping by TMs, and by breeding, nothing by prior evolution. TCG only moves, Sleep Powder, and these cards. Side game data, got all this. Yep. Pokemon Ranger in the browser entry. The beam Meganium forcefully fires from its mouth has huge destructive power. In Guardian Signs, it makes vines appear from the ground and launches a beam attack. Got all this. Yep. In new Pokemon Snap in the Photodex entry. So this is something we haven't talked about yet. This is an element that sometimes appears. You know, obviously it's only the Pokemon that exist in new Pokemon Snap, but we read it like a Pokedex entry. Illumina Pokemon hadn't been seen on Florio Island for almost a century until you encountered this one and took its photo. Meganium seems so happy living with the other Pokemon on that flowery hill. Pokemon Sleep here. The fragrance given off by its flowers soothes and calms emotions. Fewer Pokemon fight around Meganium. You'll often even see them sleeping peacefully side by side. So we got peaceful sleep, head bobbing sleep, bloom-filled sleep, and a top belly sleep. Evolution data. Got Chikorita, level 16, Bayleef, level 32, Meganium. Sprites. This here says this article is incomplete. Feel free to edit this article to add missing information and complete it. Reason, Gen 9 missing. I don't know why it's on here, because that's just true of all of the articles. Like, I don't know why this one needs a specific template for it, but I'm glad that they're at least acknowledging it. Maybe that's something they're starting to do, is like add these templates to these pages, because yeah, they are definitely missing the Gen 9 sprites. They're also, for the most part, missing the Gen 8 sprites. Some of them do, some of them don't. I don't know why. It might be maybe some of them, like some of like the base game ones have them, but like the DLC ones don't. I don't know. Anyway, so sprites here. We got the originals. So that's interesting, because the flower is all like the same color as the body. We'll get the proper flower, I guess, when we get to Crystal here. But yeah, it's very different flower. This body is orange and kind of a yellowy green. That makes sense. Yep. A little bit different in silver. I still don't know why these sprites are different between these two games, or how that's even possible, but, anyway. Crystal, you've got, so the more proper flower, or at least closer to it anyway, you got the red and the white parts and the green parts. And this is orange, and green and white. This one gives us more proper things. The white part is now red, the green part is now white. This is a different green, I think, in these. So they start off as white, the antennae, and now they're yellow. But not really entirely in the back sprite. They kind of just colored in, because this is basically the same back sprite, but bigger. Except it's not. The flowers are different. Usually it's pretty much the same, but like a colored version is partially the same. Like it's very clearly based on this one. Obviously the petals had to be changed to match that, but yeah, they just kind of filled it in and kept the sort of black part there. This is sort of a yellow, because then that sort of olive green, I'd say. This orange is a lot brighter, keeps the white and yellow parts from the non-shiny. Yep, I know that. Diamond and pearl. So this introduces the gender differences, so the longer antennae, shorter antennae. Yep. Not much gonna change, I don't think. Might be a slightly different yellow and probably slightly different green. But yeah, we go through that. This seems to be a brighter. I see the neck is a lot longer. Oh, that's interesting. Like it's just, I don't know if that's necessarily longer. It just looks longer because it's not like bent like that. Oh, that's interesting. Seems to keep that not bent look, or at least more not bent than this, I guess. Less of a Z shape, I guess. And then, so now, fully, oh yeah, in Gen 4 we have fully yellow all the way around on the back sprites. But then this is the full back sprite here, so you can see how cool, you know, that looks, the flower looks in the back. That's cool. Any difference in petals? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't think so. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 maybe? I did add one. Probably. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I think there's 6 now. Then we've got the models here. Pretty good. You know, different green, probably different yellow. Kind of more of a green, yellow, yellow-green. The orange is slightly different. This is more of a pink, although it kind of becomes more pink, I guess. But yeah, lighter pink, I guess. Yep. Pretty good models. You can see the gender difference in the models. It's very interesting. Yep, you got these. These are not much different. Homes, look at that, and the gender differences there. In the anime, Meganium. In the anime, got Casey's Meganium, I guess. It evolves all the way. Or we saw Casey's Chikorita and Bayleef in the last 2 episodes. But that's pretty cool that it turned into that. So, okay, got all this. Yep. Pokedex entries in episode 261 in Ash's Pokedex. Meganium, the herb Pokemon. Meganium has the ability to fully restore dried up plants and bring them back to life with its breath. In episode 106 in Advanced Generations in May's Pokedex. So those of you who are new here might not know that May's Pokedex is a little different than Ash's Pokedex. They're very similar, but I do have to do a very slightly different voice. It's a female voice, so I have to try to basically do Ash's Pokedex voice, but the female counterpart to that. Meganium, the herb Pokemon. Meganium is Chikorita's final evolved form. It releases a scent from its petals that has the power to quell the desire to fight. In Advanced Generations, episode 161, in the same Pokedex. Meganium, the herb Pokemon. Meganium's breath has the power to revive dead grass and plants, and the fragrance emanating from its flower petals can soothe any angry, hostile emotions. With Gen 2, one of the running gags of Gen 1 is now going away. That was that I didn't know that JN was Journeys. I always speculated it was, but up until, I think, the Mewtwo video, where I learned that is where, yeah, that's where I learned it during the making of that. So, before I would say in what I believe to be Journeys, or what I think is Journeys, something like that. but now it is just in Journeys, episode 20, in Ash's Rotom Phone. Meganium, the herb Pokemon, a grass type in the final evolved form of Chikorita. Meganium gives off a fragrance containing a substance that reduces its foes' urge to fight. Okay, got Gotcha in the manga, Meganium in Pokemon Adventures, that's pretty cool. The TCG, and trivia, this point we read in the Chikorita video. Origin, Meganium has the appearance of a sauropod, particularly an Apatosaurus. Its flower seems to be based on a type of hybrid daylily with ruffled edges, and its long neck makes it similar to the Titan aurum. It may also draw inspiration from geraniums, as suggested by its name. Meganium's design may have also been influenced by Acanthosaurus, an ancient plant whose fossils were once believed to belong to a dinosaur. Name origin, Meganium may be a combination of mega and geranium. And other languages, references, see also external links to the Illumina Pokemon. Let's move on. This is a new box, by the way. Yeah, this is our first one. It's in Florio, I guess.
Now let's watch Meganium's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today, we're doing something a little different. Instead of watching our usual Ash Ketchum adventures, we are watching Pokemon Chronicles, The Legend of Thunder, a TV movie that was never released on DVD, so we have to watch it using the Internet Archive here. And in this film, Jimmy, the main character of the film, is battling Team Rocket to save Raikou. A mysterious third party has come in to help out, and we're about to be introduced to them. And there's the Meganium.
It's incredible! It's fabulous!
Yes.
Ladies!
Oh.
Gentlemen! It's the one and only Fabulous!
Oh, hey there, Vincent!
Meganium, it's time to send these guys packing! Fire the solar beam now!
Those are characters that were mentioned earlier. So yeah, they're battling a Steelix.
It didn't work!
Yours is a grass-type Pokemon. It has no
Yeah, I'm gonna say that is Meganium's first scene in the anime. Let's move on. Also, that's the villain of the film.
Now let's see why people love Meganium. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who are not familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Meganium. Meganium by Torta8. So this cool looking Meganium here is a little bit angry. Looks like it's stomping, maybe. Yeah, pretty good art. I like the shading and all the details. Then we got Pokemon Meganium by All0412. So a Meganium here, it looks like it's playing in the rain. That's kind of fun, using Vine Whip. Or it's vines anyway. Then we've got Meganium by Kenket. So this interesting looking Meganium here. It's very, yeah, very unique. You got this cool aura around it, and looks very intense, and like the leaves seem to be glowing, so that's pretty cool. Then we've got Meganium by Yoshi 66,666,666. So this fun Meganium image here, very nice, very like, I like the coloration here, like the effect, like it's an old photograph or something. Yeah, it's very, very nice. And we've got Meganium by Dekonobu Kizakura, sort of more realistic. Meganium seems to be based on the neck of a turtle. It's pretty cool. And it's also in the rain. Yeah, it seems to like the rain. I mean, I guess that makes sense. It is a plant Pokemon. And this isn't a Meganium, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 5 p.m. CMT Central Mountain Time, but I won't be getting a Meganium. Instead, I'll be continuing my mission to complete the Gen 1 Pokedex to the best of my ability. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Cyndaquil. As always, This is my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today we'll be talking about Cyndaquil, the first fire-type Pokemon in Gen 2. Its previous PYC dates are July 30th, 1996, May 21st, 1999, March 11th, 2002, December 30th, 2004, October 21st, 2007, August 11th, 2010, June 1st, 2013, March 22nd, 2016, July 11th, 2019, and November 1st, 2021. Cyndaquil has a special place in my heart, as it's my player Pokemon in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Red Rescue Team for the Game Boy Advance. Anyway, let's read the Bulbapedia article. Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Cyndaquil, the Fire Mouse Pokemon, whose number is 0155. This is what it looks like. Its type is Fire, abilities Blaze, and Flash Fire is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 87.5% male and 12.5% female. Catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding is Egg Group Field. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 1 foot 8 or 0.5 meters. Weight is 17.4 pounds or 7.9 kilograms. Base experience yield is 65 in Gen 2 through 4 and 62 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium slow. EV yield is 1 in speed. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is yellow and base friendship is 70. Cyndaquil is a fire-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. It evolves into Quilava starting at level 14, which evolves into Typhlosion starting at level 36. In Hisui, it evolves into Quilava starting at level 17, which evolves into Hisuian Typhlosion starting at level 36. This is our first time having an alternate form with an alternate level to get to the second form. Along with Chikorita and Totodile, Cyndaquil is one of the 3 first partner Pokemon of Johto available at the beginning of Pokemon Gold, Silver, Crystal, Heart Gold, and Soul Silver. Cyndaquil is also one of the 3 first partner Pokemon of Hisui in Pokemon Legends Arceus, along with Rowlet and Oshawott. Biology: Cyndaquil is a small, bipedal mammalian Pokemon with bluish fur on top of its body and cream-colored fur on its underside. Its eyes are usually seen closed, and it has a long, thin snout. Its arms are short, but its legs are slightly more developed and have a single nail on each foot. On its back are 4 red circles that can erupt into flames. When the flames are burning, its back has the appearance of being covered in spines. So you can see Cyndaquil without its flames lit. You can see the spots. Cyndaquil is capable of defending itself by using these flames, and the fire grows more powerful as it becomes angry or defensive. Cyndaquil's firepower is described as being tremendously powerful. However, if it is tired, the flames are not able to burn properly. It is usually timid by nature and often curls into a ball when intimidated. Due to this, Cyndaquil prefers staying hunched over. Though rare in the wild, it can be found living on grasslands. It has been recently seen living in the terrarium of Blueberry Academy. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Cyndaquil is known to usually sleep curled up. On rare occasions, it will spout flames from its back while sleeping. Aww. Evolution: Cyndaquil evolves into Quilava, which evolves into Typhlosion. In Hisui, it evolves into Quilava, which evolves into Hisuian Typhlosion. So you can see that here: Cyndaquil, Quilava, Typhlosion, or Hisuian Typhlosion. So sometimes this happens. It's a split evolutionary line, which I guess, as I mentioned in the Chikorita, like, it doesn't normally do this. Like, most of the starters have just a straight line, which is arguably still true. I mean, it's just because this is just in one game. Most of the games have just this line, but yeah, this is the first starter we're seeing that has a split evolution like this. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Pinball, Ruby and Sapphire. Hitting Cyndaquil will knock it back. After a few hits, Cyndaquil will be knocked into the egg stand, and the flame on its back will start heating the egg. Hitting Cyndaquil one more time will cause the egg to hatch, and the player will have a chance to catch the newly hatched Pokemon. Pokedex entries in Gen 2 in Gold. It is timid and always curls itself up in a ball. If attacked, it flares up its back for protection. Silver. It usually stays hunched over. If it is angry or surprised, it shoots flames out of its back. Crystal. The fire that spouts from its back burns hottest when it is angry. The flaring flames intimidate foes. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, or Crystal inserted, you get the Gold entry. But if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the Silver entry. In Gen 3, in Ruby and Sapphire, Cyndaquil protects itself by flaring up the flames on its back. The flames are vigorous if the Pokemon is angry. However, if it is tired, the flames sputter fitfully with incomplete combustion. Emerald. It flares flames from its back to protect itself. The fire burns vigorously if the Pokemon is angry. When it is tired, it sputters with incomplete combustion. Fire Red is the Silver entry. Leaf Green is very similar to the Gold entry, but timid, doesn't have a comma after it. In Gen 4, in Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum,
it has a timid nature. If it is startled, the flames on its back burn more vigorously.
Heart Gold and Soul Silver, their Gold and Silver counterpart. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums. In Gen 6, X is Leaf Green's entry, and Y is the Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, and the Gen 5 entries. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Cyndaquil and Pokemon are the correct casing. In Gen 8, so now we have Legends Arceus here, we'll get back to that. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are their Diamond and Pearl counterpart. Legends Arceus
hails from the Johto region, though usually curled into a ball due to its timid disposition. It harbors tremendous firepower.
In Gen 9, the Scarlet entry is the Gold entries. Violet is Crystal's entry. So you can see Cyndaquil in the Blueberry Pokedex with a Skarmory here in the background. That's interesting. But it's very cute. That's also an interesting effect, that it's not like a super realistic fire effect, but it's actually kind of more cartoony. That's interesting. And, okay, so now the structures make a bridge and stairs, or these blocks do. And maybe they just exist as, like, general structure work? Well, no, not the, but this isn't, yeah, the actual bridge itself isn't made of the blocks. It's just the arches and these steps. I don't know. Still don't understand why they're here. Game locations. Side game locations. And events. Okay. Held items. So before we get into this, if you're new here, this is a new section for Legends Arceus. So it has two categories, normal and alpha. Normal is just a normal Pokemon, and alpha is like a bigger version that is more red and angrier, and these have different things that they can get. We'll do the running gag throughout the series. You'll hear that in a second. But in Gold, Silver, and Crystal, you get a berry 100% of the time. And this also allows us to see, there may have been one before, but I don't think I pointed it out, but most of the time, outside of Gen 2, there's these symbols that represent each of the items. That's normally supposed to be in these, but because we haven't had that many items yet, it just wasn't in there. Legends Arceus, normal. Oranberry, 35% of the time, Spoiled Apricorn, 15% of the time, and Grit items by level. Alpha, EXP Candy S, 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery, 10% of the time, and Grit items by level. Still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 39, Attack 52, Defense 43, Special Attack 60, Special Defense 50, Speed 65, for a total of 309. Pokéthon stats. Type effectiveness. Before we get into this, you can see that there's this note here. I mentioned in the Chikorita that sometimes it has notes with conditions, and so I will read that once I'm done reading all the rest of this. Damage normally by normal, fighting, flying, poison, ghost, electric, psychic, dragon, and dark. Weak to ground, rock, and water for double, immune to nothing. Resistant to bug, steel, fire, grass, ice, and fairy for half. Notes, if this Pokemon has Flash Fire, the effectiveness of Fire-type moves is 0, so it would be 0 instead of half. So this particular one is referring to an ability, Flash Fire, and that is how I read that normally. There's a different way I'll read, if it's like items or other conditions, and we'll get into that when we see one of those notes. Learn set by leveling up. 1. Tackle and Leer, 6. Smokescreen, 10. Ember, 13. Quick Attack, 19. Flame Wheel, 22. Defense Curl, 28. Flame Charge, 31. Swift, 37. Lava Plume, 40. Flamethrower, 46. Inferno, 49. Rollout, 55. Double Edge, 58 Overheat, and 64 Eruption. By TM, 1 Takedown, 7 Protect, 8 Fire Fang, 24 Fire Spin, 25 Facade, 27 Aerial Ace, 32 Swift, 38 Flame Charge, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 55 Dig, 59 Zen Headbutt, 66 Body Slam, 70 Sleep Talk, 85 Rest, 99 Iron Head, 103 Substitute, 107 Will-O-Wisp, 118 Heat Wave, 125 Flamethrower, 127 Play Rough, 134 Reversal, 141 Fire Blast, 144 Fire Pledge, 147 Wild Charge, 157 Overheat, 165 Flare Blitz, 171 Terra Blast, 172 Roar, 195 Burning Jealousy, 204 Double Edge, 207 Temper Flare, and 224 Curse. By breeding, this group gives you Covet, this group gives you Curse, this group gives you Double Kick, this group gives you Extrasensory, this group gives you Howl, and this group gives you Reversal. Again, another section I mentioned in the Chikorita video, if you're new here, is the anime-only moves section. So you can see has the move, the type, and then the episode it appears in. So
Got Agility, it's a Psychic type move from the episode Hot Matches. TCG only moves. Pound from this card and Rage from this card. Side game data. All this, yep. Yep. Pokemon Ranger in the browser entry. Cyndaquil can make the flames on its back flare to burn bundled hay, and so on. Ranger. Sorry, wait, what? This is another thing that just says fire. There's a what? I don't know if there's 2 different browser entries for this Pokemon, or if this is a different game and they forgot to put the subtitle on here, but oh well. It sends out pillars of fire to attack. Got all this. Okay. Pokepark Weep, he could use Adventure in the Pokepark pad entry. Cyndaquil lives in the Flower Zone. There's nothing he likes better than Rayquaza's Balloon Panic. Got this, yep. Yep, okay. Pokemon Sleep. Apparently, it often sleeps curled up. On very rare occasions, a sleep-befuddled Cyndaquil will sprout flames from its back while sleeping. So you've got Sprawled Sleep, Hunched Sleep, Flame-spouting Sleep, and a top belly sleep. Evolution data, Cyndaquil, level 14, or level 17 in Legends Arceus. Quilava, then level 36 outside of Hisui, you get Typhlosion, and at level 36 in Hisui, you get Hisuian Typhlosion. So I forgot to mention this before, but these things are rare candies that can be used to level up your Pokemon, and this is just the Hisuian logo, like the, I don't know, like the symbol for Hisui, I guess. Sprites here, so you can see that it's very much yellow and black in this first generation with a bunch of flames. Yep, and then Silver's is a lot less flames than Gold's is. Oh, and also the shiny is like a purple and yellow, or purple and gold, maybe. Yep. Then Gen 3 kind of tones down the fire a little bit, at least in the front sprite. It's now more of that cream-colored, or almost cream-colored, maybe. Then it's orange as the top part. It's for the shiny. Yep, Diamond and Pearl. Not much. Yeah, not much changes. It's kind of more of a brown, I guess, the shiny. Get more of the back sprite. Then get the full back sprite in Gen 5 here. Yep. The model's pretty good. Pretty good adaptation, yeah. You can see that it's not flaming like the models are. You can actually just see what it, I guess, looks like without the flames, yeah. That's pretty cool. Now you get the proper, well, I guess you get the proper cream color, I would say, in Gen 5, but this one really exemplifies that it's cream colored now instead of yellow. Yeah, not much changes. Legends Arceus, you get better models. Yeah, but now it's actually solidly brown. Oh yeah, once it becomes models, it's like, it's kind of an orangish brown here, but then it's solidly a brown for the shiny. Homes, you got that. You know, very cartoony flame as well. In the anime, Cyndaquil in the anime. I guess Ash had a Cyndaquil. Cyndaquil egg in the anime. I guess Jimmy, Dawn also, I guess, had a Cyndaquil. Got all these. Yep. Okay. Pokedex entries in episode 141 in Ash's Pokedex. Cyndaquil, the fire mouse Pokemon. Normally mild and even-tempered, Cyndaquil will shoot a scorching flame out of its back when upset. In Diamond and Pearl, episode 144, about Cyndaquil's attacks. So this is the first one where it's a different subject. This is what I was talking about in the Cyndaquil video if you're new here. Sometimes that happens. In Dawn's Pokedex, Cyndaquil is able to use the following moves: Flame Wheel, Swift, and Smokescreen. Got it in these, in the manga, Cyndaquil and Pokemon Adventures. That's fun. We got all this in the TCG. The TFG is something we haven't talked about in this generation yet. It is the trading figure game. It's something I don't really talk about. I like mention the section, but I don't actually read any of this because I don't really know much about the TFG. Other appearances: Super Smash Bros. Melee. When released from a Pokeball, Cyndaquil will aim a flamethrower diagonally toward the ground in one direction. It is one of the easiest Pokemon to avoid, however. It can also be knocked off the screen. Trophy information: Cyndaquil frighten easily, so they're often found curled up in balls. When threatened, they flare the flames on their backs to drive off enemies. Cyndaquil was one of the 3 Pokemon that trainers could choose from at the beginning of Pokemon Silver, Gold, and Crystal. No one knows if their eyes are open. Super Smash Bros. Brawl. Cyndaquil
no longer come out of Pokeballs, instead return only as a trophy. Trophy information? A fire mouse Pokemon. It's a timid creature that often curls up into a ball. When threatened, it flares up the flames on its back to scare off enemies. When it's angry, it can produce powerful flames, but when it's tired, it has trouble producing fire and suffers from incomplete combustion. When it levels up, it evolves into Quilava. Its squinty eyes are so adorable. Trivia: this first point we read in the Charmander video. The game intro for Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver features a sprite of Cyndaquil that is slightly different from the one used in the actual game. This is most noticeable in the eyes. This sprite is not used anywhere else. Cyndaquil's Blueberry Pokedex image features a Cyndaquil battling a Skarmory. This references the episode Hot Matches, in which Ash's Cyndaquil battled a trainer's Skarmory. Aww. Cyndaquil was featured in the 7th episode of Beyond the Pokedex series. Still missing the. Cyndaquil is the Pokemon available in most core series games as the player's first Pokemon, with a total of 6 games. Cyndaquil is the only first partner Pokemon with eyes usually closed. Origin: Cyndaquil appears to be based on an echidna with traits of Tenrex, such as its long snout and having little to no tail. The shape of its closed eyes resemble those of baby porcupines, as well as its fire, when lit, resembles the quills of the same animal. Cyndaquil could also be based on the Chinese mythological creature called Hinazumi, the same as Cyndaquil's species name in Japanese, which is a fire mouse that lives in volcanoes. Name origin: Cyndaquil may be a combination of cinder, ashes, and quill, referring to the needle-like hairs. Hino Arashi may be a combination of he, fire, and Yama Arashi, porcupine. It can be taken to mean he no Arashi, storm of fire. In other languages, references, see also external links to the first partner, trios, and the Super Smash Bros. Series. Let's move on. Now let's watch Cyndaquil's first in the anime. Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we're watching episode 117, Don't Touch That Dial, spelled like Totodile. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character's traveling companions, Brock and Misty, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, have arrived in New Bark Town in the Johto region, where they have found that the lab of Professor Elm here has been robbed. We got Officer Jenny investigating, and a Nurse Joy was supposed to pick up the Totodile to check up on it. So they're being recapped about what's happening.
Totodile?
You see,
They
I
don't know
was
what a
supposed
Totodile
to give
is.
this
It's a
Totodile
Cyndaquil.
and the Cyndaquil to 2 new Pokemon trainers tomorrow.
Hey, look at that!
It's a Cyndaquil!
It's so cute!
Don't be alarmed. This is normal behavior. Maybe I should explain things more fully. New Bark trainers get to choose one of 3.
I'm gonna stop here. This is where we began the Chikorita video. So yeah, let's move on. Now let's talk about the TCG. I have 1 Cyndaquil card. Well, technically 2, but we'll get back to that later. It's the 10th Cyndaquil card design. It was illustrated by Masakazu Fukuda, a character and graphic designer that has been working on the TCG since 2003 and still works on it to this day, as of March 2024. I love this art since it feels alive. It embodies the description, which we'll get back to later. I wish all the Pokemon cards did that. Cyndaquil has 60 HP. It's 1 foot 8 and 17.4 pounds. It has 2 moves, Tackle and Live Coal. Since I've already talked about Tackle in the video games, I'll just talk about how it works on this card. It costs no energy and hits for 10 damage. Live Coal is not a move from the video games. On this card, it costs 1 fire and 1 of any energy to perform. It hits for 20 damage. Cyndaquil is weak to water for plus 10 damage. It has no resistance, which is odd since it could have been resistant to grass, metal, or fire, as Cyndaquil is resistant to grass, bug, often represented as grass in the TCG, steel, metal in the TCG, and fire in the video games. It costs 1 energy for Cyndaquil to retreat. In the bottom right corner of the card, there is the Mysterious Treasures expansion symbol. Cyndaquil's description reads, "It has a timid nature. If it is startled, the flames on its back burn more vigorously." This is the Pokedex entry in Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, Y, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl. Cyndaquil is level 12. In the video games, it would be 2 levels away from evolving into Quilava. Speaking of Quilava, I don't have a card for it, so the next Pokemon, well, I need to explain something for that. Regarding the other card, I have a trainer card featuring Cyndaquil, but it also features Chikorita and Totodile, so I'll need to wait until the Totodile video to talk about that card. Now let's see why people love Cyndaquil. Now let's look at fan art. Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who are familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on this single image, and that's because it's the only image we'll be doing today. So those of you who are new, I should probably point out that, yeah, this is what we do. The next image does not contain a Cyndaquil, so this is what we do, is we just show this single image. I'll say its name, I'll say who it's by, you'll see the art disclaimer. You've probably already seen the art disclaimer over here. Cyndaquil by Riley Kitty. So this cute Cyndaquil painting here, it's very nice. It seems to be in a forest in fall. It's very cute. Yes. That's it. Let's move on. Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 6 p.m. CMT Central Mountain Time, but I won't be getting a Cyndaquil. Instead, I'll be continuing my mission to complete the Gen 1 Pokédex to the best of my ability. Tomorrow, I'll be talking about Quilava. As always, this is my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Quilava, the first fire evolution of Gen 2. It's the evolution of Cyndaquil. In most regions, Cyndaquil evolves at level 14. However, in Hisui, it evolves at level 17. Its previous PYC dates are July 31st, 1996, May 22nd, 1999, March 12th, 2002, December 31st, 2004, October 22nd, 2007, August 12th, 2010, June 2nd, 2013, March 23rd, 2016, January 12th, 2019, and November 2nd, 2021. For those of you who watched yesterday's video and have played Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Red/Blue Rescue Team, you might think Quilava has a special place in my heart. But it doesn't, since I never got that far. I know that the Pokemon can evolve, as when I first got my copy, I saw a save file that had evolved Pokemon, meaning they have to evolve at some point in the game. I like Quilava's Fire Mohawk, and the fact that it keeps Cyndaquil's second half of its name and puts it to the front. Anyway, let's read the Bulbapedia article. Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Quilava, the volcano Pokemon whose number is 0156. This is what it looks like. Its type is fire, abilities blaze, and flash fire is its inability. Gender ratio is 87.5% male and 12.5% female. Catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding, a group field. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height 2'11" or 0.9 meters. Weight 41.9 pounds or 19 kilograms. Basic experience yield is 142 and, well, 2 onwards, I guess, by the look of it. Leveling rate is medium slow. EV yield 2, 1 special attack and 1 in speed. Shape is that, footprint is that. Pokedex color is yellow and base friendship is 70. Quilava is a fire-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. It evolves into Cyndaquil starting at level 14 and evolves into Typhlosion starting at level 36. In Hisui, it evolves from Cyndaquil starting at level 17 and evolves into Hisuian Typhlosion starting at level 36. Biology: Quilava is a quadrupedal Pokemon with a long, slender body. The top half of its body is a dark blue-green, while its underside is cream-colored. It has triangular ears with dark red interiors, a round snout, and triangular red eyes. Each of its paws has 3 toes. It has 5 red spots on its body that can project flames, 2 arranged vertically on its forehead, and 3 lined up horizontally on its rear. So you can see Quilava without its flames lit here, so you can see all the spots. Before battle, Quilava turns its back so its flames face its opponent. It battles using the intense flames in combination with gusts of superheated air. Its own fur is non-flammable, which protects it from other fire attacks. Quilava tends to be rare in the wild, but can sometimes be found living on grasslands. When exposed to the mysterious energy of Mount Cornet in Hisui, Quilava's evolution is altered, gaining it the ghost type as it becomes Hisuian Typhlosion. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Quilava's flames on its back blaze brightly while it sleeps. Evolution: Quilava evolves from Cyndaquil and evolves into Typhlosion. In Hisui, it evolves from Cyndaquil and evolves into Hisuian Typhlosion. So you can see Cyndaquil, Quilava, Typhlosion, and Hisuian Typhlosion. Game data, Pokedex entries in Gen 2 and Gold. Be careful if it turns its back during battle. It means it will attack with the fire on its back. Silver, this Pokemon is fully covered by non-flammable fur. It can withstand any kind of fire attack. Crystal,
Before battle, it turns its back on its opponent to demonstrate how ferociously its fire blazes. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, Crystal inserted, you get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the Silver entry. In Gen 3 in Ruby and Sapphire, Quilava keeps its foes at bay with the intensity of its flames and gusts of superheated air. This Pokemon applies its outstanding nimbleness to dodge attacks, even while scorching the foe with flames. Emerald, it intimidates foes with intense gusts of flames and superheated air. Its quick nimbleness lets it dodge attacks even while scorching an enemy. Fire Red is the Silver entry. Leaf Green is the Gold entry. In Gen 4, Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, it intimidates foes with the heat of its flames. The fire burns more strongly when it readies to fight. Heart Gold is its Gold counterpart. Soul Silver is basically Silver's entry, but Pokemon is now the correct casing. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums. In Gen 6, X is the Crystal entry, Y is the Gold entries and Leaf Green's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Quilava and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 8, Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are their Diamond and Pearl counterparts. In Legends Arceus, this creature's fur is more mysterious. It is wholly impervious to the burning touch of flame. Should Quilava turn its back to you, take heed. Such a posture indicates a forthcoming attack. In Gen 9, Scarlet is Crystal and X's entry. Violet, the fur covering this Pokemon's body never burns. No matter what, it can shrug off any kind of fire attack. Quilava, the Blueberry Pokedex. You can see a couple of them. Seem to be in the desert area. That's interesting. Game locations. In Pokemon Coliseum, only one Quilava can be obtained per game without trading, regardless of location. You got all this. Side game locations, you got all that. Held items. In Coliseum, you get Charcoal 100% of the time. In Legends Arceus, for normal, you get Citrus Berry 25% of the time, Spoiled Apricorn 15% of the time, and Grit items by level. Alpha, you get EXP Candy M 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 20% of the time, and Grit items by level. Still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 58, Attack 64, Defense 58, Special Attack 80, Special Defense 65, Speed 80 for a total of 405. Pokemon stats, Type Effectiveness, Damage normally by Normal, Fighting, Flying, Poison, Ghost, Electric, Psychic, Dragon, and Dark. Weak to Ground, Rock, and Water for double. Immune to Nothing, Resistant to Bug, Steel, Fire, Grass, Ice, and Fairy for half. Notes, if this Pokemon has Flash Fire, the effectiveness of Fire-type moves is 0, so it'll be 0 instead of half. For Learn Set, by leveling up, we'll go down to 20 Flame Wheel. 20 Flame Wheel, 24 Defense Curl, 31 Swift, 35 Flame Charge, 42 Lava Plume, 46 Flamethrower, 53 Inferno, 57 Rollout, 64 Double Edge, 68 Overheat, and 75 Eruption. We'll skip by TM, and by Breeding, nothing by Prior Evolution, TCG only moves, Slash in this card, side game data, you got all this, yep. Okay. Pokemon Ranger, the browser entry. Quilava blows flames all in on itself. It can easily burn out large fallen logs. In Guardian Signs, it sends out pillars of fire to attacks. All this. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure, the Pokepark Pad entry. Quilava came to the Quilava Zone to play. He's a maniac for Rapier's Bumper Burn. All this. Yep. Pokemon Sleep. On very rare occasions, you'll see the flames on its back blaze brightly while it sleeps. It seems that no matter how high the flames burn, the fur covering Quilava's body absolutely never catches fire. You can see Arm Pillow Sleep, Flattened Sleep, Flame Spouting Sleep, and Top Belly Sleep. Evolution data, Cyndaquil, level 14 or level 17 in Legends Arceus. Quilava, level 36 outside of Hisui, you get Typhlosion, and level 36 in Hisui, you get Hisuian Typhlosion. Sprites here, so that makes sense. Is there, yeah, basically what we have, I mean, a little bit different. Looks like the eyes are like fully red rather than just red irises. That's interesting. This is purple and gold. I guess that's the difference in black body at this point. Yep. And Gen 3 introduces the blue and the sort of orangish brown. And this kind of becomes more cream colored. This stays kind of yellow though. It reminds me of an eclair. And we got Diamond and Gen 4. Yeah, I got that much different here. This is probably the bigger one, is that it's sort of a tan and a brown now. Yep. You got the full back sprite in Gen 5. models here. Again, like Cyndaquil, we don't have the fire version. We have the non-fire version for the models, which is pretty cool. You can see all the spots and stuff. You can see it has little paw pads. Yeah, pretty good adaptation. It becomes now that sort of greenish color and cream colored. It's now solidly dark brown. Yep, you know, these, Legends Arceus has better models. Kind of goes back to that sort of yellow color, that's interesting, and sort of a tan color underneath. What about the ears? Have the ears always been? Oh, kind of. Oh, so they started off as yellow insides and gold, but they're red and silvers. That's interesting. And I guess it was purple for that instead of... Okay, that's interesting. But Crystals removes the inside. That's yellow again for the inside, but it's not sort of the purple. That's... Okay. Then this sort of introduces sort of an orange color for the inside. Then it becomes red in Gen 5. It just stays red. Yep. Then homes. Got it standing up. In the anime, Quilava in the anime. So you got Ash's Quilava, Jimmy's Quilava, Don's Quilava. All these. Yeah. Pokedex entries for this first one. I've already recorded it for the anime, so we'll let Ash's Pokedex read it.
Quilava, the volcano Pokemon. Quilava is the evolved form of Cyndaquil and capable of incredible attacks using the flame on its back.
In episode 29 of Diamond and Pearl, in Ash's Pokedex, Quilava, the volcano Pokemon, in the evolved form of Cyndaquil. Its body is covered with fireproof fur and can withstand any fire attack. In Diamond and Pearl, episode 182, in the same Pokedex, Quilava, the volcano Pokemon, in the evolved form of Cyndaquil. Quilava intimidates foes with its flames, heat, and when ready to battle, the fire burns with more strength. In Diamond and Pearl, I'm gonna guess short number 1. In Dawn's Pokedex, Quilava, the volcano Pokemon. It threatens opponents with the heat of its flames. When it assumes its battle pose, the force of its flames intensifies. Translated from the Japanese version, which is practically the same as the Diamond and Pearl episode 182. So I guess this was exclusively a Japanese thing. In the manga, Quilava and Pokemon Adventures. You got all these in the TCG. Trivia. Quilava shares its category with its evolved form and Entei. They are all known as the Volcano Pokemon. Coincidentally, they all are capable of learning Eruption. The second point I've already read before. Jeff Callies, who assisted in the naming of many Gen 2 Pokemon, suggested the English name for Quilava. According to Callies, he suggested the name because Nintendo and the Pokemon Company wanted a Pokemon for every letter of the alphabet. Ah, origin, Quilava's body is similar to that of animals in the Mustelidae family. However, the pattern, distribution, and shape of Quilava's flames closely resembles the quills and crest of the crested porcupine, especially in its earlier sprites, as well as those of a lowland streaked tenrec. It may also be based on volcanoes due to its triangular profile when standing up, and the ability to learn Smokescreen and Eruption. Name origin, Quilava may be a combination of quill, a needle-like hair, and lava, extrusive molten rock. Magmarashi may be a combination of magma and Yama-Arashi porcupine. In other languages, see also references, external links. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Quilava's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we're watching episode 262, You're a Star, Larvitar. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character here, traveling companions, Rock and Misty, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, are getting ready for Ash to compete in the Johto League Silver Conference, and Ash has just lost against a Magby with his Cyndaquil, and the trainer has talked about how he wants to evolve his Magby into Magmar, as it will help with the battles in the conference, because he believes they'll all be a lot stronger than just a base Pokemon. And Ash is sitting by this pool here while Cyndaquil rests, and he's heard this other trainer talking to his Quilava.
Knock this thing out of the sky!
Yeah, knock it out of the sky, yeah. Quilava! And there's the Quilava. Okay, I think that's Quilava's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why people love Quilava. Now let's look at fan art. Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who are familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on this single image, and that's because this is the only image we'll be doing today. So this is number 156 by Ivan Zhang. It's apparently from March 19th, 2016. So this really cool Quilava here doing a flame attack. That's, yeah, pretty good. A little bit stylized, or like in their own little style, almost. Yeah, definitely a different style. So that's very good. Let's move on. Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 5 PM CMT, Central Mountain Time, but I won't be getting a Quilava. Instead, I'll be continuing my mission to complete the Gen 1 Pokedex to the best of my ability. Tomorrow we'll be talking about Typhlosion. As always, this is my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello. Today we'll be talking about Typhlosion, the first final fire evolution of Gen 2. It's the final evolution of Cyndaquil, who evolves into Quilava, who evolves into Typhlosion at level 36. It's also the first Pokemon introduced in Gen 2 to have a regional form, by Pokedex number. Its previous PYC dates are August 1st, 1996, May 23rd, 1999, March 13th, 2002, January 1st, 2005, October 23rd, 2007, August 13th, 2010, June 3rd, 2013, March 24th, 2016, January 13th, 2019, and November 3rd, 2021. I like the design of Typhlosion. The non-Hisuian Typhlosion is great as it logically evolves from Quilava. As for Hisuian Typhlosion, I like its design. It's similar to Typhlosion's, but unique enough to recognize it as its own form. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article. Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Typhlosion. This is the first Pokemon in Gen 2 to have a regional form, so sometimes the regional form has a different category name than the main or the non-regional form or whatever. And so what I do is I read both of them. It's the Volcano Pokemon is Typhlosion, and the Ghost Flame Pokemon is Hisuian Typhlosion. Its number is 0157. So this is Typhlosion, this is what it looks like, and this is Hisuian Typhlosion, this is what it looks like. When there's an alternate form like this, it will have the main one, and the name of it, and then the alternate form, and the name of that. Types: Fire as non-Hisuian Typhlosion, and Fire Ghost as Hisuian Typhlosion. So you can see there's two different typings here for each of them, because they're different. For those of you who are returning to this series after Gen 1, I will not be referring to it as Jotonian Typhlosion, as I did with the Cantonian legendary birds. And for those of you who are new, I do this because I do not like referring to it as the Jotonian Typhlosion as it was for many generations. Well, it is for all generations except for Hisuian, just Typhlosion. And really, honestly, it should be just modern Typhlosion, because that's true, because Hisuian Typhlosion doesn't really exist, barring any some sort of weird time travel nonsense. So yeah, I'll continue to call it non-Hisuian Typhlosion, or whatever the non-whatever of the non-regional forms that I have moving forward. Abilities: Blaze. Flash Fire is non-Hisuian Typhlosion's hidden ability, while Frisk is Hisuian Typhlosion's hidden ability. Gender ratio is 87.5% male and 12.5% female. Catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding: Egg Root Field. Hatch time 20 cycles. So this is another thing that we're, I guess, introducing in Gen 2 here, is that both forms have different heights and weights. Sometimes they share this or this, but not always. As Typhlosion, it's 5'7" or 1.7 meters, and 175.3 pounds or 79.5 kilograms. As Hisuian Typhlosion, it's 5'3" or 1.6 meters and 153.9 pounds or 69.8 kilograms. Base experience yield is 209 in Gen 2 through 4 and 240 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium slow. EV yield is 3 in special attack. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is yellow and base friendship is 70. Typhlosion is a fire type Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. It evolves from Quilava starting at level 36. It is the final form of Cyndaquil. In Hisui, Typhlosion has a dual type fire ghost regional form. It evolves from Quilava starting at level 36. It is the final form of Cyndaquil in the Hisui region. Biology, Typhlosion is a bulky mammalian Pokemon with a long yet agile body. It is classified as a quadruped, but it is capable of bipedal movement. Most of its body is cream-colored, but its back and the top of its head are a dark green-blue. It has a short, rounded snout and small, triangular eyes and ears. When its mouth is open, its sharp canine teeth and thick tongue are visible. Each of its paws has 5 digits, and there is a coarse, spiky fringe of fur along its rear. Across the back of its neck, several red spots can produce fire. So you can see Typhlosion without its flames. You can see the spots a little bit here. Typhlosion is capable of making anything go up in flames. When angered and creating explosions by rubbing its fur together, the heat it generates when ready for battle creates a shimmering haze that can also be used to hide itself. When fully enraged, anything Typhlosion touches instantly goes up in flames. Though it is rare in the wild, it can be found living on grasslands. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Typhlosion is known to toss and turn while sleeping. It is recommended to avoid a sleeping Typhlosion due to its unleashing fire blasts from its back by accident. Forms, so this is a new section for Gen 2 here. So what this does, it goes over the regional forms, or whatever forms it has. In this case, Hisuian Typhlosion. And so we'll go over its appearance and other information gathered by the Pokedex and other sources. Forms, Typhlosion has a regional form, Hisuian Typhlosion. Hisuian Typhlosion's appearance is believed to have been influenced by the energy emanating from Mount Coronet at the center of the Hisui region. Its ears droop beside its head, the fur on its back is a purplish-blue color, and extends from the front of its neck, forming a collar pattern. It has fire-producing spots all around its neck, covering the collar pattern, and these spots produce flames that wisp in a bright magenta-red color. Hisuian Typhlosion has graceful and refined movements and a gentler, more pacifistic nature compared to Jotonian Typhlosion. It can often be seen staring into space. It looks at the flow of life energy and searches for wayward spirits and lost souls to eat. It is believed that Hisuian Typhlosion purifies spirits with its flames as it eats them before it guides them back to the afterlife where they belong. Despite its peaceful nature, Hisuian Typhlosion can lose control of its emotions when sufficiently angered and can unleash ghost flames that incinerate its opponents until nothing remains. It can emit a total of 108 ghost flames from the spots on its neck. Once unleashed, every single ghost flame attacks its opponents while taking on the appearance of ferocious beasts. Hisuian Typhlosion is the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Infernal Parade. So this is also a thing that's sometimes featured in the biology section here, is if a Pokemon or its alternate form has a special move that it can do, it is also mentioned here. We may have had one before and I just didn't point it out before. Evolution, Typhlosion evolves from Quilava and is the final form of Cyndaquil. In Hisui, Typhlosion has a regional form that evolves from Quilava and is the final form of Cyndaquil. So you've got Cyndaquil, Quilava, Typhlosion, and Typhlosion Hisuian form. So sometimes this happens where this image, which is definitely supposed to be in the Bulbapedia section, is not in the Bulbapedia section. I don't know if it's like tied to somewhere, like maybe after the info box here, and so because I don't have the table of contents showing, it just doesn't match up with the thing. But yeah, this happens sometimes. So now it's like in the game data Pokedex entry section, but this says Hisuian Typhlosion's Ghost Flames, so you can see all those flames on this card here. That's pretty cool. Game data, Pokedex entries. In Gen 2, Gold. If its range peaks, it becomes so hot that anything that touches it will instantly go up in flames. Silver. It has a secret, devastating move. It rubs its blazing fur together to cause huge explosions. Crystal. When heat from its body causes the air around it to shimmer, this is a sign that it is ready to battle. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, or Crystal inserted, you get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the Silver entry. In Gen 3, in Ruby and Sapphire, Typhlosion obscures itself behind a shimmering heat haze that it creates using its intensely hot flames. This Pokemon creates blazing explosive blasts that burn everything to cinders. Emerald. It can hide behind a shimmering heat haze that it creates using its intense flames. Typhlosion creates blazing explosive blasts that burn everything to cinders. Fire Red is the Silver entry, while Leaf Green is the Gold entry. In Gen 4, in Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, it attacks using blasts of fire. It creates heat shimmers with intense fire to hide itself. Heart Gold and Soul Silver, their Gold and Silver counterparts. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums. In Gen 6, X is the Gold entries and Leaf Green's entry. Y is The silver entries and Fire Red's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Typhlosion and Pokemon are the correct casing. For Gen 8 here, if you're new here, you can see how regional forms work. They have their own heading within the generation section here. For non-Hisuian Typhlosion, Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are their Diamond and Pearl counterpart. For Hisuian Typhlosion, in Legends Arceus, sent to purify lost, forsaken souls with its flames and guide them to the afterlife. I believe its form has been influenced by the energy of the sacred mountain towering at Hisui's center. In Gen 9, Scarlet is very similar to the silver entries and all the other ones that it was, but it's slightly different, so I'll read it. It has a secret devastating move. It rubs its blazing fur to cause huge explosions. Violet is the gold entries, Leaf Green's entry, and X's entry. Typhlosion in the blueberry Pokedex here, so it's on this mountain, I guess. And below it there are a couple Magnemite and a Magnezone. That's interesting. Game locations. Side game locations. Events. Got all these, yeah. Held items for Hisuian Typhlosion in Legends Arceus. Normal, you get the Citrus Berry 35% of the time, King's Leaf 15% of the time, and grid items by level. For Alpha, you get EXP Candy L 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 40% of the time, and grid items by level. Still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, will compare Typhlosion and Hisuian Typhlosion. But first, there's this note here. Due to the different ways stats are calculated in Pokemon Legends Arceus, exact minimum and maximum stats are not shown in this table. That's really relevant to us. I also wanted to mention that while these are usually different for every regional and alternate form that it has, sometimes there is a note that says it's the same. We'll read it. When we see that note, we'll read it always. Or at least we'll summarize what it says anyway. Non-Hisuian Typhlosion has 78 HP. This version has 73. Attack 84, that stays the same. Defense 78, that stays the same. Special attack 109, that's 119. Special defense 85, that's the same. Speed 100, speed 95 for this version, for a total of 534 for both versions. Pokemon stats. So I'm still zoomed out here because we are also going to compare the type effectiveness for Typhlosion and Hisuian Typhlosion. Non-Hisuian Typhlosion is damaged normally by Normal, Fighting, Flying, Poison, Ghost, Electric, Psychic, Dragon, and Dark. Hisuian Typhlosion seems to keep all of those and moves Normal, Fighting, Poison, Ghost, and Dark. So it's damaged normally by Flying, Electric, Psychic, and Dragon. Non-Hisuian Typhlosion is weak to Ground, Rock, and Water for double. Again, Hisuian Typhlosion seems to keep these, but it adds Ghost and Dark, so it's weak to Ground, Rock, Ghost, Water, and Dark for double. Typhlosion is immune to nothing, while Hisuian Typhlosion is immune to Normal and Fighting, so you can see how there's 0, so like, if you used a Normal type move or a Fighting type move, it would not work against this Pokemon. Non-Hisuian Typhlosion is resistant to Bug, Steel, Fire, Grass, Ice, and Fairy for half. Once again, it seems to keep all of those, but it also adds Poison. So, Hisuian Typhlosion is resistant to Poison, Bug, Steel, Fire, Grass, Ice, and Fairy. But now Bug is for a 4th. In the Typhlosion box here, notes, if this Pokemon has Flash Fire, the effectiveness of Fire-type moves is 0, so it would be 0 instead of half. In the Hisuian Typhlosion box here, notes, this note here is a perfect example of what I was talking about in Chikorita and the Cyndaquil videos, where I mentioned it having a specific, like, condition. Well, the Typhlosion one is about an ability it has. This is items, moves, abilities other opponents have, and all those other sort of things that affect it but are not based on its own abilities. If Foresight or Odor Sleuth is used by an opponent, the opponent has Scrappy, or this Pokemon is given a ring target, so there's the item. The effectiveness of normal type moves is 1, and the effectiveness of fighting type moves is 1. So both would go from 0 to 1, and so that's what I'm saying, instead of it being 0 instead of half, it is now being churned into rather than just existing, because an ability is just an ability. They always have that ability. Learn set by leveling up for Typhlosion, so we're still going to go down to 36, even though we have this new subsection heading.
That doesn't really change how we do these. 43 Lava Plume, 48 Flamethrower, 56 Inferno, 61 Rollout, and 74 Overheat. For Hisuian Typhlosion, we'll do the Evo and then go down to 36. Upon evolution, you get Infernal Parade, 43 Lava Plume, 48 Flamethrower, 56 Inferno, 61 Rollout, and 74 Overheat. By TM, we will skip it for Typhlosion, but not for Hisuian Typhlosion, as it now has the Ghost type, so that would potentially affect what TMs it can get. So 1 Takedown, 7 Protect, 8 Fire Fang, 12 Low Kick, 17 Confused Ray, 24 Fire Spin, 25 Facade, 27 Aerial Ace, 28 Bulldoze, 29 Hex, 32 Swift, 38 Flame Charge, 42 Nightshade, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 55 Dig, 58 Brick Break, 59 Zen Headbutt, 61 Shadow Claw, 66 Body Slam, 67 Fire Punch, 68 Thunder Punch, 70 Sleep Talk, 84 Stomping Tantrum, 85 Rest, 86 Rock Slide, 99 Iron Head, 103 Substitute, 107 Will-O-Wisp, 114 Shadow Ball, 118 Heat Wave, 125 Flamethrower, 127 Play Rough, 129 Calm of Mind, 134 Reversal, 141 Fire Blast, 144 Fire Pledge, 147 Wild Charge, 149 Earthquake, 152 Giga Impact, 153 Blast Burn, 157 Overheat, 158 Focus Blast, 163 Hyper Beam, 165 Flare Blitz, 168 Solar Beam, 171 Terra Blast, 172 Roar, 177 Spite, 180 Gyro Ball, 192 Focus Punch, 195 Burning Jealousy, 198 Poltergeist, 204 Double Edge, 205 Endeavor, 207 Temper Flare, and 224 Curse. By breeding, we're skipping. By prior evolution, there's nothings for either of them. TCG only moves, Rage in this card. Side game data for Typhlosion here, you got all this. Yep. Pokemon Ranger, the browser entry. Typhlosion blasts intense flames from its back that can melt even scrap metal. In Guardian Signs, it attacks by launching fire and causing powerful explosions. Got all this. Yep, go. New Pokemon Snap in the Photo Dex entry. Typhlosion can cause huge explosions by rubbing its blazing fur. It's a rather violent Pokemon. Anything it doesn't recognize, it burns to charcoal. Pokemon Sleep. It's said that when Typhlosion tosses and turns in its sleep, its fur rubs together and occasionally produces blasts of fire. Take care not to venture near a sleeping Typhlosion by accident. Arm Pillow Sleep, Self-Grooming Sleep, Flame Spouting Sleep, and a Top Belly Sleep. For Hisuian Typhlosion, just Pokemon Go. Still won't read it. Evolution data, Cyndaquil, level 14, level 17 in Legends Arceus. Quilava, level 36 outside of Hisui, and level 36 in Hisui, you get Typhlosion and Hisuian Typhlosion, respectively. Sprites here, so, again, pretty basic. So you got the black top, yellow bottom, or maybe gold bottom, and then sort of a yellow or a gold bottom here, black, and purple flames and stuff. Black ear insides, that's interesting. And we got all this. So it actually was irises at the beginning. So like, Quilava had all eyes, so maybe that was the idea. That's why they changed it. It's because to make it more consistent with this one. Yeah, maybe. This is the different. That's more like a yellow. Gen 3, sort of that creamy yellow color. Then we got that sort of red-orange, I guess, for the shiny here, and a yellow body. Purple, or the blue body here. The normal. Yeah. Gen 4, that's probably closer to cream color. That's more of a pink now. Yep. And it's interesting that it started off with, like, ears like this, and then in Gen 2 it becomes sort of flatter ears. That's very interesting. Gen 5 introduces the back sprites, and also this is a little bit, probably, I don't know, I don't think it actually changes, never mind. Gen 6, so now it's sort of that darker blue. I guess it becomes sort of a lighter blue, or more sort of proper blue, and then it goes back to dark blue, which is interesting. This becomes more of a brown, a dark brown. Yep, and you can see all the little spots on its back and the back here, because this is also one that isn't flaming. Its pre-evolved forms are the same way. Yeah, Gen 7, Legends Arceus, so we get to see the Hisuian forms. So you get to see it also without the flames all around it, which is pretty cool. I don't know if I've ever actually seen that myself. So, yeah, very cool. Then Home's here, so you can see that, and you can see the fire in this one, and the fire in this one. So, yeah, we didn't even talk about the shiny. So that's a blue shiny and sort of a purple, which is a good reference, the blue shiny, you know, from the face version or whatever. So then, yeah, you got this sort of a darker, now this is back to this sort of the yellowish color. Still kind of keeps the brown. And yeah, that's okay. In the anime, Typhlosion in the anime, Jimmy's Typhlosion is the notable one here. And then I got all these, yep. In the manga, so Typhlosion in Pokemon Adventures. Yep. In the TCG, trivia, this first point we've done before. Typhlosion and Togetic are the only Pokemon officially introduced in Gen 2 not to appear in the anime until the next generation. I read this point in the Quilava video. In Pokemon Legends Arceus' internal code, Hisuian Typhlosion's hidden ability is Flash Fire instead of Frisk. Origin, Typhlosion's body shape is similar to that of animals of the Mustelidae family. While the flames on its body closely resemble quills found in porcupines, it is also likely based on volcanoes, which is reflected in its category Pokedex entries, triangular volcano-like shape while standing up, and the ability to learn smokescreen and eruption. So, another thing that we can talk about here is how the regional forms, if they have an origin section, they put in here, like if they have ideas of what it's based on. Hisuian Typhlosion appears to be based on Psychopomp fingers, common in many mythologies. More specifically, it may be based on Kamui-Huchi, the Ainu goddess of fire and the hearth, whose fire is said to act as a gateway between the human world and the spirit world. The ghost flames on its neck are reminiscent of a necklace of Magantama beads, which are associated with various spiritual beliefs, including the ancient Japanese practice of burying them in graves along with the deceased as offerings for the gods. Like Spiritomb, the specific amount of its ghost flames, 108, is considered sacred in Buddhist numerology and coincides with the number of beads in a Japamala. Hisuian Typhlosion's coloration may be a reference to Jotonian Typhlosion's shiny coloration in Gen 2. Conversely, Hisuian Typhlosion's shiny color is similar to Jotonian Typhlosion's normal one. Name origin, Typhlosion may be a combination of typhoon and explosion. It could also derive from Typhon, a monster in Greek mythology who was said to be buried under the volcano Mount Etna after his defeat and who also had a mate named Echidna or Eulipotyphla, a hypothetical mammalian order containing shrews and hedgehogs. Bakfoon may be a combination of Bakufu, blast from explosion, and typhoon. In other languages, he also references external links to the Hisuian forms. Let's move on.
Now let's see Typhlosion scenes in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. We are back with Pokemon Chronicles Episode 1. In this episode, we're at the very beginning. This trainer here has sent out this Hitmonlee, and the main character is about to send out a Typhlosion.
Hello, match. Moltres! Well, you know what then? We'll just have to do our best, right, Typhlosion?
There's Typhlosion.
That's the spirit, buddy. Ready?
Yes.
Anytime. Jump kick! Hitmonlee! Hitmonlee! We like to put our best foot forward. That's good. Typhlosion, block!
Oh.
Hitmonlee! Don't hesitate! Rolling kick! Yeah! Way to go!
Oh?
What? How can it still be standing? Well, you see, the thing is, we've only won half our solo matches, but we've picked up a thing or two along the way. We'll see if you can pick up this! Hitmonlee! Mega kick! Go! Hitmonlee! Typhlosion! Flamethrower! Hitmonlee! You rock, you rule! Oh yeah! High ball!
That kid is really good.
So is Typhlosion.
Yeah, I'm gonna say that's Typhlosion's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why people love Typhlosion. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who are not familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Typhlosion. So we got Typhlosion by Twarda8. This sort of more stylized Typhlosion here. It's on all fours. You can see all the fires coming out of each of the spots instead of it being all one big flame. That's pretty cool. Then we got Typhlosion by All 0412. So this really cool Typhlosion, sort of getting ready to attack, probably. Definitely seems like it's in that pose. Doing a little bit of fire breath, maybe to intimidate. Then we got Typhlosion by Dekunobu Kizakura, sort of a more realistic Typhlosion here. That's pretty cool. You can definitely see something like this in Detective Pikachu if they had it, even though I think it's a painting that's meant to look like CGI. That's really cool if it is. You see all the flames and stuff. Pokemon Typhlosion by Mark 331. This cool Typhlosion here. It's like it's yelling or screaming or something. I don't know if it's doing that at someone in particular. But yeah, you can see it's all flaming and stuff. It's very good. And we've got Typhlosion commissioned by Sharkjaw. So this cool image here. I think it seems to be maybe from March 2015, or maybe just March 15th of some year. But yeah, we got, it's like it's blasting some fire and doing all the fiery stuff. It's on this rock. It looks to be in like a canyon or something. That's cool, and it seems to be pretty like early in the day, maybe. That's pretty cool. Then we've got Typhlosion Blast Burn by Ishmam. So this cool Typhlosion, a little bit stylized. Has the black fur like it had in the original generation. Yep. And you can see it burning a lot of things. And there's a volcano in the background. That's pretty cool. And then we've got Typhlosion's Lava Plume by Arceus Pokemon. So this really cool image of Typhlosion in front of this volcano. And the flames are looking a lot like a burst of lava. That's pretty cool. This isn't a Typhlosion, so we'll move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 5 p.m. CMT Central Mountain Time, but I won't be getting a Typhlosion. Instead, I'll be continuing my mission to complete the Gen 1 Pokedex to the best of my ability. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Totodile. As always, this is my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Totodile, the first Water-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. Its previous PYC dates are August 2nd, 1996, May 24th, 1999, March 14th, 2002, January 2nd, 2005, October 24th, 2007, August 14th, 2010, June 4th, 2013, March 25th, 2016, January 14th, 2019, and November 4th, 2021. Being that it is the water starter, Totodile is my favorite of the 3 Gen 2 starters. It's also incredibly cute. I also love saying its name. Anyway, let's get in the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Totodile, the big jaw Pokemon whose number is 0158. This is what it looks like. Its type is water, abilities Torrent, and Sheer Force is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 87.5% male and 12.5% female. Catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding, egg groups, monster and water 1. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height is 2 foot or 0.6 meters. Weight is 20.9 pounds or 9.5 kilograms. Base experience yield is 66 in Gen 2 through 4 and 63 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium slow. EV yield is 1 in attack. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is blue and base friendship is 70. Totodile is a water-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. It evolves into Croconaw starting at level 18, which evolves into Feraligatr starting at level 30. Along with Chikorita and Cyndaquil, Totodile is one of the 3 first partner Pokemon of Johto available at the beginning of Pokemon Gold, Silver Crystal, Heart Gold, and Soul Silver. Biology, Totodile is a bipedal crocodilian Pokemon with well-developed jaws. It has red eyes with ridges above them, black markings around its eyes, and several sharp teeth. On its chest is a yellow V-shaped marking that extends to its arms. There is a thin line through the center of the marking. Totodile has 5 fingers and 3 toes.
Down its back is a row of 3 red spines with a small red ridge on either side. The tip of its tail has a single red spine as well. Totodile tends to be both playful and rough by nature and has a habit of biting anything it sees, including its trainer. Despite its size, Totodile's jaws are capable of crushing anything, though it sometimes causes serious injuries. Turning one's back on Totodile is considered to be a bad idea, as it can bite without warning. Totodile is scarce in the wild, though it can be found around bodies of water like rivers, ponds, and lakes. It has been recently seen living in the terrarium of Blueberry Academy. As shown in Pokemon Sleep, Totodile and its evolutions are known to sleep with one eye open and rest only half of its brain at a time, a practice known as unihemispheric sleep. This practice is hypothesized to be a defense mechanism against enemy attacks. So got Totodile sleeps with one eye open. Kind of cute. Evolution, Totodile evolves into Croconaw, which evolves into Feraligatr. So Totodile, Croconaw, Feraligatr. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Pinball, Ruby, and Sapphire. Totodile will sometimes come down on a rope to replace the egg on the Ruby field in place of Aerodactyl. Aww. Pokedex entries in Gen 2, in Gold. Its well-developed jaws are powerful and capable of crushing anything. Even its trainer must be careful. Silver. It is small but rough and tough. It won't hesitate to take a bite out of anything that moves. Crystal, this rough critter chomps at any moving object it sees. Turning your back on it is not recommended. Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, Crystal inserted, you get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the Silver entry. In Gen 3, in Ruby and Sapphire, despite the smallness of its body, Totodile's jaws are very powerful. While the Pokemon may think it is just playfully nipping, its bite has enough power to cause serious injury. Emerald, despite its small body, Totodile's jaws are very powerful. While it may think it's just playfully nipping, its bite has enough strength to cause serious injury. Fire Red is the Silver entry. Leaf Green is basically Gold, but Trainer has this weird casing here where it's kind of capitalized, but also kind of not capitalized. In Gen 4, in Diamond and Pearl, it has the habit of biting anything with its developed jaws. Even its trainer needs to be careful. Heart Gold is very similar to Gold's, but slightly different, so I'll read it. Its powerful, well-developed jaws are capable of crushing anything. Even its trainer must be careful. Soul Silver is its Silver counterpart. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums. In Gen 6, X is the Silver entries and Fire Red's entry. Y is Heart Gold's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Totodile and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 8, Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are very similar to their Diamond and Pearl counterpart, but slightly different, so I'll read it. It has a habit of biting everything with its well-developed jaws. Even its trainer needs to be careful. In Gen 9, Scarlet is Heart Gold and Y's entry. Violet is the Crystal entry. So you can see Totodile in the Blueberry Pokedex. There's 3 of them here. That's very cute. And they're, of course, by a river. Yeah. Structures, again. More of those stair-like structures from before. Interesting. You can see the dome, of course. Game locations, side game locations, events, held items. In Gold, Silver, and Crystal, you get a berry 100% of the time. Stats, base stats, HP 50, attack 65, defense 64, special attack 44, special defense 48, speed 43 for a total of 314. Pokeathon stats, type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, fighting, flying, poison, ground, rock, bug, ghost, psychic, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to grass and electric for double, immune to nothing, resistant to steel, fire, water, and ice for half. Learn set by leveling up. 1. Scratch and Leer, 6. Water Gun, 9. Bite, 13. Scary Face, 19. Ice Fang, 22. Flail, 27. Crunch, 30. Slash, 33. Screech, 37. Thrash, 41. Aqua Tail, 45. Superpower, and 50. Hydro Pump. By TM, 1 Takedown, 3 Fake Tears, 5 Mud Slaps, 6 Scary Face, 7 Protect, 10 Ice Fang, 11 Water Pulse, 12 Low Kick, 18 Thief, 20 Trailblaze, 22 Chilling Water, 25 Facade, 27 Aerial Ace, 31 Metal Claw, 34 Icy Wind, 36 Rock Tomb, 43 Fling, 47 Endure, 50 Rain Dance, 55 Dig, 58 Brick Break, 61 Shadow Claw, 69 Ice Punch, 70 Sleep Talk, 77 Waterfall, 78 Dragon Claw, 85 Rest, 86 Rock Slide, 88 Swords Dance, 100 Dragon Dance, 103 Substitute, 108 Crunch, 110 Liquidation, 123 Surf, 135 Ice Beam, 142 Hydro Pump, 143 Blizzard, 145 Water Pledge, 171 Terror Blast, 177 Spite, 191 Uproar, 192 Focus Punch, 196 Flip Turn, 204 Double Edge, 205 Endeavor, 208 Whirlpool, 209 Muddy Water, 222 Breaking Swipe, and 224 Curse. By breeding, get Ancient Power from this group, Aqua Jet from this group, Block from this group, Counter from this group. For the first time in Gen 2 here, we got a couple things. First, we got the first single parent group here, so it's Mareep, and the move is Flatter, and next to the move you can see the second thing that's new, I think, or at least I haven't talked about it yet, the Asterisk, which means that it must be chain-bred onto Totodile. So what you may notice, I don't actually read any of these notes. I never have, and I never will. I let you guys read it if you want to. TCG only moves, Fury Swipes on this card and Stomp on this card, Anime only moves, Tackle, a normal type move. In Imitation, Confrontation, side game data, you got all these. Pokemon Ranger, the browser entry. Totodile powerfully spits blobs of water. It may squirt them in succession. Guardian Signs. It shoots orbs of water to attack. Got all this. Okay. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure, in the Pokepark pad entry. Totodile often plays in the beach zone. He likes Rayquaza's Balloon Panic the most. Got all this. Yep. Pokemon Sleep. This Pokemon is known to close one eye and rest just half its brain at a time. A practice called unihemispheric sleep. Perhaps it's keeping watch against an enemy attack. One-eyed sleep, bitey sleep, gaping mouth sleep, a top belly sleep. Evolution data, Totodile, level 18, Croconaw, level 30, Feraligatr. Sprites here, so pretty much basic. It's not going to change much. The biggest difference is that this was white rather than yellow. It had and then the red outline. This is green and purple. That's kind of cool. Yep. 1, 2, 3. I think that's probably going to stay the same. I can see a couple more on the tail there. Yes. Or maybe one more on the tail. Gen 3 introduces the yellow and more properly introduces the red eyes. You can kind of see them there, but this is more clearly that. So this is now sort of a turquoise, I guess, with blue spikes. All these, yeah. How much changes? You get more. You get the tail now. You get to see the all together, all 4 spikes. Yep. And Gen 5. You got the full back sprite now. It's kind of jumping. That's kind of fun. So Gen 6, you got the modern blue. This, yeah. And this sort of green now, lighter blue and sort of a darker red, it looks like. Yeah, not much changes. I mean, it's pretty good interpretation as well. Like, it's got another pretty basic Pokemon, so yeah, it's probably fairly easy to translate this one. Home, you got these, in the anime, Totodile in the anime, you got Ash's Totodile, all these, I guess. This, yep. Pokedex entries in episode 151. In Ash's Pokedex. Totodile, the big jaw Pokemon. Its highly developed jaw is so powerful, it can crush practically anything. Trainers beware, this Pokemon loves to use its teeth. In Diamond and Pearl, episode 143, in Dawn's Pokedex. Totodile, the big jaw Pokemon. Totodile has a habit of using its highly developed jaws to chomp on anything in sight, so trainers beware. Got this. In the manga, Totodile and Pokemon Adventures, fighting an Elekid. You got Totodile and Pokemon Gold and Silver, the Golden Boys. In the TCG, other appearances, Super Smash Bros. Melee and Super Smash Bros. Brawl. Totodile was the only Gen 2 first partner Pokemon to appear only as a random trophy, not in a Pokeball. Melee trophy information, little but feisty is the best description of these water-type Pokemon. The first thing they do when they see something move is latch onto it with their powerful jaws. Totodile was one of the 3 Pokemon that Professor Elm offered to trainers in Pokemon Gold, Silver, and Crystal. They evolve into Croconaw. Brawl trophy information? A big jaw Pokemon. This alligator-like Pokemon stands on 2 legs. It has a small body, but an impressive jaw that boasts potent bite power. It can do serious damage to someone, even if it's just playing. Its tendency to chop down on anything that moves in front of it means trainers have to be extra cautious around it. When it levels up, it evolves into Croconaw. In Pokemon Detective Pikachu, it says there's a Totodile. I'm pretty sure there's a few of them. But yes, we'll be looking at that later. Trivia, sometimes this happens. where there is no trivia points. So instead we would just go into origin. Trivia, origin, Totodile appears to be based on a baby crocodilian. The yellow marking on its chest may be a reference to the yellow stripes on young American alligators. In Pokemon Sleep, Totodile and its evolutions are revealed to sleep with one eye open, just like real-life crocodiles. The crest on Totodile's back is similar to the mohawk hairstyle, which may allude to Totodile's boisterous personality. Name origin, Totodile may be a combination of Tot and Crocodile, which makes it seem like it's supposed to be Totodile, which actually makes a little bit more sense than Totodile, because Totodile sounds a lot more like Crocodile does, but oh well, I guess, but it is pronounced Totodile for whatever reason. Wani no Ko may be taken to mean Wani no Ko, child of a crocodile/alligator. Aww. In other languages, see also external links to the first partner trios. And let's move on. Now let's watch Totodile's first scene in the anime. Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we're watching episode 117, Don't Touch That Dial, like Totodile, which is quite fitting. In this episode, the main Team Rocket team, consisting of Jesse, James, and Meowth, have accidentally wandered into Professor Elm's lab in New Barktown, and Meowth has been bit by something. The Totodile. Yeah. That's interesting.
Oh, silly me. Now how could I have forgotten that? I'll take it right over to the Pokemon Center.
So yeah, what she's talking about is she's pretending to be Nurse Joy because Professor Elm's watching something and he thinks that Nurse Joy has come in to check up on Totodile, and so now she's living with Totodile.
Thanks, Nurse Joy. Great to see you.
And that's Professor Elm. Okay, yep. And that was, that was Totodile's first scene in the anime. Let's move on. Now let's watch Totodile's scene in Detective Pikachu. Hello and welcome to the Detective Pikachu portion of the video, or as I like to call it, Detective Totodile is only the brains of the Totodile to the best of my ability. In this film, Tim Goodman, the main character, is watching a video introducing him to Rhyme City, a city where humans and Pokemon coexist. The video right now is talking about Howard Clifford, the founder of Rhyme City, and how he gained a disease that led him to explore for a cure, but he found a partnership between humans and Pokemon. So the Pokemon in this particular image are Totodile.
And it turned out that the cure I was looking for.
And that was it, yep. Let's move on. Now let's talk about the TCG. I have one Totodile Pokemon card and one trainer card. Let's start with the Pokemon card. It's the first Totodile card design. It was illustrated by Ken Sugimori. While the image is just the official Pokemon Gold and Silver art, for Totodile, the water effects, including it being partially in front of Totodile, makes this art good. I also like to imagine Totodile is playing in the water. Its coloring is interesting to me, particularly the blue. It's a different shade of blue than the current official art, and even the original sprites. For some reason, when Totodile was brought into the third dimension in the mainline games, it became lighter. Well, it's not for an unknown reason. This likely mimics how it was designed in the anime, which is a similar shade. I don't know why the animators decided to go with this lighter shade of blue. The teeth are also interesting. Even though it's the official art, the placement of the back two sets of teeth are incorrect when compared to the sprite. However, it seems that throughout the various incarnations of Totodile, there isn't much consistency on where the back two sets are. As you saw in the anime, the back teeth are not in the same location on each side. Sometimes they are in the back of the mouth, sometimes they are close together, sometimes they are basically equidistant with the front teeth. I don't know if there is any Pokemon with this much difference. Of course, one could argue that different regions might have differently aligned teeth, not like how Arbok is said to have different designs on its hood between regions. However, this doesn't explain why sometimes it only has two sets of teeth, even when it's supposed to be images from the same region. For example, in Pokemon Battle Revolution, Totodile only has two sets of teeth, even though the main gimmick of the game was that you could connect to the Pokemon Diamond and Pearl games, where Totodile has three sets of teeth. All of this is to say that the inconsistency of teeth is very odd to me. Anyway, Totodile has 40 HP. It's 2 foot and 21 pounds, which is 0.1 pound heavier than its weight in the official Pokedex. Next to the weight, there is the Neogenesis expansion symbol. It has 2 moves, Bite and Rage. Since I've talked about how both work in the TCG, I'll just talk about how they work on this card. Bite costs 1 of any energy and hits for 10 damage. Rage costs 1 water energy and 1 of any energy. It does 10 damage plus 10 damage for every damage counter on Totodile. So, if it's at full HP, it does 10 damage. If it's at 30 HP, it does 20 damage. If it's at 20 HP, it does 30 damage. And if it's at 10 HP, it does 40 damage. Totodile is weak to grass for double damage. It has no resistance, which is odd since it could have been resistant to metal, fire, or water. As in the video games, it's resistant to steel, represented as metal in the TCG, water, and fire. It costs 1 energy for Totodile to retreat. Its description reads, "It is small, but rough and tough. It won't hesitate to take a bite out of anything that moves." This is the Pokedex entry in Pokemon Silver, Fire Red, Soul Silver, and X, and one of the Pokedex entries in Pokemon Stadium 2. It's level 13. In the video games, it would be 5 levels away from evolving into Croconaw. The trainer card is the Professor Elm's training method card. It's the 3rd Professor Elm's training method card design. It was illustrated by Ken Sugimori. I love the story it tells. It shows that there was likely a piece of food in the hand that's being chomped on by Totodile, and Totodile wanted it, so it does what Totodile does, and chomped down on it, unintentionally causing Professor Elm pain, causing him to scream. I love how surprised Chikorita looks. Given how the image cuts off, it looks like Cyndaquil is happy this is happening, but that's not clear since its mouth isn't being shown. Anyway, this card allows the player to look through their deck until they find an evolution, which they put in their hand after showing the opponent. The player must then shuffle their deck. I have a couple of Croconaw cards, so we'll talk about them tomorrow. Now let's see why other people have Totodile. Now let's look at fan art. Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who don't know how this works, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Totodile. This is Totodile by Splatter Parrot, this cute painting of a Totodile. That's very simple. You can see the teeth are equidistant on the bottom jaw. That's kind of fun. You can see the 3 of these. Yep. And we got Totodile by Rally Kitty. It's swimming underwater. That's very cute. I like it. Nice painting. Then we got Totodile by Twarda H. Another swimming Totodile here. Very cute. See, this one only has a couple rows of teeth. That's interesting. Yeah, but very good. I like the colors. This doesn't contain a Totodile, so we'll move on. Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 7 p.m. CMT, Central Mountain Time, but I won't be getting a Totodile. Instead, I'll be continuing my mission to complete the Gen 1 Pokedex to the best of my ability. Tomorrow, I'll be talking about Croconaw. As always, this is my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Croconaw, the first water evolution in Gen 2. It's the evolution of Totodile who evolves at level 18. Its previous PYC dates are August 3rd, 1996, May 25th, 1999, March 15th, 2002, January 3rd, 2005, October 25th, 2007, August 15th, 2010, June 5th, 2013, March 26th, 2016, January 15th, 2019, and November 5th, 2021. I like how Croconaw is a logical in-between of Totodile and Feraligatr. Although Croconaw's body is interesting, the yellow part of Totodile's body is closer to its head, while Feraligatr's is closer to its legs. You'd think that the yellow part would be in the middle of its body, but it's not. It covers the whole thing, looking a little like a caveman's outfit. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article. Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Croconaw, the big jaw Pokemon whose number is 0159. This is what it looks like. Type Water. Abilities, Torrent. Sheer Force is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 87.5% male and 12.5% female. Catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding is 8 groups monster and water 1. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height 3'7" or 1.1 meters. Weight is 55.1 pounds or 25 kilograms. Space experience yield is 143 in Gen 2 through 4. And 142 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium slow. EV yield is 2. 1 in attack, 1 in defense. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is blue and base friendship is 70. Croconaw is a water-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. It evolves from Totodile starting at level 18 and evolves into Feraligatr starting at level 30. Biology, Croconaw is a bipedal crocodilian Pokemon. It has well-developed rounded jaws with 2 fangs visible in the corners of the lower jaw, even when closed. Its eyes are red with black markings around them. There are 3 clusters of red spikes on its body, one with 3 points on top of its head, one with 2 points between its shoulders, and a diamond-shaped one near the tip of its tail. While most of its body is blue, its lower jaw is yellow, and there is an asymmetrical yellow and blue pattern around its chest that resembles a spotted animal skin. Although Croconaw is described as always having 48 fangs lining its mouth, only 6 are discernible. The tips of its teeth are slanted backward, similar to a barred fishhook. This makes them impossible to remove once embedded in something. Once Croconaw has bitten down on something, it will not let go until it loses its teeth. Any missing teeth will quickly grow back. Croconaw can rarely be found near water. As shown in Pokemon Sleep, Croconaw and its evolutionary relatives are known to sleep with one eye open and rest only half its brain at a time, a practice known as unihemispheric sleep. As you can see, Croconaw sleeps with one eye open here. During sleep, as one half of Croconaw's brain rests, the eye on the same side opens. This allows Croconaw to watch for enemy attacks while it sleeps. Evolution, Croconaw evolves from Totodile and evolves into Feraligatr. We've got Totodile, Croconaw, Feraligatr. Game data, Pokedex entries in Gen 2 in gold.
If it loses a fang, a new one grows back in its place. There are always 48 fangs lining its mouth.
Silver.
It opens its huge jaws wide when attacking. If it loses any fangs while biting, they grow back in. Crystal. The tips of its fangs are slanted backward. Once those fangs clamp down, the prey has no hope of escape.
For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, or Crystal inserted, you get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the Silver entry. In Gen 3, Ruby and Sapphire,
once Croconaw has clamped its jaws on its foe, it will absolutely not let go, because the tips of its fangs are forked back, like barbed fishhooks. They become impossible to remove when they have sunk in. Emerald, once its jaws clamp down on its foe, because the tips of its fangs are forked back like fishhooks, they become irremovably embedded.
Fire Red is the Silver entry, while Leaf Green is the Gold entry. In Gen 4 and Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum,
once it bites down, it won't let go until it loses its fangs. New fangs quickly grow into place.
Heart Gold and Soul Silver, their Gold and Silver counterpart. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums. In Gen 6, X is the Gold entries and Leaf Green's entry. Y is the Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, and Gen 5 entries. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Croconaw is now the correct casing. The Gen 8 Pokedex entry is its Diamond and Pearl counterpart. In Gen 9, Scarlet is Crystal's entry. Violet is similar to the Silver entries and all the other versions, that's the same entry, but slightly different, so I'll read it.
It opens its huge jaws wide to attack. If it loses fangs while biting, they'll just keep on growing back, one after another.
Here you see Croconaw, the Blueberry Pokedex. There's 3 of them. That's kind of fun, since there were also 3 Totodile, or in the Totodile image. So I'm wondering if this is them evolved, or if this is just a fun, like, comparison, between the 2 of them. They do seem to be by that similar area in the water. That's cool. Game locations. In Pokemon Coliseum, only 1 Croconaw can be obtained per game without trading, regardless of location. Get all this. Yep, and side games. Those locations. Okay. Held items. In Coliseum, you get Mystic Water 100% of the time. Stats, base stats, HP 65, attack 80, defense 80, special attack 59, special defense 63, speed 58, for a total of 405. For this section, I just found out that I've been saying it wrong. Apparently it's Pokathlon stats, not Pokeathon stats. Oops, I guess I missed the L. And I also know what all of this means now, although I don't entirely understand what Pokathlon is. If it's its own game or mini games in one of the, I think it's a DS game? One of them. But yes, I'm still not gonna stop at these. I'm just gonna say the right name from now on. Type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, fighting, flying, poison, ground, rock, bug, ghost, psychic, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to grass and electric for double, immune to nothing, resistant to steel, fire, water, and ice for half. Learn Sit by leveling up. We'll go down to Ice Fang here. 21 Ice Fang, 24 Flail, 30 Crunch, 34 Slash, 37 Screech, 42 Thrash, 47 Aqua Tail, 50 Superpower, and 55 Hydro Pump. By TM we're skipping. By Breeding we're skipping. Nothing by Prior Evolution. TCG only moves. Tackle on these cards and Takedown on this card. Side game data, you got all this. Okay. Pokemon Ranger, the browser entry.
Croconaw attacks with globs of water. Beware of puddles on the ground too. Pokemon Ranger Guardian Signs. It shoots orbs of water to attack. Got all this. Yep. Pokemon Sleep. It's known to rest one brain hemisphere at a time, with the eye on the opposite side closed. Perhaps this method of sleeping with alternating halves of its brain is a defense against enemy attacks. So got one-eyed sleep, fangs out sleep, gaping mouth sleep, and a top belly sleep. Evolution data, Totodile, level 18, Croconaw, level 30 Feraligatr. Sprites here, so, oh, it starts off kind of green. It's more, I don't know, like, this is definitely green and purple, but like, I don't know, not quite turquoise, I wouldn't say, but kind of close there, though. Has the red, doesn't quite have the yellow yet, that's all white, it looks like. Yep, and we get the blue and crystal. That's cool. And then we get like the head design changes. Oh yeah, it's like a couple of them, like, she looks like maybe a hair or something, that's interesting. And then we get the spiked up in a row, yeah. Gen 3 introduces the yellow, and I think it's a different blue as well. It's probably different red as well. Yep, we get a full mouth. Yep. This is now sort of that, I don't know, light blue color, I guess, with blue spikes. Yep, Gen 4, not much change. This is more of like a turquoise, I'd say. Darker yellow as well from that. This is like a lighter yellow or lighter blue body for some reason. Yep. Full back sprites and black or in the Gen 5. We got the models, pretty good adaptation, pretty faithful. These might be a little bit different. They do seem to be sporadic, probably inconsistent throughout, generations. Yeah, slightly lighter blues and reds, and all of this as well, so these. At homes, yep. In the anime, got Croconaw in the anime, got all these, yep. Pokedex entries in Diamond and Pearl, episode 29, in Dawn's Pokedex. Croconaw, the big jaw Pokemon, in the evolved form of Totodile. It opens its wide mouth and attacks, and if it loses its teeth, they regrow quickly. In episode 147, in Lyra's Pokedex. Croconaw, the big jaw Pokemon, in the evolved form of Totodile. Once it bites down on something, it won't let go until it loses its fangs. But new fangs grow back quickly. In the same episode, about Croconaw's attacks in Kouri's Pokedex. The moves Croconaw is able to use are Bite, Aqua Tail, Superpower, and Hydro Pump. In the manga, Croconaw in Pokemon Gold and Silver, the Golden Boys. This in the TCG. Trivia, Croconaw is the first partner Pokemon with the shortest level gap between evolutions at 12, evolving from Totodile at level 18, and into Feraligatr at level 38. Due to the censor that prevents Pokemon with offensive nicknames from being traded on the GTS, an English-language Croconaw cannot be traded on the GTS. That's the global trade system, I think? Or, I forget. I feel like that's what I used to think it was, but it's slightly different. Like, it's the S, I think, is slightly different. Station, maybe? Without a nickname in Pokemon Black and White. Origin, Croconaw appears to be based on a crocodilian. In Pokemon Sleep, Croconaw and its evolutionary relatives are revealed to sleep with one eye open, just like real-life crocodiles. It also appears to have a prehistoric theme, as its head, spikes, and chest patterns seem to be based on the wild hair and animal skin cloth worn by cavemen, while its head resembles that of a theropod dinosaur. The crest on Croconaw's head is similar to the mohawk hairstyle, which may allude to Croconaw's boisterous personality. Name origin, Croconaw may be a combination of crocodile and gnaw, though it may also involve maw or jaw. Alligates may be derived from alligator. In other languages, see also, external links. Yeah, let's move on.
Now let's watch Croconaw's first scene in the anime. So, I'm not gonna be able to watch the anime section today. I accidentally bought a Canadian DVD, and the new American DVD hasn't arrived yet. What I'm gonna do is watch the Croconaw anime section at the end of the Jumpluff video. Now let's talk about the TCG. I have 2 Croconaw cards. Let's start with the older one. This is the second Croconaw card design. It was illustrated by Ken Sugimori. I was going to criticize it for just being the official art from the time on a cool background, but it wasn't. It's an original art. It's just boring, particularly compared to yesterday's Totodile. The most interesting thing about this is that the eye color is wrong. It's closer to the eye color of the modern shiny Croconaw. Anyway, this Croconaw has 80 HP. It is 3'7" and 55 pounds, which is 0.1 pound lighter than its weight in the official Pokedex. Next to the weight, there is the Neo Genesis expansion symbol that has 2 moves, Tackle and Sweep Away. Since I've already talked about how Tackle works in the video games, I'll just talk about how it works on this card. It costs 2 of any energy and hits for 20 damage. Sweep Away is not a move from the video games. On this card, it costs 2 water energy and 1 of any energy. The player discards the top 3 cards from their deck. It also hits for 50 damage. Croconaw is weak to grass for double damage. It has no resistance, which is odd, but I've already talked about this yesterday, so I won't repeat myself. It costs 2 of any energies for Croconaw to retreat. Its description reads, "It opens its huge jaw wide when attacking. If it loses any fangs while biting, they grow back in." This is the Pokedex entry in Pokemon Silver, Fire Red, and Soul Silver, and one of the Pokedex entries in Pokemon Stadium 2. It's also similar to the Pokedex entry in Pokemon Violet. This Croconaw is level 41. In the video games, it would be 11 levels overdue for an evolution into Feraligatr. The other Croconaw card is the 6th Croconaw card design. It was illustrated by Mizuhiro Arita. I like this illustration much more than the other card's illustration. I like that it makes Croconaw look like it's hunting like a real crocodile/alligator. It has the same HP, height, weakness, and retreat cost as the other Croconaw. Its weight is 55.1 pounds, 0.1 pound heavier than the other Croconaw. This Croconaw has 1 move, Hover Over, and 1 Pokepower Evolutionary Vitality. Evolutionary Vitality is when the player evolves Totodile into Croconaw. They take the top 5 cards from the deck. They pick out all of the energy cards, show them to their opponent, and put them in their hand. Any remaining cards are put at the top of the deck, and it's reshuffled. Hover Over is not a move in the video games. On this card, it costs 1 water energy and 1 of any energy. It hits for 30 damage and prevents the opponent from retreating their active Pokemon, assuming it's not knocked out during their next turn. Croconaw is weak to lightning for plus 20 damage. In the bottom right corner of the card, there is the Mysterious Treasures expansion symbol. Croconaw's description reads, "Once it bites down, it won't let go until it loses its fang. New fangs quickly grow into place." This is the Pokedex entry in Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, Y, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl. This Croconaw is level 27, meaning it's 14 levels less than the other Croconaw. In the video games, this Croconaw would be 3 levels away from evolving into Feraligatr. Speaking of Feraligatr, I don't have a Feraligatr card, so the next Pokemon with a card I'll be talking about is Hoothoot. Now let's see why people love Croconaw. Now let's look at fan art. Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on this single image, and that's because this is the only image we'll be doing today. So this is the Totodile family by Zero-chan, 923,600. So it got this cute little family here. So you got the Totodile in a floaty for some reason. Well, you'd think that all of them would just be able to float. We got the Crocodile, looks like it's trying to swim. That's interesting, and it doesn't seem to be quite able to. And then we got the Feraligatr here, watching over this one, and it's very cute. Yes. And that's it. Hope you enjoyed. Let's move on. Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 5 p.m. CMT, Central Mountain Time, but I won't be getting a Croconaw. Instead, I'll be continuing my mission to complete the Gen 1 Pokedex to the best of my ability. Tomorrow, I'll be talking about Feraligatr. As always, this is my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today we'll be talking about Feraligatr, the first final water evolution of Gen 2. It's the final evolution of Totodile, who evolves into Croconaw, who evolves into Feraligatr at level 30. Its previous PYC dates are August 4th, 1996, May 26th, 1999, March 16th, 2002, January 4th, 2005, October 26th, 2007, August 16th, 2010, June 6th, 2013, March 27th, 2016, January 16th, 2019, and November 6th, 2021. I like that Feraligatr feels like a logical continuation of Croconaw, but also changes its design quite a bit. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article. Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Feraligatr, the big jaw Pokemon whose number is 0-160. This is what it looks like. Type, water. Abilities, Torrent and Sheer Force is a hidden ability. Gender ratios, 87.5% male or 12.5% female. Catch rate is 45 or 11.9%. Breeding is egg groups Muster and Water 1. Hatch time is 20 cycles. Height is 7'7" or 2.3 meters, weight is 195.8 pounds or 88.8 kilograms. Base experience yield is 210 in Gen 2 through 4 and 239 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium slow. EV yield is 3, 2 in attack and 1 in defense. Shape is that, footprint is that, Pokedex color is blue, and base friendship is 70. Feraligatr is a water-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. It evolves from Croconaw starting at level 30. It is the final form of Totodile. Biology, Feraligatr is a bulky, bipedal crocodilian Pokemon with blue scales. It has large, powerful jaws lined with several sharp fangs. The teeth are visible when its jaws are closed. 2 in its lower jaw and 1 in its upper. Its eyes are red with black markings around them and ridges above them, and its lower jaw is yellow. There are 3 red spines on its body, each with 3 points. 1 on top of its head, 1 between its shoulders, and 1 near the tip of its tail. There are also several groups of large rectangular scales on its arms, knees, tail, and waist. Its back is slightly hunched with ridges behind the shoulders and hips. On its lower body is a yellow V-shaped marking that extends up to its thighs. There is a thin line through the center of the marking. Its arms have 5 clawed fingers each, and its feet 3 clawed toes. Feraligatr opens its powerful jaws to intimidate its foes and viciously shakes its head once it clamps down on foes or prey. Because it has difficulty supporting its weight out of the water, it has been known to move on all 4s. However, when hunting or fighting, it is agile and fast due to its powerful hind legs. Feraligatr can rarely be found living near the water's edge. As shown in Pokemon Sleep, Feraligatr and its pre-evolutions are known to sleep with one eye open and rest only half of its brain at a time, a practice known as unihemispheric sleep. As you can see, Feraligatr sleeps with one eye open. As Feraligatr sleeps, it constantly keeps watch on its surroundings. It will immediately charge towards threats should it sense any. Evolution, Feraligatr evolved from Croconaw and is the final form of Totodile. So Totodile, Croconaw, Feraligatr. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Feraligatr is a member of Team Hydro. Pokedex entries, in Gen 2, in Gold. When it bites with its massive and powerful jaws, it shakes its head and savagely tears its victim up. Silver, it is hard for it to support its own weight out of water, so it gets down on all 4s, but it moves fast. Crystal, although it has a massive body, its powerful hind legs enable it to move quickly, even on the ground. Presidium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, Crystal inserted, you get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the Silver entry. In Gen 3, in Ruby and Sapphire, Feraligatr intimidates its foes by opening its huge mouth. In battle, it will kick the ground hard with its thick and powerful hind legs to charge at the foe at an incredible speed. Emerald, it opens its huge mouth to intimidate enemies. In battle, it runs using its thick and powerful hind legs to charge the foe with incredible speed. Fire Red is the Silver entry, while Leaf Green is the Gold entry. In Gen 4, in Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, it usually moves slowly, but it goes at blinding speed when it attacks and bites prey. Heart Gold is its Gold counterpart. Soul Silver is very similar to Silver's, but slightly different soul rated. It is hard for it to support its weight out of water, so it sometimes gets down on all 4s, but it moves fast. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums. In Gen 6, X is also the same entry. Y is the Gold entries and Leaf Greens. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Feraligatr is now the correct casing. The Gen 8 Pokedex entry is its Diamond and Pearl counterpart. In Gen 9, Scarlet is the Gold entries and Leaf Green and Y's entry. Violet is very similar to Crystal's entry, but slightly different soul rated. Although it has a massive body, its powerful hind legs enable it to move quickly even on land. So here we've got Feraligatr and the Blueberry Pokedex. So, pretty cool. A little disappointed there wasn't a couple other Feraligatr with it, but I guess it kind of makes sense. But it does seem to be the same area as the Totodile and Croconaw were. They had 3 in each of their images. Game locations, side game locations, events, stats, base stats. HP 85, attack 105, defense 100, special attack 79, special defense 83, speed 78 for a total of 530. Pokathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, fighting, flying, poison, ground, rock, bug, ghost, psychic, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to grass and electric for double, immune to nothing, resistant to steel, fire, water, and ice for half. Learn set by leveling up. We will go down to Crunch here, so 32 Crunch, 37 Slash, 44 Screech, 51 Thrash, 59 Aqua Tail, 65 Superpower, and 70 Hydro Pump. By TM we're skipping. By breeding we're skipping. By prior evolution there's nothing. Side game data. Okay.
Pokemon Ranger in the browser entry. Feraligatr spits blobs of water so hard that they shatter even boulders. Pokemon Ranger, Guardian Signs. It tackles to attack. All this. Okay. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure. Feraligatr fought with Gyarados in the Beach Zone. He's so strong he can break rocks. The attraction he specializes in is Gyarados' Aqua Dash. All this. Yep. New Pokemon Snap in the Photo Dex. Feraligatr has a heavy body, but when it kicks off the ground with its powerful hind legs, it's incredibly fast. It surprised us by jumping out of the water at Mighty Wide River. Pokemon Sleep. Feraligatr 2 is known to sleep by resting one brain hemisphere at a time. Be warned, it always keeps a vigilant eye on its surroundings, and will rush at enemies as soon as it senses their presence. So we got One-Eyed Sleep, Intimidating Sleep, Gaping Mouth Sleep, and a Top Belly Sleep. Evolution data. Totodile, level 18, Croconaw, level 30, Feraligatr. Sprites here, okay. So for Gen 2 here, it looks like there is 2 different versions, the Gold and Silver. It seems to be like a difference between them. So here it's the little white line below the V, and that's not here in the international versions. So otherwise, these guys are just the same color. It's interesting. And the V itself is not quite yellow. It's not yellow yet. It's the sort of white like it was for Totodile. Crystal brings in the blue for Feraligatr here. Gen 3 introduces the yellow elements, different blue. This is also now kind of a lighter blue. Now blue instead of purple. Yep, not much changes in this one. I mean, it's slightly different, everything probably, but this is the lighter blue now, Heart Gold and Soul Silver. Black, or Gen 5 introduces the back sprites. It also goes back to the other blue. Gen 6 has the lighter blue again, and the lighter yellow now, sort of more cream colored. This is also lighter colors. Homes, we go back to sort of the darker colors, but this actually stays with the lighter colors. That's interesting. In the anime, Feraligatr in the anime, we got all these. Yep. Pokedex entries in episode 194 in Ash's Pokedex. Feraligatr, the big jaw Pokemon, the final evolution of Totodile. Once a Feraligatr has clamped its powerful jaws around an opponent, it won't let go until the opponent is defeated. In the manga, Feraligatr in Pokemon Adventures, you got all this in the TCG and the TFG. Trivia, Feraligatr reaches its final evolutionary form earlier than any other first partner Pokemon, at level 30. However, Totodile evolves at level 18, the latest of any basic first partner Pokemon tied with Turtwig. Feraligatr is the only fully evolved Johto first partner Pokemon to appear in Pokepark Wii Pikachu's Adventure. Origin, Feraligatr appears to be based on a crocodilian. It visually resembles an alligator. The yellow marking on its belly might be a reference to the yellow stripes on young American alligators. In Pokemon Sleep, Feraligatr and its pre-evolutions are revealed to sleep with one eye open, just like real-life crocodiles. The crest on Feraligatr's head is similar to the mohawk hairstyle, which may allude to Feraligatr's boisterous personality. Name origin. Feraligatr may be a combination of feral or ferocious and alligator. The shortening of gator into gator may be a result of the 10-character limit on English Pokemon names in Gen 2. Ordile may be a combination of O, king, O, emperor, or O, large, and crocodile. In other languages, see also, external links, let's move on.
Now let's watch Feraligatr's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today, we are watching Pokemon Chronicles again, this time episode 20, Little Trouble in Big Town. In this episode, the famed Pichu brothers, which I'll very likely talk about in the Pichu video, have been separated. They're going on an adventure, and they've been separated. One of the Pichus is with his friends Smoochum and Magby. There's also a Houndour with them. Feraligatr's gonna notice them, and we'll see what happens. There's the Feraligatr.
Gator! Feraligatr!
And that is Feraligatr's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Feraligatr's scenes to Detective Pikachu.
Welcome to Detective Pikachu, as I like to call it, Detective Feraligatr. In this film, Tim Goodman, the main character, has come to Rhyme City, a city where humans and Pokemon coexist. After learning that his father has died in a car crash, he's come to his father's apartment to sort of clean up, and he's found this room set up like Tim's childhood bedroom, as Tim wanted him to live with him at Rhyme City, but Tim decided to live with his grandma, which you can kind of see here in this. So it's, right now, he's thinking about the day his mother died. Young Tim, here you can see, is in his actual bedroom.
Life. I know, Tim.
And there's the Feraligatr on the poster.
I had to see the doctor. It couldn't wait.
All these Pokemon cards.
Okay, so now we've cut to a little bit later in the film. This is Detective Pikachu, a talking Pikachu with amnesia, who was Harry Goodman, Tim's father's detective partner. So he's talking about how all these posters and the Pokemon cards, you can see the Feraligatr on the binder there, are indicative of Tim's love of Pokemon.
The battle posters. You love Pokemon. Yeah, you do.
That was a long time ago.
Yeah, blame it on your dad. Okay, look, what about this?
So, what he's talking about is that Tim used to love Pokemon, but he stopped when his father spent more time with Pokemon than his own son, and so...
There's pictures of her all over the apartment. She's obviously connected to Harry. She might know me. I didn't realize.
So yeah, that was Tim's mother. And Tim has just revealed that she's died, and now he feels bad. Yep, and that's it. I hope you enjoyed. Let's move on.
Now let's see why people love Feraligatr. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who don't know how this works, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Feraligatr. This is Pokemon Feraligatr 2 by Mark 331. So it's this cool Feraligatr image, this kind of nice painting here, showing off it very well. Yep. Guess it's from 2012. And we've got Feraligatr by Chwarda8, another pretty cool painting, a very unique perspective here. It's looking back at the camera, almost like it's angry at the camera person. It's pretty cool. Yep, I like the environment's really cool. Yeah, it's very well done. And the fact that it's blurry, like a lens thing, that's especially cool. Then we've got Mega Feraligatr by Hachel. So, the Feraligatr and a Raylu. And the Feraligatr seems to be dreaming of what a Mega Feraligatr would look like. There isn't really a Mega Feraligatr. It's kind of fun to imagine what that would look like. For some reason, this one has an eye patch. Don't really know why. Yep. They seem to almost look like Peanuts characters, like they're posed kind of like that. This one especially. Its arms up, and yeah, it's kind of fun. Then we got the Totodile family by Zero-chan, 923,600. So we did this one yesterday, but we can do it again. This nice cute family here. And there's the Totodile and a little floaty for some reason. I don't know why it can't swim. Then we got a Croconaw, looks like it's trying to swim. And the Feraligatr, all of its attention is on the Totodile, and it's very cute. Then we've got Simply Jawsome by Squeegee Monster. This really cool stylized Feraligatr here. Yeah, it looks like it's maybe using some sort of surf-like move or something. It's very, very cool. Yeah, you can see the cool tail, and it's very cool. See all the scary teeth, you know. Then we've got Pokemon Feraligatr by Mark 331, so another Feraligatr here, and seems to be coming at the camera this time. That's really cool. It's from 2010. Then we've got Feraligatr by Solar Citrus. So it's cool Feraligatr, maybe semi-stylized. Looks like it just got out of the water. It's maybe sopping wet, you know, like it's trying to maybe dry off naturally or something. It's a little bit annoyed. Yes, very good. Very unique lighting for this, like the background especially. Poke Bros by Squeegee Monster. So another Squeegee Monster. Looks like it's pretty much the same kind of style for the Feraligatr here. So we got Feraligatr, Totodile, Croconaw, and then we got a Venusaur. Seems to be looking after the
Totodile here. Then we've got Feraligatr by Mad Revolution. So, I guess it's from April 1st, 2017. So, very angry Feraligatr, like ridiculous, almost cartoonishly angry, like it's like a villain, like cursing it's not their nemesis or something. Yeah, very fun, slightly stylized. Mega Feraligatr by PokeFan, 514. So, their kind of version of what Mega Feraligatr might have looked like. So, making these sort of more red, maybe a little bit of design, giving it a little like this, adding little bandages, I guess, making these probably a little bit taller as well. That's pretty cool. And adding an extra line here. Then we've got Hydro Pump by Quirkalicious. So all of the evolved forms of the starters, it looks up to maybe Gen 7. So we've got Blastoise, Croconaw, Swampert, Empoleon. Oh, up to 8 it looks like, actually. Oh yeah, 8. Then I wanna say it's Greninja next. And then would be, then I guess I think it's Samurott next. And then Primarina. And then Inteleon. That's kind of fun, Inteleon and Empoleon right next to each other. But yeah, yeah, so that's pretty cool. They seem to be surfing this wave. That's pretty cool. Then we've got Feraligatr Request by Pink Jeremy. So this kind of cool, semi-stylized, a little bit cute in the eyes there. Feraligatr. Seems to be doing some sort of water move, maybe. Or just riding this water, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, very good use of colors and lighting and stuff. Then we've got Feraligatr by Hard Vector. So they're sort of, it's basically just the official art, but I guess probably redrawn by them, so it's pretty good. You know, pretty good. Then we've got Feraligatr by Ninetales Foxy Foxy. Sort of this very dark Feraligatr, can hardly see it, but I don't know where it is. It seems to be, I don't know, it seems to be some sort of water. I don't know if it's fire in the background. I don't know what's going on with this. It seems to be ripples, or, yeah, I don't know why it's so dark. Maybe it's in a cave? I don't know. Then we've got Feraligatr Improvement by Dekonobu Kizakura. So this sort of more realistic Feraligatr here. Looks to be a painting, and it's supposed to maybe simulate CGI. That's pretty cool. Then we've got Feraligatr Waterfall by Ishman. So this cool Feraligatr, definitely stylized. Looks like it's, I mean, it's probably using the move for Waterfall, so that's a pretty cool interpretation. Yep. Nice use of colors and stuff. Then we've got Just Like Old Times by Mark 331. So, you see a Feraligatr with its trainer. I don't know if that's supposed to be Mark. And then get to see little trainer and Totodile. That's very cute. Like the memory, and that's like how it started and now where it is. That's very, very cute. So despite somewhat looking like a Feraligatr, this is a Croconaw, apparently. So, we gotta move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight, not because I don't still have a lot to do, but because I don't have time tonight. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Sentret. As always, this is my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Sentret, the first normal-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. Its previous PYC dates are August 5th, 1996, May 27th, 1999, March 17th, 2002, January 5th, 2005, October 27th, 2007, August 17th, 2010, June 7th, 2013, March 28th, 2016, January 17th, 2019, and November 7th, 2021. I like its unique appearance. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Sentret, the scout Pokemon whose number is 0161. This is what it looks like. Its type is normal. Abilities, Runaway or Keen Eye, and Frisk is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 50-50, so this is our first 50-50. So that'd be 1-to-1, be the actual ratio. Catch rate is 255, or 43.9%. Breeding is A-group field. Hatch time 15 cycles. Height 2'7", or 0.8 meters. Weight is 13.2 pounds, or 6 kilograms. Base experience yield is 57 in Gen 2 through 4, 43 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast. EV yield is 1 in attack. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is brown, and base friendship is 70. Sentret is a normal type Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. It evolves into Furret starting at level 15. Biology, Sentret is a small mammalian Pokemon covered in brown fur. It has long, dark brown ears with dark pink interiors, beady black eyes, and a small mouth. While it is capable of standing on its hind legs, it typically moves on all fours. It has a rounded body with wide arms and 2 small feet. On its belly is a white ring, and there are dark brown stripes around its tail. Sentret has a cautious, timid nature and can often be seen standing on its tail to scout its surroundings. It will only sleep if there is another Sentret keeping watch, and will be too frightened to sleep if separated from its pack. Aww. When it senses danger, it warns others by screeching and thumping its tail on the ground. Sentret can most commonly be found in temperate grasslands. Evolution, Sentret evolves into Furret, so Sentret, Furret. Game data, NPC appearances. Spoiler warning, this article may contain major plot or ending details. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Sky. In the special episode, Here Comes Team Charm, a Sentret appears before Boulder Query, convincing Team Charm to go after Team AWD because the latter attacked Sentret and its friends while on an exploration. The Sentret is later revealed to be a disguise of Ditto, the guardian of Limestone Cavern. Spoilers end here. Pokedex entries. In Gen 2 and Gold, a very cautious Pokemon. It raises itself up using its tail to get a better view of its surroundings. In Silver, it stands on its tail so it can see a long way. If it spots an enemy, it cries loudly to warn its kind. Crystal, when acting as a lookout, it warns others of danger by screeching and hitting the ground with its tail. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, Crystal inserted, you get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the Silver entry. Gen 3, Ruby and Sapphire, when Sentret sleeps, it does so while another stands guard. The sentry wakes the others at the first sight of danger. When this Pokemon becomes separated from its pack, it becomes incapable of sleep due to fear. Emerald, they take turns standing guard when it is time to sleep. The sentry awakens the others if it senses danger. If one becomes separated, it turns sleepless with fear. Fire Red is the Silver entry, Leaf Green is the Gold entry. In Gen 4, Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, it has a very nervous nature. It stands up high on its tail so it can scan wide areas. Heart Gold is basically its Gold counterpart, but Pokemon is now the correct casing. Soul Silver is its Silver counterpart. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums. In Gen 6, X is Crystals entry. Y is the Silver entries and Fire Red's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically the Ruby and Sapphire counterpart, but Sentret and Pokemon are now the correct casing. The Gen 8 Pokedex entry is Diamond and Pearl's entry. In Gen 9, Scarlet, this Pokemon is extremely cautious. Its supple tail is well muscled and firm to the touch. Violet, if it encounters a foe, it will stand up on its tail, making itself look bigger than usual to intimidate them. Sentret in the Kitakami Pokedex, so there's 3 of them, that makes sense. They're you know, usually a group. Game locations, side game locations, events. Held items, Gold, Silver, and Crystal, you get a berry 2% of the time. Fire Red, Leaf Green, Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Black and White, you get an orange berry 5% of the time. Stats, base stats, HP 35, Attack 46, Defense 34, Special Attack 35, Special Defense 45, Speed 20, for a total of 215. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, flying, poison, ground, rock, bug, steel, fire, water, grass, electric, psychic, ice, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to fighting for a double, immune to ghost, resistant to nothing. Notes that this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of Ghost-type moves is 1, so we go from 0 to 1. Learn set by leveling up. 1, Scratch, 4, Defense Curl, 7, Quick Attack, 13, Fury Swipes, 16, Helping Hand, 19, Follow Me, 25, Slam, 28, Rest, 31, Sucker Punch, 36, Amnesia, 39, Baton Pass, 42, Double Edge, 47, Hyper Voice. By TM, 1, Takedown, 2, Charm, 7, Protect, 11, Water Pulse, 18, Thief, 20, Trailblaze, 22, Chilling Water, 23, Charge Beam, 25, Facade, 32, Swift, 43 Fling, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 50 Rain Dance, 55 Dig, 58 Brick Break, 60 U-Turn, 61 Shadow Claw, 66 Body Slam, 67 Fire Punch, 68 Thunder Punch, 69 Ice Punch, 70 Sleep Talk, 71 Seed Bomb, 81 Grass Knot, 85 Rest, 103 Substitute, 109 Trick, 114 Shadow Ball, 117 Hyper Voice, 123 Surf, 125 Flamethrower, 126 Thunderbolt, 127 Play Rough, 128 Amnesia, 130 Helping Hand, 132 Baton Pass, 134 Reversal, 135 Ice Beam, 143 Blizzard, 166 Thunder, 168 Solar Beam, 171 Terra Blast, 181 Knockoff, 183 Super Fang, 191 Uproar, 192 Focus Punch, 204 Double Edge, and 205 Endeavor. By breeding, this group gives you Baby Doll Eyes, this group gives you Focus Energy, this group gives you Last Resort, this group gives you Reversal, this group gives you Slash. And so now we get to introduce the Mirror Herb for anyone new to Gen 2 here. So this is a thing that happens every once in a while in the breeding. We'll get... So the note here says, the Pokemon must hold a Mirror Herb to copy this move from another Pokemon. That's what the Mirror Herb is. So you get Tidy Up from the Mirror Herb. Side game data. Pokemon Ranger Guardian signs in the browser entry. It lets loose shockwaves to attack.
I got all this. Yep. Evolution data. You got Sentret, level 15 Furret. Sprites here, so you got pretty basic. Not quite the pink ears yet, but we'll get there. More or less basically the same. This is more of a gold color. Yeah, and purple rings instead of brown rings. This actually kind of has the pink inside, so that's kind of fun. And Gen 2 has them being red inside ears. He's now kind of closer to the shiny, to be honest. Except for the stripes. But, yeah. The ring is a lot bigger, that's interesting. This is sort of just a lighter yellow, I guess, or like a yellow and pink for the stripes. Yep. Gen 4. This will be a little bit wider. Still kind of in this kind of golden color. We go back to the brown and heart gold and soul silver, but now we have the ears are pink now, and looks like the circle is more like a cream colored. These are darker brown. Yeah, the ears are also darker brown. Then this is basically the same. It doesn't really change that much. We have the full back sprites in Gen 5 models. Oh yeah, I forgot it doesn't show it like that in the models. It just has it standing. Which is a bit weird since I'm so used to this image. But yeah, that's what it looks like. Pretty good adaptation. I mean, a little bit weird with the ears there because they're not as curved. At least not in this angle anyway. You can kind of see them maybe a little bit more curved there, but yeah, the ring is a little bit different. They had to, you know, make it more egg-shaped, I'd say, than this because it's complicated for this shape. Not the easiest shape I imagined. This is more of a yellow, maybe a tan now, I'd say. Yeah. Otherwise, colors are basically the same. Yeah, poems. We got that. For people who are new here, other sprites. So these are sprites that appear at different points in the games. They're like special sprites. So we got Gold and Silver's credits sprite here. So that's kind of cute looking Sentret here. Yeah. In the anime, you got Sentret in the anime. So you got all these. Yep. Sentret egg in the anime. Yep. Got all these. It's a lot of Sentret. Pokedex entries. In episode 133, in Ash's Pokedex, Sentret, the scout Pokemon. Sentret is able to see great distances by rising up on its tail. When it spots an enemy, or any kind of danger, it emits a loud, shrill cry as a warning. In Journeys, episode 9, in Go's Rotom Phone, Sentret, the scout Pokemon. A normal type, Sentret can lift itself up on its tail so it can see things far away. In the manga, Sentret in Pokemon Adventures, looking a little bit weird. Yeah, we got all this, TCG, TFG. So this first trivia point we did in the Growlithe video. Sentret is the only Pokemon with a base stat total of 215, while Sentret is usually depicted as having fully brown feet in the anime, Stadium 2 model, and some artworks. It is shown as having tanned toes. Origin, despite its name, Sentret's behavior and markings are more similar to meerkats than ferrets. Its appearance has traits of the Baki Tanuki, a kind of yokai that have big bellies and are commonly associated with the Japanese raccoon dog or tanuki. It also shares traits with rabbits, flying squirrels, more specifically the Japanese giant flying squirrels, and sugar gliders. Its striped tail may be based on that of a ring-tailed ground squirrel, raccoon, or the aforementioned tanuki. Name origin: Sentret may be a combination of sentry and ferret. Otachi may be a combination of o, tail, and tatsu, stand, or itachi, weasel. In other languages, let's move on.
Now let's watch Sentret's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 133, Tanks a Lot. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character, and Shaolin companions, Brock and Misty, as well as his Pokemon Pikachu and Misty's Pokemon Togepi here, are taking a nap before their next gym battle. Under this tree here, yeah. And there's the Sentret. It's holding an apple. And that's it. That is Sentret's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's see why people love Sentret. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on this single image, and that's because this is the only image we'll be doing today. So this is Sentret's and a Furret by Francis John.
So, it's very stylized Sentret and Furret here. Very nice. Nice use of lighting. It's a very cute image of them kind of sleeping and relaxing around Furret here. It's very nice. This one looks like it's had a long day. It's very tired, you know. So this one's very, very playful. This one's just kind of relaxing. It's a very nice image. Let's move on. Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 5 p.m. CMT, Central Mountain Time, but I won't be getting a Sentret. Instead, I'll be continuing my mission to complete the Gen 1 Pokedex to the best of my ability. Tomorrow we'll be talking about Furret. As always, this is my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Furret, the evolution of Sentret who evolves at level 15. Its previous PYC dates are August 6th, 1996, May 28th, 1999, March 18th, 2002, January 6th, 2005, October 28th, 2007, August 18th, 2010, June 8th, 2013, March 29th, 2016, January 18th, 2019, and November 8th, 2021. I find the change between Sentret and Furret to be odd, since it seems like the only thing connecting them are their ringed tail and the shape of their hands and feet. I, like many people, know Furret from its walking meme. Yeah, that one. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article. Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Furret, the long-body Pokemon whose number is 0162. This is what it looks like. Its type is normal, ability is Runaway or Keen Eye, Frisk is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 50-50, catch rate is 90 or 20.1%, breeding is Egg Group Field, hatch time 50 cycles, height 5'11" or 1.8 meters, weight is 71.7 pounds or 32.5 kilograms. Basic experience yield is 116 in Gen 2 through 4, 145 and 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast, EV yield is 2, and speed. Shape is that, footprint is that. Pokedex color is brown, and base friendship is 70. Furret is a normal type Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. It evolves from Sentret, starting at level 15. Biology, Furret is a long, slim-bodied mustelid Pokemon with cream-colored fur and dark brown rings along the length of its body. The back of its head and neck are also dark brown. This marking extends to below its arms where the first ring is formed. It has cream-colored tips on its ears, 2 brown whisker-like markings on each cheek, and round black eyes. Its 4 limbs are stubby, the 4 paws are brown, and the hind paws are cream-colored. Furret is capable of standing on its hind legs, but prefers to move on all 4s. Its body and tail are so similar in structure that it is impossible to tell where its tail begins. Despite its short limbs, Furret is very quick and agile. This allows Furret to escape even when in the arms of a human. Its speed allows it to catch prey such as Rattata. It tends to burrow under the ground of meadows and other temperate grasslands. Its narrow burrows are well suited for its slim body and are very difficult for other Pokemon to enter. The burrow also becomes more maze-like deeper inside, which makes it even harder to find Furret's nest. A mother Furret curls itself around its offspring to help them sleep. Once the offspring are older, the mother Furret will take them outside to prepare them for independence. In Lental, Mariana is a natural predator of Furret. Evolution, Furret evolves from Sentret, so Sentret, Furret. Gain data, Pokedex entries. In Gen 2, in Gold, it makes a nest to suit its long and skinny body. The nest is impossible for other Pokemon to enter. Silver, there is no telling where the tail begins. Despite its short legs, it's quick at hunting Rattata. Crystal, it lives in narrow burrows that fit its slim body. The deeper the nests go, the more maze-like they become. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, Crystal inserted, you get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the Silver entry. In Gen 3, Ruby and Sapphire, Furret has a very slim build. When under attack, it can slickly squirm through narrow spaces and get away. In spite of its short limbs, this Pokemon is very nimble and fleet. Emerald, a Furret has a very slim build. When under attack, it can squirm through narrow spaces and get away. In spite of its short limbs, it is very nimble and fleet. Fire Red is the Silver entry, and Leaf Green is the Gold entry. In Gen 4, Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, the mother puts its offspring to sleep by curling up around them. It corners foes with speed. Heart Gold is basically its Gold counterpart, but Pokemon is now the correct casing. Soul Silvers is its Silver counterpart. The Gen 5 Pokedex entry is Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums. In Gen 6, so is X's. Y is Heart Gold's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically their Ruby and Sapphire counterpart, but Furret and Pokemon are the correct casing. The Gen 8 Pokedex entry is its Diamond and Pearl counterpart. In Gen 9 is Scarlet. It raises its offspring inside a long, narrow nest. Once they're old enough, it takes them outside the nest to prepare them for independence. Violet. It is nimble and has a very flexible body.
Even if you get a hold of it, it'll slip right out of your arms. Furret and the Kitakami Pokedex, so you can see there's 4 of them. They're very adorable. Yeah. You can see how fluffy they are, or like how like the fur is now. You can see all the fur, yeah. Game locations, side game locations. Held items, in gold, silver, and crystal, you get a berry 23% of the time, and a gold berry 2% of the time. In heart gold, soul silver, black 2, and white 2, you get oran berry 50% of the time, and citrus berry 5% of the time. Stats, base stats, HP 85, attack 76, defense 64, special attack 45, special defense 55, speed 90 for a total of 415. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, flying, poison, ground, rock, bug, steel, fire, water, grass, electric, psychic, ice, dragon, dark, and very weak to fighting for double. Immune to ghost, resistant to nothing. Notes, if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of ghost type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. Learn set by leveling up. We'll read this Evo here, and then go down to Helping Hand. So upon evolution, you get Agility, 17 Helping Hand, 21 Follow Me, 28 Slam, 32 Rest, 36 Sucker Punch, 42 Amnesia, 46 Baton Pass, 50 Double Edge, and 56 Hyper Voice. By TM, we're skipping. Yeah, by breeding, we're skipping. Nothing by prior evolution. Side game data. Got all this. Pokemon Ranger Guardian Signs in the browser entry. It lets loose shockwaves to attack. Pokepark Wii Pikachu's Adventure in the Pokepark Pad entry. Furret guards the Granite Zone. His sister is also a guard just past the Granite Zone. Furret are fantastic at Absol's Hurdle Bounce. Okay, got all this. Yep. New Pokemon Snap in the Photodex entry. Furret sure is agile, as we saw by the way it nimbly darted between the trees in the snowfields. Its long, slender body is perfectly suited for its habit of hiding inside narrow dens and fallen trees. Evolution data, Sentret, level 15 Furret. Sprites here. Okay, interesting. Starts off as sort of a gold and brown here. This is pink and brown for the shiny. There's like a white little mask here. That's interesting. Or maybe that's like maybe that's supposed to be like a light source. I think this is supposed to be under like a den or something. In Gen 3, Ruby and Sapphire. Now you have the lighter colors. Yes, sort of cream colored body, I guess. Then this is now pink for an outline and sort of this white. That's interesting. Diamond Pearl. Not much is really going to change, I don't think. I don't think any of the rings change. 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 5. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. Okay. In Gen 5, so you got the full back sprite now. That's pretty cool. Then Gen 6, so the much more like that's kind of a yellowish color for the sprites, but now it's definitely a cream color and a brown. Yes. Yeah, this is the one that introduces the fun. I don't know if this is the one with the funny walk cycle or if it's one of the later ones here. So we got all that. Then homes here, so you can see home. Yes, you can see these models and how good they are. In the anime, Furret in the anime. This. Yep. Pokemon Concierge. For anyone who's new here, Pokemon Concierge, so you can see Furret in Pokemon Concierge here. It's this sort of stop-motion animation style show that's on Netflix, at least here in America. So that is a series. They don't usually bring it up, but maybe they're starting to do that now that there's a few episodes of that show out. I mean, it came out like just this past December, I think, or November, like late in the year. So yeah, they're probably able to do that now and maybe get pictures now. I don't know, maybe it's on like DVD or something now, but yes. So yeah, so we'll talk about that, or yeah, I guess, I don't know, should we talk about it? I guess not. At that we go, because this is, yeah, I guess that, yeah, this should still technically count as, I guess this, how does this count as the anime? That's interesting. And not other appearances, but I guess it does. I guess maybe it's in the same universe. That's my guess. But yes, so I guess there's a Furret that appears in a few episodes in the manga. So you got Furret in Pokemon Adventures and TCG. Trivia's origin. Furret may be based on a Furret combined with a ringtail or Kako missile.
Name origin, Furret may be a combination of fur, ferret, and possibly turret. Tachi may be a combination of O big, O tail, Tatsu, stand, and Itachi, weasel. In other languages, that's it. Let's move on. Now let's watch Furret's first scene in the anime. Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching Pikachu and Pichu. In this short, Pikachu has gone on a little adventure with the Pichu brothers. A couple of Pichu brothers who we saw in the Feraligatr video. They have returned with Pikachu to their clubhouse, and all the other clubhouse members, or whatever, are introducing themselves. This is a Bellsprout. There's the Furret. And that was Furret's first appearance in the anime. Let's move on. Now let's see why people love Furret. Hello and welcome to the community post section of the video. So this is a new section in Gen 2. This is the first time in Gen 2 we're doing this one. So, what we do is we read the question, read the answer. I thank the person or people who answer, and then we move on. May not necessarily all in that order, but well, the moving on is always last. So, the question is, what do you love about Furret? And #1 Drizzile fan has responded. They tend to respond on these posts. Not all of them, obviously, or this wouldn't be our first. Thank you for responding, and they say, cute design with a nice shiny. Doesn't really stand out in battle, but it learns lots of TMs, so there's moveset variety, and it recently got one of Mousehold's powerful signature moves. Thank you again for responding, and we will move on. Now let's look at fan art. Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who are not familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Furret. This is Sentret and a Furret by Francis John. We did this one yesterday, but we could do it again. It's a Furret with 3 Sentret. One looks like it's exhausted, maybe after a long day. This one looks very playful, and this one is just kind of relaxing. It's very cute, very stylized. Yeah, very cute. The lighting is very good. Lots of brown. And we got Furret / speed painting by Sci-Fi Row. So this stylized Furret here, very cute. Got toe beans all around. Yes, very, very cute. It looks like maybe it's doing a move or something. That's pretty cool. Lots of oranges and browns, that makes sense. Then we got Furret by Nevadoodle, this very cute, semi-stylized Furret here. Doing a little blip. That's cute. Very nice colors. Yeah, very good. Then we got Peaches by Delano Laramie. So, this cute, shiny Furret here, that's very nice. Looks like a little bit like a profile pic or something. But yeah, very, very nice. Looks to be at night. That's interesting. But yeah, very cute. Then we've got Furret by Foxlet. This semi-stylized Furret here. A bunch of them and this little thing here. Kind of curled up like that. Then winking as a hot dog in some soup or something. And then curled up and sleeping. It's very cute. Then we've got Furret Gift by Otaku App. So, a Furret offering another one a Peccaberry, I think? That's very cute. This one's probably male and female by the eyelashes. Even though they don't actually have that gender difference in the games, but, you know, meant to be cartoony in that way. But yeah, it's very, very cute. Nice forest background. Then we've got Pile o' Furrets by Foxlet. So it's, well, Pile of Furret. Yeah, just some are sleepy, some are kind of being silly. One looks to be like singing or something, the one's winking. It's very cute. This one's passed out. Yeah, it's very, very nice use of... Is this shiny? This might be shiny Furret. I think that's the idea. They're very, very good. Then we got Furret by Bestary. So this cute Furret, a lot more detail on the fur. That's kind of cool. So yeah, very, very nice. Then we got Furret by Danny My Brother. So this sort of more simplified Furret here. Kind of pretty cool, yeah. See all the little stripes and stuff. Kind of reminds me of the Cheshire Cat going invisible. Then we got Furret Says Hi by the Serotonin. It's a very cute image here. Looks to be from 2020. Very, very good. Very cute. And somewhat stylized, of course. Then we've got Pokemon Curling by Sawdui. So this Furret hugging a Linoon. Yeah, these two very similar Pokemon from two different gens. They're both very like straight lines, and they might both be somewhat based on Furret. I think this one's more supposed to be based on like a badger. It's definitely based on a Furret, but yeah, they're hugging and it's cute. Then we got Furret by Zedrin. So it's a cute Furret. Looks to maybe be a shiny Furret. It could also just be the color that they chose for this. It's very cute, very stylized. Then we've got Furret by Glitch Wi-Fi. So it's this Furret looking up at the sky. It seems to be some jump pluff. I think they may be coming from this tree here. It's very interesting because the pluffs, or the little puffs on their sides and top of their head are like, they blend in with the background, so it's kind of hard to tell. It's a lot easier to see maybe here or here, but yeah, it's very kind of weird looking. It almost looks like it has a bite taken out of it. But yeah, it's a good image. Then we've got Furret Roll by Frosty Cat. This cute rolled up Furret here. Then we've got Furret's One Piece Swimsuit by Cubby64. So got this like, yeah, one piece swimsuit here, I guess. It's kind of silly because it's just a tube. Then we've got Many Furrets by Kicker Taws. So a bunch of Furret. That's just it. That's like, all just here. I'm looking at the cameras. I'm not. Yeah, it's very good. Then we've got Furret by Inu Kami Haikari. This cute stylized Furret here. It's a little bit chubby and a little bit short. But yeah, very cute. Then we've got Pink Furret by K9 Prince. So I guess a shiny Furret maybe? I guess that's the idea. With a Pokeball. I'm sure that's probably a real Pokeball. I don't know all of the Pokeballs, to be completely honest with you. Yeah, I'm learning. I think I'll probably learn about a bunch of them as time goes on. Then we got Furret Variations by Lena Eve. So we got normal. Normal Furret. Then we got one based on a Stoat. Then based on a Pine Marten. Then a Marbled Pale Cat. Then a Spotted Skunk. A Black-Footed Ferret. That's all very, very cute. Look at my images here. Yeah, very stylized. Then we've got 162 Furret by Zhao Xin. So another kind of stylized Furret here. Kind of looks a little bit creepy, just staring. Yeah, still very good. Very good lighting and paint, the shading and stuff. But, yeah, very nice. Then got Furret by Luciani Evie. This cute Furret that's, curled up a little bit. It's very, very cute. Then we got Furret and Sentret by Nevadoodle. So a Furret and a Sentret. Just together. You can see the size difference. That's pretty cool. Yeah, it's very good. Then we've got Furret, Favorite Normal Type by Shrub Sparrow. So just this cute drawing of Furret here. Looks to be, maybe, I don't know what kind of style that is. It looks like maybe a little bit of pen, maybe painted over, and like maybe watercolor, maybe? I don't know. Or it's just like colored pencil? I don't know. It's very good though. Then we got Furrets by Matic Imaging. So, this be a shiny Furret and a regular Furret, kind of crossing paths here. It's very cute. This one is probably female by the long lashes. Or maybe that is a subversion of expectations. That maybe this one's the female and this is the male. Or maybe they're both female or they're both male. I don't know. Very cute. Like the paw pads and stuff. Yes. And that appears to be it. Let us move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight, not because I still don't have a lot to do, but because I simply don't have time tonight. Tomorrow we'll be talking about Hoothoot. As always, this is my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello, today we'll be talking about Hoothoot. The first normal flying type Pokemon, the first flying type Pokemon, and the first bird Pokemon in Gen 2, and the first ever owl Pokemon. Its previous PYC dates are August 7th, 1996, May 29th, 1999, March 19th, 2002, January 7th, 2005,
October 29th, 2007, August 19th, 2010, June 9th, 2013, March 30th, 2016, January 19th, 2019, and November 9th, 2021. I always thought Hoothoot was in Gen 1 since it's the first owl Pokemon, so I kind of assumed it was in Gen 1. As for its design, I think it's clever. I think designing it after a clock is clever, particularly since it's one of the first Pokemon to use the time mechanic in the Gen 2 games. I also love saying its name. Anyway, let's get to the Bulbapedia article. Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Hoothoot, the owl Pokemon whose number is 0163. This is what it looks like. Type normal flying, abilities, insomnia or keen eye. Tinted lens is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 255 or 43.9%. Breeding is egg group flying or hatch time 15 cycles. Height is 2'4" or 0.7 meters. Weight is 46.7 pounds or 21.2 kilograms. Basic experience yield is 58 in Gen 2 through 4 and 52 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast. EV yield is 1 in HP. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is brown, and base friendship is 70. Hoothoot is a dual-type normal flying Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. It evolves into Noctowl starting at level 20. Biology. Hoothoot is an avian Pokemon that resembles an owl with a round body. Most of its feathers are brown, but its belly is cream-colored and has large red eyes, a small pinkish beak, stubby wings, and a fan-like tail with 3 feathers. Encircling its eyes are black rings. The lower rims of each ring have 3 protrusions that resemble the teeth on a gear, while the upper rims have extensions that resemble the hands of a clock. As seen in the anime, Hoothoot's feathers can grow to be shaggy and the protrusion on its head droop. It has 2 pinkish feet, each with 5 clawed toes. However, it will typically only stand on 1 foot at a time and alternates between the 2 at speeds too difficult to track with the naked eye. So you've got Hoothoot's feet featured in this card. Hoothoot begins crying at the same time every day and always tilts its head in the same rhythm. This ability is due to a special internal organ that senses the world's rotation, allowing it to keep track of time. As a result, Hoothoot was once considered a divine messenger sent to tell the time. Some countries see Hoothoot as a deity of wisdom. Historically, people raised Hoothoot to serve as clocks, a practice still done by some traders today. Hoothoot is most commonly found nesting in trees in temperate and boreal forests. Hoothoot is nocturnal, and during the day it sleeps in holes carved into tree trunks. Hoothoot preys on grubbin. Evolution, Hoothoot evolves into Noctowl. You can see that here, Hoothoot, Noctowl. Game data, Pokedex entries. In Gen 2, Gold, it always stands on 1 foot. It changes feet so fast that movement can rarely be seen. Silver, it has a perfect sense of time. Whatever happens, it keeps rhythm by precisely tilting its head in time. Crystal, it begins to hoot at the same time every day. Some trainers use them in place of clocks. Stadium choose. If you have Pokemon Red, Silver, or Crystal inserted, you get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the Silver entry. In Gen 3, in Ruby and Sapphire, Hoothoot has an internal organ that senses and tracks the Earth's rotation. Using this special organ, this Pokemon begins hooting at precisely the same time every day. Emerald, it has an internal organ that senses the Earth's rotation. Using this special organ, a Hoothoot begins hooting at precisely the same time every day. Fire Red is the Silver entry, while Leaf Green is Gold's entry. In Gen 4, for those of you who are new here, sometimes this happens where Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum are split up like this. Yes, and we will go through each of them. Diamond, it always stands on 1 foot, even when attacked. It does not brace itself using both feet. Pearl, it switches its standing foot so quickly, it can't be seen. It cries at the same time every day. Platinum, it marks time precisely. Some countries consider it to be a wise friend, versed in the world's ways. Heart Gold and Soul Silver are their Gold and Silver counterpart. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Platinum's entry. In Gen 6, X is the Silver entries, and the Fire Red entry, Y is the Gold entries, and Leaf Green's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphire, but Hoothoot and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 7, so it's our first Gen 2 Pokemon to be in Gen 7, so they're in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon apparently. Usually these are different. I think almost exclusively Gen 7s are one of the ones that are like new. Ultra Sun, every day, it tilts its head in the same rhythm. A long time ago, people raised these Pokemon to serve as clocks. Ultra Moon, it cries out the same time every day. A long time ago, people cherished it and considered it a divine messenger sent to tell the time. And it's our first Sword and Shield entry as well. That's cool. Sometimes these are new, sometimes they are old. Yeah, so in this case, Sword is the gold entries, Fire Red entry, and Wise entry. Shield is Crystal's entry. Because Diamond and Pearl were two different entries, they also tend to be split up like this. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are their Diamond and Pearl counterparts. In Gen 9 and Scarlet, Hoothoot's internal clock is precise at all times. It tilts its head in a fixed rhythm. Violet, since it tells time precisely, some countries consider it to be a deity of wisdom, versed in the ways of the world. This is also the first one to have the Alola Pokedex, so Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. It'll usually specify this, I mean, it doesn't necessarily need to, since it's only in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, but yeah, it will do that usually when there's two, when there's both of them, because they're usually not the same image. So, Hoothoot in the Alola Pokedex, that's what it looks like. And Hoothoot in the Katakami Pokedex, that's what it looks like. It's pretty cool. You can see all the feathers and stuff. Game locations, side game locations, and events. Stats, base stats, HP 60, attack 30, defense 30, special attack 36, special defense 56, speed 50, for a total of 262. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, fighting, flying, poison, steel, fire, water, psychic, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to rock, electric, and ice for double, immune to ground and ghost, resistant to bug and grass for half. Notes, if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of ghost type moves is 1. So go from 0 to 1. If gravity is in effect, this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball or a ring target, or is affected by Smackdown or Ingrain, the effectiveness of ground-type moves is 1. So go from 0 to 1. Learn set by leveling up. 1. Peck and Growl. 3. Tackle. 6. Echoed Voice. 9. Confusion. 12. Reflect. 15. Defog. 18. Air Slash. 21. Extrasensory. 24. Takedown. 27. Uproar. 30. Roost. 33. Moonblast. 36. Hypnosis, and 39 Dream Eater. By TM, 1 Takedown, 4 Agility, 7 Protect, 14 Acrobatics, 16 Psybeam, 17 Confused Ray, 18 Thief, 25 Facade, 27 Aerial Ace, 32 Swift, 40 Air Cutter, 41 Stored Power, 42 Nightshade, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 50 Rain Dance, 59 Zen Headbutt, 65 Air Slash, 70 Sleep Talk, 74 Reflect, 85 Rest, 92 Imprison, 97 Fly, 98 Skill Swap, 103 Substitute, 113 Tailwind, 114 Shadow Ball, 117 Hyper Voice, 118 Heat Wave, 120 Psychic, 128 Amnesia, 129 Calm Mind, 140 Nasty Plot, 160 Hurricane, 164 Brave Bird, 171 Terrablast, 174 Haze, 177 Spite, 191 Uproar, 197 Dual Wing Beat, 203 Psych Up, and 216 Feather Dance. By breeding, this group gives you Feather Dance. Murkrow gives you Nightshade, this group gives you Supersonic, this group gives you Whirlwind, and this group gives you Wing Attack. TCG only moves, Confuse Ray in this card, side game data, got all this, yep. Pokemon Ranger, Guardian Signs, in the browser entry, it causes twisters around itself. Got all this, yep. New Pokemon Snap in the Photo Dex. Hoothoot are said to be more accurate timekeepers than any clock. As nocturnal Pokemon, they're not big fans of light, so they spend the daylight hours sleeping in holes in tree trunks. Costumes in Pokemon Go. This is a new section for Gen 2 here. Or this is the first time we're talking about it in Gen 2. What it does is it lists all the costumes that a Pokemon can have in Pokemon Go. As of right now, it looks like it can only have one costume, this New Year's outfit. So what I do is I say the name, sort of talk about it a little bit, you know, like this is a golden top hat and a bow tie. It's pretty cool. Evolution data, Hoothoot, level 20, Noctowl. Sprites here, so pretty much the same, maybe a little bit, so white instead of, oh no, the red eyes aren't missing, yeah. But, I mean, the basic shape's the same. The clock hands will probably change a little bit, but yeah, this is sort of now more of a, I don't know, green-ish color, I don't know. Yep. Pink highlights. Gen 3 has sort of this sort of pinker, it's almost a combination of the two colors here, that's interesting. But it has the belly being a different color. Same with these are all still the same color though, not the beak and the feet aren't quite there yet. And we have the red eyes. This is now more of an orangish yellow, I guess. Then we've got, so now it's back to the brown, and now we've got different colored feet and mouth. These seem to be a little bit smaller. This is now like gold for most of it, or yellow, I guess. And feet, I think, are a different color. Maybe beak, maybe? I don't know. Yep. Gen 5, you get the full max sprite. I know I got most of it already in that one, but got the models pretty good. So this introduces the lighter browns, and this is now more pink. That's kind of like a reddish pink. This is now kind of just pure yellow now. Very different shades of yellow, but yeah. Yep, pretty good model. Yeah, I got these. Yep, Sword and Shield. So you got better models for sure. These are. But you can kind of see how it's more. It's better, yeah, to see how it's actually integrated into the eye things. Home, you got these, yeah. Other sprites, so these are Super Contest sprites. For those of you who are new here, I have theorized that these are NPC Pokemon you fight. So so Super Contests, if you're not aware, are things in the video games that you can do. They like give you points and stuff, and they help, I think, increase friendship, I think, or something like that. I don't know. They're very interesting. I don't think they're in every well, they're definitely not in every generation. I think they were introduced in, I want to say, Gen 3, maybe 2. I don't really remember, but they're definitely not in like the newer games. I guess I don't know that they're not in the newer games, but they're certainly not in this same capacity, I don't think. So we got Brainy in Pokemon Super Contests, Hootie in Pokemon Super Contests, Hoots in Pokemon Super Contests, Strix in Pokemon Super Contests, and Tootie in Pokemon Super Contests. In the anime, so you got Hoothoot in the anime here, that's cool. You got all that, yep. Pokedex entries in episode 121 in Ash's Pokedex. Hoothoot, the owl Pokemon. Hoothoot stands on one leg, but uses both its powerful eyes to see clearly even through the darkest night. So you've got Hoothoot in Pokemon Twilight Wings with a Squirrelette, a Pikachu, and Alcremie. In the manga, you've got Hoothoot in Pokemon Adventures. It's all confused, and it's got the little Tweety bird. That's fun. Then we got Hoothoot in The Golden Boys. So you got all this. Pokedex entries in Pokemon Adventures, Chapter 92. Cracks his head in rhythm like a metronome. So you got all this, and the TCG. Trivia in Fighting Flyer with Fire. Faulkner's Hoothoot stands on both legs, even though Hoothoot supposedly only ever stands on one leg at a time. Hoothoot was designed by Ken Sugimori. In Nintendo Power, Volume 134, Sugimori stated in an interview that Hoothoot is his favorite Pokemon because he had a pet bird as a child that would stand on one foot. Aww. Hoothoot has a unique fade-in animation that is programmed into gold and silver, but goes unused. This fourth point I've read in the Spiro video. The company logo for Bookmark depicts a Hoothoot. So you can see icon for Bookmark. I don't know what that is. Probably something within the Pokemon universe. Origin. Hoothoot seems to be based on a young, horned owl, particularly the Eurasian eagle owl, due to its red eyes combined with a clock. Its round body is the shape of a clock face, the two prongs of its crest resemble clock hands, the markings around its eyes resemble gears, and it has the ability to keep track of time. Its tilting movement while standing on one leg makes it resemble a pendulum clock. Hoothoot's behavior of standing on one leg at any given time was inspired by Ken Sugimori's childhood pet bird, who had shown a similar behavior. Name origin. Hoothoot is derived from hoot, the sound an owl makes. It may also involve cuckoo, as in a cuckoo clock. Hoo-hoo is derived from who, the sound an owl makes. In other languages, references, external links, let's move on. Now let's watch Hoothoot's first scene in the anime.
Welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching Pikachu's rescue adventure. In this short, Ash's Pikachu and Ash's friends Pokemon have followed a Chikorita who has fallen into a hole, and they've all landed in this tree here that has a bunch of Pokemon, and all the Pokemon are greeting Pikachu and friends. There's the Hoothoot. And that is Hoothoot's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's talk about the TCG. I have one Hoothoot card.
It's the fourth Hoothoot card design. It was illustrated by Midori Harada, an illustrator on various Pokemon content. She began working on the TCG in 2002 and has continued to this day as of March 2024. While this image is not boring by any means, it infuriates me purely because of Hoothoot's tracks. First,
Why is it hopping to move anywhere? It's a bird that can fly. Second, why is there only one footprint? As we talked about when we covered the Bulbapedia article, it has 2 feet. Just because it likes to stand on 1 foot doesn't mean it would prefer to walk or run on 1 foot. It makes no sense. Anyway, Hoothoot has 50 HP. It's 2'4" and 46.7 pounds. It has 2 moves, Hypnosis and Kickshot. Since I've already talked about Hypnosis in the video games, I'll just talk about how it works on this card. It costs 1 of any energy. It puts the opponent's Pokemon to sleep. Kickshot is not a move from the video games. On this card, it costs 2 of any energy. Upon a successful coin flip, the move does 30 damage. A failed coin flip results in the move doing 0 damage. Hoothoot is weak to lightning for plus 10 damage. It's resistant to fighting for minus 20 damage. This seems to be mimicking its immunity to ground in the video games, as ground is often represented as fighting in the TCG. It costs 1 energy for Hoothoot to retreat, apparently on 1 foot. In the bottom right corner of the card, there is the Diamond and Pearl expansion symbol. Hoothoot's description reads, "It always stands on 1 foot. Even when attacked, it does not brace itself using both feet." This is the Pokedex entry in Pokemon Diamond and Brilliant Diamond. Hoothoot is level 7. In the video games, it would be 13 levels from evolving into Noctowl. Speaking of Noctowl, I don't have a Noctowl card, so the next Pokemon with a card I'll be talking about is Chinchou. Now let's see why people love Hoothoot. Now let's look at fan art. Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on this single image, and that's because this is the only image we'll be doing today. This is a Fat Bird Type by Missy Penny, so it looks to be from 2011. I guess there's a website that they had. And so it's Pidgey, Bidove, Hoothoot, Starly, and Talo. They appear to be eating berries here. You know, they're picking at berries, and this is just hooting, I think. But that's it. It's a very good image. You know, very well drawn. That's it. Hope you enjoyed. Let's move on. Thanks to everyone who's been at fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 7 p.m. CMT, Central Mountain Time, but I won't be getting a Hoothoot. Instead, I'll be continuing my mission to complete the Gen 1 Pokedex to the best of my ability. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Noctowl. As always, this is my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Noctowl, the evolution of Hoothoot, who evolves at level 20. Its previous PYC dates are August 8th, 1996, May 30th, 1999, March 20th, 2002, January 8th, 2005, October 30th, 2007, August 20th, 2010, June 10th, 2013, March 30th, 2016, January 20th, 2019, and November 10th, 2021. I like Noctowl's design, even though it abandons the clock aesthetic of Hoothoot. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article. Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Noctowl, the owl Pokemon whose number is 0164. This is what it looks like. Type is normal flying. Abilities, Insomnia or Keen Eye. Tinted Lens is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate 90 or 20.1%. Breeding, egg group flying. Hatch time 15 cycles. Height 5'3" or 1.6 meters. Weight is 89.9 pounds or 40.8 kilograms. Basic experience yield is 162 in Gen 2 through 4, 158 in 5+, leveling rate is medium fast, EV yield is 2 in HP, shape is that, footprint is that, Pokedex color is brown, and base friendship is 70. Noctowl is a dual-type normal flying Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. It evolves from Hoothoot starting at level 20. Biology, Noctowl is an avian Pokemon that resembles an owl. It has a light brown plumage with a dark brown pattern of triangles on its chest. Its fan-like tail is the same dark brown, while its wings are a slightly lighter shade of brown with light brown undersides. It has red eyes with black rings around them, and a second cream-colored ring around the first. Above its eyes are bushy, cream-colored feather horns that resemble large eyebrows. Its small beak and talons are pinkish, and its feet are cream-colored with 3 toes facing forward and 1 backward. As shown in the anime, an elderly Noctowl can grow a small beard. You can see Wings Alexander's Noctowl here, so it has a little beard. Noctowl is a nocturnal Pokemon that is called the Emperor of Dark Nights by some. It has exceptional eyes that concentrate the faintest light and give it night vision, supple wings capable of silent flight, and it can twist its head at a 180-degree angle to increase its intellect. Its superior senses and intellect allow it to catch prey without fail in the darkness. It can also turn its head upside down, which signals that it is troubled by something. If disturbed in this state, it will peck at the offender. Noctowl is most commonly found nesting in trees in temperate and boreal forests. In Kitakami, Noctowl is used
for the region's flying taxi service. It's only 5'3", how? Evolution, Noctowl evolves from Hoothoot. So Hoothoot, Noctowl. Game data, Pokedex entries, in Gen 2 and Gold. Its eyes are specially adapted. They concentrate even faint light and enable it to see in the dark. Silver, when it needs to think, it rotates its head 180 degrees to sharpen its intellectual power. Crystal, its extremely soft feathers make no sound in flight. It silently sneaks up on prey without being detected. 4, Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, or Crystal inserted, you get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the Silver entry. In Gen 3, Ruby and Sapphire, Noctowl never fails at catching prey in darkness. This Pokemon owes its success to its superior vision that allows it to see in minimal light, and 2, its soft, supple wings that make no sound in flight. Emerald, it unfailingly catches prey in darkness. Noctowl owe their success to superior vision that allows them to see in minimal light, and to their supple and silent wings. Fire Red is the Silver entry. Leaf Green is the Gold entry. In Gen 4 and Diamond, its eyes are special. They can pick out objects as long as there is the tiniest amount of light. Pearl, if it flips its head upside down, it's a sign that it is engaged in very complex thinking. Platinum, its eyes are specially developed to enable it to see clearly, even in murky darkness and minimal light. Heart Gold and Soul Silver are the Gold and Silver counterparts. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Platinums. In Gen 6, X is the Gold entries and Leaf Green's entry. Y is the Silver entries and Fire Red's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are their Ruby and Sapphire counterpart, except Noctowl and Pokemon are now the crit casing. In Gen 7 and Ultra Sun, with eyes that can see in pitch darkness, it never lets its prey escape. Some even call it the Emperor of Dark Nights. Ultra Moon, when it turns its head entirely upside down, you know it's troubled by something. If you don't leave it be, it will peck you. In Gen 8, Sword is the Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, and Gen 5 entries. Shields is the Silver entries, Fire Red's entry, and Y's entry. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are their Diamond and Pearl counterpart. In Gen 9, Scarlet is the Gold entries, Leaf Green's entry, and X's entry. Violet is the Crystal entry. It's got Noctowl in the Alola Pokedex in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, and Noctowl in the Kitakami Pokedex, of course, in the nighttime. That's particularly interesting compared to the, I think it was probably Sunrise of its pre-evolution Hoothoot. Game locations, side game locations. So, for stats and base stats, if you're new this generation, this sometimes happens where, I think in Gen 7, maybe even sometimes in Gen 8, I think, they changed the stats, and so I will compare these two different stats, yes. So HP 100, that stays the same, attack 50, that stays the same, defense 50, that stays the same. Special attack 76, that goes up to 86. Special defense 96, that stays the same. Speed 70, that stays the same. So this is for 442, and this is for 452. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness. Damaged normally by normal, fighting, fly, poison, steel, fire, water, psychic, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to rock, electric, and ice for double. Immune to ground and ghost. Resistant to bug and grass for half. Notes of this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of ghost-type moves is 1. So it would go from 0 to 1. If gravity is in effect, this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball or a ring target, or it is affected by Smackdown or Ingrain, the effectiveness of ground-type moves is 1. So it will go from 0 to 1. Learn set by leveling up. We will go down to 23 here, so 23 Extrasensory, 28 Takedown, 33 Uproar, 38 Roost, 43 Moonblast, 48 Hypnosis, and 53 Dream Eater. We're skipping by TM, and by breeding, nothing by prior evolution, side game data, Pokemon Ranger, Guardian Signs, in the browser entry, it causes twisters around itself. Got all this, yep, costumes in Pokemon Go, New Year's outfit, like the Hoothoot, it's the golden top hat, and the bow tie. Evolution data, Hoothoot, level 20 Noctowl. Sprites here, so you've got, oh, that's interesting, a little bit different than the modern one, a little bit more, I don't know, like the wise kind of owl look to it. But yeah, you can see there's 6 of these triangles. Seems to be always the same. Yep. These are white instead of the colors that become later. Yeah, mostly just different shades of brown. The shiny is green and red. It's cool. Gen 3, we get sort of a lighter color for the main body. We got yellows, Yep. There's sort of different beak color as well. And the feet are different color, kind of basically the same as the body. Then it's different kind of green here, and then a lighter brown instead of red. Yeah, this introduces, the red eyes. Just the first layer, though. Oh, I guess the rings. Oh, yeah, then the rings. I mean, they were introduced here, but they have the color now. Like that yellow color. Rings around the eyes. Different, sort of more tan color, I'd say, for the body in Gen 4. And this is kind of a different thing. This is more kind of an orange. And these are now a different color. These are more like a reddish brown. Heart Gold and Soul Silver seem to have a different brown here, sort of just light brown. And the feet are now like yellow. And the beak is too. And now we've got the more modern eyes in Gen 5. Yes. And kind of back to this lighter, tanner kind of color. And these are just kind of more brown now, rather than kind of dark brown, or sort of orangish brown, or whatever. Then we got the modern colors, so this is now just a consistent wing now, instead of just whatever. This is, oh yeah, you get the full back sprites in Gen 5, so you can see how that's supposed to look. And so they kind of translated that into Gen 6 here. You can see the inside of the wing, and that's pretty cool. It's pretty good translation as well. I mean, it is pretty simple shape, particularly for the body. I imagine the wings were probably the hardest to translate. Oh, and the legs now have a different color, and so does the beak. Huh. Interesting. Yep, that doesn't much change there. And then Sword and Shields, you get much better models, of course. Yep, and then Homes. Yep, you can see the modern colorings and stuff. In the anime, got Ash's Noctowl, I guess. Noctowl in the anime. Shiny Noctowl in the anime. All this. Yeah, Pokedex entries in episode 154 in Ash's Pokedex. Noctowl, the owl Pokemon. The evolved form of Hoothoot. This highly intelligent Pokemon often twists its head 180 degrees when it is thinking. Noctowl is a nocturnal Pokemon. Episode 182, about Confusion in Ash's Pokedex. Confusion, this powerful psychic attack confuses an opponent and weakens it as well. Not sure why this is in the Noctowl one. Maybe it's a move that Noctowl had, like that was the presenting Pokemon when Ash scanned it or whatever. In Diamond and Pearl episode 185 in Dawn's Pokedex, Noctowl, the owl Pokemon in the evolved form of Hoothoot. Noctowl's eyes have a special power that allows it to see in the faintest light, as if it was the middle of the day. In the manga, Noctowl in Pokemon Adventures, you can see it's coming off the frame there. That's kind of fun. All this, up in the TCG and the TFG. Trivia, Noctowl is the first Pokemon to appear as a shiny in the anime. In Gen 9, prior to the version 3.0.0 update of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, Noctowl was unable to learn Defog, while its pre-evolution could. Origin, Noctowl seems to be based on a horned owl, particularly the Eurasian eagle owl. The feathers that make up its horns also resemble a pair of large, bushy eyebrows, which can be interpreted as a sign of age and wisdom, traits that are sometimes associated with owls. This association with wisdom may also explain its ability to learn various psychic-type moves. Name origin, Noctowl may be a combination of nocturnal and owl. Yorunosuku may be a combination of Yoru, night, and Mimizuku, horned owl. In other languages, related articles, let's move on.
Now let's watch Noctowl's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 154, Foul Play. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character, and his traveling companions Brock and Misty, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu and Misty's Togepi, are walking through the forest when they've found a birdhouse, and they're wondering what bird lives there. So, let's see the Noctowl.
Hey, there's one now!
Quiet! Let's go hide. If it sees us, it might get scared away.
Oh, and that's Noctowl's first scene in the anime. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Noctowl's scenes in Detective Pikachu.
Hello and welcome to Detective Pikachu, as I like to call it, Detective Noctowl, as it's only the frames with Noctowl to the best of my ability. So you can see Noctowl is in this fresh coffee sign here. That is the only way Noctowl appears in the film. So, in the film, Tim Goodman, the main character here, has come to Rhyme City, a city where humans and Pokemon coexist, as you can kind of see over here, because he just found out his father died, and he's right outside his father's apartment. He's felt like someone was watching him, so he's looked over and seen this Psyduck is looking at him.
There I was.
And so now we've cut to a little bit later in the film. Tim has met Detective Pikachu, a talking Pikachu with amnesia, who's explaining that he has amnesia right now. They're in this cafe talking. It's also been revealed that Pikachu was the detective partner of Tim's father, Harry Goodman. So you'll see this. Yeah, the signs over here.
Nowhere with a bad case of the forgetsies.
Hold up a sec. We're gonna need each other. No.
So he doesn't believe that Harry's dead, and he's trying to convince him to work with him.
It has to mean something. There's man.
Because, oh yeah, what he's talking about is how only Tim can hear him talking. And so he thinks that's special, and he believes that that means that they should work together to find Harry.
Magic that brought us together, and that magic is called hope. Hope that Harry is still alive.
I can't believe...
He's agreeing.
I will meet you here tomorrow morning.
Great.
Yep. That's it. I hope you enjoy this. Move on.
Now let's see why people love Noctowl. Now let's look at fan art.
Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on the single image, and that's because this is the only image we'll be doing today. So this is Noctowl by Blue Komadori. So I guess they had a Tumblr, or have or had a Tumblr at some point. So this cool painting of a Noctowl, a little bit stylized, being a little bit chubby, and maybe a little bit stout, I guess. And it seems to be getting a little bit tired, probably because it looks like sunrise is starting and night is disappearing. That's pretty cool. Yeah, it seems to be on this cactus for some reason. That's it. Let's move on.
Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight, not because I don't have a lot still to do, but because I just simply don't have time tonight. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Ledyba. As always, this is my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Ledyba, the first bug flying type Pokemon and the first Pokemon with a bug type in Gen 2. Its previous PYC dates are August 9th, 1996, May 31st, 1999, March 21st, 2002, January 9th, 2005, October 31st, 2007, August 21st, 2010, June 11th, 2013, April 1st, 2016, January 21st, 2019, and November 11th, 2021. Ledyba is a cute Pokemon. My experience with Ledyba is interesting since I know it most from its appearance in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Red Rescue Team. In that game, Ledyba looks a little different from its official art. Its wings are open, its eyes are smaller, and its antennae are a little flatter. Because this is how I knew it to be, it was weird seeing its official art. Anyway, let's get to the Bulbapedia article.
Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Ledyba, the 5-star Pokemon whose number is 0165. This is what it looks like. Its type is Bug Fly. Abilities, Swarm or Early Bird. Rattled is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 255 or 43.9%. Breeding is a group bug. Hatch time 15 cycles. Height 3'3" or 1 meter. Weight 23.8 pounds or 10.8 kilograms. Base experience yield is 54 in Gen 2 through 4. 53 in 5+. Leveling rate is fast. EV yield is 1 in special defense. Shape is that. Footprint is that. Pokedex color is red and base friendship is 70. Ledyba is a dual type bug flying Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. It evolves into Ledian starting at level 18. Biology: Ledyba is a Colopteran insectoid Pokemon that resembles a ladybug. Its elytra are red with 5 black spots. This pattern slightly differs for each individual. The wings themselves are transparent, its main body and lower jaw are yellow, while the rest of its head is red. It has large round eyes and a pair of black antennae.
The antennae are shorter on the female than on the male. It has 6 black legs with white hands that resemble boxing gloves. Ledyba is a social Pokemon that is active in large groups. If left alone, it becomes timid and afraid to move. It is also very sensitive to cold, so it forms clusters with other Ledyba for warmth. An aromatic fluid is secreted from its feet and leg joints, which it uses for communication. The fluid indicates its location and conveys emotion. It will smell sour if Ledyba is angry. In the anime, Ledyba has been shown to serve a role in pollinating fruit-producing plants and is usually instructed to do so by means of a special whistle. However, like most Pokemon, it will also respond to regular vocal commands. Ledyba builds its nest on leaves in temperate forests and jungles. It joins with other Ledyba to protect its home when needed. As shown in Pokemon Super Mystery Dungeon and Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Rescue Team DX, they sleep in groups of 4. Evolution, Ledyba evolves into Ledian. So you got Ledyba, Ledian. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Explorers of Time and Explorers of Darkness. Ledyba is a member of Team Glee, along with Politoed and the leader Togepi. Pokedex entries in Gen 2, Gold. It is very timid. It will be afraid to move if it is alone, but it will be active if it is in a group. Silver, when the weather turns cold, lots of Ledyba gather from everywhere to cluster and keep each other warm. Crystal, it is timid and clusters together with others. The fluid secreted by its feet indicate its location. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, or Crystal inserted, you get the Gold entry. But if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the Silver entry. In Gen 3, Ruby and Sapphire, Ledyba secretes an aromatic fluid from where its legs join its body. This fluid is used for communicating with others. This Pokemon conveys its feelings to others by altering the fluid's scent. Emerald, Ledyba communicates using a fluid that they secrete from where the legs join the body. They are said to convey feelings to others by altering the fluid's scent. Fire Red is very similar to Silver's, but slightly different, so I'll read it. When the weather turns cold, numerous Ledyba gather from everywhere to cluster and keep each other warm. Leaf Green is the Gold entry. In Gen 4 and Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, it is so timid it can't move if it isn't with a swarm of others. It conveys its feelings with scent. Heart Gold and Soul Silver are their Gold and Silver counterparts. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums. In Gen 6, X is basically the Silver entries, but Ledyba is now the correct casing. Y is the Crystal entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically their Ruby and Sapphire counterparts, but Ledyba and Pokemon are now their correct casing. For Gen 7, this is our first Pokemon to be in all of Gen 7 except for the Let's Go games. Sun. They are timid and grow uneasy when not in a swarm with others of their kind. The pattern on their backs differs slightly from one to another. Moon. They communicate with one another using bodily fluids that give off odors. When they're angry, their odor smells sour. Ultra Sun. This Pokemon is very sensitive to cold. In the warmth of Alola, it appears quite lively. Ultra Moon. These very cowardly Pokemon join together and use Reflect to protect their nest. Aww. The Gen 8 Pokedex is very similar to its Diamond and Pearl counterpart, but slightly different, so I'll read it. It is so timid that it can't move unless it's with a swarm. It conveys its feelings through scent. And so I think this is our first Pokemon to not be in Gen 9, which is interesting. So if we get Sun and Moon, but we lose Gen 9. Ledyba in the Alola Pokedex. Game locations. So we got all this. Side game locations, or whatever. In events, stats, base stats. HP 40, attack 20, defense 30. Special attack 40, special defense 80. Speed 55 for a total of 265. Pokathlon stats. Type effectiveness. Damage normally by normal, poison, ghost, steel, water. Psychic Dragon, Dark and Fairy, weak to Flying, Rock, Fire, Electric, and Ice, all for double except for Rock, which is for 4, and I think this might be our first Pokemon in Gen 2 to have a ×4. Immune to Ground, resistant to Fighting, Bug, and Grass, Fighting and Grass for a 4th, and Bug for half. Notes: if gravity is in effect, this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball in Gen 4, or a ring target, or it is affected by Smackdown or Ingrain, the effectiveness of Ground-type moves is half, so it would go from 0 to half. In Gen 5, if this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball, the effectiveness of Ground-type moves is 1, so it would go from 0 to 1. Learn Set by leveling up: 1 Tackle, 5 Supersonic, 8 Swift, 12 Light Screen, Reflect, and Safeguard. I think this is our first Pokemon in Gen 2 to have this situation, so sometimes this happens when it's not. I mean, we've had ones where it's been in the 1, where there's been multiple moves in one level, but I think this is the first one where they can get 3 different moves when they get to a later level. So, yeah. 15, Mach Punch, 19, Roost, 22, Struggle Bug, 26, Baton Pass, 29, Agility, 33, Bug Buzz, 36, Air Slash, and 40, Double Edge. By TM, 1, Focus Punch, 11, Sunny Day, 16, Light Screen, 17, Protect, 19, Giga Drain, 20, Safeguard, 22, Solar Beam, 28, Dig, 31, Brick Break, 32, Double Team, 33, Reflect, 40, Aerial Ace, 42, Facade, 44, Rest, 45, Attract, 46, Thief, 51, Roost, 56, Fling, 58, Endure, 60, Drain Punch, 62, Bug Buzz, 70, Flash, 75, Swords Dance, 82, Sleep Talk, 87, Swagger, 89, U-Turn, and 90, Substitute. By breeding, this group gives you Bug Bite, Heracross gives you Counter, Shuckle gives you Encore, this group gives you Knockoff, this group gives you Psybeam, this group gives you Screech, and Butterfree gives you Tailwind. Nothing by tutoring. I think this is a new section for Gen 2, but sometimes you get moves by tutoring. I don't really know what by tutoring means, but I think there's like a move tutor, right? Like I think that's like a person in the game. So I don't really know why it's featured if it's not a thing. I guess because you need the other generations. TCG only moves. Slam on this card. Side game data. You got all this. Yep. Okay. Pokemon Ranger, Guardian Signs in the browser entry. It flings gooey blobs that make Pokemons load. Got all this. Yeah. Evolution data. Ledyba, level 18. Ledian, sprites here, so pretty good, you know. Pretty basic. It's, yeah. You know, not much is gonna change. It's red, mostly red, and a little bit of orange maybe. And a little bit of white, and a little bit of black. Then we've got, this is like an orange and yellow thing, and like maybe slightly gold. Looks more gold in the back sprite. Yeah. Then we've got sort of the brown is introduced. That's basically it. This is, yeah, now kind of more of a yellow. Gold. I don't know. Not really much changes there. Gen. So we have 5 spots. Okay, cool. I think that's the amount of spots that we'll always have. So then we got a more cutesy version. Like this one's a little bit more cutesy than these kind of are. So it's a little bit more cutesy. This one has like the black arms and the. I guess this one introduces the black arms. Yeah. This is. I mean, this one introduces more of the white glove feet things. This is more of a yellow now. So this is basically the same, but like orange, or orangish gold for the main body instead of red. Yeah. Not really much is probably gonna change. I mean, the size of the back, the body's a little bit smaller as well. Gen 4, there's longer horns on the male than on the female, or whatever these things are. Yep. Not really much changes otherwise. This kind of becomes much more orange than gold, I guess. Get a big difference. You can see its wings, that's fun. Can you see? Yeah, you can see like the body, the cream. It's got this more cream colored, I guess. Tan, maybe, yeah. And this is definitely more like a yellow versus that. Like they're distinguished bodies now as well. Again, wait, mouths. Oh, the mouth's got the red tongue and kind of an orange tongue. Then it becomes a pink tongue and the yellow gold tongue. Then it becomes a different kind of pink here. Then it becomes a yellow, more yellowy, less gold tongue, yeah. Gen 5, the full back sprite now. You can see all the horns and all that. Yep, not really much changes. I think it gets maybe a little bit smaller. And models goes back to being a little bit more chunky, like its original. You can see these on the back there. We get to see a lot more of the wings being present here. That's much more featured. Looks like it's probably a little animation that would play. You can see the various levels that they appear in. Yep. Otherwise, not really much changes. I think these get. This is much more like a red-orange, I guess. Yeah, kind of the golder color again. Yep. Probably not much is going to change there. Okay. Home. We're back to the sort of darker red and sort of that orangish color. Yeah, not really much changes. Arms are purple. I didn't even mention that, but yeah, it did get purple in Gen 4. But yeah, it keeps them... Oh, and its arms are brown. Oh, the shinies are brown. When did that happen? Oh, it happens in Gen 4. Oh, I didn't even notice that. In the anime, Ledyba in the anime with Pikachu, Ash, and someone else. Ledyba egg in the anime. That's very cool. Got all this. Pokedex entries in episode 128 in Ash's Pokedex. Ledyba, the 5-star Pokemon. These naturally gentle bug types gather in groups during cold weather to keep warm. In the manga, Ledyba in Pokemon Pocket Monsters. Got all this. The TCG. Trivia, Ledyba can be seen as a parallel to Spinarak. Both of them are Bug-type Generation 2 Pokemon. Ledyba is exclusive to Pokemon Silver and Soul Silver, while Spinarak is exclusive to Pokemon Gold and Heart Gold. Ledyba is matutinal, while Spinarak is nocturnal in said games. Additionally, their rarity is also reversed, with Ledyba being more common in Pokemon Leaf Green and Spinarak in Fire Red. Both were also added to the expanded Safari Zone in Emerald. Both can only be obtained by breeding their evolved forms in Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, and White. And both Pokemon have had their egg designs revealed. Additionally, in White 2, its evolved form swarms on Route 22, while Spinarak's evolved form does so in Black 2. Ledyba's category in most languages, including English, is mistranslated from Japanese. This is that 5 spots as Hoshi, while literally meaning star, is the term used to refer to a ladybug's spots. Ledyba could not learn any bug-type or flying-type moves until Generation 3. Therefore, a Ledyba in Generation 2 could not receive Stab unless it possessed the appropriate hidden power, and Stab is same type attack bonus. Its level up learn set contained only normal type and psychic type moves until Gen 4. It did not contain any bug type moves until Gen 4 or any flying type moves until Gen 7. Ledyba is tied with Mantike for having the lowest base attack stat of all flying type Pokemon. We talked about the sub point in the Spearow video. Origin Ledyba seems to be based on a ladybug, particularly the Asian lady beetle or 7-spot ladybird, due to its bright red color and black spots. Like Ledyba, many real ladybugs form large swarms during cold weather and secrete fluid from their leg joints as a defense mechanism. The 5-star species name for Ledyba may come from the Japanese name for the 7-spot ladybird, which is literally called 7-star ladybug. Name origin. Ledyba and Redyba may come from ladybug or ladybird and red. In other languages. External links, let's move on. Now let's watch Ledyba's first scene in the anime. Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching Pikachu's rescue adventure. In this short, Pikachu and friends, well, Ash and his friends' Pokemon, have fallen down a hole after chasing Togepi, and they are falling into this world, and they're going to be rescued by some Ledyba. I'm not sure how much of the audio I'll be able to play since it's in the middle of a song, so we'll see if you hear the audio or not. There's the Ledyba. Okay, that's Ledyba's first scene in the anime. Let's move on. Now let's see why people love Ledyba. Now let's look at fan art. Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Ledyba. So this first image doesn't contain a Ledyba, so we'll go on to the second one. So this is Ledyba Family by Zappa Z. So this is simple art of Ledyba and Ledian. Pretty good here, yeah, very well done. Yeah, very basic. Then we've got Ledyba's Family 2 by Darker Eye Lady. So this, another very simple image of Ledyba and Ledian. This one maybe has a bit more of an environment. Almost looks like maybe it's in like a flower petal or something. I don't know, maybe that's not necessarily meant to be any sort of environment. Maybe it's just supposed to be red because they're red. I don't know what these little spots would be, though. This doesn't contain a Ledyba, so we'll move on. Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 7 p.m. CMT Central Mountain Time, but I won't be getting a Ledyba. Instead, I'll be continuing my mission to complete the Gen 1 Pokedex to the best of my ability. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Ledian. As always, this is my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Ledian, the evolution of Ledyba who evolves at level 18. Its previous PYC dates are August 10th, 1996, June 1st, 1999, March 22nd, 2002, January 10th, 2005, November 1st, 2007, August 22nd, 2010, June 12th, 2013, April 2nd, 2016, January 22nd, 2019, and November 12th, 2021. I like how similar yet different Ledian's design is to Ledyba. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article. Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Ledian, the 5-star Pokemon whose number is 0166. This is what it looks like. Its type is Bug Flying. Abilities, Swarm or Early Bird, and Iron Fist is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 90 or 20.1%. Breeding is Egg Group Bug. Hatch time 15 cycles, height 4'7" or 1.4 meters. Weight is 78.5 pounds or 35.6 kilograms. Base experience yield is 134 in Gen 2 through 4 and 137 in 5+. Leveling rate is fast, EV yield is 2 and special defense. Shape is that, footprint is that, Pokedex color is red, and base friendship is 70. Ledian is a dual-type bug-flying Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. It evolved from Ledyba starting at level 18. Biology, Ledian is a Colopteran insectoid Pokemon that resembles a slightly humanoid ladybug. It has a pair of black antennae, a black spot in the center of its forehead and on the back of its head, blue eyes, and a cream-colored area around its mouth. The rest of its head is red. The antennae are shorter on the female than on the male. Its back and the top of its elytra are red with black spots, while the underside of its body and elytra are cream-colored. Underneath its elytra are a pair of clear wings. Its neck and limbs are black. It has 4 arms with white hands that resemble boxing gloves, and a pair of legs with red feet. Ledian sleeps wrapped in leaves or grass in temperate and tropical forests. During the day, at night, it flutters around, scattering a glowing powder that is thought to bring good luck. It is believed to use starlight as energy, and the patterns on its back grow larger or smaller depending on the number of stars in the sky. In addition to starlight, it loves to eat berries. A weak fighter, it tries for quantity over power by throwing a barrage of punches with all 4 of its arms. Evolution, Ledian evolved from Ledyba. Ledyba, Ledian. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Black 2 and White 2. A Ledian appears as an antagonist in the Time Gate Traveler movie series. In it, an actor plays a spear-wielding Ledian from the future where Pokemon drain humans. Pokedex entries. In Gen 2, Gold. When the stars flicker in the night. Sky. It flutters about, scattering a glowing powder. Silver. The star patterns on its back grow larger or smaller depending on the number of stars in the night sky. Crystal. In the daytime, when it gets warm, it curls up inside a big leaf and drifts off into a deep slumber. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, or Crystal inserted, you get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the Silver entry. In Generation 3, Ruby and Sapphire. It is said that in lands with clean air, where the stars fill the sky, there live Ledian in countless numbers. There is a good reason for this. The Pokemon uses the light of the stars as its energy. Emerald. It is said that in lands with clean air, where the stars fill the sky, there live many Ledian. For a good reason. They use the light of the stars as energy. Fire Red is the silver entry, while Leaf Green is the gold entry. In Gen 4, Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum. It uses starlight as energy. When more stars appear at night, the patterns on its back grow larger. Heart Gold is its gold counterpart. Soul Silver is very similar to its silver counterpart, but slightly different, so we'll read it. These spot patterns on its back grow larger or smaller depending on the number of stars in the night sky. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums. In Gen 6, X is the Gold entries and Leaf Green's entry. Y is Soul Silver's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically their Ruby and Sapphire counterpart, but Ledian and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 7, in Sun. While it's believed that starlight provides it with energy, this Pokemon also loves to eat berries. In the daytime, it curls up in the grass to sleep. Moon. In battle, it throws punches with all 4 arms. The power of each individual blow is piddly, so it aims to win by quantity rather than quality. Ultra Sun. It's said that the patterns on its back are related to the stars in the night sky, but the details of that relationship remain unclear. Ultra Moon. It flies through the night sky, sprinkling sparkly dust. If that dust sticks to you, good things will happen to you. The Gen 8 Pokedex entry is its Diamond and Pearl counterpart. Got Ledian in the Alola Pokedex here. Game locations. Got all this in the side game locations. Stats, base stats, HP 55, attack 35, defense 50, special attack 55, special defense 110, speed 85, for a total of 390. Pokathlon stats, type effectiveness, damaged normally by normal, poison, ghost, steel, water, psychic, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to flying, rock, fire, electric, and ice. All for double except for rock, which is for 4. Immune to ground for 0. Resistant to fighting, bug, and grass. Fighting and grass are for a 4th, while bug is for half. Notes, if gravity is in effect, this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball in Gen 4 or a ring target, or it is affected by Smackdown or Ingrain. The effectiveness of ground-type moves is half, so go from 0 to half. In Gen 5, if this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball, the effectiveness of ground-type moves is 1, so it would go from 0 to 1. For Learn Set, by leveling up, we will go down to 20 Roost. 20 Roost, 24 Struggle Bug, 29 Baton Pass, 33 Agility, 38 Bug Buzz, 42 Air Slash, and 47 Double Edge. We're skipping by TM, and by breeding, nothing by tutoring, or prior evolution, side game data. Got all this. Pokemon Ranger, Guardian Signs in the browser entry. It flings gooey blobs that make Pokemons load. Got all this, yep. New Pokemon Snap in the Photodex entry. When night falls, Ledian flutters about, scattering a sparkling dust. It seems very drawn to anything that lights up, maybe because it uses starlight as energy. Evolution data, Ledyba, level 18, Ledian, sprites, okay. So kind of this interesting looking right here, not quite the colors we have, but pretty much most of the things we got. There seems to be more spots on the front here. That's interesting, instead of just the one. Very kind of orange and red. This one's kind of gold and yellow to be expected, and kind of orange and stuff, yeah. This adds more of the separate color, like makes it a little bit more distinct. Yes. Gen 3 adds pretty much all the other details. The blue eyes. The white gloves are kind of there. We got now just one spot there. Kind of smaller. Yeah. This is now more like that, you know. I guess, I don't know, it's like that now. It's less orange. More yellow, I guess. Aspects. Yep. This, yeah, you get to see the gender difference in Gen 4. Small, large, yeah. This is, I think, a different shade of red. Yeah, probably. This is more orange-ish. Yep. Gen 5, you've got full back sprites now. It's flying, that's pretty cool. Gen 6, pretty good translation here. I think slightly different colors. Yeah, probably slightly lighter colors. Yep, we got all this. Home, so you got it. See, yeah, the gender difference and how shinies are different and stuff, yeah. Other sprites, Sprite from Pokestar Studios in the anime. Ledian in the anime. Okay, we got all these. For the Pokedex entry here, I've already recorded it for the anime, so we'll let Ash's Pokedex read it.
Ledian, the 5-star Pokemon, the evolved form of Ledyba. The spots on the Ledian's back are said to react to the stars in the night sky.
In the manga, Ledian and Pokemon Adventures. Got all this. In the TCG trivia, despite multiple Pokedex entries describing its nocturnal behavior, wild Ledian are almost always encountered exclusively during the morning or daytime. Despite its category and silver/fire-red Pokedex entries, Ledian's 5 spots are neither star-shaped nor are they arranged in a typical star pattern. The many references to stars are likely development leftovers referring to Ledian's beta design in which the spots were star-shaped. So you can see Ledian's beta design here. Ledian could not learn any bug-type or flying-type moves until Gen 3. Therefore, a Ledian in Gen 2 could not receive Stab unless it possessed the appropriate hidden power. Its level up learn set contained only normal type and psychic type moves until Gen 4. It did not contain any bug type moves until Gen 4 or any flying type moves until Gen 7. Origin, Ledian seems to be based on a ladybug, particularly the Asian lady beetle or 7-spot ladybird due to its bright red color and black spots. Its nocturnal habits and bioluminescence may be inspired by fireflies. Its humanoid body and large ovoid head and eyes, as well as its affinity to the stars, are reminiscent of aliens such as the Grey Alien. Ledian bears a very significant resemblance to Pulseman, another character made by Game Freak, Pokemon creators. It also take inspiration from various tokusatsu shows featuring costume superheroes, with helmets resembling insects and flashy martial arts attacks like Ledian's Comet Punch. So it should say it also may take inspiration. Pulseman the character resembles such superheroes, and Pulseman the game has combat and graphics inspired by tokusatsu show tropes. The 5-star species name for Ledian may come from the Japanese name for 7-spot ladybird, which is literally called 7-star ladybug. Name origin: Ledian and Redian may be a combination of ladybug or ladybird, red, and possibly alien or guardian. Now the languages, external links, let's move on. Now let's watch Ledian's first scene in the anime. Welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we're watching episode 172, Mountain Time. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character, traveling companions, Brack and Misty, and his faithful Pokemon companion Pichu, are traveling through the mountains, and Ash has run ahead of his friends because he's so excited to move on with his adventure. There's the Ledian.
What was that thing? Ledian, the 5-star Pokemon, the evolved form of Ledyba. The spots on the Ledian's back are said to react to the stars in the night sky.
Pikachu, why don't we see where it's going? Pikachu!
Pokemon!
Okay, yeah. So that is Ledian's first scene in the anime. Let's move on. Now let's see why people love Ledian. Now let's look at fan art. Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Ledian. So this first one is Space Star Bug by Tamarin Frog. So this cute looking set of Ledian here. So yeah, doing a couple poses, a bunch of punches here. Getting a bunch of stars here. These might be the poses from the game character that was inspired by, I can't remember his name right now, but we talked about it in the Bulbapedia section. Seems to be from 2021. That's pretty cool. Very good art. Oh, and I like the little dots for the insides of the wings. That's pretty good. And they're on the wings too. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Then we got 5-star by Tamarin Frog. Another one. Another one that looks to be from 2021. So another cute Ledyba here. Very cute. And this doesn't contain a Ledian, so we'll move on. Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 5 p.m. CMT Central Mountain Time, but I won't be evolving Ledyba into Ledian. Instead, the plan is to get and evolve the 3 Gen 2 starters, catch a Hoothoot and evolve it into Noctowl, and try to get a Sentret and evolve it into Furret. Tomorrow, I'll be talking about Spinarak. As always, this is my proper outfit. You'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Spinarak, the first bug poison Pokemon, and the first Pokemon with the poison type in Gen 2, and the first spider Pokemon. Its previous PYC dates are August 11th, 1996, June 2nd, 1999, March 23rd, 2002, January 11th, 2005, November 2nd, 2007, August 23rd, 2010, June 13th, 2013, April 3rd, 2016, January 23rd, 2019, and November 13th, 2021. This is a Pokemon that looks cute in the games and the anime, but if it were real, I'm sure it would be terrifying. Anyway, let's get in the Bulbapedia article. Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Spinarak, the String Spit Pokemon. String Spit, all one word in Gen 2. Its number is 0167. This is what it looks like. Type Bug Poison. Ability Swarm or Insomnia. Sniper is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 255 or 43.9%. Breeding, a group bug. Hatch time 15 cycles. Height 1'8" or 0.5 meters, weight 18.7 pounds or 8.5 kilograms. Base experience yield is 54 in Gen 2 through 4. and 50 in 5+, leveling rate is fast, EV yield is 1 in attack, shape is that, footprint is that, Pokedex color is green, and base friendship is 70. Spinarak is a dual-type bug-poison Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. It evolves into Ariados, starting at level 22. Biology, Spinarak is a green arachnid Pokemon that resembles a spider. It has black eyes with white pupils, a white horn on its forehead, and a pair of red mandibles. On the back of its abdomen are 2 black dots and a line that resembles a face. The face on its back can change expression as seen in the anime and 3D video games. There is an additional line encircling the end of its abdomen. It has 3 pairs of yellow legs, each with a black band around the middle. Spinarak is a nocturnal Pokemon that lives in temperate and tropical forests. It spins webs that are strong enough to withstand having stones set on them and act as nets for fishermen. A patient hunter can wait for days for prey to become ensnared in its web. It senses what kind of prey has been caught by the vibrations in the web, and its preferred prey is Cutifly. Once its prey is captured, a motionless Spinarak will wait until darkness falls. Its poison is not very strong, but is potent enough to weaken caught prey. As seen in the anime, silk produced by Spinarak can be used for facial treatments as well as patching up skin wounds. Spinarak and its evolved form Ariados are the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Toxic Thread. Before Gen 5, Spiderweb was its signature move. A Spinarak with a happy expression next to a Pick-a-Peck, a Spinarak with an angry expression, a Spinarak with a sad expression, 2 Spinarak with a straight face expression. Evolution, Spinarak evolves into Ariados, so Spinarak, Ariados. Game data, NPC appearances. Pokemon Stadium 2, multiple Spinarak make a cameo in Clear Cut Challenge. With strings of web, they hoist the logs that the Scyther and Pinsir cut. Pokedex entries. In Gen 2 and Gold, it lies still in the same pose for days in its web, waiting for its unsuspecting prey to wander close. Silver, it spins a web using fine but durable thread. It then waits patiently for prey to be trapped. Crystal, if prey becomes ensnared in its nest of spun string, it waits motionlessly until it becomes dark. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, Crystal inserted, you get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the Silver entry. In Gen 3, in Ruby and Sapphire, the web spun by Spinarak can be considered its second nervous system. It is said that this Pokemon can determine what kind of prey is touching its web just by the tiny vibrations it feels through the web's strands. Emerald, the web it spins can be considered its second nervous system. It is said that a Spinarak determines its prey by the tiny vibrations it feels through the web. Fire Red is the Silver entry, while Leaf Green is the Gold entry. In Gen 4 and Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, it sets a trap by spinning a web with thin but strong silk. It waits motionlessly for prey to arrive. Heart Gold and Soul Silver are their Gold and Silver counterparts. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums. In Gen 6, X is the Silver entries and Fire Red's entry. Y is Gold and Leaf Green's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Spinarak and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 7 and Sun, it waits intently until its preferred prey, Cutifly, gets caught in its web. In fact, it's quite a patient Pokemon. Moon, some fishermen weave its sturdy thread into nets to catch fish Pokemon. Ultrasun, with threads from its mouth, it fashions sturdy webs that won't break even if you set a rock on them. Ultramoon, although the poison from its fangs isn't that strong, it's potent enough to weaken prey that gets caught in its web. The Gen 8 Pokedex entry is its Diamond and Pearl counterpart. In Gen 9, Scarlet, even while there are prey ensnared in its net of spun thread, Spinarak will wait motionlessly until darkness falls. Violet is basically Moon's entry, but Fisherman has been replaced by Fishers. Spinarak in the Alola Pokedex, and Spinarak in the Kitakami Pokedex. It's kind of a fun image here. Almost, for whatever reason, reminds me of Halloween. I don't know why. Game locations. Side game locations. Events. Stats. Base stats. HP 40, attack 60, defense 40, special attack 40, special defense 40, speed 30, for a total of 250. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damaged normally by normal, ground, ghost, steel, water, electric, ice, dragon, and dark. Weak to flying, rock, fire, and psychic for double. Immune to nothing, resistant to fighting, poison, bug, grass, and fairy. Fighting and grass are for a fourth, while poison, bug, and fairy are for half. Learn set by leveling up. 1. Poison Sting and String Shot. 5 Absorb, 8 Infestation, 12 Scary Face, 15 Nightshade, 19 Shadow Sneak, 22 Fury Swipes, 26 Sucker Punch, 29 Agility, 33 Pin Missile, 36 Psychic, 40 Poison Jab, 44 Cross Poison, 47 Sticky Web, and 51 Toxic Thread. By TM, 4 Agility, 6 Scary Face, 7 Protect, 13 Acid Spray, 15 Struggle Bug, 18 Thief, 20 Trailblaze, 21 Pounce, 25 Facade, 29 Hex, 42 Nightshade, 45 Venoshock, 47 Endure, 49 Sunny Day, 55 Dig, 62 Foul Play, 70 Sleep Talk, 83 Poison Jab, 85 Rest, 91 Toxic Spikes, 95 Leech Life, 103 Substitute, 105 Exizor, 111 Giga Drain, 120 Psychic, 132 Baton Pass, 148 Sludge Bomb, 162 Bug Buzz, 168 Solar Beam, 171 Terra Blast, 175 Toxic, 177 Spite, 181 Knockoff, 182 Bug Bite, 185 Lunge, 211 Electro Web, 214 Sludge Wave, and 219 Skitter Smack. By breeding, this group gives you Disable, this group gives you Lunge, Heracross gives you Mega Horn, this group gives you Night Slash, and Volcarona gives you Rage Powder. Side game data, you got all this, yep, okay. Pokemon Ranger in the browser entry.
Snorlax spits Silk to interfere with capture attempts.
Shadows of Volmia.
It spits gooey silk from its mouth. It also spins webs around itself.
Guardian Signs.
It shoots stingers that make Pokemon tired.
You got all this, yep, okay. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure, the Pokepark pad entry.
Spinarak dwells in the haunted house, in the haunted zone. The thread he spins is thin but durable. You could use it for a piano wire.
Got all this, okay. Evolution data, Spinarak, level 22, Ariados. Sprites here, oh, that is different. Starts off as blue? I cannot say I was expecting that. Purple at least somewhat makes sense given its evolution, like the purple lines on there. That actually makes at least somewhat sense. Then the yellow, I guess it keeps the yellow in the new version, that's interesting. But yeah, I was definitely not expecting blue and purple, that's interesting. Purple and pink, for the, okay. But virtually basically the same. So we finally get green and crystal, green and yellow. This is still the same though, that makes sense. No need to change the shiny. But yeah, basically, still the same, basically. Well, I guess the things aren't, yeah, you get the red maw, I don't know, in this generation. These become more black, I guess, in this generation. Gen 3 here. This new shiny is blue and pink, probably a reference to the original sprite, that's cute. Yes. Then, yeah, Gen 4, not much changes. Get full back sprite in Gen 5. Yep. Gen 6 makes the black parts blue. Probably lighter colors all around as well. Pretty good translation. Sort of another weird one where the perspective is like, it's not wrong, but like it's kind of an odd perspective compared to the sprites where it's more obvious what the gimmick of the sprite is, you know. Yeah, not much changes there. I don't really think much changes. Then we skip to homes, I guess. You can see the better models here, you know. See, it's kind of a dark, so it's kind of in between. It's kind of a dark blue rather than just black or blue, or this sort of weird green blue. That's interesting. These kind of keep the same, though. Yep. In the anime, Spinarak in the anime. Yeah, Spinarak egg in the anime. Oh, it's a smiley face. Yep, we got all that. Yep. Pokedex entries in episode 123. In Ash's Pokedex,
Spinarak, the string spit Pokemon. Spinarak can climb any surface easily and can shoot a strong web from both the front and back of its body. Its prey is caught and held tight in its web.
And the Poketoon, I guess. Oh yeah, Slung by Powered Howl. I remember that one. In the manga, Spinarak in Pokemon Pocket Monsters. Spinarak in Pokemon Adventures. Not much difference, I'm sure. It's a pretty basic Pokemon. Got all this, and the TCG, and the TFG. Trivia, I did this point in the Ledyba video. Origin, Spinarak may be based on the Joro spider, a spider with similar coloring found throughout Japan. The face-like marking on its back has, however, given rise to a number of other theories, including the happy face spider, an arachnid from Hawaii with similar coloring, and a face-like marking on its abdomen. It could also be based on any number of spiders with face-like markings, including the Asian kidney garden spider, whose markings appear as a frowning face like most of Spinarak's official art, or some jumping spiders which have a similar build to Spinarak but do not spin webs. The horn on its head may be based on the Ceratogyrus tarantulas, some species of which have similar horns. Name origin, Spinarak may be a combination of Spinneret, the verb spin, to form a web from threads, or spine, German for spider, and arachnid. Incidentally, Spinarak is the Afrikaans word for spider web. Itomaru may be a combination of ito, thread, and maru, circle, suffix in young boys' names. In other languages, external links, let's move on. Now let's watch Spinarak's first scene in the anime. Welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 123, quite fittingly, Spinarak Attack. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, the main character, his traveling companions Brock and Misty, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu and Misty's Pokemon Togepi, have arrived in Catalia City. Brock is tripped on something invisible, and Togepi is freaking out. Yes.
What's the matter?
And there's our Spinarak.
Oh, that's so cute.
Oh, that's not. Oh. He doesn't like bugs. Yeah, that's Spinarak's first scene in the anime. Let's move on. Now let's see why people love Spinarak. Now let's look at fan art. Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who are familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on this single image, and that's because this is the only image we'll be doing today. This is Spinarak by Racy B. So it's sort of more realistic Spinarak here, definitely based on a few spiders. That's pretty cool and a little bit creepy. You can see the legs are a little bit furrier. I think it's based more on like a tarantula. But yeah, that's it. Let's move on. Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight, not because I don't still have things to do, but because I simply don't have time tonight. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Ariados. As always, this is my proper outfit, and see me tomorrow. Hello. Today we'll be talking about Ariados, the evolution of Spinarak, who evolves at level 22. Its previous PYC dates are August 12th, 1996, June 3rd, 1999, March 24th, 2002, January 12th, 2005, November 3rd, 2007, August 24th, 2010, June 14th, 2013, April 4th, 2016, January 24th, 2019, and November 14th, 2021. I find it interesting how different it looks than its pre-evolution. It's obvious that it's supposed to be the same Pokemon, but the color differences are interesting. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article. Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Ariados, the long-legged Pokemon whose number is 0168. This is what it looks like. Its type is Bug Poison, abilities, Swarm or Insomnia, Sniper is its hidden ability, gender ratio is 50-50, catch rate is 90 or 20.1%, breeding, a group bug, hatch time 15 cycles, height 3'7" or 1.1 meter, weight is 73.9 pounds or 33.5 kilograms. Base experience yield is 134 in Gen 2 through 4 and 140 in 5+. Leveling rate is fast. EV yield is 2 and attack. Shape is that, footprint is that, Pokedex color is red, and base friendship is 70. Ariados is a dual-type bug/poison Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. It evolved from Spinarak starting at level 22. Biology, Ariados is a red arachnid Pokemon that resembles a spider. It has purple eyes, a pair of white mandibles, and a white horn on its forehead. Around its abdomen are 2 black stripes, and there are 2 black spots and a yellow spinneret on its rear. The spots in spinneret together form a pattern similar to a face. Ariados can produce thread from both its spinneret and its mouth. It has 4 yellow legs with 2 purple bands each. On its back are yellow structures similar to its legs with a single purple stripe each. Its feet are tipped with tiny hooks that allow it to climb ceilings and vertical walls. Ariados makes its nest in the depths of temperate and tropical forests, and leaves after dark to hunt prey. Ariados never rests in a specific place while hunting. While Ariados wanders in search of prey, it spins a single thread from its rear that leads back to its nest. When prey is captured, it is wrapped in thread and then attacked by fangs. Ariados then drinks the victim's body fluids at leisure. Sometimes it will instead release prey with only a single thread attached. The thread is then followed to both the caught prey and its friends. Ariados and its pre-evolved form Spinarak are the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Toxic Thread. Before Gen 5, Spiderweb was a signature move. Evolution, Ariados evolves from Spinarak. Spinarak, Ariados. Game data, Pokedex entries. In Gen 2 and Gold, it spins string not only from its rear, but also from its mouth. It is hard to tell which end is which. Silver, a single strand of a special string, is endlessly spun out of its rear. The string leads back to its nest. Crystal, rather than making a nest in one specific spot, it wanders in search of food after darkness falls. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, or Crystal inserted, you get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the Silver entry. In Gen 3, Ruby and Sapphire, Ariados' feet are tipped with tiny hooked claws that enable it to scuttle on ceilings and vertical walls. This Pokemon constricts the foe with thin and strong silk webbing. Emerald, its feet are tipped with tiny hooked claws that enable it to scuttle on ceilings and vertical walls. It constricts its foe with thin and strong silk webbing. Fire Red is the Silver entry, and Leaf Green is the Gold entry. In Gen 4 and Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, it attaches silk to its prey and sets it free. Later, it tracks the silk to the prey and its friends. Heart Gold and Soul Silver are their Gold and Silver counterparts. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums. In Gen 6, X is the Gold entries and Leaf Green's entry. Y is the Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, and Gen 5 entries. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Ariados and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 7 and Sun, there are some areas where people use the string Ariados spins for their own weaving. The resulting cloth is popular for its strength. In Moon, it spins thread from both its rear and its mouth. Then it wraps prey up in a thread and sips their body fluids at its leisure. Ultra Sun, every night it wanders around in search of prey, whose movements it restrains by spewing threads before it bites into them with its fangs. It spews threads from its mouth to catch its prey. When night falls, it leaves its web to go hunt aggressively. The Gen 8 Pokedex entry is its Diamond and Pearl counterpart. In Gen 9, Scarlet is the Silver entries and Fire Red's entry. Violet, it wanders in search of food after darkness falls, never nesting in a specific place. Ariados in the Alola Pokedex, and Ariados in the Kitakami Pokedex. So, it's pretty cool. You can see it kind of more in the nature, whereas Spinarak was more in like a house, it was like on the deck of a house. So that's pretty cool. See the difference. Game locations, you got all this. Side game locations. Stats, base stats, will compare Gens 2 through 6 and Gen 7 onward. So HP 70, that stays the same. Attack 90, that stays the same. Defense 70, that stays the same. Special attack 60, that stays the same. Special defense 60, that goes up to 70. Speed 40, that stays the same. This one has a total of 390, while this one has a total of 400. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damaged normally by normal, ground, ghost, steel, water, electric, ice, dragon, and dark. Weak to flying, rock, fire, and psychic for double. Immune to nothing, resistant to fighting, poison, bug, grass, and fairy. Fighting and grass are for a fourth, while poison, bug, and fairy are for half. Learn set by leveling up. We'll start with this Evo here, and then go down to Fury swipes. Upon evolution, you get Swords Dance, 23 Fury Swipes, 28 Sucker Punch, 31 Agility, 35 Pin Missile, 41 Psychic, 46 Poison Jab, 50 Cross Poison, 54 Sticky Web, and 59 Toxic Thread. We're skipping by TM. Okay. By breeding, we're also skipping. Nothing by prior evolution. TCG only moves. Poison Fang from this card. Anime only moves. Shadow Ball, it's a ghost type move from the episode. New plot, odd lot. Side game data, you got all this. Yep. Pokemon Ranger in the browser entry. Ariados is quick and nimble on its feet. It spits silk to interfere with capture. Shadows of Olmia. It spins webs around itself while moving about. Guardian Signs. It shoots stingers that make Pokemon tired. Okay, got all this. Yep. New Pokemon Snap in the Photodex entry. Ariados spins silk from both its rear and its mouth. It uses the silk to build its web and catch prey. If it's not on its web, you can bet it's wandering around somewhere searching for food. Evolution data. Spinarak, level 22 Ariados. Sprites here, so... Oh, we don't quite have the yellow part, so it's basically the same, or the general idea anyway. Oh, there's the face. That's cute. Yeah, in the back, right? Okay. But yeah, you don't have the yellow part yet. But we got more or less what we were doing forward. And I guess, yeah, that's it. I think it's, and this is blue and purple. That's cool. Yep. Then we got Gen 2. So that introduces the yellow part. This is more kind of an orangish red. This is a different purple. And that also introduces the yellow there. Different shade of blue. Yeah, the horn is a little bit more pointed upward rather than forward, like this one seems to make it. Yep. Gen 4 goes back to the sort of the darker red and a darker purple, maybe a different purple. But yeah, pretty much the same. Then Gen 5 gets the full back sprites. That's particularly funny. Yeah. There's a different purple, I think. It's a lot brighter for sure on the back sprite. Yep. These are probably lighter. Oh, this is such a weird perspective because it looks like it's missing its stripe. And this is very, like, yeah, these stripes are very small, very thin. Like, this stripe is definitely not supposed to be that thin. I don't think, anyway. Or I don't know, maybe it's just because it's 3D. It's a weird perspective. I don't know. These seem to be longer in the models. These legs and stuff. Yep. Not really much changes, I don't think. It's a slightly different perspective, I think, maybe. Home, so you got all of the elements here. Yep. It's probably all lighter colors and stuff, a little bit. Oh yeah, the blue gets a lot lighter. Oh, it kind of did in Gen 5. Yeah, it became sort of a light blue rather than just normal blue. These became a little bit lighter as well, the purple. Yeah, weird. These went back to sort of the darker purple. In the anime, Ariados in the anime. Shiny Ariados in the anime, cool. Yeah, we got all this, yep. Pokedex entries in episode 176. In Ash's Pokedex, Ariados, the long-legged Pokemon, the evolved form of Spinarak. Ariados is able to spin extremely strong, silky webs to trap its adversaries. In what I assume is Diamond and Pearl, short number 1, Dawn's Pokedex. Ariados, the long-legged Pokemon, and the evolved form of Spinarak. It is said to attach string to its prey and intentionally set it free, only to recapture it along with its companions. This is translated from the Japanese version. In the manga, Ariados in Pokemon Adventures. That's pretty cool. Its eyes are to look a little bit more, I don't know, cute, I guess. Pokedex entries in Pokemon Adventures in Chapter 156. It can produce spider webs from both its mouth and spinneret. It's difficult to even differentiate the head from its back, where the spinneret is located. This is from Chuyang Yi's translation. And the TCG Trivia, Ariados is one of the few Pokemon whose sprites in both gold and silver are the same. Origin, Ariados' appearance seems to be based on the Myrmarachne Formicaria spider, but with the prosoma, thorax and head area, and opistosoma, abdomen area, reversed, fitting with its Pokedex entry. Its ability to spin string from its mouth and its signature move likely refer to spitting spiders, which spit venomous silk from their chelicerae to capture prey. Its Sun Pokedex entry and erect spine-like hind legs suggest that it may also draw inspiration from various orb weaver spiders, such as the Joro spider and arrow-shaped Microthena. The horn on its head may be based on the Ceratogyrus tarantulas, some species of which have similar horns. Name origin, Ariados may be named after Ariadne, a Cretan princess in Greek mythology associated with strings and mazes. In the myth, Ariadne gave Theseus a ball of twine before he entered the labyrinth to slay the Minotaur, so that he may trail the strand behind him and find his route back to her. Ariados may also be a combination of arachnid, Latin for spider, and odosu, to threaten, or dos, Spanish for two, used possibly because it has two stingers, or because it is the second form in its evolutionary line. In other languages, external links, let's move on. Now let's watch the first scene of Ariados in the anime. Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 176, quite fittingly, Ariados Amigos. In this episode, Ash Ketchum and his traveling companions, Brock and Misty, as well as his faithful Pokemon, Pikachu, and I guess Misty's Togepi, have stopped by a lake in the forest that they're walking through, and Misty has taken a walk with Togepi to a patch of flowers. She's picked up one and put one in her hair, and Togepi has noticed something in her bush.
Huh?
There's the Ariados leg.
I have a feeling that there's something in that bush that's creepy and crawly.
And that is Ariados' first scene in the anime. Let's move on. Now let's see why people love Ariados. Now let's look at fan art. Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who aren't familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain an Ariados. So this is Pokemon Ariados by Mark 331. Seems to be from 2010 here. It's very good art, very unique perspective. Almost feels like I could see this on a Pokemon card if it were like a little bit, you know, more like the actual style. Well, yeah, it's stylized here. Yeah, pretty good. I like the webs and stuff. I've got Ariados by Poketix, so you can see it in its web here. Well, that's pretty cool. It's at night. It's, yeah, very good colors, especially in the background. I like that. This doesn't contain an Ariados, so we'll move on. Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight, not because I don't still have stuff to do, but because I simply don't have time tonight. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Crobat. As always, this is my proper outfit, you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Crobat, the first new evolution of a Pokemon introduced in Gen 1, first Poison Flying type and Bat Pokemon introduced in Gen 2, and first evolution involving friendship. Starting in this generation, it's the final evolution of Zubat, who evolves into Golbat, who evolves into Crobat with high friendship. Its previous BYC dates are August 13th, 1996, June 4th, 1999, March 25th, 2002, January 13th, 2005, November 4th, 2007, August 25th, 2010, June 15th, 2013, April 5th, 2016, January 25th, 2019, and November 15th, 2021. I find it interesting that it goes from a blind bat with no feet to a bat with eyes and feet to switching colors and getting an extra pair of wings. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article. Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Crobat, the Bat Pokemon, whose number is 0169. This is what it looks like. Type is Poison Flying, abilities Inner Focus, and Infiltrator is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 50-50, catch rate is 90 or 20.1%. Breeding is a group flying, hatch time 15 cycles, height 5'11" or 1.8 meters. Weight is 165.3 pounds or 75 kilograms. Basic experience yield is 204 in Gen 2 through 4 and 241 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast, EV yield is 3, and speed, shape is that. It has no feet, so it has no footprint. So this is new in Gen 2, so this is what it looks like. It's just an empty box. I don't know why they don't just get rid of it. They tend to do that if it's empty for other categories, so yeah, I don't know. Pokedex color is purple, and base friendship is 70. Crobat is a dual-type poison-flying Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. It evolves from Golbat when leveled up with high friendship. It is the final form of Zubat. Biology, Crobat is a purple Chiopteran Pokemon with a small, round body. It has long, pointed ears, yellow eyes with red pupils, and a small mouth that usually has teeth bared. On its body are 2 pairs of wings, an upper pair that is slightly larger, and a lower pair that developed from its hind legs. Both pairs have green-blue membranes, but the lower pair's membranes are only visible from the back. The upper wings have 2 claw-like fingers near the middle. On the bottom of its body are what appear to be a pair of stubby feet or tufts of fur. Crobat is capable of flying long distances by alternating between its 2 sets of wings. The extra set of wings also has improved its flight speed without sacrificing its ability to fly silently. It can also travel through cramped caves without ever slowing. The combination of silent flight and sharp fangs allows it to bite down on prey without being noticed and drain their blood. If unable to consume blood, it becomes lethargic and unable to fly. Due to its lack of legs, it is clumsy on the ground and only able to crawl around with its wings. Crobat is rarely found in the wild, though it is typically found in caves or on tree branches, where it hangs upside down by its rear wings. It is a nocturnal Pokemon. So you can see Crobat hanging upside down with their wings folded. Evolution, Crobat evolves from Golbat and is the final form of Zubat. So Zubat, Golbat, Crobat. Game data, Pokedex entries in Gen 2 and Gold. It flies so silently through the dark on its 4 wings that it may not be noticed even when nearby. Silver, the development of wings on its legs enables it to fly fast, but also makes it tough to stop and rest. Crystal, as a result of its pursuit of faster, yet more silent flight, a new set of wings grew on its hind legs. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, or Crystal inserted, you get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the Silver entry. So for Gen 3, I think this is the first time this happens, so every once in a while, Ruby and Sapphire will be split up like this. And it'll be 3 different entries, Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald. Ruby, if this Pokemon is flying by fluttering only a pair of wings on either the forelegs or hind legs, it's proof that Crobat has been flying a long distance. It switches the wings it uses if it is tired. Sapphire, Crobat sneaks up on its intended prey using wings that barely make a sound. This Pokemon rests by hanging on a tree branch with its rear legs that serve as wings. Emerald, over the course of evolution, its hind legs turned into wings. By alternately resting its front and rear wings, it can fly all day without having to stop. Fire Red is the Silver entry, and Leaf Green is the Gold entry. In Gen 4 and Diamond, having 4 wings enables it to fly faster and more quietly. It turns active when the night comes. Pearl, a Pokemon that gained vastly enhanced flying performance by having its legs turn into wings. Platinum, the transformation of its legs into wings made it better at flying, but more clumsy at walking. Heart Gold and Soul Silver are their Gold and Silver counterparts. For Gen 5, for the first time in Gen 2, Black 2 and White 2 are not the same as Black and Whites. It's a whole new entry, and this does happen sometimes. I'm sure it was like this for its pre-evolutions. I just didn't remember. Black and White is the Platinum entry. Black 2 and White 2. Having 4 wings allows it to fly more quickly and quietly, so it can sneak up on prey without its noticing. In Gen 6, X is the Gold entries and Leaf Green's entry. Y is Black 2 and White 2's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Pokemon and Crobat are now the correct casing. In Gen 7 and Sun, both its legs become wings, and as a result, it can't move well on the ground. All it can do is crawl around. Moon, silent and swift in its 4-winged flight, it bites down on its prey before they realize what's happening. In a heartbeat, it drains their blood. Ultra Sun, its fangs are so sharp, if it bites you in the dark and sucks your blood, you won't notice any pain or realize you've been bitten. Ultra Moon, it feeds on the blood of living people and Pokemon. If it can't drink any blood for even a short while, it becomes weak and unable to fly. For the first time in Gen 2, Gen 8 is all of the Pokedex entries. Sword, Shield, Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, and Legends Arceus. On top of that, Sword and Shield are original. So, Sword, both of its legs have turned into wings. Without a sound, Crobat flies swiftly toward its prey and sinks its fangs into the nape of its target's neck. Shield, this Pokemon flaps its 4 wings skillfully. Crobat can fly through cramped caves without needing to slow down. Brilliant Diamond is its diamond counterpart. Shining Pearl is very similar to Pearl's entry, but slightly different, so I'll read it. This Pokemon gained vastly enhanced flying capabilities after its legs became wings. In Legends Arceus, its hind legs have become another set of wings. Crobat expertly maneuvers its 4 wings to dart in exquisite fashion through even the most confined caves without losing any speed. And another new thing in this article, I think, is 2 Alolan Pokedex images. So we got Crobat in the Alola Pokedex in Sun and Moon, and Crobat in the Alola Pokedex in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. So you can see that here. And you can also see a little bit of the lower wings blue part. That's pretty cool. Game locations, side game locations, and events. Held items. In the Legends Arceus, for normal, you get a Chesto Berry 35% of the time, Spoiled Apricorn 15% of the time, and grid items by level. Alpha, you get EXP Candy L 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 40% of the time, and grid items by level. Still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 85, Attack 90, Defense 80, Special Attack 70, Special Defense 80, Speed 130, for a total of 535. Pokathlon stats, Type Effectiveness, damage normally by Normal, Flying, Ghost, Steel, Fire, Water, Dragon, and Dark. Weak to Rock, Electric, Psychic, and Ice for double, immune to Ground, resistant to Fighting, Poison, Bug, Grass, and Fairy. Fighting, Bug, and Grass are for a 4th, while Poison and Fairy are for half. Notes, if Gravity is in effect, this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball in Gen 4, or a Ring target, or it is affected by Smackdown or Ingrain. the effectiveness of ground-type moves is 2. So we go from 0 to 2. In Gen 5, if this Pokemon is given an Iron Ball, the effectiveness of ground-type moves is 1. So it would go from 0 to 1. Learn set by leveling up. So this is new here, because it is all of the Gen 8 entries. There's a difference between Sword and Shield and Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl and Legends Arceus, how they do their things. So we will just start with this one, and we'll do both of them. So for this, we'll start with the Upon Evolution, and then go down to 23. The reason for this is you can hypothetically have a level 23 Crobat. Upon Evolution, you get Cross Poison, 27 Air Cutter, 34 Bite, 41 Haze, 48 Venoshock, 55 Confuse Ray, 62 Air Slash, 69 Leech Life. So for Legends Arceus, you can see it's a little bit different. We got Learn, Mastery, Move, Type, Category, Power, Accuracy, and PP. But Power and Accuracy, they've got a couple things. So base power, I guess. Then this is Strong Style Power and Agile Style. And then that would be Base Accuracy and Strong Style Accuracy. So, again, I still don't read any of this unless it's just one move here. And I don't really know what Mastery means. Because I've never played the game, so I don't know if it's like maybe this is like once you get to level 10, you get to choose one of these or something, or like it's focused on one of these, I don't know. But we will still go down to level 25. At level 25, it learns the move Cross Poison and masters it at level 35. At level 34, it gains the move Air Slash and masters it 45. And at level 43, it gets the move Leech Life and masters it at 54. By TM/TR, so TRs are a thing, but we're not going to talk about them in this video because we are skipping all of these because we talked about probably most of these in the Zubat video. So we get to skip all this, and then TRs are not a thing in Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, so we skip all these TMs. By breeding, we're also skipping. It's different things in each of the games, so that's Sword and Shields. And then Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, you can see they're more high-quality images. These are like these kind of sprites. We've probably shown these before, and I've probably never brought it up before. By tutoring! For the first time, we actually have something for by tutoring. So, in Sword and Shield and Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, in the Sword and Shield Expansion Pass, you can get Dual Wing Beat. It's a physical, flying-type move. Its power is 40, accuracy 90%, and PB is 10. In Legends Arceus, you can get Aerial Ace, Dark Pulse, Giga Impact, Hyper Beam, Leech Life, Ominous Wind, Rest, Shadow Ball, Sludge Bomb, Swift, X-Scissor, and Zen Headbutt. Nothing by prior evolution. By transfer from another generation, this is another new one. This is exclusively on ones that aren't in Gen 9. I don't know if you can't transfer Pokemon to Gen 9, or if it, you can't get any new moves. I don't know how that really works, or get any moves from those. I don't know. And I also don't know why this wasn't on the other one that also wasn't in Gen 9 that we've already talked about, I think, this past week. So, anyway, from Gen 3 to 7, you get Aerial Ace. 4, you get Captivate. So this X means that it no longer works. So sometimes they stop moves from working because they're too powerful, or, they're irrelevant to the current gameplay style. So Captivate no longer works. From Gen 6 and 7, you get Confide. 2, Detect. 2 through 7, you get Double Team. 3, you get Double Edge. 2 through 7, you get Feint Attack. That doesn't work anymore. 2, you get Flail. 2 through 7, you get Frustration and Hidden Power. Neither work anymore. 3, you get Mimic. 4, you get Natural Gift and Ominous Wind. Neither work anymore. 4 and 5, you get Pluck. 2 through 7, you get Pursuit and Return. Neither work anymore. 4 through 7, you get Roost. 3, 4, and 6, you get Secret Power. That doesn't work anymore. 4 through 7, you get Sky Attack. 3 through 7, you get Snatch. That doesn't work anymore. 4 through 7, you get Super Fang. 2 through 7, you get Swagger. 3 through 7, you get Torment. And 4, you get Twister. Something that's new to me in this generation is that there is no Gen 1 category, so I'm not used to saying Gen 2 through 7. Although I think I usually would say Gen 1 to 7 anyway, so it's not like I said all of the generations to 7 or whatever. Yeah, no. This is another new category for Gen 2 here. So this is transfer only via prior evolution. So these are moves that you get from previous generations. So let's say you traded your Zubat or your Golbat to Gen 2, from Gen 1 to Gen 2. You can then evolve it with High Friendship in Gen 2. So these are moves that are exclusive to those that you could then still have on your Pokemon anyway. 1, you get Bide, that doesn't work anymore. 7, you get Headbutt. 1 and 7, you get Mega Drain. And 1, you get Rage, Razor Wind, and Takedown. Rage and Razor Wind no longer work. Anime only moves, you get Sonic Boom. It's a normal type move. In the episode Lapras of Luxury. Side game data, you got all this. Yeah. Pokemon Ranger in the browser entry. Crobat darts quickly in the air. It looses ultrasonic attack waves. So something. I don't know if I think I've mentioned it like offhandedly, but I hate the word looses so very much. It's such an outdated way of saying loses or lets loose or, you know, something like that. Shadows of Volmia. It spits poison and lets loose supersonic waves to attack. So you see, they changed it from looses to lets loose. Also, it changed from ultrasonic to supersonic, which is pretty cool. Guardian Signs. It spits poison gas and charges at high speed to attack. Got all this. Yep. New Pokemon Snap in the Photodex entry. Sure, Crobat's a speedy flyer, but I hope you also noticed how quiet its 4 wings are. It sometimes lands to rest, but it's not very good at walking. As I mentioned in the Chikorita video, there are sometimes these conditions. I thought this might be our first time seeing it, and I was right. So I will read this paragraph here for evolution data. Crobat evolves from Golbat when leveled up with High Friendship. Golbat cannot evolve into Crobat in Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green until the player obtains the National Pokedex, as its evolution will be interrupted. Golbat also cannot evolve into Crobat in Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, as Crobat is not present in those games. Get Zubat, level 22, Golbat, leveled up with High Friendship, Crobat. Sprites here, so pretty much what I was expecting, you know. Purple and blue. The face is a little bit interesting. Yeah, a little bit different than the modern we have one now. So it's not yellow yet. It's a little goofy. That's the crystals brings in like the scary mouth and the pointed eyes and stuff. This is basically. I'm pretty sure these are just opposite colors of Zubats and Golbats, like they kind of still are. A little bit different, I think. With the wings are a little bit different. Purple's probably a little bit darker, but generally it's supposed to be a swap of the colors. So yeah, pink and green, shiny. Gen 2, different purple, red or yellow eyes now, and now different pink here for the shiny, different green as well. Yeah, probably not much is going to change. This is sort of more of a purple pink. The green's a little bit different. Purple's also a little bit different. Heart Gold's and this one's also a different purple, interesting, and it's more blue, I'd say, than this. I don't know. I guess it's always been that color. Gen 5 introduces the back sprites. You can more clearly see the insides in there, so you could kind of see it in Gen 3s and a little bit in Gen 2s, but very much more obvious and I guess a little bit when it turns. You can see it in these sprites here in Gen 4. But yeah, it's much more obvious in Gen 5's back sprites. Models, pretty good. Yeah, pretty good translation. These are a little bit pointier. They're more like, I don't know, Gengar's pointy ears rather than the, I don't know, these kind of ears, I guess. It could also just be the angle, though, of the photo. It could, yeah, just a weird translation, I guess. Pink is brighter. This is a different purple. It's darker purple, which is interesting. This is more like a lime green. This, yeah, not much changes, I don't think. The eyes change a little bit, I think. Yeah, the face changes a little bit. But not much else. You can see Legends Arceus, they're getting cut off. Sometimes that happens. I think that may have also happened with its pre-evolutions, too, where they were cut off for whatever reason. Kind of see it's a little bit less smooth of a style in this game, which I think is very interesting. Still, it's just kind of a point now, huh? They just kind of lose the shape of the ears. And homes, so the ears are more pointed out. That's interesting. But yeah, pretty much the purples are different, the pinks are different, but more or less the same. Okay, in the anime, Crobat and Pokemon the series. I guess, oh yeah, Brock's Crobat, we'll be seeing that one in the anime section. Okay. Pokedex entries. I've already recorded this one in the anime, so I'll let Ash's Pokedex, read it.
Crobat, the evolved form of Golbat. With its 2 additional wings, Crobat is able to fly much faster than Golbat.
In the manga, Crobat in Pokemon Adventures. You got all this. In the TCG. Other appearances, Super Smash Bros. Melee. Crobat only appears as a random trophy. Trophy information. A bat Pokemon that evolves from Golbat. Crobat's hind legs have evolved into a second pair of wings, which allows it to fly at great speeds, but limits its ability to rest. The affection a Golbat has for his trainer is vital for the evolution process. If a novice trainer has a Crobat, it shows that he or she cares for Pokemon well. Trivia! The first 3 points I've read in the Zubat video. Crobat's color scheme is the reverse of Golbat's. This also applies to its shiny variation. This 5th point I read in the Zubat video. Crobat can be seen as a parallel to Noivern. Both are flying-type Pokemon based on bats that have Infiltrator as a possible ability. They have the same base stat total and the same base HP, defense, and special defense stats. Although Crobat's Pokedex entries imply that its only pair of hind legs have developed into wings, Crobat is sometimes depicted with an additional pair of tiny legs/feet. Origin: Crobat seems to be based on a bat, particularly vampire bats, which bite other animals to feed on their blood. It may also be inspired by mythological vampires. Its extra set of wings may be based on the fact that a bat's front legs and hind legs are connected by their patagium, essentially incorporating all of their limbs into their wings. Its very high speed stat may be based on the Mexican free-tailed bat, which purportedly has the fastest horizontal flight speed of any animal. Its poison type may be based on either the anti-coagulant properties of vampire bat saliva or the fact that bats are infamous for spreading deadly diseases such as rabies. Name origin: Crobat may be a combination of cross and bat. It may also involve acrobat, referring to its agility in the air. In other languages, related articles, external links, let's move on. Now let's watch Crobat's first scene in the anime. Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 196, Control Freak. In this episode, Ash Ketchum and his traveling companions Brock and Misty, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, have met an archaeologist who's looking for an artifact. They found the artifact, but not before Team Rocket did. They've gone off with it in a rocket. Brock's Golbat is following them, but Team Rocket was going too fast, so now it's evolving into a Crobat to try to catch up with them.
What's going on with Golbat?
And there's Crobat. I'm gonna say that's Crobat's first scene in the anime. Let's move on. Now let's see why people love Crobat. Now let's look at fan art. Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who are familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on this single image, and that's because this is the only image we'll be doing today. So this is Crobat Halloween by Francis John. So this cool Crobat here. Yep. Just flying around over the moon, I guess. It's a little bit stylized. Kind of looks like Gengar, to be honest. That's probably the point. But yeah, very good. Very good art. Next to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight, not because I don't still have some stuff to do, but I simply don't have time tonight. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Chinchou. As always, this is my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello. Today we'll be talking about Chinchou, the first fish Pokemon and the first Pokemon to have the electric type in Gen 2. And the first of 2 Pokemon to have the water electric typing, as of the filming of this, with the other one being its evolution, Lanturn. Chinchou's previous PYC dates are August 14th, 1996, June 5th, 1999, March 26th, 2002, January 14th, 2005, November 5th, 2007, August 26th, 2010, June 16th, 2013, April 6th, 2016, January 26th, 2019, and November 16th, 2021. Chinchou has a very unique appearance, which I oddly like. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article. Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Chinchou, the angler Pokemon whose number is 0170. This is what it looks like. Its type is water electric, and this is our first time with this, so we got the water inside and the electric outside. Abilities: Volt Absorb or Illuminate, Water Absorb is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 190 or 35.2%. Breeding is Egg Root Water 2. Hatch time 20 cycles. Its height is 1 foot 8 or 0.5 meters. Weight is 26.5 pounds or 12 kilograms. Base experience yield is 90 in Gen 2 through 4 and 66 in 5+. Leveling rate is slow. EV yield is 1 in HP. Shape is that it has no footprint since it has no feet. Pokedex color is blue and base friendship is 70. Chinchou is a dual type water/electric Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. It evolves into Lanturn starting at level 27. Biology, Chinchou is a small Piscine Pokemon with a round blue body. It has large yellow eyes with pupils shaped like plus signs, a pair of semi-transparent light blue pectoral fins, and stubby feet. Positioned on Chinchou's rear, where its tail would be, are a pair of antennae that curve up and over its head. The antennae developed from fins and have yellow, teardrop-shaped orbs at the tips. Inside Chinchou's antennae are electricity-generating cells that create so much electrical power that they even make Chinchou tingle slightly. The orbs on its antennae can glow and light up from the electric current which Chinchou uses to lure prey. It also flashes its light to communicate with others of its kind and claim territory. By discharging positive and negative electricity from the antennae, it can both defend itself and stun its prey. Chinchou lives on dark ocean floors, rarely ever coming up to the surface. However, it has demonstrated the ability to walk on land in the anime. Evolution, Chinchou evolves into Lanturn, so Chinchou, Lanturn. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Pinball, Ruby and Sapphire. Chinchou are the main bumpers on the Ruby field. Hitting a nearby button will change the formation from 3 floating in place to 3 moving around, to just 1 moving around. They will occasionally disappear and be replaced by Lotad or Whiscash. Pokedex entries. In Gen 2 and Gold, it shoots positive and negative electricity between the tips of its 2 antennae and zaps its enemies. Silver on the dark ocean floor. Its only means of communication is its constantly flashing lights. Crystal. Its antennae, which evolved from a fin, have both positive and negative charges flowing through them. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, or Crystal inserted, you get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the Silver entry. In Gen 3 and Ruby, Chinchou lets loose positive and negative electrical charges from its 2 antennas to make its prey faint. This Pokemon flashes its electric lights to exchange signals with others. Sapphire. Chinchou's 2 antennas are filled with cells that generate strong electricity. This Pokemon's cells create so much electrical power it makes itself tingle slightly. Emerald. When it senses danger, it discharges positive and negative electricity from its 2 antennae. It lives in depths beyond sunlight's reach. Fire Red is the Silver entry, and Leaf Green is the Gold entry. In Gen 4, Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, it discharges positive and negative electricity from its antenna tips to shock its foes. Heart Gold and Soul Silver, their Gold and Silver counterparts. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums. In Gen 6, X is the Silver entries and Fire Red's entry. Y is the Gold entries and Leaf Green's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically their Ruby and Sapphire counterparts, but Chinchou and Pokemon are their correct casing. In Gen 7 and Sun, its 2 antennae were originally fins. It discharges electricity to stun its prey before attacking. Moon, it lives in the depths beyond the reach of sunlight. It flashes lights on its antennae to communicate with others of its kind. In Ultra Sun, its 2 antennae glow softly to lure in prey, making it a useful Pokemon for night fishing. Ultra Moon, Chinchou blink their shining antennae at one another to claim their respective turf. In Gen 8, Sword is the Crystal entry. Shield is the Silver entries. Fire Red's entry, and X's entry. Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, very similar to Diamond and Pearls, but slightly different soul rated. It discharges positive and negative electricity from the tips of its antennae to shock its foes. In Gen 9, Scarlet is very similar to Moon's, but slightly different soul rated. It lives in ocean depths beyond the reach of sunlight. It flashes lights on its antennae to communicate with others of its kind. Violet is very similar to the Gold entries and all the other ones that were that one, but slightly different soul rated. It shoots positively and negatively charged electricity from the tips of its 2 antennae and stuns its opponents. We got Chinchou in the Alola Pokedex and Chinchou in the Blueberry Pokedex. It's kind of fun, you can see a few of them. It's very cute. Game locations, side game locations, and events. Held items in Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald. You get a yellow shard 5% of the time. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Heart, Gold, Soul, Silver, Black, White, Black 2, and White 2. You get a Deep Sea Scale 5% of the time. In X, Y, Omega Ruby, Alpha Sapphire, Sun, Moon, Ultra Sun, and Ultra Moon, you get the deep C scale 5% of the time. But it's now spaced out rather than one word. Stats, base stats, HP 75, attack 38, defense 38, special attack 56, special defense 56, speed 67 for a total of 330. Pokeathlon stats, type effectiveness, damaged normally by normal, fighting, poison, rock, bug, ghost, electric, psychic, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to ground and grass for double, immune to nothing, resistant to flying, steel, fire, water, and ice, all for half except for steel, which is for a fourth. Notes, if this Pokemon has Volt Absorb, the effectiveness of electric type moves is 0, so it'd be 0 instead of 1. If this Pokemon has Water Absorb, the effectiveness of water type moves is 0, so it would be 0 instead of half. Learn set by leveling up. 1. Water Gun and Supersonic, 4. Electro Ball, 8. Thunder Wave, 12. Bubble Beam, 16. Confuse Ray, 20. Spark, 24. Charge, 28. Discharge, 32. Aqua Ring, 36. Flail, 40. Takedown, and 44. Hydro Pump. By TM, 1 Takedown, 4 Agility, 7 Protect, 11 Water Pulse, 16 Psybeam, 17 Confuse Ray, 22 Chilling Water, 23 Charge Beam, 25 Facade, 34 Icy Wind, 47 Endure, 48 Volt Switch, 50 Rain Dance, 70 Sleep Talk, 72 Electro Ball, 77 Waterfall, 79 Dazzling Gleam, 82 Thunder Wave, 85 Rest, 96 Eerie Impulse, 103 Substitute, 110 Liquidation, 123 Surf, 126 Thunderbolt, 128 Amnesia, 135 Ice Beam, 136 Electric Terrain, 142 Hydro Pump, 143 Blizzard, 147 Wild Charge, 166 Thunder, 171 Terra Blast, 173 Charge, 188 Scald, 196 Flip Turn, 204 Double Edge, 208 Whirlpool, 209 Muddy Water, 211 Electro Web, and 224 Curse. By breeding, this group gives you Mist, this group gives you Psybeam, this group gives you Soak, the Mirror Herb gives you Sucker Punch, and this group gives you Water Pulse. TCG only moves, Headbutt on this card, Pound on this card. Side game data, you got all this. Yep. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia, in the browser entry. It attacks by shooting bolts of electricity. Guardian Signs, it restores the styler energy a little. Got all this. Yep. New Pokemon Snap in the Photodex entry. Chinchou's 2 antennae, which evolved from a fin, can light up the electricity running through them. It flashes those lights to communicate with others. Evolution data, Chinchou, level 27 Lanturn. Sprites here, so okay, interesting. A little bit flatter than I was expecting it to be, but generally got most of it. These are yellow fins, that's interesting. Green, and yeah, green and sort of a lighter blue, I guess, for the shiny. This is kind of a purple for some reason. Gen 3, the fins are now blue. This is a different blue and green. Yeah, but the yellow is different, yeah. Yeah, they're very large. I wasn't expecting them to be so large, the bulbs. Because they kind of get a little bit smaller, I think. But, I don't know. This is a different blue. That's basically the same. I mean, there might be slightly different, like, sizes and stuff. And this is, like, more rounded eyes, I think. Yeah, a lot less flat in Gen 3 as well. The mouth, anything? Well, it's a black mouth and then a red mouth. That, full back sprite in Gen 5. Models, pretty good. I mean, oh, they have like white fins now, that's interesting. Yeah, a little bit weird. It'll probably look better when it's no longer just a flat image. Yeah, there's probably lighter colors all around. I think it's like a darker shade of blue, but, you know, obviously lighter, whatever, hue or whatever. Sword and Shields, so those are obviously better models, way better models. They seem to keep the white fins, that's interesting. And they sort of become sort of a lighter blue, kind of, I guess, here, but then these just stay the white for the shiny, that's interesting. In the anime, Chinchou in the anime, we got 3 of them. A Chinchou egg in the anime. Okay. Got all this, yep. Pokedex entries in episode 212, in Ash's Pokedex. Chinchou, the angler Pokemon, have the ability to conduct electrical currents from their 2 tentacles, which flow positive from one end and negative from the other. Chinchou can also communicate underwater by flashing its tentacles. So they got Pokemon Generations, Chinchou and Pokemon Generations down there. There's a Relicanth, couple Horsey, Huntail, I think, and Carvana. Chinchou in Pokemon Twilight Wings. In the manga, Chinchou in Pokemon Adventures. Okay, got all this, and the TCG. Trivia, although Chinchou is shown to have the ability to walk on land in the anime and the games, it can only be caught in water, and it lacks a footprint. The vowel sounds in Chinchou's English name are reverse of the vowels in its Japanese name. Chinchou and its evolution are the only electric-type Pokemon in the Water 2 egg group. So, for the first time in Gen 2, we have this box here. It says, Bulba News has an article related to this subject on the origin of species, Chinchou and Lanturn. So, normally we ignore this box completely. I don't read it. I just read it because it's the first time in the generation, so... But yeah, we usually just ignore this. Origin, Chinchou appears to be based on an anglerfish, more specifically, the football fish. Name origin, Chinchou and Chonchi may be derived from Chochin, Lanturn, or Chochin Anko, football fish. In other languages, external links, let's move on. Now let's watch Chinchou's first scene in the anime. Before I do, though, you'll notice that I call Chinchou Chinchou in the anime and the TCG sections of this video. That's because that's how I naturally say its name. Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today, we are watching Pikachu and Pichu. In this short, Ash Ketchum, the main character, and his friends have left Pikachu, and their other Pokemon on top of a building, in sort of a little park in a building. And Pikachu has met the Pichu brothers. They were on a nearby building. They kind of teased him. One of them almost fell, but Pikachu helped him get back to safety. But in doing so, he fell and then ended up on their building through a series of wild events. And now, trying to get back to Pikachu's original building, they have fallen into this river here. This is their way of... Pichu's brother's way of doing it. And there's the Chinchou. And that's it. That is Chinchou's first scene in the anime. Let's move on. Now let's talk about the TCG. I have one Chinchou card. It's the 7th Chinchou card design. It's a lightning-type card, which I'm pointing out since it could fit in the water or lightning-type cards. It was illustrated by Hajime Kasujima, a former TCG illustrator known for his watercolor, ink, and digital styles. He worked on the TCG from 2002 to 2018. I really like this card. It's such a unique perspective. I love how it makes its angler look more like rabbit-like ears instead of anglers, particularly the one closest to the camera. Chinchou has 50 HP. The card doesn't have its height or weight. Chinchou has 2 moves, Thunder Wave and Razor Fin. In the video games, Thunder Wave is an electric-type move that was introduced in Gen 1. It paralyzes the target. On this card, it costs 1 of any energy. Upon a successful coin flip, the opponent's Pokemon is paralyzed. Razor Fin is not a move in the video games. On this card, it costs 1 lightning energy. It hits for 10 damage. Chinchou is weak to fighting for double damage. This seems to represent its weakness to ground, which is often represented by fighting in the TCG. It has no resistance, which is odd since it could have been resistant to metal, fire, or water, since it's resistant to steel, metal in the TCG, fire, and water in the video games. It costs 1 of any energy for Chinchou to retreat. In the bottom right corner of the card, there's a symbol that means it's from the Unseen Forces expansion of the EXE series. This card doesn't have a description or level. I don't have a Lanturn card, so the next Pokemon with the card I'll be talking about is Pichu. Now let's see why people love Chinchou. Now let's look at fan art. Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on this particular image, and that's because it's the only image we'll be doing today. So this is Chinchou by Inksy Studios. So, this cute Chinchou here. It's a little bit stylized. It's very good. You can see it's glowing. It's things. The bulbs. The antennas. Yes. It's very good. Yes, and I like all the blues. And the coloring is pretty cool. Looks like it's maybe blushing a little bit. Or, I don't know, probably not. It's probably just the light. But it's still pretty cool. Let's move on. Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight, not because I don't still have a lot to do, but because I simply don't have time tonight. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Lanturn. As always, this is my proper outfit, you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Today I'll be talking about Lanturn, the first final evolution of a fish Pokemon introduced in Gen 2, and the second of 2 water electric type Pokemon as of the filming of this, with the other being its pre-evolution Chinchou, who evolves into Lanturn at level 27. Lanturn's previous PYC dates are August 15th, 1996, June 6th, 1999, March 27th, 2002, January 15th, 2005, November 6th, 2007, August 27th, 2010, June 17th, 2013, April 7th, 2016, January 27th, 2019, and November 17th, 2021. While it's not the most extreme difference between a Pokemon and an evolutionary line, I find that difference interesting. Like Chinchou, I find Lanturn cute, but not in the same way that I find Chinchou cute. Anyway, let's get into the Bulbapedia article. Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Lanturn, the light Pokemon whose number is 0171. This is what it looks like. Its type is Water Electric. Abilities, Volt Absorb or Illuminate. Water Absorb is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 50-50. Catch rate is 75 or 17.5%. Breeding, Egg Group Water 2. Hatch time 20 cycles. Height, 3 foot 11 or 1.2 meters. Weight is 49.6 pounds, or 22.5 kilograms. Base experience yields 156 in Gen 2 through 4, and 161 in 5+. Leveling rate is slow, EV yield is 2, and HP, shape is that, has no feet, so it has no footprint. Pokedex color is blue, and base friendship is 70. Lanturn is a dual-type water-electric Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. It evolves from Chinchou, starting at level 27. Biology, Lanturn is a blue Piscine Pokemon that resembles an anglerfish. It has big red eyes with a yellow mask-like marking around it and small, light blue pectoral fins. The lower half of its tail fin is yellow and has jagged edges. On its back is a Y-shaped antenna with a spherical orb at each tip. This antenna is a modification of its dorsal fin. Inside its orbs are bacteria that produce light by absorbing Lanturn's bodily fluids. It lures prey using the glow, then blinds them by using an intense flash before it swallows them whole. The flash it creates is visible on the surface from a depth of over 3 miles, 5 kilometers. This has earned it the nickname the Deep Sea Star. Lanturn competes with Lumineon when catching its prey, Starmie. Frillish and Sharpedo are natural predators of Lanturn. Lanturn inhabits the depths of the ocean. Lanturn evolved from Chinchou, so Chinchou, Lanturn. Game data, Pokedex entries. In Gen 2 and Gold, the light it emits is so bright that it can illuminate the sea's surface from a depth of over 3 miles. Silver, it blinds prey with an intense burst of light, then swallows the immobilized prey in a single gulp. Crystal, this Pokemon uses the bright part of its body, which changed from a dorsal fin to lure prey. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, Crystal inserted, you get the Gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the Silver entry. In Gen 3, in Ruby, Lanturn is nicknamed the Deep Sea Star for its illuminated antenna. This Pokemon produces light by causing a chemical reaction between bacteria and its bodily fluids inside the antenna. Sapphire, Lanturn is known to emit light. If you peer down into the dark sea from a ship at night, you can sometimes see this Pokemon's light rising from the depths where it swims. It gives the sea an appearance of a starlit night. Emerald, the light-emitting orbs on its back are very bright. They are formed from a part of its dorsal fin. This Pokemon illuminates the inky darkness of deep seas. Fire Red is the Silver entry, while Leaf Green is the Gold entry. In Gen 4 and Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, Lanturn's light can shine up from great depths. It is nicknamed the Deep Sea Star. Heart Gold is its gold counterpart. Soul Silver's is very similar to Silver's, but slightly different, so we'll read it. It blinds prey with an intense burst of light. With the prey incapacitated, the Pokemon swallows it in a single gulp. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are basically Diamond, Pearl, and Platinums, but Lanturn is now the correct casing. In Gen 6, X is the Gen 5 entries. Y is Soul Silver's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Lanturn and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 7 and Sun, should you peer into the ocean at night and see a light shining like the stars? That is Lanturn. Moon, this Pokemon flashes a bright light that blinds its prey. This creates an opening for it to deliver an electrical attack. Ultra Sun, when the bacteria living inside its antennae absorb Lanturn's bodily fluids, a strong luminescent effect is produced. Ultra Moon, it lives far down in the depths of the ocean. It blinds its prey with light, using the moment they're dazzled to swallow them whole. In Gen 8, Sword is the Gold entries and Leaf Green's entry. Shield is Moon's entry. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are basically their Diamond and Pearl counterpart, but Deep Sea Star is not in quotations in the is lowercase. In Gen 9, in Scarlet, portions of its dorsal fin mutated, becoming the parts that glow brightly to lure prey. Violet is Soul Silver and Wise entry. Lanturn in the Alola Pokedex. Lanturn in the Blueberry Pokedex. So you can see 3 Lanturn, a couple Chinchou. That's kind of cute. So if you are familiar with this series, you know that I like seeing images of full evolutionary lines, so this is what this is. So I really like it because of that, and I really like the glow. I didn't mention it yesterday. I probably should have. How cool the glow effect is. It's also pretty cool here, but like it's not nearly as cool as like it's actually. I mean, it kind of is environment changing the look of it, but it's still pretty cool, man. Game locations. Side game locations. Held items. In Diamond, Pearl, Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Black, White, Black 2, and White 2, you get a Deep Sea Scale as one word 5% of the time. In X, Y, Omega Ruby, Alpha Sapphire, Ultra Sun, and Ultra Moon, you get a Deep Sea Scale as separate words 5% of the time. Stats, base stats, HP 125, Attack 58, Defense 58, Special Attack 76, Special Defense 76, Speed 67, for a total of 460. Pokeathlon stats, Type Effectiveness, damaged normally by Normal, Fighting, Poison, Rock, Bug, Ghost, Electric, Psychic, Dragon, Dark, and Fairy. Weak to Ground and Grass for double, immune to nothing, resistant to Flying, Steel, Fire, Water, and Ice, all for half, except for Steel, which is for a fourth. Notes, if this Pokemon has Volt Absorb, the effectiveness of electric-type moves is 0, so it would be 0 instead of 1. If this Pokemon has Water Absorb, the effectiveness of Water-type moves is 0, so it would be 0 instead of half. Learn set by leveling up, so we'll start with these Evo here, and then go down to whatever 27s is. So, I think this is the first time in the series we've had 3 moves you can get upon evolution, so that's pretty cool. Upon evolution, you get Stockpile, Swallow, or Spit Up, 30 Discharge, 36 Aqua Ring, 42 Flail, 48 Takedown, and 54 Hydro Pump. We're skipping by TM, by Breeding as well, nothing by Prior Evolution, side game data, you got all this, yep. Pokemon Ranger, Shadows of Olmia, in the browser entry. It discharges electricity from its body. It attacks by shooting bolts of electricity. Guardian Signs, it restores the Styler energy. You got all this. Yep. New Pokemon Snap. This is one of the few instances in which we have a full evolutionary line in New Pokemon Snap, so that's pretty cool. In the Photodex entry, Lanturn's antenna produces light in a way that's completely different from the Illumina phenomenon. Deep in the ocean, where sunlight doesn't reach, Lanturn's light can guide you on your way. Evolution data. Chinchou, level 27, Lanturn. Sprites, so another instance of a difference from the Japanese version and the international version of Gold and Silver. So in this case, there's this dot here on the side of their head. Don't really know why it was removed. Maybe they just didn't feel like it made the design work. I don't know. Or maybe they needed to take it away for, I don't know, for like the international, like, for the space, I don't know. But, yep, so this is what it looks like. It's pretty basic. Yeah, not really much is going to change here. These are white, which is interesting because Chinchou's were yellow, so it just kind of stayed white, which makes sense why they changed it to sort of a lighter blue later, to sort of match this a little bit better. See, that's a little bit different, and probably it's basically the same, but a little bit different. Purple and green for the shiny. Crystals, that's like actually a purple body and just yellow things. It's a slightly different purple than this one, but basically, yeah, it's weird. Okay, Gen 3. So you got this. Oh, I guess you got blue eyes and purple eyes. That's interesting. This introduces the red eyes. And the mouth is blue, mouth is red now. Tail is a little bit better. These have always been different sizes. Which are slightly better designed, you know. Its fins are now sort of a light blue. That's interesting. This is sort of a purple pink, different purple and green, really. And I'm sure this is different. You have different blue and yellow as well. Yep. Gen 4, so that introduces sort of a flashy kind of effect. That's pretty cool. Yep. probably just a little bit better. Not much changes. Gen 5, so we got the full back sprite here. Kinda silly, because you don't really need a full back sprite on this one. You can see pretty much the entire Pokemon. But yeah. Then Gen 6 here, so it's a little longer, and that's interesting. Yeah, they made body. This is back to being sort of more white. This is darker purple. That's cool. I'm sure this is also, yeah, darker blue, but, you know, somehow also lighter. Yeah, not really much changes here. I think maybe the eyes might change a little bit. Maybe small things change, but yeah, not much big things. Okay. Sword and Shield, so you can see how much better of a model that is. Yeah. Homes, yeah, you got all that. The anime, Lanturn in the anime, so there's a few of them here at this, looks like an aquarium. There's Pikachu and Ash, the main character. Yep, got all this. Pokedex entries in episode 220 in Ash's Pokedex. Lanturn, the light Pokemon. The light that emits from its tentacle-like limb shines bright enough to illuminate the bottom of a deep sea. In Diamond and Pearl, episode 78 in Dawn's Pokedex. Lanturn, the light Pokemon, in the evolved form of Chinchou. Lanturn's antenna light is strong enough to penetrate the ocean and can be seen on the water's surface. In the manga, Lanturn in Pokemon Adventures. In the TCG. Trivia, Lanturn shares the same category with Ampharos. They are both known as the light Pokemon. We've read this second point in yesterday's video. In Pokemon Emerald, a trainer in Victory Road has a Lanturn that knows Earthquake despite Lanturn being unable to learn it. Origin, Lanturn is based on an anglerfish, more specifically the football fish, although it shares some similarities with dolphins. It is also possible that Lanturn's origin contains a small piece of Apollo, the Greek god of light whose signature animal was the dolphin. Name origin. Lanturn may be a combination of lantern and turn, as in turn on the light. Lanturn is literally lantern. In other languages, external links. Yeah, let's move on. Now let's watch Lanturn's first scene in the anime. Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching episode 220, The Mystery is History. In this episode, Ash Ketchum, there in the back, and his traveling companions, Brock and Misty, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu, have been reintroduced to a trainer they met, or at least last saw it at the, I think, Kanto Pokemon tournament, champion tournament, or whatever. Richie and his Pikachu, Sparky, and they are researching a mysterious Pokemon. They are traveling together to go to this uninhabited island to try to find it. There's a Lanturn.
Oh, got me that time, Lanturn. Oh. Good one, Silver. Whoa, Silver! Silver!
Guess it's not that uninhabited.
Company. Go hide, quick! Better stay out of sight somewhere till I give you the sign.
Aww. Okay, that is Lanturn's first scene in the anime. Let's move on. Now let's see why people love Lanturn. Now let's look at fan art. Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on this single image, and that's because this is the only image we'll be doing today. So this is Lanturn Night by Kezrek. It's a very beautiful piece of art here. Well painted and well done on this night sky here. Yes. And you can see the lantern being used to ride for this night fisherman. There's some love disc down here. Looks to maybe be a Gyarados in the shadows there. And some Wingull up here, maybe. It's really beautiful. I really like the lighting, and again, the night sky is very, very beautiful. And these effects, oh, they're all they're so nice effects. Yes. Yeah, that's it. Let's move on. Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I won't be streaming tonight, not because I don't still have stuff to do, but because I simply don't have time tonight. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Pichu. As always, this is my proper outfit, and I'll see you tomorrow. Hello! Today we'll be talking about Pichu, the first pure electric-type Pokemon introduced in Gen 2, and the first pre-evolution, or baby Pokemon as some call them, introduced after the initial generation a Pokemon appears in. Its previous PYC dates are August 16th, 1996, June 7th, 1999, March 28th, 2002, January 16th, 2005, November 7th, 2007, August 28th, 2010, June 18th, 2013, April 8th, 2016, January 28th, 2019, and November 18th, 2021. First, Pichu is cute and a logical pre-evolution of Pikachu. I most remember this Pokemon as the Pichu brothers, mainly from their short Pikachu and Pichu. Second, as I mentioned back in the Raichu video, I believe that electricity in the whole Pikachu line more or less represents emotions. And Pichu is similar to a young child, and their difficulty to hold in their electricity, and how easily it hurts them, is similar to how young children tend to struggle with emotional regulation, and their outbursts can unintentionally cause them pain. Anyway, let's get to the Bulbapedia article. Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Pichu, the tiny mouse Pokemon whose number is 0172. This is Pichu, this is what it looks like. This is spiky-eared Pichu, this is what she looks like. Type, electric. Abilities, static, and lightning rod is its hidden ability. Gender ratios, 50-50. Catch rate, it's 190 or 35.2%. Breeding is egg group, no eggs discovered. Hatch time, 10 cycles. Height is 1 foot, or 0.3 meters. Weight is 4.4 pounds, or 2 kilograms. Basic experience yield is 42 in Gen 2 through 4, and 41 in 5+. Leveling rate is medium fast. EV yield is 1 in speed, shape is that, footprint is that, Pokedex color is yellow, and base friendship is 70. Pichu is an electric-type baby Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. It evolves into Pikachu when leveled up with high friendship, which evolves into Raichu when exposed to a Thunderstone. Pichu has an alternate form called Spiky-Eared Pichu that appeared in Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver, as well as in Pokemon the series and the Pokemon Adventures manga. A special Pichu called Ukulele Pichu is the player's first partner Pokemon in Pokemon Ranger Guardian signs. Biology: Pichu is a small, ground-dwelling rodent Pokemon with pale yellow fur. Its ear tips, collar, and tail are black and angular. Pichu's pink cheek pouches can store small amounts of electricity, and its tiny nose looks like a dot. Pichu is classified as a quadruped, but it can walk easily on its hind legs. Pichu is a social Pokemon known for its playful and mischievous demeanor. It is usually found in groups and often touch tails with other Pichu as a show of courage, creating a shower of sparks that can make them cry. It is inept at storing electricity and may discharge if amused, startled, or subjected to shock. However, it cannot discharge without being shocked itself. Charging up is more easily done on days of dryness or with thunderclouds. The crackling of static electricity generated by Pichu is audible. It can zap an adult human, but will surprise itself if it does. Pichu primarily lives in the forest, though it has also been depicted to thrive in urban areas. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Pichu is known to discharge uncontrollable electricity while sleeping. This is due to Pichu being unable to store electricity properly. The crackle sound of static electricity can be heard while Pichu sleeps. Pichu and its evolved forms are the only known Pokemon capable of learning the move Volt Tackle. Forms: Pichu has an alternate form called Spiky-Eared Pichu. It is female only and has 3 spikes on the tip of its ear, but otherwise looks the same as any other Pichu. So you've got Pichu and Spiky-Eared Pichu, so you can see the difference. You can see those 3 here. Evolution: Pichu evolves into Pikachu, which evolves into Raichu. So you've got Pichu, Pikachu, Raichu, and Alolan Raichu. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Stadium 2. Pichu stars in the Pokemon Stadium series minigames. Pichu's Power Plant. Similar to Pikachu's and Voltor's minigame, Thundering Dynamo in Pokemon Stadium. The player has to be the first to charge up the most electrical power in order to win. I think it's supposed to be a comma after Stadium, not a period. Pokemon Pinball, Ruby and Sapphire. Pichu will assist Pikachu on ball saver duty for 50 coins or as a prize in the slot machine. Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver. The spiky-eared Pichu will appear at the Ilex Forest Shrine if the player approaches it with the Pikachu-colored Pichu, first in the party. The event will still activate if the Pikachu-colored Pichu evolves. She will be automatically caught and cannot be traded outside of Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver or evolve. Spiky-eared Pichu at the Ilex Forest Shrine. You can see that here, and I guess the Pikachu-colored Pichu. I don't know what that's about. Pokemon Ranger Guardian Signs. A Pichu is the player's partner. This Pichu plays the ukulele and has a special musical Poke Assist. Pokedex entries in Gen 2 in Gold.
It is not yet skilled at storing electricity. It may send out a jolt if amused or startled. Silver, despite its small size, it can zap even adult humans. However, if it does so, it also surprises itself. Crystal, it is unskilled at storing electric power. Any kind of shock causes it to discharge energy spontaneously. Stadium 2, this is, well, new in Gen 2, but very old. I don't know if this article hasn't been updated with the new way of, like, with the information of it being gold and silvers, or if it literally just gives you this one in Stadium 2, but this is the gold entry. In Gen 3 in Ruby, Pichu charges itself with electricity more easily on days with thunderclouds or when the air is very dry. You can hear the crackling of static electricity coming off this Pokemon. Sapphire, when Pichu plays with others, it may short out electricity with another Pichu, creating a shower of sparks. In that event, this Pokemon will begin crying, startled by the flash of sparks. Emerald, it is still inept at retaining electricity. When it is startled, it discharges power accidentally. It gets better at holding power as it grows older. Fire Red is the silver entry, and Leaf Green is the gold entry. In Gen 4 and Diamond, the electric pouches on its cheeks are still small. They cannot store much electricity yet. Pearl, it plays with others by touching tails and setting off sparks. This appears to be a test of courage. Platinum, the electric sacs in its cheeks are small, and if even a little electricity leaks, it becomes shocked. Heart Gold and Soul Silver are their gold and silver counterparts. The Gen 5 Pokedex entries are Platinum's entry. In Gen 6, X is Pearl's entry. Y is the gold entries and Leaf Green's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Pichu and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 7 and Sun, it's not yet skilled at controlling electricity. If you take your eyes off it, it may shock itself. Moon, despite this Pokemon's cute appearance, those who want to live with one should prepare to be on the receiving end of its electric jolts. Ultra Sun, it still can't use electricity well. When it's surprised or excited, it discharges electricity unintentionally. Ultra Moon, it has electric sacs in its cheeks. When they're fully charged, Pichu plays very energetically. In Gen 8, Sword is the silver entries and Fire Red's entry. Shield is the platinum and Gen 5 entries. Brilliant Diamond is basically diamonds, but pouches is now sacs. Shining Pearl is its pearl counterpart. Legends Arceus, Pichu stores electricity in the sacs on its cheeks, but discharges it inadvertently when agitated or excited. Being yet immature, the Pokemon's handling of electricity is rather inept. In Gen 9, Scarlet is the Crystal entry, Violet is the Moon entry. Pichu and the Alola Pokedex, Pichu and the Paldea Pokedex. You can see it's with a couple other baby Pokemon, Igglybuff and Azurill. And they're all happily walking around the streets of Paldea. That's cute. Then we got Pichu and the Kitakami Pokedex. So they're also the group of 4 Pichu. They're all walking along here. Seems to be, yeah, on this bench, this like bus station. Maybe this is where the player comes into the world. I don't know. I haven't played the game. Or put her into the Kitakami region. Game locations. Side game locations. In events. Held items. In Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum, you get an Oran Berry 5% of the time. In Heart Gold and Soul Silver, Spiky-Eared Pichu will give you the Zap Plate 100% of the time. It's just the one, so yeah, obviously. Legends Arceus, Normal, Oran Berry 35% of the time. Spoiled Apricorn 15% of the time. Great items by level. Alpha, EXP Candy S 100% of the time. Seed of Mastery 10% of the time. And grit items by level. Still don't know how the math works. Stats. Base stats, HP 20, attack 40, defense 15, special attack 35, special defense 35, speed 60 for a total of 205. Pokeathlon stats. So, this is new. It has 2 different stats for the 2 different forms. That's interesting. I don't really fully understand it. So, speed is 4 out of 4 for this one, 5 out of 5 for that one. Power is 1/3 out of that one, 3 stars, and this one's only 1 out of 1 star. Skill is 4 out of 5 stars, this one's 3 out of 5 stars. Stamina, 1 out of 3 stars, that's the same. Jump, 3 out of 3 stars, this one's 3 out of 4 stars. 13/18 as a total, and this one's also 13/18. I don't really know what any of that means. Type effectiveness, damaged normally by normal, fighting, poison, rock, bug, ghost, fire, water, grass, psychic, ice, dragon, dark, and fairy. Weak to ground for double, immune to nothing, resistant to flying, steel, and electric for half,
Notes: if this Pokemon has Lightning Rod, the effectiveness of electric-type moves is 0, so it would be 0 instead of half. Learn set by leveling up. 1. Thunder Shock and Tail Whip. 4. Play Nice. 8. Speed Kiss. 12. Nuzzle. 16. Nasty Plot. And 20. Charm. By TM we're skipping since we did it in the Pikachu video. Same with by breeding. TCG only moves. Pound on this card. Side game data. You got all this. Pokemon Ranger in the browser entry. Pichu not only recharges the styler, its cuteness is uplifting to others. In Shadows of Volmia, it attacks by shooting bolts of electricity. In Guardian Signs, it restores the styler energy a little. Okay, got all this. Yeah. Pokepark Wii, Pikachu's Adventure in the Pokepark pad entry. Everybody in the Haunted Zone is a friend of Pichu's. Pichu likes to play the attraction. Tangrowth swing along. Okay, got all this. Hurry up. Okay. New Pokemon Snap in the Photo Dex. Pichu may be small, but it can still give foes quite a shock. It's not very good at storing electricity though, so it sticks close to bigger Pokemon for safety. Aww. Pokemon Sleep. If you listen carefully while it's sleeping, you can hear the crackle of static electricity. Apparently, it sometimes discharges energy in its sleep. Maybe because it's not yet skilled at storing electricity. So we've got Peaceful Sleep, Seated Sleep, Electrifying Sleep, and a Top Belly Sleep. Costumes in Pokemon Go. I think most or all of these are ones we've had for the Pikachu video, but I'll go through them again. Holiday hat, so you can see how it's over the ear. That's very cute. Party hat, it's just a party hat. Original hat, you can see how it's pushing the ears down. That's cute. Halloween hat, doing kind of the same thing. Summer style hat, it's really cute. Yeah, it's pushing. Yeah, it's over the ear again. It's also pushing this one down a little bit. Then we got the flower crown, beanie, pushing both of them down, but kind of slightly different way. New Year's hat, of course, fits in the middle, and cherry blossoms. It's very cute. Form data, Spiky-Eared Pichu. Spiky-Eared Pichu is a unique form of Pichu exclusive to Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver. It is a female Pichu that has a tuft of hair on the end of its left ear. It cannot evolve, and its Pokeathlon's performance stats differ from those of a normal Pichu. Spiky-Eared Pichu is obtained by activating an in-game event in Ilex Forest. This is the only way of obtaining Spiky-Eared Pichu, and it cannot be traded, so only one can be obtained per game. It also cannot be transferred to the Gen 5 games. So you've got Pichu, Spiky-Eared Pichu. Evolution data, so you got Pichu, level up with High Friendship, Pikachu. So then you got the Thunderstone outside of Alola, gives you this one. The Thunderstone in Alola gives you this one, and then the Braiding. Yeah, you get that one via breeding, yeah. Sprites here, yes. Oh, it's another one of these. Okay, so what is the difference? Oh, it's the collar. So the collar just has 2 here, but has 3 spikes. That's interesting. It's also very, well, it's very Pikachu looking. That's, yeah, it's still got the very red. It got the red cheeks, sort of the darker yellow. Very chubby. I guess because Pikachu was pretty chubby still at this point. Pretty well, good, you know, pretty well, yeah, pretty good. Oh, and I guess the back sprite also had the same. Oh wait, it's the opposite. It has 2 spikes in the back for the back sprite, and then 3. This one's orange, I think, just like Pikachu's was, and probably also Raichu's. Yep. Then Gen 3 introduces sort of the lighter cheeks a little bit, the sort of cuter, smaller appearance, you know, big head, small body. The 2, yeah, it's 2 both sides now. That's interesting. Then the shiny is just Pikachu's coloration, basically. Except for the brown, that's still black. You know, the brown that would be on Pikachu is still the black tail. Of Pichu, yeah. This one, the pink is much more obviously different than the lighter color. Yeah, it's a lot different. Yeah, that kind of style. We got, yep, and then we got the shiny here. Yeah, still very much Pikachu. Maybe a little bit darker than Pikachu. It's probably what the color it was at this time. Then Heart Gold, that has the spike-eared Pichu, so you can see that here. It looks like in the in-game. You can see it's shiny. I guess there's also a shiny one. Yes, and that's also basically the same as the other one, but the spike-eared. Gen 5. Probably not much changes. Get the full backs right. That's pretty cool. Gen 6. So probably slightly lighter colors. So it's probably closer to Pikachu's color at this point as well. But yeah, very good adaptation. It's a little bit maybe chubbier. Again, I think it gets a little bit chubbier as time goes on. I mean, it kind of keeps the slim build, but then it kind of goes back to being a little bit chubbier. Interesting. Yeah, that's interesting. It seems to be thinner. I don't know what's going on with that. Maybe there's like a bouncing animation. Maybe its body stretches and stuff. I don't know. But better models, of course, here. Yeah. And then Legend Arceus, you got those models. Pretty good. I don't know why the tail. You can almost not really see the tail. I don't like it. Pretty sure the tail is just missing. I don't know what's going on with that. Yeah, like on the models, you can barely see the tail on the front sprite. Then Homes. Got these other sprites. I think this is the first time we've had a credits and a Pokemon Super Contest sprite in the same box here, so that's pretty cool. So yeah, got the Crystal credits sprite, and then Sweetie in Pokemon Super Contest. In the anime, you got Pichu in Pokemon Journeys, the series. And the big one is gonna be the Pichu brothers. We got Spiky-eared Pichu and Shiny Pichu in Pokemon the series. So you got, the spiky-eared Pichu. Ukulele Pichu, I guess, appears. Then just Pichu in the anime. Then you got a Pichu egg in Pokemon the series. That's cool. All that. Yep. Pokedex entries at episode 179 in Ash's Pokedex. Pichu, the tiny mouse Pokemon, a pre-evolved form of Pikachu. Despite their size, Pichu release spurts of electricity that can shock even humans. However, Pichu are unskilled at controlling their electricity and sometimes release it by accident, when surprised or when laughing, and shock themselves. In X and Y, episode 16, in Serena's Pokedex. Pichu, the tiny mouse Pokemon. The electric sacs on Pichu's cheeks are small. If it tries to store more electricity than they can hold, Pichu will shock itself. In the manga, you got Pichu in Pokemon Adventures, a little tuft there. Spiky-eared Pichu in Pokemon Adventures. Got a Pichu egg in Pokemon Adventures. Yep, we got all that. Yep. GCG. Other appearances, Super Smash Bros. I guess it's got its own page. Trivia, Pichu has the lowest base stat total of all Electric-type Pokemon. Pichu also has the lowest base HP and defense stats of all Electric-type Pokemon. Pichu is the only Gen 2 Pokemon to be playable in the Super Smash Bros. Series, though many others appear from the Pokeballs. The Pikachu-colored Pichu was the first Pokemon to be given out over Nintendo Wi-Fi connection outside of Japan. Pichu is Game Director Junichi Masuda's favorite Pokemon from Generation 2. We read this 5th point in the Magikarp video. In Pokemon Adventures, Yellow was the one who gave Pichu its species name, creating it as a combination of the name of Pibu's parents, Pika and Chuchu. Concept development, Pichu was designed by Ken Sugimori. Origin, Pichu seems to draw inspiration from squirrels and various other rodents. Additionally, according to Junichi Masuda, Ken Sugimori came up with the idea for Pichu when Game Freak staff were trying to figure out a Pokemon to be the next Pikachu. Name origin, Pichu may be a combination of Pika Pika, onomatopoeia for sparkling, Chuchu, onomatopoeia for the squeak of a mouse, and possibly Poochie Petite, as well as being a contraction of Pikachu. In other languages, see also references, external links to the baby Pokemon, I guess. Okay. Then also the electric rodents, and the Super Smash Bros. Series. Let's move on.
Now let's watch Pichu's first scene in the anime.
Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching Pikachu and Pichu. In this short, Ash Ketchum, the main character, and his traveling companions, Brock and Misty, as well as his faithful Pokemon Pikachu and Misty's Togepi, are on this elevator. They're in this big city, and they're gonna go to the rooftop. And during this elevator ride, Pikachu is spotting a few Pokemon, including Pichu, the Pichu brothers. That's Ash, Brock, and Missy. Yeah, they're gone now. And that's Pichu's first scene in the anime. Let's move on. Now let's talk about the TCG. I have one Pichu card. It is the 10th Pichu card design. It was illustrated by Yuka Mori. Pichu looks cute in clay. I love how it looks like it's a tourist showing off where it is. It has 40 HP. It's 1 foot and 4.4 pounds. It has 1 Pokepower, Baby Evolution, and 1 move, Choopy. As I mentioned in the Pikachu video, Baby Evolution allows you to evolve Pichu into Pikachu, since, for whatever reason, Pikachu is still a basic Pokemon after Gen 1. Choopy is not a move in the video games. On this card, it doesn't cost anything. Upon winning a coin flip, it does 20 damage. Otherwise, it does nothing. Like the Pikachu cards, Pichu is weak to fighting, sharing its plus 10 damage with the normal Pikachu card. Similarly, it's resistant to metal for minus 20 damage. It costs 1 energy for Pichu to retreat. In the bottom right corner of the card, there is the Mysterious Treasures expansion symbol. Pichu's description reads, "The electric pouches on its cheeks are still small. They cannot store much electricity yet." This is the Pokedex entry in Pokemon Diamond. It's also similar to the Pokedex entry in Pokemon Brilliant Diamond. Pichu is level 6. I don't have a Cleffa card, so the next Pokemon with a card I'll be talking about is Togepi. Now let's see why other people love Pichu. Now let's look at fan art. Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. No, it's not in fan art, so instead we're looking at DeviantArt fan art. For those of you who are not familiar with the series, what we do is we go through these images until we find an image that doesn't contain a Pichu. Since these first 7 images don't contain a Pichu, we'll go to this image. So this is Electric Storm by Missy Penna, and it seems to also be a collaboration with another artist. It seems to be from 2011. And I guess they have or had a website for thewin.org. So it's a bunch of electric rodent Pokemon. So you got Pikachu, Pichu, Raichu. They all seem to be scared. Well, this one seems to be very scared. This one's maybe a little bit scared. So I'm just curious. It's got the goggles, so it's the goggle Pikachu. Then we've got Pachirisu here, just getting curious about the guys in the tree. And then we've got Emolga carrying a Plusle and a Minum. They seem to be having fun just riding along. It's kind of fun. Very good art. Then we've got Thundershock by Quirkalicious. So this one is more electric mice Pokemon, more like updated, I guess. Definitely stylized here, that's interesting. So you got Pichu, Pikachu, Raichu. So Pichu seems to be touching the cheek of Raichu and getting a little shock, I guess. Then you got Plusle and Minum, they're playing on Pachirisu. This one is anyway. And then we've got Emolga, Dedenne, Morpeko, and Togedemaru. They all seem to be talking amongst themselves. That's kind of fun. Yeah, very good art. Then we've got Chu by Zaoshin. So this somewhat stylized art of the Pikachu line. At this sort of campfire, I guess. Pichu is watching Raichu roast some marshmallows, while Pikachu is looking at these lightning bugs. Yeah, very good art. This doesn't contain a Pichu, so we'll move on. Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 7 p.m. CMT, Central Mountain Time, but I won't be getting a Pichu. Instead, I'll be trying to evolve Bayleef into Meganium, and trying to get and fully evolve the other 2 Gen 2 starters. Tomorrow I'll be talking about Cleffa. As always, this is my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow. Hello! Before I begin, you may have noticed that I have a haircut. You may have noticed that over the last few days, it's appeared sporadically. Today we'll be talking about Cleffa, the first Fairy-type Pokemon in Gen 2. Although it wasn't reclassified from normal to Fairy-type until Gen 6. Because of this, there's an argument to be made that this should be considered the first Fairy-type Pokemon, as it's Clefairy's pre-evolution. Its previous PYC dates are August 17th, 1996, June 8th, 1999, March 29th, 2002, January 17th, 2005, November 8th, 2007, August 29th, 2010, June 19th, 2013, April 9th, 2016, January 29th, 2019, and November 19th, 2021. Cleffa is cute and a logical pre-evolution of Clefairy. I most remember it in an episode of the anime where it's in a mansion with a bunch of the other pre-evolutions introduced in this generation. Anyway, let's get to the Bulbapedia article. Before I do, though, I should let you know that the long hair appears throughout the section. Hello and welcome to the Bulbapedia section of the video. Today we'll be talking about Cleffa, the star-shaped Pokemon. It was star-shaped, one word, in Gen 2. Its number is 0173. This is what it looks like. Type is Fairy. Abilities, Cute Charm or Magic Guard in Gen 4+. Friend Guard is its hidden ability. Gender ratio is 25% male and 75% female. Catch rate is 150 or 29.5%. Breeding, a group. No eggs discovered. Hatch time, 10 cycles. Height, 1 foot or 0.3 meters. Weight is 6.6 pounds or 3 kilograms. Base experience yield is 37 in Gen 2 through 4 and 44 in 5+. Leveling rate is fast. EV yield is 1 and special defense. Shape is that and footprint is that. Pokedex color is pink and base friendship is 140. Cleffa is a fairy type baby Pokemon introduced in Gen 2. Prior to Gen 6, it was a normal type Pokemon. It evolves into Clefairy when leveled up with high friendship, which evolves into Clefable when exposed to a moonstone. Biology, Cleffa is a small pink Pokemon that is vaguely star-shaped in appearance. Its ears are completely brown. Cleffa has 2 small black eyes and a small mouth, and it appears to have a small permanent blush on its cheeks. It possesses stubby arms and legs which have no defined digits and come to a point. It has a curl on its forehead and a curled up tail. Cleffa lives in mountainous regions typically found at meteor impact sites. Sightings of Cleffa become more likely during nights illuminated by shooting stars, where they dance the night away. This dance is said to bring good fortune to any who witness it. They quench their thirst the next morning by drinking dew. It is fascinated by anything resembling stars and meteors, such as Minior. Because of this, as well as its own star-shaped silhouette, Cleffa is commonly believed to have arrived on a shooting star. The anime showed that its evolved forms, and therefore Cleffa itself, are actually extraterrestrial Pokemon. As mentioned in Pokemon Sleep, Cleffa is known to sway its body similar to a rocking cradle while sleeping. The way it moves while sleeping resembles a twinkling star in the night. Prior to Gen 5, Cleffa and its evolved forms were the only known Pokemon that could have Magic Guard as an ability. Cleffa evolves into Clefairy, which evolves into Clefable. So Cleffa, Clefairy, Clefable. Game data, NPC appearances, Pokemon Stadium 2, Cleffa appears in a quiz show styled minigame alongside Igglybuff. A series of Pokemon parade across the screen, and players have to count how many of the Pokemon species that have been instructed to be counted parade across the screen. The final score is based on how close the answered amount is to the right number. Pokemon Puzzle Collection Volume 2. A Cleffa appears during motion puzzle mode, taking over the role that Pichu had in the first game. Pokedex entries in Gen 2 in gold. Because of its unusual star-like silhouette, people believe that it came here on a meteor. Silver, when numerous meteors illuminate the night sky, sightings of Cleffa strangely increase. Crystal, if the impact site of a meteorite is found, this Pokemon is certain to be within the immediate area. For Stadium 2, if you have Pokemon Red, Silver, or Crystal inserted, you get the gold entry, but if you have Pokemon Blue, Gold, or Yellow inserted, you get the silver entry. In Gen 3, in Ruby and Sapphire, on nights with many shooting stars, Cleffa can be seen dancing in a ring. They dance through the night and stop only at the break of day, when these Pokemon quench their thirst with the morning dew. Emerald, on nights with many shooting stars, Cleffa can be seen dancing in a ring. They dance until daybreak, when they quench their thirst with the morning dew. Fire Red is the silver entry. Leaf Green is basically Gold's entry, but Starlike doesn't have the hyphen anymore. In Gen 4, in Diamond, its silhouette is like a star. It is believed to arrive riding on shooting stars. Pearl, many appear when the night skies are filled with shooting stars. They disappear with sunrise. It is often seen when shooting stars fill the night skies. It's said to arrive riding on a shooting star. Heart Gold is Leaf Green's entry, and Soul Silver is its silver counterpart. In Gen 5, Black and White is Platinum's entry, Black 2 and White 2. According to local rumors, Cleffa are often seen in places where shooting stars have fallen. In Gen 6, X is Leaf Green and Heart Gold's entry. Y is Pearl's entry. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire are basically Ruby and Sapphires, but Cleffa and Pokemon are now the correct casing. In Gen 7 in Sun, on late nights illuminated by shooting stars, it gazes intently skyward as if thinking of its home. Moon, because of its silhouette, it's believed to be a star reborn. For some reason it loves Minior. Ultra Sun, on nights with many shooting stars, they gather in packs and dance in circles. If you should see them,
something good will happen. Ultra Moon, said to have ridden here on a shooting star. Cleffa seemed to appear in places where meteorites have struck in the past. In Gen 8, Sword is Black 2 and White 2's entry. Shield is Leaf Green, Heart Gold, and X's entry. Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl are their Diamond and Pearl counterparts. Legends Arceus, in silhouette they resemble twinkling starlight when shooting stars rain from the night sky. Cleffa gather in numbers and dance as though they are indeed incarnations of the stars. In Gen 9, Scarlet is Sun's entry. Violet, since it is often seen when shooting stars fill the night skies, it's said to come here by riding on a star. Cleffa in the Alola Pokedex, and Cleffa in the Kitakami Pokedex. So, of course, it's at night, and you can see that they're all excited about the shooting stars. That's very nice. Game locations, side game locations, and events. Held items, Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum. You get a Leppa Berry 50% of the time, and Moonstone 5% of the time. Pokewalker, you get the Qualot Berry 100% of the time. Sun, Moon, Ultra Moon, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, you get the Moonstone 5% of the time. Legends Arceus, for normal, you get Leppa Berry 30% of the time, Vivichoke 15% of the time, and Grit items by level. Alpha, you get EXP Candy S 100% of the time, Seed of Mastery 10% of the time, and Grit items by level. Still don't know how the math works. Stats, base stats, HP 50, Attack 25, Defense 28, Special Attack 45, Special Defense 55, Speed 15, for a total of 218. Pokeathlon stats. Type effectiveness, damage normally by normal, flying, ground, rock, ghost, fire, water, grass, electric, psychic, ice, and fairy. Weak to poison and steel for double, immune to dragon, resistant to fighting, bug, and dark for half. Notes, if this Pokemon is given a ring target, the effectiveness of dragon-type moves is 1, so go from 0 to 1. Due to the conversion to fairy type, the effectiveness of ghost-type moves was 0, so it went from 0 to 1. Dragon type, dark type, steel type, bug type, and poison type moves was 1. So dragon went from 1 to 0, dark from 1 to half, steel from 1 to 2, and bug to 1 to half, and poison to 1 to 2. And fighting type moves was 2, prior to Gen 6. So fighting went from 2 to half. Learn set by leveling up 1 Splash, Pound and Copycat, 4 Sing, 8 Sweet Kiss, 12 Disarming Voice, 16 Encore, and 20 Charm. For by TM, because I've read it in the Clefairy video, I'm going to skip all these. Same for by breeding, side game data. You gotta go this, yep. Pokemon Ranger Guardian Signs in the browser entry. It creates hearts around itself that make Pokemon tired. You gotta go this, yep, okay. New Pokemon Snap in the Photodex. I'm sure you noticed those Cleffa dancing inside the cave with a view of the night sky. It's said that Cleffa first arrived here in ancient times, riding on a meteor. So something I haven't mentioned, for anyone who's new here in Gen 2, is the I'm and the you. So I'm is referring to Professor Mir, and you is the player, your player character. They might have a name, I don't remember, but and this is kind of supposed to be in his voice. I don't really know what his voice is, so I read it in the normal Pokedex voice. In Pokemon Sleep, its body sways as it sleeps, as if rocked in a cradle. Its swaying silhouette looks just like a star that twinkles in the night sky. Rocking sleep, nodding off sleep, overturned sleep, and a top belly sleep. Evolution data, Cleffa, level up with high friendship, Clefairy, Moonstone, Clefable. So then I guess you can breed this one to get this one. Probably could do that with Clefable as well. Sprites here, so, oh, very pink. A lot more, I think the other ones started out pretty pink too. Because they got the brown tips and the green tips. I'm pretty sure that's how it was for the evolutions as well, so. Then we got closer to the modern pink. Different brown as well. This is more, I guess, Jigglypuff pink is how I'd call it, but yeah, it's got the green tip still, but different pink. Yeah, not much changes. The tail, I guess. You can see it's a little like that. I mean, I don't think it's gonna change much. Might change a little bit, but not too much, yeah. This seems to be much more defined, the hair thing. Yep, this is a different pink. This is probably a different pink as well, and brown. Yeah. Full back sprite. Yep.
Then you got the models, so you got the modern pink and brown, and sort of the other pink and brown. Also still probably closer to Jigglypuffs. Just interesting. Yeah, you got all this, then Sword and Shields. You got the better models here, and then the different models, the ones for Legends Arceus. So you can see the curl is now fully modeled, not just a kind of a... It almost looks... I don't know if that is modeled, or if that is just a texture. I hope it's not just a texture. The whole face is textured as well. Then you got Homes. So you can see it's... Oh, that's interesting. It's... Yeah, it's all modeled. It's weird. For some reason, the tail is missing, and these model... Like, it's probably not missing. It's just... Yeah, it's so hard to see. Oh, the curl is like a... Yeah, it's more like an actual, like, tail, I guess. Like, it makes more sense. I don't know. It's out more, yeah. But yeah, you can barely... You can't even see it in these. And then you can see it more obviously here. Looks to be maybe more on the side now. I don't know. In the anime, Cleffa in the anime. A Cleffa egg in the anime. That's interesting, since it's not just its body textures or whatever. There's stars, which is very cute. Makes sense. Yeah, you know this. Pokedex entry is in episode 246 in Ash's Pokedex. Cleffa, the star-shaped Pokemon. Cleffa is the pre-evolved form of Clefairy. Their star shape has led some to believe that they reached the Earth riding on shooting stars. Strangely, many Cleffa are often found on nights of meteor showers. In Advanced Generation, episode 134, in the same Pokedex. Cleffa, the star-shaped Pokemon. Cleffa are said to form circles and dance as if they are flying on nights when there are many falling stars. In Diamond and Pearl, episode 84, in Dawn's Pokedex. Cleffa, the star-shaped Pokemon. It has the silhouette of a star in the night sky, and some believe that Cleffa ride on shooting stars. In Journeys, episode 83, in Go's Rotom Phone. Cleffa, the star-shaped Pokemon. A fairy type, because it's shaped like a star in the night sky, some believe it has celestial origins. In the manga, Cleffa and Pokemon Adventures. Looking cute. In the TCG. Other appearances, Super Smash Bros. Melee. Cleffa only appears as a random trophy information. With silhouettes that resemble stars, Cleffa are often sighted when the night sky is filled with shooting stars. Cleffa evolves into Clefairy, but only if it has a strong bond of friendship with its trainer. Since Cleffa is so cute and lovable, many trainers choose to keep it in this unevolved form. Trivia, I read this first point in the Staryu video. Cleffa is the only Pokemon with a base stat total of 218. Cleffa is tied with Pawmi and Greavar for having the shortest Japanese name of all Pokemon, being spelt with only 2 kana. Cleffa is tied with Cramorant for the shortest Japanese name and trademarked Romaji with only 2 letters. Cleffa is tied with Igglybuff and Morlo for the lowest base speed stat of all fairy-type Pokemon. Cleffa, Igglybuff, and Togepi are the only baby Pokemon to have a Tag Team GX card. Origin: Cleffa seems to be based on fairies and pixies since it is a small, playful, magical creature. It may also be inspired by the concept of extraterrestrial life due to its rumored celestial origins and vaguely star-shaped body. May also be a reference to the mythical moon rabbit due to its large ears and the fact that it reaches its final evolved form using a moonstone. Name origin: Cleffa may be a combination of clef, musical symbol, and the first 2 letters of fairy or fable. Fa may also be derived from the popular Western musical teaching method Solfa, i.e. do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti. Pi may be a truncation of pixie. In other languages, references, related articles, external links to the baby Pokemon. Let's move on. Since we watched Cleffa's first scene in the anime in the Furret video, let's watch Cleffa's second scene in the anime. Hello and welcome to the anime portion of the video. Today we are watching Pikachu and Pichu. In this short, Ash Ketchum, the main character, and his friends have left their Pokemon in a park on top of a skyscraper, and Ash's Pikachu here has met the Pichu brothers. They were on a skyscraper across the street, and he saved one of them and ended up on their building. And so he's gone on a little adventure with the Pichu brothers to try to get back to his original building, but they've stopped at their clubhouse, and all the clubhouse members are introducing themselves, including a Cleffa here in a second. That's an Igglybuff and a Wooper. Yep. There's the Cleffa. And that was Cleffa's second scene in the anime. Let's move on. Now let's see why people love Cleffa. Now let's look at fan art. Hello and welcome to the fan art section of the video. Nobody sent in fan art, so instead, we're looking at DeviantArt. Fan art. For those of you familiar with the series, you might be wondering why we're on this single image, and that's because this is the only image we'll be doing today. So this is Pink Party by Darien Doodles, or G-Geet. And maybe that was their name when they made this. So it's a bunch of pink Pokemon. So we've got the... where is it? The Cleffa here. Then we got Clefairy, Clefable, Jigglypuff. Looks like a couple of them. Wigglytuff, Igglybuff, a couple Wigglytuff it looks like. Chansey, a couple Happiny, Audino. I think that's Shiny Ditto. I think Licky, Corsola, Hoppip, maybe another Slowpoke or one of the Slows. I think that was actually Slowpoke. This one might be like Slowbro or something. Flaffy, Gorbis, another Ditto, Shiny Ditto. Mew, Skitty, Lickitung, Muna and Marsharna, those two. And Mesprit. This is a very good art, very pink art, and that's it. So let's move on. Thanks to everyone who submitted fan art. I'll be streaming tonight at 5 p.m. CMT, Central Mountain Time, but I won't be getting a Cleffa. Instead, I'll be continuing to try to get the Pokemon I mentioned yesterday. Tomorrow we'll be talking about Igglybuff. As always, this is my proper outfit, and you'll see me tomorrow.